follow-up said while Slusser tried to go scorched earth on Bags about the Buster involvement in the Chapman contract, she did write in that story, but ownership is taking a hard look, and he is on the hot seat. I was like, so wait a minute, we got Bags, we got Shea, we got Slusser, Pavlovich chimed in too. I was like, the goose is in the oven, buddy. It's getting cooked. But I specifically wrote in the Jock blog, I said, I know it seems like a fantasy to have Buster Posey take over, but I don't see that happening. I said, if I'm Buster and I'm in the executive boardroom and I'm on the board of directors, I'm there for the next 50 years. He's only 37, by the way.
Dude, Murph, there's guys who will be pitching in the postseason today that are older than Buster Posey.
Bro, Joe Flacco's out here winning games for the Colts older than Buster Posey. You know what I mean? Dude, Buster Posey's older than Anthony Richardson's mom, or younger than Anthony Richardson's mom.
That's right.
But anyway, I was like, just stay in the back and be the guy who picks the guy, right? You're in the movie The Godfather, the book The Godfather. It's about the puppet strings, right? That's the art for The Godfather. You're the guy pulling the puppet strings. That would be Buster. So I am surprised that he did this. It made me think a couple of things. Number one, he's pretty much unfireable, right? I mean, you're not going to fire Buster Posey. If he ever gets really, really bad, he would just gracefully step aside, I'm sure, and return to his owner's role.
Yeah, you can't fire
the
the face of the franchise,
right.
Murph.
Or, I mean, but, if it goes bad, well, listen, it's funny. Somebody actually hit me with that. You're like, oh, what are they going to do if it doesn't work out? I'm like, oh, wait, we're already thinking post-Posey? Maybe we should probably not go there right now.
Pump that back a little bit.
It's like post-Posey. We haven't even had the press conference yet, right? So I'm not going to worry about that right now. But it is a fascinating story on a number of levels. Did he move back to California to drive the knife into Farhan? Did Greg Johnson say to him, listen, bro, I know you're happy in Georgia. You got grandma and grandpa. You got all your aunts and uncles and cousins, and everybody's happy. But if you come back here, there's something big for you. Is that why he came back? I mean, they said they missed their community. He wanted to be more involved with the team, but this involved with the team? I mean, there's a lot to talk about here, brother.
Yeah, and I think that's one of my biggest questions of the day. Did Buster Posey have to convince the Giants to go for this role, or were the Giants trying to convince Buster Posey?
Right?
Like, who wanted it more?
Yeah.
Who had to do the hard talking? Who had to do the convincing there?
Ask that question today.
That's it. We'll be here.
All right, buddy. We're here. We're live at Oracle Park. We ain't missing it. You got a big story. We're going there, baby. We are boots on the ground. Shout out to John Joe Curley snapping into action. So much so he threw on a freaking sport coat.
My guy John Joe Curley's over here pressing buttons. Hopefully the people can hear us on air right now.
And number two, shout out our engineering department. Of course, it's barista. And who was the other gentleman? It was Josh.
Oh, Shep.
Yeah, Josh.
Shout out to my guy Shep.
Josh and barista came down here and set this thing up in a hurry. Shout out to Mike Kohler for greenlighting it. And shout out for the Giants for opening the door to us and letting us in and getting us all set up.
And we'll be here 6 to 10 a.m. Then we'll take the Buster Posey press conference live, and then Papa and Len will come here do the show live also, where I'm hearing Buster Posey will sit down for an exclusive interview that you can only hear right here on these.
Are P&L going to be sitting here? And then they'll get Buster on video. Look at you know what is this, a real radio station?
Look at us.
God.
Look at us now, Murph.
What is this, a real multimedia conglomerate?
Who would have thought?
Giants and Cumulus arrow up here, all right? Curly as Buster Posey. Oh, wait, that might upset Holler. Create a power struggle there. I better not say that. Holler as Buster Posey. All right, guys, listen, we'll continue. So obviously the phone lines, we can take you guys. Young Tony's back at the studio. I think he can take a caller too, right? At 808 KMBR. And obviously we can already see that the text line's lit up. So we'll get to you guys at 415-808-5627. It's a huge day in franchise history, and we're here for it. Murph and Marcus on KMBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Susan Slusser joined Papa and Lund yesterday to react to the big news regarding the Giants parting ways with Farhan Zaidi and hiring Buster Posey as the new president of baseball operations. You can hear the full podcast on the KMBR app and KMBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Now, back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
I think where my value can be is I can be a sounding board to Greg. I can be a sounding board to Larry, to Farhan. I mentioned it in an interview I did earlier. By no means am I trying to take on a role at front office and be in the trenches. It's more, like I mentioned, a sounding board, a thought partner with Greg. As he mentioned, getting to know him pretty well the last couple of years, excited to work alongside all of the owners and try to put the best product on the field possible.
Well, things change, my friends. Things change. That was Buster Posey during the pandemic doing a Zoom interview when he came back to the team on the executive board as ownership, saying, by no means am I looking to get into the front office. Well, things change. Well, good morning, everybody. If you just missed our opening segment, we are here. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murph and Marcus in the stadium. We are literally at Oracle Park. In fact, we're in the Alaska Airlines Club level lounge. By the way, I know today's going to be a good day because we got Kirk Reeder behind us on a photo. Yeah, Bumgarner. Yeah, Kevin Mitchell. Yeah, Buster Posey. We got Woody, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, that's the thing, Murph. You got Woody over your left shoulder and Buster Posey, the president of baseball operations, now over your right shoulder.
You know, Woody was win day. You know, winningest lefty in Giants history until Bum. He was.
Damn, and that's why they're right next to each other, right behind us.
Exactly. So don't sleep on freaking Kirk Reeder getting the ball in a big game, boys. He did it. Anyway, I digress. But, yeah, we are here at Oracle Park because KNBR is a news organization. We smelled out a news story. We quickly set up shop down here. 10 a.m. will be the press conference. We'll carry it live. And then Papa and Lund will broadcast from this very table with Buster Posey sitting with him. So you get some video of the whole thing, too. So, and to all our YouTube crowd, who we love very much, I guess you guys are saying you have a little bit of trouble getting us, but I think we're up and going.
Oh, we are live, baby. YouTube, Twitch, KNBR, the app, anywhere you want to watch us. We're available this morning live from Oracle Park.
So much so that somebody said we're looking good.
Ooh, yeah. I always like the compliments. Keep the compliments coming.
Well, listen, we just continue it. Even off air, we continue to talk about this. It's so fascinating. This story broke right when we were ending our show at 10 a.m. yesterday, that Farhan Zaidi was out. And as Marcus said in the first segment, that was not a surprise. We had just had so much static and so much noise and so much smoke that we thought something was going to happen. Everybody was saying, well, where do they go? Where do they go? You heard names like Kim Ng, a successful executive with the Marlins. You heard other names kicking around, and then none of us thought. I mean, some people thought when Buster Posey was mentioned as the guy who drove the Matt Chapman contract to the end deal, some people were like, whoa, would Buster want this job? But we said no, he wouldn't. You heard that sound that you went back and watched last night.
Yeah, I went back and watched that entire press conference of when Buster Posey joined the ownership group. And he went from being a sounding board for Greg Johnson, Larry Baer, and Farhan Zaidi to being the diving board, and now just diving into the deep end, Murph. He's going to take on a load of responsibilities, which I guess is the big question of why Buster Posey would want to take this on at age 37 when he has 4 kids, when he moved out of the Bay Area, but then decided to move back. And to me, the answer is simple. Buster wants to win. This is a guy that brought 3 championships to this city. The Giants have not been in the postseason since the last time that Buster Posey was on the roster. So I know they used to have player coaches back in the day. Can we have a player/president of baseball operations get Buster Posey back there in the middle lineup? I saw a tweet yesterday that said this might be the first ever president of baseball operations that's a better hitter than anybody on the current roster.
Oh my God, that's a true story.
I mean, there's a load of storylines going on, but it's crazy that Buster Posey is willing to step up in this role. Is what I'm saying.
That's kind of like some people have said. You know, Barry Bonds could literally grab a bat and out homer most everybody everybody right now.
Barry Bonds could grab a bat and hit 30 home runs for the first time since Barry Bonds did it.
Chappie got to 27. He almost got there. Yeah. But there's so many questions. Like Andy Bagley did a good job. He's like, is he going to house clean? Who's he going to bring in from the outside? Does he stay on the board? What happens to Pistol Pete Patilla? How involved is he in the day-to-day operations? Are fans going to be patient with him? Is he going to bring in new free agents? Kevin Franzen talked to Susan Slusser, and he went there. I didn't want to go there, but he went there. He goes, this absolutely brings Juan Soto into play. I was like, bro, don't.
We're back in the Juan Soto combo, Murph.
Don't pick Sterling Marlin, dude.
Just when we thought we were out, Buster Posey's bringing us back in.
But one of the ones I do want to circle back on is the day-to-day. The more I started thinking about it, because people are like, no way, he doesn't know what he's doing. It's a huge leap. And I was like, well, yeah, he's so smart. He's smarter than all of us. He's a sharp dude. My view is, and we'll find out at 10 a.m. today, that he's going to be very big picture, 30,000 feet macro culture guy, and he's going to hire somebody to be a GM, to do what GMs used to do, which is run the team. Like Scott Harris and Pete Patilla were the GMs. What did they ever do? I don't know. They didn't. I'm guessing. I could be wrong, but I'm guessing that Buster is going to be less day-to-day in the dugout than the GM he hires.
I would agree with that take. I think Buster is smart enough to surround himself with smart people. And whether or not the Giants decide to bring in a new GM, not sure about the faith of a guy like Pete Patilla, who I'd say probably his best accomplishment was going out to Korea to recruit Jung-Hoo Lee. I mean, that's the one thing that's on Pete Patilla's resume, yes. So I'll give him that at least. But it feels like since they are cleaning house with Farhan, some of those guys that Farhan bring in would also leave, and it brings to the question of who is Buster Posey going to surround himself with? Whether it's guys he's familiar with a Brian Sabian or a Bobby Evans or maybe even a Billy Bean. We've heard that name thrown out there by Susan Slusser. You mentioned Kim Ng earlier with the Miami Marlins. Like, there's a lot of great baseball minds out there, and I would not be surprised to see Buster Posey bring in one of these baseball minds to help him with the inexperience that he has in the front office.
So we have to address at some point today, there's a lot of things to get into, and that is former player legends going back. And it hasn't always worked out. I mean, right away, Michael Jordan, right, running the Charlotte Hornets into the ground. Any number, we can go on and on. There's any number of former players. Derek Jeter with the Marlins, right?
CEO.
All sorts of guys who have failed at it. There's another angle to that story, and that's the Jerry West, John Lynch story. Now, John Lynch wasn't a 49er, but, franchise icon, Jerry, the model here would be Jerry West.
Yes, absolutely.
Franchise icon who comes back, who's so smart and so savvy that he's able to put it together. So, best case scenario, Jerry West. Worst case scenario, Derek Jeter with the Marlins. Where are we going to be? Somewhere
Well, that's what I was trying to figure out, because we've seen players become GMs, to your point, whether we're talking about John Lynch or the long list of other guys who have taken on that same role. But to go straight to president of baseball operations. Now, I was thinking about Chris Young with the Texas Rangers. That's a guy that is now winning World Series with Bruce Bochy. I know they're not in the postseason this year, but he's a guy that after 2-3 years of being retired, just like Buster Posey, immediately stepped into that role. So I think that's kind of what the example is for Buster Posey and what he can do. Whether he's going to be Derek Jeter or Chris Young, I guess the biggest difference is those guys weren't like faces of the franchise. At least Derek Jeter was not a Miami Marlin, obviously. So I would like to ask you about a guy like Nolan Ryan, who took over with the Texas Rangers. I was still in middle school. I know they went to a couple World Series, did not win at the time, but I think maybe that's the closest example of a guy that's a polarizing face of that franchise stepping in and taking over.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. And yes, of course, and we've talked about it a little bit in the first segment of what happens if. But I don't know if we should even get to that point right now. We should just talk about what he's going to do. I don't think he'll ever step away from the team. I don't know. Maybe it goes so bad 20 years from now he sells his share and he moves back to Georgia and all that. So be it. It could happen that way. Or he could just be one of those guys, if it doesn't go his way, he steps aside, he hires somebody, and just stays in the executive board and the ownership. So that's probably the more likely scenario. But there's so many different angles to this thing. We got to get going. We are live here at Oracle Park. We are on the ground. And obviously other things happened in the sports world that we haven't even gotten to. Warrior Media Day yesterday featured the debut of the Warriors, and now they're off to Hawaii, where John Dickinson, if you need your coverage, JD will be there for KMBR.
Aloha,
covering
brother.
this thing. How about JD finagling a trip to Hawaii? So JD will be in Hawaii covering that. We had some exciting Monday Night Football last night, including the Seahawks looking maybe a little too frisky for my liking. They did lose the game. Niners pull only a game out in the West now. Kyle Shanahan spoke yesterday. Fred Warner's injury doesn't appear to be serious, which is knock on wood. And, of course, we lost all-time legends yesterday. It started with Dikembe Mutombo near the end of our show, and then the bomb of Pete Rose. at age 83. So many different things going on, but the main story, the huge story is, Buster, this is one of the biggest days in San Francisco Giants franchise history. This is one of the, I don't know, I'd have to make a list. Obviously not on field winning World Series, but entire off field. This is one of the biggest. This is like Bob Lurie saving the team in 76. This is Peter McGowan, Larry Baer in 92. This is up there. This is one of the top 5 or 10 days in Giants history. So we're here for it.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the biggest shakeups in the organization's history, as you pointed out. I mean, think about all the topics you just laid out. You didn't even mention the doubleheader yesterday between the Braves and the Mets to get into the postseason. That was absolutely insane.
So what's that?
We didn't even mention the reports that John Lynch came on our show and told us that Christian McCaffrey had bilateral tendonitis in his Achilles.
And it slipped right
There's
past
so
us.
much stuff going on, Murph, but we're here this morning at Oracle Park to talk about Buster Posey taking over the franchise.
Let's say good morning to young Tony, who's back up the street, back at Broadway and Battery. Young Tone, good morning, brother.
Morning, Tone.
Good morning.
How are you, kid?
I'm doing well. I'm just trying to keep everything together.
All right. Is it a little stressful back there?
Just a little bit, not too much.
Why don't you play the horns and get us the guests then? How's that?
Let's get to it. Mike Krukow is going to stop by the show at 7:30 this morning. The big hit at 7:50. Cooler content is going to be at 8:15. And then our 49ers player of the week. Drum roll, please. Any guesses? Kevin Givens, ladies and gentlemen, coming off 2.5 sacks versus the Patriots. He will join the show at 8:30 this morning.
I've been out front. That's my guy.
That's
Kevin
Murph's
Givens.
guy,
I'm a
Kevin
huge
Givens. Kevin
Givens fan. It's a way to be. All right, well, listen, it's Tuesday, October 1st. It's the first day of October. The Giants are not playing playoff baseball, but they're making the biggest news in the industry, and we'll continue to talk about it. What went wrong with Farhan? You guys can call in at 808-KMBR, and also we can, of course, read these texts that are pouring in, 415-808-5627 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. It's Murph, it's Marcus. We're live here at Oracle Park for the 10 a.m. press conference. We can see us on YouTube and Twitch. We're here for the news story, guys. It's pretty awesome. On KMBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
is KNBR. And this is Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Well, no question. I don't think anybody's happy with where we are, right? I mean, the goal for us, we're the San Francisco Giants. Our goal is to win the division each year and be in a position in the playoffs to compete for a world championship. So on that front, nobody's satisfied whatsoever.
There it is. Buster Posey on the driving range at Mayakama Golf Course in Santa Rosa about 2 weeks ago, being interviewed by George Contos on the day the Matt Chapman signing was announced. And again, you look back on things and you're like, oh, it's starting to add up. Why did Buster have the camera come up to the Santa Rosa Golf Course driving range, Mayakama Golf Course Country Club driving range, to interview other than to let people know, I'm coming back, bro. I'm coming back. It was unusual at the time, and I think we briefly mentioned it, but we were focused on other things, the 49ers and Christian McCaffrey and whatever. But it's all adding up. Him moving back, him closing the story getting leaked to Baggerly that Chapman is the guy, that he closed the Chapman deal, and then him doing that interview right there. It was all starting to add up. We just didn't think he would want this because it's so much smarter to stay in the background and not be in the line of fire. But we're going to hear today at 10 a.m. why this guy wanted to do it, man, and it's a huge deal. I'm in an argument right now with 818, and he's saying hyperbole off the charts. This isn't even a top 25 moment. You're out of your mind.
Wow.
Maybe the biggest Giant, other than Willie Mays, Willie McCovey, in the history of the franchise, is taking over the franchise. This is a gigantic day in franchise history. It's why we're here, and it's one of the biggest days in franchise history. And we're not talking on the field. We're talking off the field, bro. 818, I'm done with you. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, Murph, we're out here following the breadcrumbs, and the breadcrumbs have now led to us doing a live show from Oracle Park this morning with Buster Posey scheduled to speak to the media in about 3.5 hours. But let's take a step back and see where those breadcrumbs started. From the moment that Buster Posey retired, we were all devastated. We're like, damn, this guy just put up one of his best seasons of his career in 2021, was a big reason why the Giants won 107 wins with the help of his buddies Brandon Crawford and Brandon Belt as well. And the moment he retired, we were all just kind of sitting here and thinking like, what's next? How do you replace someone like Buster Posey? And of course, we can get into discussion about Joey Bart and Patrick Bailey. There is no replacing Buster Posey. Then we heard the news, Buster might be moving back to the Bay. And I was like, that's interesting. Let's see where this leads to. And then the public comments that he made about the city of San Francisco and how he says it does have a toll when it comes to free agents, which was completely opposite of what Farhan Zaidi told us. He's like, no, the city doesn't deter people, blah, blah, blah. No, Buster Posey came out publicly, which he did not need to do, and took some backlash. And even then, when we talked about it on the show, we're like, why would Buster Posey even open himself up to this kind of criticism? Well, look where the breadcrumbs have now led, from him talking about free agencies to stopping Matt Chapman from getting a free agency, signing him to a long-term deal in the middle of the season. Yes, Farhan Zaidi was a part of the deal, but it was Buster who stepped in to close the deal with the no-trade clause, and now he's taken over as the president of baseball operations.
The more we sit here, it's 6:35 for the first 35 minutes, and we're here at Oracle Park. Everybody, good morning. You can see us on YouTube, on Twitch. We'll be carrying the press conference live, obviously, and then Papa and Lund will have Buster at this very table here, or on the club level at Oracle Park for this huge news story, is that Buster's a gangster, bro.
Yeah,
he's a gangster. I mean, don't let the sweet face fool you. Don't let the clean shaven, aw shucks, gangster, bro. If you're Farhan, you're looking around and there's a knife in your. I mean, is there a knife in his back or is there a knife in his front? I mean, I'm not saying Buster backstabbed him. I'm saying Buster came in and said, basically, if you're not winning, I'm chopping your head off. And he didn't like the direction of the team. We need to get into like, what do you think Buster specifically didn't like about it? I got to tell you guys, Tim Kawakami at the SF Standard wrote it's like if I could write a column, I would have written this column because he nailed it. Like, what was it that was nagging us about Farhan Zaidi all the while? Why were we always like, ugh? Well, I mean, it starts with, obviously, no Aaron Judge, no Shohei. I mean, is that Farhan's fault? I don't know. You know, it didn't help him that he flirted and fell. But I wrote down a couple of the phrases because Kawakami was so good. He said that there was grumbling behind the scenes that Farhan was too busy working the mediocre margins. That's like, it was always this roster churn of marginal mediocrity. And listen, no shade. Lamont Wade, nice kid, nice player. Not a franchise cornerstone first baseman, right? No shade. Mike Yastrzemski, good player. Not a cornerstone franchise championship right fielder. Really smart to go find those guys, but not smart to make those guys featured players year after year. And then we can get into all the other stuff, all the A.J. Pollocks and the Matt Beatties and the Connor Joes and the Mike Reeds. And it was just driving us nuts that there was this constant churning, treading water of transactional nothingness, right?
No, and like that's the rant I went on a few weeks ago that I know our digital team posted about him managing this franchise like he's playing fantasy football or fantasy baseball for that matter. It's the constant churning of the roster. It's not knowing who the hell's going to be on the field because he wants to implement the platoon system versus the bullpen games, and I felt like that's where the disconnect was between him and the fan base, because Farhan is all about the numbers. He's crunching numbers to try to get the advantage to win ball games, but he also has to remember this is an entertainment business, and I think that's the biggest difference between Farhan and Buster. Buster recognizes that this fan base clings on to these players. Whether we're talking about the Panda, whether we're talking about the Giraffe, whether we're talking about Brandon Crawford, the list goes on and on and on. These fans want to identify with their team. They want to know who their players are, who their superstars are. And that's why I felt like there was a disconnect, because Farhan was running his fantasy football team instead of putting together an actual roster that the fan base cared about, and we saw that with the attendance numbers.
What he said, exactly. And Kawakami has a paragraph that really caught my eye in here. He said, Zaidi was an outsider who was never beloved by Giants fans and never seemed to care about it. It's this feeling that he was so much smarter than all of us, and he is smart. I mean, we keep saying, he's so smart, he's so smart, he's so smart. There's a thing where you can be too smart. You know what I mean? Nobody likes the smartest guy in the room, and here's the big deal. Especially when you're not winning. When you're not going to the play.
That was the biggest problem.
107, we like the smartest guy in the room. 81, we don't.
And
right?
it felt like it was constantly Farhan trying to prove that he was smarter than the rest of the baseball world, or even just smarter than the fan base. But like that's the thing, you're not competing against the fan base. You're competing against teams like the Dodgers and the Diamondbacks and the Padres, teams that should
Phillies.
not be. Yeah, like I'm just talking about the NL West right now. Like the Giants and the Dodgers are the marquee teams in the NL West. You can't have teams like the Padres and the Diamondbacks having more success than the San Francisco Giants.
I was listening to the leader all day yesterday. Somebody, it might have been Tolbert. I think it was Tolbert who said it. It was talking to Bags, I think, and he said it had to be. The Giants are like, okay, the Dodgers are one thing, but you can't be getting boat raced by the Diamondbacks and the Padres. That's unacceptable. They weren't in the rearview mirror. It was like, who are they? I mean, the Padres come in here and start kicking your ass. You got problems.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
big problems.
Like the Padres have been exactly what Giants fans want. They've put their cojones on the line every single time. And the rest in peace to the owner who passed away, Peter Seidler, I believe his name was. He went for it every year. And look what Petco's like right now. Petco's and popping, dude. And by the way, they might make a run this October.
I mean, absolutely. They have the chance. And, like, even look at that roster, whether we're talking about Tatis or Machado, or they had Soto. He's no longer on the roster, but they've been able to attract free agents. Hell, they're the team that stepped in the last minute and almost overjumped the Giants for Aaron Judge before he reached strike with the Yankees. And, like, that's a problem when you look at a franchise like the Padres, who, let's be honest, they've never won anything, Murph. And then you have a historic franchise and the brand and the legacy of the San Francisco Giants, and you're in the rearview mirror in fourth or fifth place behind these teams.
I think Buster right now is in Lafayette working out going, preach, Marcus, preach, because you're exactly saying it right. He's like, we're Willie Mays. Dude. We lost Willie Mays this summer. We're Willie Mays, dude. We're Christy Mathewson. You know what I mean? This is like, I always say this, dude. Ulysses S. Grant went to a Giants game at the Polo Grounds, bro. All right, man? I mean, that's how deep this runs. Ulysses S. Grant didn't go to any Padres games, all right, bro? Christy Mathewson didn't pitch for the Padres. John McGraw didn't manage the Padres. Bill Terry didn't have a Hall of Fame career for the Padres. The catch, Willie Mays didn't make that catch for the Padres, you know what I mean? Bobby Thompson didn't hit that home run for the freaking Diamondbacks, you know? I mean, this is the Giants, and Buster understands that, and it means so much to him, too. Now, getting back to where the Farhan thing went wrong, there's another part of this Kawakami column that got me going, man. It went right at me. It says, so he says, Zaidi was an outsider who was never beloved by Giants fans and never seemed to care about it. And now Kawakami, because he's a real cynic, Timmy's a cynic, he really is, but he goes, I always respected Farhan's, listen to this phrase, muted disdain for the Horrier, this is a really weird word, Horrier, Hoarier, parts of Giants fandom. And hoary means romantic or trite. Like, he viewed everything I just said about Christy Matthews and John McGraw as total BS. And he was like, what an idiot. Guy doesn't know what the blank. He's a freaking moron in the mornings, man. Guy's a freaking mouth breathing with a 20 IQ. He would never know. He wouldn't know how to where first base was. You know what I mean? Like, he doesn't know what WRC plus is and all that. Dude, him not getting that. And it says here, he knew behind the scenes that Farhan had a disdain for the Giants fans who felt that way.
And that's the problem.
That's it.
And that goes back to hiring Farhan Zaidi as a square peg for a round hole. He just was not built for this kind of organization, for this kind of franchise. Even when he was hired, everybody talked about his success with the Oakland A's and the LA Dodgers. And I remember people asking questions. Well, he's more of the LA Dodger guy than Oakland A's guy, right? And that basically tells you the difference in market size and the different ways to run a franchise, because the A's and the Dodgers do not operate the same way. But it feels like he's ran this organization for the last 6 years more like the Oakland A's than the LA Dodgers. And that's the problem, because you're not the blinking A's, and now the A's are leaving town, and so is Farhan Zaidi.
In that Kawakami column, he cites an executive who says he's more Dodgers than A's, right? No,
right?
He's more A's than Dodgers.
Yeah.
He continued to. We said it any number of times in the last few years. We could say, "Does this guy think they're the A's?" He keeps working the margins like we're the A's. Like, now they finally spent this year, but Jung Lee blew out his shoulder. Soler wound up being a bust. Snell missed the first 3 months. The only one was a hit was Chapman, and then Buster had to come in and sign him.
Yeah, and that felt like Farhan was kind of trying to change his ways a little too late, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And whether it was signing guys who were going to be out there every day, like a Matt Chapman or a Jung-Hoo Lee, but look what that did this year. Look at the attendance numbers go up. Look at me walking around the ballpark 72 times this year and seeing Jung-Hoo Lee and Matt Chapman jerseys, because this fan base is desperate to have somebody to connect with, because that's what Giants baseball is about, and Farhan Zaidi just simply never figured that out.
No, so we wanted to talk about that. We want to talk about Buster. The sun is coming up. We're here at Oracle Park. If you're on YouTube or Twitch, we're here, baby. News story breaks, we're there. We're now committing to every news story. So, like, if something happens in Albuquerque, we'll be there.
We'll be there.
I'm kidding.
Boots on the ground.
Bottom line is this. We're excited to be here. We're excited to bring you guys this story. 10 a.m. We'll give you guys the Buster Posey news conference, and then Papa and Lund will be right here at this table, and then they're going to have Buster right here at this table. So everybody, as you would say, or as a wise man once told me at 5 in the morning, rip off the knob.
Rip it off.
Rip off the knob.
Rip it off.
All right, we got a lot of varied takes on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. We can get into some of those. We got different opinions from people. We got different thoughts. We have Farhan out, Buster in, a huge day in franchise history, and we're here for it. Murph, Marcus, Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher. We got John Joe Curley in a sport coat. It's all happening on KMBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
He throws. Buster hits a fly ball deep to right field. Way back there. Adios! Pelota! On a 3-0 count. Buster Posey sends one to the opposite field, and it cleared the arcade and hit the top of one of those water cannons out there. 2-0 Giants.
Man, oh man, it was right here. We're looking at that. It's actually, Marcus and I are here at the ballpark. We can actually see almost that water tower that hit. Would that have gone in the water? Well, ask Buster that today. First question. Buster, would your home run off of Bueller gone in the water? Should you have gotten the first splash hit instead of Ramos? First question of the day.
I'll say yes, Murph. I'll say yes.
Okay, why not? There it is, man. Buster Posey, huge day in franchise history. One of the biggest days for me since the Giants moved back here in 1958. One of the biggest days. I mean, you just don't get franchise icons taking over to the franchise from this. And where's it going to go? You know, is it going to be Jerry West? Is it going to be Derek Jeter with the Marlins? Why was Farhan the wrong fit? What can Buster do to change the narrative here around here? Is it about payroll? Is it about player development? All sorts of millions of questions. How involved will he be in the day-to-day? What GM will he hire? Does Pistol Pete Patilla stay? All these things need to be said, but we've been breaking it down. We got Marcus, we got Murph. We're here at Oracle, a 10 a.m. live press conference. We had to be here. It's just too good of a story, too big of a story. And when writers and thinkers start filing in, we'll grab them and bring them over to the table here, Marcus. So want to go to the calls and the texts?
Yeah,
what do you think, buddy? Out to our buddy Jose in Oakland, first up.
Hey, Jose.
Loyal listener, Jose. Jose, good morning, man. You are here on the day Buster Posey takes over the Giants baseball ops. Good morning, Jose.
Hey, good morning, guys. Look, we don't know if Buster Posey is going to be a Matt Millen type of manager or he's going to be an Ozzie Newsome, okay? Is he going to make the team better or is he going to let it stay the way it is right now? We don't know that, but we do know what Farhad was, and he was a terrible, terrible president of operations, okay? The farm system could be better for the time that he was given, should be better, okay? That 107-win season, I think that was in spite of Farhad, not because of him. He had players that he could have traded all this time, pitchers that he, for some reason, ended up signing here for a year or two. He could have traded those for better players from other farm systems. He never did it. He wasn't able to get, the big free agent. To be honest with you, I think he was true to himself. he stunk all along. Honestly, I think he was a really bad salesman, and that's what made it difficult for him to get good players, to come into the Giants. I mean, this is a great franchise, okay, equal to the Yankees, I would say, and the Dodgers. There should be players out there that are willing to come over here if they are being sold something that they want. We all buy something that we see. If they sell it to us the right way, we will buy it. Honestly, I think Buster Posey, being an ex-player, he might be able to relate better to free agents. He might be able to convince others. Like I said, we just don't know what's going to happen, but it's better than what we had, to be honest with you. Honestly, I think it took a year too long.
Jose, great call as always, man. It's always good to hear from you, and you're right. I think everything you said is correct. We don't know what Buster's going to be. I mean, you mentioned Matt Millen. I mean, we've talked about various players who have returned to be GMs, and there's positive stories. Jerry West, John Lynch with the Niners, even though he hasn't won a championship. Ozzie Newsome, Joe Dumars in Detroit has been cited. And there's bad ones. Derek Jeter with the Marlins and others have kind of dragged things down. So we don't know that. But I think what you're right, and we talked about this last segment, where was the misfit with Farhan? And it was that what Buster, I think, finally communicated to Greg Johnson was, this is the Giants, man. This is the Giants. This is not the Colorado Rockies. This is not the Florida Marlins, dude. You need to go big. You need to think big. You can't consistently work these transactional roster marginal moves that are just going to try to outsmart the field. You don't need to. You're the Giants. You should be thinking bigger. So I'm with you. We talked about that, Jose, about the fit for Farhan. And 3 straight years after the 107 of not making the playoffs was too long.
Yeah, and I'm glad that Jose brought up this question because it's the topic that I've seen going around a lot yesterday. What does Buster Posey bring to the table that's different than Farhan Zaidi? And I think Jose said it perfectly. We don't know what we're getting with Buster Posey as the president of baseball operations, but we knew what we had with Farhan Zaidi for 6 different seasons. And look, you can talk about the 107 win season. That was the outlier. I think we've all come to that agreement. Outside of that, he's had a losing record. And if it comes down to what does Farhan know versus what does Buster know, I know one thing for sure. Buster knows San Francisco Giants culture. Buster knows winning World Series here in San Francisco. And I'll challenge anybody this morning on the text line or to call in on the UMA guest line. I'll say it. Buster Posey knows baseball better than Farhan Zaidi. I don't care how many books he read down at Cal. I don't know how many times he read Moneyball. Buster Posey knows baseball. He doesn't need a computer. He doesn't need analytics to figure it out. He's got an eye of a scout, in my opinion. I think Buster Posey knows ball better than Farhan Zaidi.
Well, that's it. I mean, he's a different kind of mind. He's really, I mean, everywhere he goes, he's so hugely respected. You talked about culture. This is stuff that doesn't really matter in wins and losses, but it was noted by both Alex Pavlovich yesterday and Andy Bagley that the Willie Mack Award on Friday did not have a huge return of players. Larry Herndon shut him out. Chris Spire was there. Dave Dravecki. But there needs to be a bigger, and also that some of the reunions didn't draw as many of the players as they could have, and they think that's part of the culture. Some of the players were turned off or not embraced by Farhan. Now, in fairness to Farhan, it is hard to follow. When he took the gig, he had to follow Bochy and Sabian, and it's almost impossible. I go to my age-old Brady Bunch argument when Alice left and they brought in Kay, the new maid, and it was just a total bummer. And every time they wanted to do something with Alice and with Kay, she'd say, they said, Alice played with us. She said, that was Alice. I'm Kay. And it was a metaphor for, like, any time you have to follow anybody popular, it's going to be hard. And him wanting to get away from sort of that culture was going to be a losing proposition unless he won on the field. And he did in 2021, but to follow it with 3 straight years. And Gabe, let's be honest, we talked about Gabe. He was like an AI chat bot. He was hard to connect to, right? Farhan's hard to connect to. Buster's as easy to connect to as anybody. And it's going to be a return. Culture matters. How you feel about an organization matters. Of course, winning cures everything, but culture matters, and Buster understands that culture, and probably has been telling Greg Johnson for the last couple of years, bro, this is, what are we watching out here?
Yeah.
I mean, we've talked to you. You did your fantasy baseball riff on that, and we've gone through the rosters and some of the players we've seen trotted out here. So what are we doing here, man?
Yeah.
You know?
And that's where the disconnect is between Farhan and this fan base, in my opinion. And look, we've talked about this a million times, Murph. He took over this organization and took it in a completely different direction. Now, the Giants wanted to take a risk. They wanted to catch up with the rest of the baseball world that was leaning heavily on the analytical approach. But maybe it was a little too late. Because by then, everybody was reading Moneyball. By then, the Tampa Bay Rays were the talk of the town, not the Oakland A's. So the rest of the baseball world was also trying to adapt, but now we're also seeing that swing in a different direction with old school baseball coming back. I mean, look at some of the comments from Bob Melvin at the end of the season where he talked about, sometimes I didn't go with my gut. I went with the analytics instead, and next year I might change that and go in a different direction. So I do think that the Giants still should take an analytical approach, still use the data, but at the end of the day, you got to know ball. You got to be able to make calls with what you see, with your gut, with your eyes, and to make those decisions, and instead of just relying on the numbers and the computers to figure out everything for you.
You also need good players, too.
That
But 808-KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. The texts have been pouring in all morning. We haven't gotten to you guys, so we'll get to you guys right now. 310 right now with a generational dated reference, but I'm with him. He says Farhan was Gene Bartow. Do you guys know who Gene Bartow was?
No, put that on the list for Young Tony.
Young Tone, do you know who Gene Bartow was?
Who?
Thank you, Tony.
He was the basketball coach to immediately follow John R. Wooden at UCLA. Ooh. How do you follow? Now, we're not saying that Sabian and Buster were John Wooden, but you get the vibe, right? Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? You don't want to be Gene Bartow. You don't want to follow those guys. Somebody wrote in on the text, did it hurt the entire cause that Boach went out and won a ring?
Oh, absolutely.
Right? Did that not that plays into? They were like, wait a minute, what?
Yeah.
This guy just won a ring.
I mean, especially when there's a lot of theories out there that maybe Boach wasn't ready to step away from the team. Maybe Bochy didn't want to leave the Giants, but we know anytime there's a change of operations, they want a fresh start. They want a clean house, and that's why Buster Posey was out there with Bruce Bochy for his last season coaching the Giants, and Bruce Bochy didn't even know who the hell his left fielder was on opening day. And that was like maybe the biggest red flag that, damn, this really is going in a different direction.
And this goes back to what Howard Bryant told us about the whole thing, because the Red Sox, Howard Bryant is the great writer, of course, based ESPN writer, and does a million things, written so many books and documentaries. He's awesome. Is that Howard's been out in Boston, where the Red Sox are doing the same thing. They just had a mediocre, boring season and missed the playoffs. That's the Boston freaking Red Sox. I know you don't like them, but the Boston Red Sox. Ted Williams, man, come on, what are we doing here? And they are just now. I went to Fenway and I was like, who other than Devers and Jaron Duran? Just like we have, Giants had Chapman and Elliot Ramos or whatever. But in general, it was a faceless. They did a line shift when I was there, and everything. I was like, who are these guys? But Howard said, because he's coming from Boston, he's talking about San Francisco. He says, we don't become sports fans or baseball fans to root for efficiency. That's it. We're not here to root for efficiency. We're here to root for grand stories and the great game of baseball. We're not here to root for I outfoxed the opponent by getting so and so that on a transaction where I was able to turn AJ Pollock into Mike Papirski into Mike Ford and then in the end you got nothing. So that's kind of what we're getting back to is less rooting for efficiency and more rooting for big picture stories. Here we go, guys. Out to the text line, Golden State Lumber Building Materials text line. 408 says, Giants fans can thank the Niners for hiring John Lynch. The Buster hire is very similar. Buster won't be a grinder. Another GM will do that. That's what I was saying. I don't think he's going to be working the midnight oil. Probably not Pistol Pete. Buster is the new face of the franchise, and credibility is back. That's the big thing. Credibility is back. Giants go to the owners' meeting, and now in walks Buster Posey.
Yeah, and even if we're talking about credibility inside the front office, inside the stadium, how about outside the stadium, and just a perspective for the fans? I've seen some people saying, oh, this is just a PR move. It's just a PR move. Well, if it is, it's one hell of a PR move because Giants fans have been frustrated, Murph. They call into our show every day. They text in. Farhan fatigue reached an all-time high, and now it feels like they're turning a page back to the Giants teams that we knew and loved, and now it feels like the Giants are back all in. I heard people calling into the station yesterday saying, I'm buying season tickets for next year. I wore out my Giants jersey and Giants hat this weekend proud because Buster Posey's back. So it definitely feels like there's a culture change and that Giants baseball might be creeping back in the right direction.
Just letting you know they're out there. They got 5-3-0 pushing back against us. He says, for a daily diehard, the constant churn of the 40-man made being a fan way more interesting and fun.
Did it?
That's what 530 says. More to talk about on your morning show. More unknown guys to learn about.
No, did it? More people to learn about guys and forget about them a week later.
More people to interview. And he goes on to say that John Miller probably had better chats with Gabe than Bob Melvin. Bro, I love the Bob Melvin show. Were you kidding me? You don't. I'm 530. You and I are gonna have to part ways on this one, bro. 415 says the three biggest issues with franchise were: 1, not stating the franchise vision; 2, not making the bold moves. That was my big one. And number 3, constant Sacramento shuttle stunted development. All a very good text. 415. You know what was brought up in one of the pieces, and this wasn't the reason why, but your white whale, Joey Bart.
Mm-hmm.
That was mismanaged all along.
And he's just one of the examples, whether we're talking Joey Bart or David Villar, who was a PCL MVP, got appointed to the Futures game, didn't even get to play in it because the Giants decided to call him up. And then to start the season, they say, hey, you're going to be our starting third baseman, but opening day, it's Wilmer Flores at third base. Now, in my opinion, that sends a message to your prospect that maybe you don't have the full confidence into it, and maybe I'm reading a little bit too into it. But whether it's Joey Bart, David Villar, Marco Luciano, the constant churning and the up and downs, and almost the false promises of saying, look, kid, you're going to get an opportunity, but then you take those opportunities away. Marco Luciano, whether or not he's a shortstop or a second baseman in the future, give him the opportunities. And that's why I was frustrated at the end of the season when Farhan said, yeah, you know, we wish we could have given him 100 or 200 more at-bats at the major level. Then why didn't you? Instead, you had Nick Ahmed out there. Instead, you were shuffling 5 or 6 different shortstops out there. Like, that's the problem where you stunt the development, because instead of letting your prospects play, you're bringing in an A.J. Pollock over Elliot Ramos or Luis Matos. You're bringing in a Nick Ahmed over a Tyler Fitzgerald or a Marco Luciano. It's like you got to figure out the direction you're going, and it felt like there was the constant mixed messaging and the up and down, and just you had no idea which way you were heading.
100% mixed messages. See, the Cardinals yesterday went out and sold the message. See this? The Cardinals said they're resetting. And they told their fans flat out, we're going to lower payroll next year. We're on a reset. And they changed GMs. They're bringing in Chaim Bloom next year. So they were at least honest and upfront with everybody. By the way, you're listening to KMBR AM and KMBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. If you're just getting your car right now, we are at the ballpark. It is Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murphy Marcus, John Joe Curley's here. You can see us on YouTube and Twitch. And we're here because this story's so huge. It's one of the bigger stories in the history of San Francisco Giants that Buster Posey's taken over this team. Arguably, I mean, if you talk about San Francisco Giants, who is it? It's Willie McCovey. It's Willie Mays. It's John Montefusco. I'm riffing. It's Buster. It's Bum. I mean, this is one of the biggest names in franchise history.
Barry Bonds in that conversation also, obviously.
Barry Bonds. What if Barry was taking over his head of baseball office?
I mean, man, oh man. Put Buster and Barry in the lineup.
First question of the day, he'd be like, what a stupid question, man. So,
well, he still has not retired, Murph, so there's a chance he could come back.
I love 209 coming in saying there's going to be a problem for the Giants. He goes, California taxes. Yeah, of course. You know, 209, because it's hurting the Padres and Dodgers so much. Nice take, 209. Padres and Dodgers in the gutter right now, buddy. Yeah. What
Those
state are they in?
California taxes.
What state are they in, buddy? All right,
wherever the hell we are in California.
By the way, all the stuff you were saying, thank you, Dabo. All the stuff you were just saying, if anybody out there thinks that this is second guessing or back or whatever you call it, revisionist history, no, we were saying this prior. When Farhan was in the gig, you especially were saying everything you just said, so don't anybody think that this is some sort of revisionist history. This is stuff we were saying this summer and in the offseason.
Oh, bro, these are takes that we've been giving on years on the morning show now, and I think a lot of our listeners know that. But, Murph, going back to last season, when Farhan Zaidi pulled out the knife and stuck it in the back of Gabe Kapler, I was shocked that he got the contract extension there to begin with. I did not think he deserved 2 more years. And I think that's why people had questions going into this offseason with Farhan Zaidi having 1 more year of guaranteed money on that contract. Would they let it play out 1 more year so that maybe he can show off his farm system? Maybe Bryce Eldridge is out there next year. But that's the problem, folks. Even though I do think that the farm system's in a better spot now than when he took over, look at his first-round draft picks. The only one who's made an impact at a major league level is Patrick Bailey. Whether we're talking about Hunter Bishop, who I know is up with the River Cats now, Will Bednar, we talk a lot about Reggie Crawford. He just got shut down with a shoulder injury. Bryce Eldridge seems like he is kind of the golden egg for the goose that is Farhan Zaidi, but I don't know if he's ever going to get the chance to see him now because he just got shown the door.
Yeah, man. 831 says, hallelujah, Buster's a baseball guy and will instantly get respect from free agents. There is no question about that there is a credibility factor, a swag factor that will come back to this franchise. Buster Posey's now the face. Now when they go, like I said, they go to the free agent meetings, the winter meetings, and Buster walks in the room. I mean, let's be honest, you know, when Farhan walked in the room, it's different than Buster walking in the room. It is. It's, you know, you're talking about a guy who's probably going to the Hall of Fame. A lot of people calling names. There's a lot of name calling. I'm going to stay away from
we're not going to do that.
Some people calling us names.
Oh, that's fine.
Other people calling Farhan names, and we're going to stay away.
Call us names.
From that. 209 says, it might not hurt if KMBR didn't freak out every time a rookie makes an error. Okay, all right.
All right, that's a problem.
Now, there is a constant, we must acknowledge these texts. I mean, it's a joke, right? But there are people that truly believe Farhan was a double agent working for the Dodgers.
Secret
agent,
man.
Nice knowledge on that, but there's so many texts like that, I just feel like we had to acknowledge it. 510 says, this is the best thing that's happened to the Giants in 10 years. 925 says, I think Bob Melvin will be a better manager with Buster at the helm. Probably. 707 says, you're talking about great GMs who were former players. Al Rosen, who I love, was an MVP. He was an American League MVP. It just was with the Cleveland Indians. 831 says, if Posey fails, will Giants fans be upset at Posey like they were with Farhan? See, this is this thing. People have hit me with the post-Posey take, and I'm kind of like, I'm not really sure. I'm not really like, you know what I mean? Hey, congratulations on your job. Man, it's going to be tough when you get fired.
I mean, people want to look ahead so
hey, Marcus,
easily.
Congrats on the gig, bro. You know they're going to fire you.
Thanks. Yeah, eventually we're all going to get fired. That's the bottom line. It's like we don't even know who his right-hand man is going to be, or woman. We don't know who he's going to hire as his GM, who he's going to bring in around him. And I think Buster Posey is smart enough to figure out that he needs smart people to surround him. He's not trying to go out here and do it all by himself. Look, we're going to get a lot of answers today at 10 a.m. when Buster addresses the media, and I think we can take it from there. But we don't got to start talking about 5-10 years down the road of the Buster Posey era when we don't even know who the hell's going to be on the field.
Can't we just enjoy the moment here right now, too? 209 says, all the signings off-season could have been Buster behind the scenes playing a role more than we realized, because it was very un-Farhan to do that.
Yeah.
408 Young Tone says, is Farhan going into the Lids store in Miami? Young Tone, you got it?
Looking for some of those Marlin hats.
Is he walking in?
Where are the Marlins hats?
I mean, we did have Billy Bean on the other week, and he said he would not be surprised if Farhan Zaidi lands a gig somewhere else in baseball.
Looking back on that, Billy was anticipating Farhan to lose his gig because he said, hey, man, if he's out of a job, there will be no shortage of people. And he's probably right. And I've said this all along, guys. I said this after my big winter of reckoning. Farhan definitely brings value to a team as a number two. Yes. As a number two. Mm-hmm. He needs to be, and there's nothing wrong with that. You can make a handsome salary, live in a big house, you can go win, try to chase champ, but he should not be the face of the franchise. He didn't have the cojones or the vision to be the macro guy. Buster Posey will be that guy because you know what we've learned? Buster's a gangster. Farhan's a great number two, and he'll probably go somewhere and be a good number two.
Yeah, that's the thing. There are positives to take from Farhan's time here in San Francisco, even though I know a lot of Giants fans think that's hard to believe. But I'll go back to that 107 season, and we're talking about working in the margins. That's Farhan finding guys like Yaz and Wade and Tyro Estrada for essentially for free. And that's great when you can find those players in the margin when you have Buster Posey, Brandon Crawford, and Brandon Belt having career-type seasons to really carry that workload. But that's the problem. Those guys are gone, and they have yet to replace that production. So now your entire roster is filled out through the margins, and that's why there's a disconnect between the team on the field and the fans that are in the stands.
Man, oh man. By the way, just a little last thing. When I played in the William McCovey Golf Tournament last week, I was paired up with John Barr, who was the scout who signed Buster Posey, and I've never seen John at the William McCovey Golf Classic. And he was a really wonderful guy, very pleasant. And I was thinking as I was walking by, I was like, why is John out here? And then Brad told me that Sunday morning, Brad Mangian, who I hope to talk to at some point, but Sunday morning, John was in the dugout. I was like, John signed Buster Posey. John's pretty happy. I think something's going to happen. So maybe return to those kind of guys, those kind of scouts.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
So, yeah.
And I think that's what a lot of people are asking, like, how is this going to be different? And whether we're talking about John Bear maybe having an influence on Buster Posey, I thought there was a really interesting nugget from Susan Slusser's article with Michael Lewis, the author of Moneyball, when Buster Posey's agent, Jeff Berry, came out and pretty much put a slam dunk on the analytical approach and talked about how Moneyball is bad for the game and how he gives more credit to Billy Bean being the one to get the job done and not the analytics. And he talked about how the Giants won 3 World Series rings, but none of those scouts got job offers anywhere else. But if you worked with the Tampa Bay Rays or with the Oakland A's, you get a cup of coffee in that organization, you're getting a job all of a sudden. So again, I don't know if Jeff Berry is in the ear of Buster Posey, but if that's who represent him, I'm sure there's that conversation going back and forth, and maybe that does lead to a different approach moving forward.
Man, oh man, all sorts of stuff to get to. Man, emotions flying on the text line too, names and all that. All right, we got thick skin, we can handle it. All right, guys, here's the quick. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back. We're getting ready for Mike Krukow at 7:30. We will do some Niners today. Kevin Givens at 8:30 is our 49er Player of the Week, but it's all about this story. And I don't care. All y'all on the franchise, double guns, triple guns, I'll fly them all at you. This is one of the biggest days in San Francisco Giants history. It is. That's a fact. I wrote the frickin' history book. I know. On KMBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. Bigelow Tea, calming everybody down in the strong emotions here of the Buster Posey hiring Bigelow Tea. Every season is Bigelow Tea season. So Bigelow Tea is the number one tea in the Bay Area, number one. So one of the first things we do here at the Leader is we grab our mugs full of English breakfast, cranberry apple, chamomile, all the great flavor options. Perfect for those of us who make our living behind the microphone. So look no further than those of us walking around the offices with our cup full of Bigelow Tea. I'd urge you to do the same. Grab a mug full of your favorite Bigelow tea and tea proudly.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the Sports Leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
This was not really on my radar ever until after I decided not to play anymore. The wheels kind of started turning with Larry and Greg. It was presented to them possibly about this being an option. And I think went to Larry first, and then I saw Greg and brought it up to Greg, and they've been really great and excited about this potentially coming together for a while now. I don't know the exact timing. I want to say we started talking about this just say a month and a half or so after the season ended. It might have been sooner than that. But as far as when I started thinking about it, it definitely was not during my playing career.
That was Buster Posey in September of 2022. Is that right, young Tony? Is that the date on that?
Yes, sir.
September of 2022. It is currently October 1. And by the way, as he's tuning in right now, happy 13th birthday. Happy 13th birthday, I can speak, to little Rory Murphy, who's not so little anymore. We now have 2 teenagers in the house, Marcus.
Dude, Rory's a teenager. That blows my mind, Murph.
And you know what? He gets that fried chicken.
He gets that fried chicken, and maybe the best birthday present of all, Buster Posey as his new president of baseball operations.
Exactly. So happy birthday, kid.
Yeah,
and
happy birthday, kid.
Let's get into it, man. Your birthday present is Buster Posey as the head of baseball ops. And the point of the matter is that was only 2 years ago that Buster came back. And I remember writing a jock blog at the time saying, this is a very, very, very good thing. And as always, the haters came out of the bushes. They crop out. Like that guy down at Fisherman's Wharf, Curly.
Oh, Bushman.
Hops out and scares you.
The legendary Bushman.
So anytime I put something out, they come at me. Come at me, bro. I'm right here. And they're like, what a stupid take. Buster's going to do nothing. Buster's going to do nothing. I'm like, really? Is he going to do nothing? I said, the fact that he joined the ownership group and he's on the board, he's going to do something. Now, I didn't anticipate this. I will say that. I anticipated him always being the guy behind the guy to stay in the executive boardroom. So this is a very bold move on his case, and we can talk about, is it a risk to his legacy? Is it a risk to his reputation? I kind of feel like, yeah, of course it is. Everything's a risk, but I don't think he's leaving the organization. If he tries it for a while and doesn't like it, or tries it for a while and is not successful, he would just recede back to his ownership role in the executive boardroom. There's no harm, no foul, even though you'd hate to be at the point where you're disliking Buster Posey or calling up KNBR to rip Buster Posey. But the point is, I knew he would be involved in some way. And then the Andy Baggerly story broke that he got the Chapman deal done. And then we found out that I think what we've learned from various sources through the years is that he didn't like the direction of the franchise. He's like, we're the San Francisco Giants. We got to be bigger. We got to be bolder. How in God's name are the Diamondbacks and the Padres running circles around us?
Yeah, and I want to circle back, Murph, to the doomers who were texting in. Are the Giants going to turn on Buster Posey in 10 years? Hell, I don't even know if I'm going to be alive this Sunday, let alone 10 years from now, to look at what the first decade of Buster Posey's service is going to be with the San Francisco Giants. But how about we take a positive spin? What if Buster Posey is the man that returns this franchise to glory? What if Buster Posey wins 3 rings as a player and brings in another World Series as the president of baseball operations? Now, I think most Giants fans will agree the Giants are not on the verge of winning a World Series right now, but it feels like they're trending back in that direction of the Giants brand of baseball that got them the 3 World Series that it feels like they've kind of moved away with underneath the Farhan Zaidi era.
It's exciting, man. It's exciting to have. First of all, you just want him around, right? Let's just talk about that fundamental part. You just want this guy around, because anytime he walks into a room, you're like, that's freaking Buster Posey right there. You know what I mean? It's like the guy's like, there's an A-lister over there, So the fact that he wants to get involved in this, it'll be very interesting to hear his view of what makes, a winning franchise. Can he go? I mean, other than Juan Soto, I confess, I haven't even looked at the offseason Major League Baseball free agent shopping list. Is there somebody I'm forgetting? Is he going to go land a big fish?
Well, here's the thing. I'm not expecting a big Juan Soto kind of acquisition, but you look at the comments from Matt Chapman and how he talked about how he's already talked to other players around the league about joining the organization. I'm sure Matt Chapman and Buster Posey had those conversations when Buster Posey was helping iron out that contract extension with Chapman. Now, an easy connection to me is seeing someone like Teoscar Hernandez, who played with Matt Chapman up in Toronto, so that might be a buddy that he might call up this offseason who's a free agent. I would love to see that kind of bat in this kind of situation. But yeah, Murph,
I just went to MLB.
White whale is Juan Soto, but it's going to be tough to pull him away from those pinstripes.
MLB.com, September 12th, Mark Feinsand, number 1 free agent, Juan Soto. Potential fits: Mets, Yankees, Giants. Bro, do not bring me into this.
So you're saying
I want the
there's a
first
chance.
thing Buster Posey to sit down and say, guys, we're not getting Juan Soto. Move on.
Okay.
All right? That's the first thing I want him to say today. Any question?
Well,
because it's not going to happen. He's not coming. At least, okay, I can't believe I'm going to say this. At least I felt that way under Farhan. Do I dare believe? Don't.
Well, let me bring this up, Murph. Let's move on from the best the best batter on the free agent market to the best pitcher on the free agent
Corbin
market.
Burns, who he could have traded for in the offseason.
Yes, you are correct. But you can make an argument. It's either going to be Corbin Burns or it's going to be Blake Snell. And we all saw the cards in front of
What
us
does Buster
that
think
Blake
of him, though?
Snell was
What?
going to opt out underneath Farhan Zaidi.
But maybe Buster doesn't like Blake Snell, the kind of guy who taps out of game 161.
See, that's a fair question. But if you're asking me who I have more confidence in to sign a pitcher at the age of 30 to a long-term deal, I'm more confident in this now club to re-sign Blake Snell than I was with Farhan Zaidi. Because we've seen Farhan Zaidi's track record.
Dude.
Watching Kevin Gausman walk away from the team. Watching Carlos Rodon walk away from the team. Watching now Blake Snell walk away for the team for absolutely nothing. He's been reluctant to give out these contracts to pitchers over the age of 30, and we know that Buster Posey knows the importance of pitching in this organization. So I would say the odds of re-signing Snell, even though they might still be small, have gone up underneath the ownership, or should I say the operation of Buster Posey.
Do you want him?
I do.
Do you want him at 6? Because you know what's funny about Matt Chapman, and we'll bring this up. First knock on Buster Posey. Here I come. 7:25, my first knock. Some people thought the Chapman deal was a bad deal.
Tony, get the Posey chuckle ready.
Like 6. That's right. We need a Posey chuckle. That's right. Very good. I don't know if Buster's going to have any kind of signature soundbite we can use, but the 6 years. Some people are like, "What a stupid contract." Matt Chapman's only good for the next 2 or 3 years. Why are you giving him 6? So is this the kind of thing Buster's going to start over? Is Buster going to start overpaying old guys? Is he going to sign Blake Snell to 8 years or something?
Yeah, but here's the thing: it's like you have to build something. You need the building blocks, and I feel like Matt Chapman, even at age 30, is one of those building blocks, Murph. Because one of the biggest issues to me under the Farhan Zaidi era is you're out here trying to recruit guys like Aaron Judge or Shohei Ohtani with our favorite player A.J. Pollock hitting the cleanup spot.
That was yours,
like that does not attract free agents to your building, to your stadium, to your roster when there's no protection in the lineup. So I think it's a good direction to lock up these guys who have a reputation around the league. I mean, Matt Chapman, we could talk about his 240 average, or we could talk about him having one of the top WARs in baseball. Whichever analytics you want to go to, Matt Chapman is one of the best third basemen in baseball, and now he's a building block that can help recruit other free agents.
Well, this is exactly what you were talking about with Buster Posey, like understanding that we're the Giants, and you don't go A.J. Pollock, you don't go Matt Beatty, you don't go Connor Joe, all these are nice player, or Mike Reed on opening day. You go Matt Chapman. Fans at the park, like I was here for 162. I came here specifically. I wanted to see the end, and Chapman grabbed the mic, and he dropped the playoff. We're going to the playoffs, right? This is like when people come to the park now, they're going to want to see Matt Chapman, and Posey understands that. So he's going to try to find your guy. Now, they don't have a shortstop.
No.
They don't have a shortstop, right? Willie Adames is a free agent.
Now you're
Hassan
saying
Kim is a free agent.
Yeah, and that would mean Tyler Fitzgerald would most likely slide over to second base.
Is Fitzgerald yeah, okay. Yeah, second base, right?
Second base utility player.
Okay. By the way, I'm just kind of scattered right now. I'm looking at free agents right now. Jack Flaherty's a free agent. And it reminds me, Dylan Cease was a guy that was out there this year. By the way, if you need him, he'll be pitching for the Padres in October.
Yes, he will.
I mean, and that was a guy I thought the Giants could go get, and they didn't. Yeah, you got prospects. You got to hang on to your. Well, listen, how many of these prospects have turned out? I mean, how many? We see Marco Luciano out there with the iron skillet, all that stuff. So it's really exciting to see what his vision is going to be. And again, what we're learning is that Buster is way more of a gangster than we thought. Like, he wants this. He moved back from Georgia. He came out, he finalized it, he said, Greg Johnson, give me the keys. I'll do this damn thing.
Yeah, and look, for all the Farhan defenders out there, I will say Buster Posey's in a better spot to take over this organization than Farhan when he originally signed, back with that farm system, back with that organization. But it is funny to talk about, like, oh, Buster Posey's now going to inherit a guy like Bryce Eldridge. Well, also, Farhan Zaidi inherited a guy like Elliot Ramos, who was an all-star this year that came from the Bobby Evans system. So, yeah, it goes both ways. The farm system's better now, and hopefully that sets up Buster to be more successful than Farhan was in his time here in San Francisco.
Really, really, really fascinating times, guys. This is a huge day in franchise history. Never has an icon of the franchise. Yeah, Tom Haller, took over. Really, he's the only former Giant to run the business. It was Horace Stoneham, Speck Richardson, Tom Haller. Yeah, I mean, Tom Hallard, nice player, but this is the biggest name in the history of the Giants to take over this franchise. And who knows? This guy could become one of the dudes. Like, we look at the Yankees. We look at the Dodgers, right? Even the Phillies, you know. These are the teams that walk into the room and they got swagger. Now you got Buster Posey going, yeah, we're the Giants. We're here. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? All of a sudden, you're a factor. All right, guys. Mike Krukow next on KMBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. All right, let's talk Provident Credit Union. That's right, Provident Credit Union, doing good things for your money. Let's talk about scoring big for your savings. Let's talk about pick-a-term certificates from Provident Credit Union. So right now, you can earn an impressive 4.25% annual percentage yield on your savings. This is whether you choose a 3-month or a 6-month term. This limited time offer is perfect for meeting your short-term savings goals. Imagine your money working as hard as you do. You know you work hard. So if you're looking to grow your savings without tying up your money for too long, this is your chance to earn 4.25%. With rates like these, why wait? Visit providentcu.org or stop by your local branch today to get started. Do not miss out on this chance to maximize your savings. This rate is effective as of August 13, 2024. Minimum balance requirement of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Discover the best in retail and business banking right here in your community. Learn more at providentcu.org.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
We are live at Oracle Park. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, producer John Joe Curley. We are here because this is a huge day in franchise history. We wouldn't miss it. It's what KNBR does. We bring you guys the story live and local from the park, 10 a.m. Buster Posey takes over as head of baseball operations literally 24 hours ago. That we didn't know this would be the case. Literally 24 hours later, we're about to see it in about 2.5 hours. Let's talk about it with one of the greats, Mike Krukow. He's sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealer. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan fine savings on every model. Mike, wow, this is a big story. Good morning, and I'm going to throw this open to you and say, what are your thoughts right now?
Well, I'm in awe of what has transpired. I mean, a couple weeks ago, we talked about this, and I told you then that I fully expected Farhan to be back next year, and that the very suggestion of Buster Posey taking over the helms I thought was far-fetched because of where he was in life. Just had a lot of things going. I mean, basically he's still a young father, and having retired, just having the opportunity to, do some things that he hasn't been able to do when he played for 12 years. I just didn't see it coming. And I didn't even want to let my mind go there because, why be disappointed if there was change that had to be made? That's a guy that you would absolutely want to take over because of who he is and what this franchise means. That's the whole point here. He basically came out of retirement because he wanted to make a difference for the franchise that he loved. And in regards to Farhan, I thought that the Giants became significantly improved under his tenure. I thought that his contribution to this organization was a very solid, positive one. And that's why I really wasn't 100% convinced that the rumors that involved him were going to transpire. I just didn't think that was going to happen. But with Posey stepping in, it's just too good to be true for me because, again, of what his makeup is. He's not a guy who's looking for to fill out his resume. This is not something that has anything to do with ego. It has everything to do with how he loves this franchise. That's the bottom line here. And that's something that we all have seen about this guy forever. When you walked in to Mike Murphy's door in 2009, right out of the minor leagues, we knew this guy was different. And when you watched how Bruce Bochy respected him when he got to the big leagues, then you knew this guy was different. And the other thing too is, in a clubhouse full of rogues and characters and veterans, here's a guy that had a voice when he was a rookie. That never happens. So we knew that this guy was different. And then his entire career, just the amount of class that he composed himself with in every situation, and certainly what he did on the field. We all believe that he's. But when he left the game as a player and he became an owner, and then all of a sudden, he was in the inner conversations of the inner circle and making contribution, making observation, and but again, none of us had ever completely allowed our imagination to think that he would be able to come in and take the helms. And now that he has, we're really excited. The press conference today is going to be a love fest, and everybody in that room is going to have the same anticipation that I have, that you have, that every Giants fan has, to bring this team back to where we feel that they're a threat every year, not just to make the playoffs, but to go deep in the playoffs. We had a conversation, and I think Kuiper alluded to this, a week ago about Buster. Buster said when he was on the Giants, when he was a player, other teams felt us. They felt Bumgarner. They felt Vogelsong. They felt Wilson and Kane and Lincecum. They felt us. Just our presence, our ability to catch the ball with Belt and Crawford and, of course, Buster and everybody that made those teams up. And I think that teams that the Giants have had here the last several years have not been able to make that claim. And I think that'll be the goal that Buster has, is to bring that same presence on the Giants team where other teams feel you, where other teams know that they're in for a fight. And that's going to be the goal. And that's going to be what Buster is going to bring to this organization.
Mike, this is a huge day. Never has an icon in this franchise ever taken over. Not Will Clark, not you, not Kipe, not Willie Mays, everything. It comes with risk. We've sort of trying to focus on the moment, but it comes with risk. Even let's say he keeps the job for 10 years. He's going to do things that draws criticism. Oh, that's a bad trade. That's a bad signing. It's a bad contract. How do you feel about him, essentially a bulletproof player in Giants history, opening himself up to this kind of criticism?
Well, you have to respect that. You go back in sports history, there haven't been many players who've been able to transition to the front office and made significant difference. It just hasn't happened. The John Lynch's. It doesn't happen very often. And when it does happen, you stand back and you shake your head. I mean, look what Chris Young has done in Texas. I mean, it stands out. It jumps off the page. And it's a challenge. And you think, why, when you have been accepted and respected and revered, why would you subject yourself to any kind of criticism? And but yet, when there's a burning fire as to how an organization has not lived up to their expectations, you as a player with a professional team, when given the chance, you cross over. You cross over and you take that step and you basically say, I'm not afraid to fail. But I am up to the challenge. I am ready to take on this task. It doesn't happen very often. And I really, really feel that Buster Posey is up for this challenge just because of who he is, how he's lived his life on and off the field, and the things that he's accomplished in his life. And I think that this treats him, and he feels that he's capable of making a difference. And that scares me. It really does. I've had 2 careers in this game as a player and as a broadcaster, but nothing is as intimidating as taking over the reins of an organization, calling the shots to try and make a difference. I mean, that is an intimidating thing, and I applaud Buster for doing it. But I also feel that he's a guy that can do something about this.
Yeah, Mike, and going back to Buster Posey's introductory press conference when he joined the ownership group, he talked about how he wanted to be a sounding board for the organization and was not looking to take on a front office role to be in the trenches. And now here we are 2 years later with him as the president of baseball operations. So what do you think has changed over the last 2 years? Do you think it's the Giants ownership group convincing Buster Posey to step into this role, or do you think he simply has had a change of heart?
Well, I think he's had a change of heart. I think once he got into the inner circle and he started getting in those conversations, he started doing more research. I think it's very intimidating when you don't know what the job entails, what is demanded of you. The first thing you see is that it demands your time. That's the very first thing. And then as you go in and you start to absorb the enormous responsibility of the entire organization and how you basically have, you're responsible for all of it. I mean, that's intimidating. But I think the more that he researched, the more that he discovered were the responsibilities of the position, the more it became intriguing to him. And I do feel that his philosophies as a player and about the game of baseball are a true combination of history, of what old-time baseball players did. And I do believe that he is obviously smart enough to be able to digest some of the information and the analytics that have sort of evolved in the game today. And I think with him, you're going to see a blend of both. But I think the more information that he gathered, the more intelligence that he exposed himself to, I think he felt that this was something that he could do and that he could make a solid, positive difference with. And I think that it surprised everybody when he let it be known that, hey, I want to do this. Because I think everybody felt the same thing. Because of the time-consuming responsibilities this job demands, we just didn't know that that he would be able to do this. But the more that he got into it, the more he said, well, I can do this. And then we all know the strength of the relationship between Buster and his wife, Kristen, what they've done with fundraising for children's cancer, et cetera, and just basically how they've lived their life and their marriage. And it's going to be a sacrifice for her because some of his time is not going to be in the house. It's going to be in taking on the new task. But he feels he's up to it, and I can't wait to see how he does it.
Mike, there's so many things to squeeze into such a short time, but there's Andy Bagley's story has a quote from Javi Lopez says, he's in the chair now, and knowing Buster the way I do, he's going to surround himself with the best people to cover up his blind spots. Javi goes on to say, as a former Giants player and fan, I'm excited. So that's a key. I mean, when Brian Sabean led this team to 3 World Series championships, he was talking about Dick Tidrow and John Barr and all the guys Bobby Evans, all the guys who made it happen. So what do you anticipate Buster filling out his cabinet, as it were, surrounding himself with who?
Well, that's a really great question. And I think one of the things that takes an aspiring baseball player that goes into the front office down is not you don't understand how to lead in a business. And one of the constraints of business leaders are their ability to delegate, to give people that you trust the responsibility to take on meaningful tasks within the organization. But with Buster, who, again, I mean, he was a finance major. He understands business. He understands the importance of delegation, and he's not intimidated by it. And I think that'll be one of his strengths. He is going to get good people in that will give him information. And I think he'll also hear opinion when he puts together his final opinion and makes his decision. I think that is something that he has learned as a business student, and I think that's something that he has learned in life. And I think inevitably, when this thing all goes down, I think this is going to be something that's going to be one of his strengths.
Well, obviously, when we talk to you Thursday, we'll have this. And Mike does Tuesdays and Thursdays now. For people who don't know, Mike Kruka on the UMA guest line, and we'll have so much to react to Thursday and Kype tomorrow at this time. But as we're running out of time, Mike, I have to, this Buster story is all-encompassing. It's a gigantic story, but we can't let you go without condolences on the loss of your teammate, Pete Rose. I mean, that's a guy you played with, you suited up with, you laced him up with. Obviously, to say complicated legacy is an understatement, but he was your teammate, and I'd love to hear your thoughts and also to send you our condolences.
I loved him. I absolutely had nothing but respect for the guy when I played against him. I mean, you talk about a guy you could feel on the field when he stepped in that batter's box. It was awesome, and it made you elevate your game, and your concentration had to be home because you knew that you were playing against the guy. He was the guy. He was the captain of every ball player that played in that era. Nobody represented our game more than him as a player. Nobody. And then when I got it to Philadelphia in 1982, I watched him. I watched every move. I was 30 years old. He was like 41 at the time. And you couldn't get to the ballpark earlier than Pete Rose. And when you walked in, he was sitting in his locker, and he had his game pants on, and he had his sleeves on, and he was shining his shoes. He was boning his bat. He was oiling his mitt. And the whole time, he was sitting with his back to his locker, and he was looking out all around the clubhouse as to what was going on. And just comments that he made, just things that he would say. I'll tell you that my favorite story is, my very first start with the Phillies, I pitched against Montreal, and we won that game 1-0. It was a complete game shutout. And I came to the ballpark the next day, and there was a box score right there in my chair. And it was the team that I was going to pitch against next. And in that box score, there was 3 or 4 yellow lines over guys in the lineup that day that did well. And I thought it was Claude Osteen, our pitching coach, who had done this. And then the next day, there was another box score that had yellow lines through it. And I found out it was Pete Rose who did this. And the message was simple. Yeah, you had a great day, but this is the big leagues. You have to do that every time you go out there. And you need to get your head in the next game. And I just thought that was the coolest thing when I found out about him. I was a pitcher. He's a first baseman. He's a player. But yet he found ways to make me better. He did that with everybody. That's just the way he was. And when he went out there on the field, he gave you, as a team, he gave you an edge. There was an inning where, you were struggling to get through it, yet you did. You made a pitch to get the double play that got out of the inning. The ball would go to first base, and he'd take the ball, and he would spike it right into the ground. It was so badass. It was just Pete Rose. And I loved him. And when this all started to circulate around him that he was a gambler once he got out of the game and he was a manager. At that time, I was a broadcaster, and I was standing up for him. And when he came into San Francisco, I went and I asked him, I said, hey, listen, I've been kind of standing up here for you, but, I'd like to know. I mean, if you did this, I'll just back off. I just don't want to have egg on my face if I go to bat for you publicly because I have a microphone in front of me now. I don't want to go to bat for you and find out, years down the road that you did this. And he looked me right in the eye and said, I didn't do it. So when it came out that he said he did do it, it pissed me off. But you know what? I still loved him.
Man, Mike, intense. Wow. We could go on and on and on. By the way, one of these days, we're going to have to do a whole show on you playing on the same team with Pete Rose and Tug McGraw. I mean, my God. I don't know. If those guys were heading out in the elevator for a night out, we were like, oh, that's a big one, huh? I mean, those are two all-time characters, man. So, but great memories, man, and incredible. You're right. You could feel him, and obviously a complicated life, even with you as a complicated friend. So, thanks for those stories, Mike. Last one. I know we're totally. What would you ask Buster? You get one question today. You raise your hand. Mike Krukow, front row, NBC Sports Bay Area, KMBR.
God, that's a great question itself. He's such a humble man, which is the other thing about him that just jumps off the page. And I would want to know how much of past teams will you try and incorporate into the future team? How much of baseball in the 70s or 80s or 90s or early 2000s or your era? Let's just leave it at that. How much of those championship teams, their style of play, are you going to incorporate in your philosophy as a leader? I think that would be the one thing that I would ask. And because there's so much out there with analytics, there's so much out there with traditionally how the game was played, how Bruce Bochy managed, how much of that philosophy are you going to incorporate into your teams? And I would really, really be interested to see what he says about that. I hope somebody asks that.
I think I'm going to ask it for you. All right.
Well, then there you go.
Right. Mike, as always, great. Again, condolences on the loss of your friend, and thanks so much for sharing those thoughts on Buster. It's an incredible day in franchise history. Enjoy the press conference, and we'll talk to you Thursday.
Yeah, thanks, Mike.
At a bit.
Mike Krukow, sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealers. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan. Find savings on every model. So many different voices coming on today. Bobby Evans later this afternoon at 4:50 with Tolbert and Copes. But we are here live at the park. If you miss it, you're on YouTube, we're on Twitch. We're here at the club level. We're only 2 hours away now from one of the bigger press conferences in recent Giants history. Buster Posey taking over as head of baseball ops. All right, big hit is you guys. 808 KMBR. Tony's there to take your calls. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Buster Posey takes over the Giants. What do you guys think next on The Sports Leader?
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Andrew Baggerly joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday to react to the big news for the Giants regarding the fact that they will part ways with Farhan Zaidi and hire Buster Posey as the new president of baseball operations. You can hear the full podcast on the KMBR app and KMBR.com.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's Marcus the Waterboy Boucher live from Oracle Park this morning, where unfortunately there is no postseason baseball being played, but there is postseason baseball being kicked off today, which means it's the perfect time to cash in on Prize Picks, because Prize Picks is America's #1 daily fantasy sports app with over 5 million members. And unlike other apps, it's the easiest way to play, because on Prize Picks, it's just you against the numbers. All you need to do is pick more or less on 2 to 6 players stat projections and watch the winnings roll in. And look, you guys hear me talk about prize picks throughout the entire baseball season and the football season, and you know I love putting down some action on starting pitchers. So today, Tariq Skubal is my guy. I'm going with more than 4.5 strikeouts against the Houston Texans. That game kicks off at 10:30 this morning, so if you're looking to get that pick in, make sure you get it in quick by downloading the Prize Pick app and using the code word LEADER to get $50 instantly when you play $5. That's code word LEADER on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play $5. You don't even need to win your lineup to get the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed, and it's only on Prize Picks. Run your game.
Hold it now. This is the Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
I think where my value can be is I can be a sounding board to Greg. I can be a sounding board to Larry, to Farhan. I mentioned it in an interview I did earlier. By no means am I trying to take on a role of front office and be in the trenches. It's more, like I mentioned, a sounding board, a thought partner with Greg. As he mentioned, getting to know him pretty well the last couple of years. Excited to work alongside all of the owners and try to put the best product on the field possible.
Well, things changed. That was September of 2022. Buster Posey returning to the Bay Area, returning to the Giants ownership suite, and doing a Zoom interview with Greg Johnson saying, yeah, by no means am I looking to get into the front office. Hey now, today at 10 a.m., Buster Posey takes over as the head of baseball operations. A huge story in Giants franchise history where never has an iconic player like Buster Posey taken the reins. And this fan base, man, I'm telling you guys, there's a lot to talk about. Well, first of all, good morning. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murph, and Marcus. We're here. We're at the park. Look at YouTube. Look at Twitch. But we've posted on our social. I posted a little video this morning. The Scottsdale sunrise in February became the Oracle sunrise in October.
I mean, how about the fact we started the season with Farhan Zaidi in Scottsdale, and now we're ending the season at Oracle Park with Buster Posey live from the stadium today. The seagulls are flying around. The sunrise was beautiful this morning.
Dude.
It's a good day to be a fan of the San Francisco
I'm kind of
Giants.
thinking we should do our show here every day. It's amazing. All we need need, though, is some more coffee. I'm out. If you see me get irritable or my takes get more erratic in the next 2 hours, you'll know why. But shout out, by the way, just behind the scenes, John Joe Curley. We planted this seed with him yesterday. He frickin' snapped into action. Got the engineering department, Josh Shepard, Andrew Stern, barista, to get us down here. So thanks to you guys for getting it here, because we want to be here right when this thing ends. We're going right to the press conference. We'll be here for it, asking questions for Kruko. And, of course, any writers that come in, any thought influencers and thinkers that are in, we'll bring them over here and give you guys their takes. But the big hit is you guys, of course. 808-KMBR is the phone number, and 415-808-5627 is the text line. Just going to go out right now to the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line right out of the gate. 415 says, Buster speaks the language of a player. Buster speaks the language of winning. So that's one of the good things for you there. 510 says, Buster will be the Jerry West of baseball. That's the dream, right? That's the guy. Jerry West did zero to diminish his iconic brand as a player. In fact, he actually elevated his legacy by becoming a championship executive. It's like, wow, that guy was a champion as a player and as an executive. That's what Buster's goal is to be.
Yeah, and whether or not Buster is going to follow these exact footsteps, it's a lot different being the president of baseball operations versus being a GM or one of these other guys that we see. But look at the success of a guy like John Lynch or even Bob Myers. And he brings up the relationship from our last texter about being a player and kind of bridging the gap. It's what we talked about for all those years with Bob Myers and the Warriors, having that foundation with Bob being a former player himself and being able to relate to both sides, the front office and the players. And that's the bridge that I think Buster Posey is going to be for this organization.
805 Sexton says, Farhan's legacy will be running the most beloved manager out of town, not signing the best players or big free agents, bullpen games, and A.J. Pollock. By the way, guys, I sent you guys, no joke,
Unreal.
162. I went to the game by myself. Some would say I went with all my friends. I came by myself. I said, I got to be here. I had the tickets. I'm coming. I know the Niners are playing the Patriots. I'm coming to the damn baseball game. By the way, 12:05 start. Nice. Walking in, lefty O'Doul gate. Literally, the person in front of me is wearing a freaking A.J. Pollock jersey.
I can't believe
Number
it.
16. That's a sign from the heavens that Farhan was going to get the Ziggy.
Who
That was a
spent
sign from
money
the
on
heavens.
A.J. Pollock?
And even the number, 16.
A San Francisco Giants A.J. Pollock jersey might be the worst jersey I've ever seen in my life.
Oh, my God.
And it was maybe one of the worst signings I ever saw in my life also.
Oh, my God. 802 is going to get your thoughts on Dieter's article in the Merc. 802, you got to let Dieter be Dieter. You know what I mean? Of course he's going to zag when everybody's zigging. Of course he's going to zig when everyone's zagging. He's anti-Buster Posey.
Yeah, and
All
I
right.
feel like there is a crowd with, including Dieter Kurtenbach himself, that's asking the questions, what does this mean for the franchise when you're hiring someone with zero experience? And I think there is an unknown question of what you're getting with Buster Posey stepping into this role. But also, we know what this role has looked like for the past 6 seasons under Farhan Zaidi. And the biggest difference to me is Buster Posey knows what this team means to this city. He knows what San Francisco Giants culture means to this organization. He knows what it's like to win World Series. And Murph, if I'm just being completely honest with you, I'll say that Buster Posey knows ball better than Farhan Zaidi.
Well, there's no question about that. And obviously, yes, it comes with a risk for sure. And that's why, to be honest, we opened the show talking about this. And there's such a to me, this is such a fascinating thing. We really didn't think Buster would do this. Like, this is a surprise to all of us. Farhan getting the Ziggy, not a surprise. The static was crazy. Ever since Baggerly, ever since the trade deadline when they didn't make any moves, and ever since they kind of puttered along and doing their thing. And then when Baggerly had the Chapman story that it was Buster who finished the deal, we came on the air the next day. We were like, bro, it's begun now.
It was Buster all along.
And so Farhan getting the Ziggy, not a shock, right? We kind of thought that was the deal. Number two, who's it going to be the guy? None of us, we specifically said it won't be Buster. Because why would he step out of the executive boardroom? You can be the guy behind the guy. You can be the kingmaker. You can sit back, watch your investment appreciate, take care of your kids, make sure you hire the right guy. The fact that he wants to be out here in the line of fire is saying something, man. It surprised me for sure, but I'm highly intrigued. I am aware, of course, that there are potential downfalls and pitfalls, but I'm not really going to go there right now. So people, what about when you have to fire him? Like, are we really going to get to the post-Posey era right now? Let's just try to get to the Posey era
Let's
first.
enjoy the moment, and I think most, if not all, Giants fans are excited for this opportunity because, to your point earlier, how often does the face of the franchise end up running the franchise, especially when we're talking about the Giants not being in the postseason since the last time Posey was on the field. They haven't won a postseason series since 2014, and that's what my answer is to all the questions. Why would Buster Posey want this? Why would he want the criticism? Why would he have the opportunity to ruin his reputation? You know why? Because he wants to win. It's as simple as that.
Yeah.
That's why he moved back to the Bay Area. That's why he was outspoken about the city and free agents this offseason. And that's why he stepped in to help out with the Matt Chapman deal. Because at the end of the day, Buster Posey wants winners, and he wants them here in San Francisco.
One of the key things was, and Andy Bagley said this, he said this is going to sound, like almost a little too fake. But he says Buster cares this much. Like he cares. Like Buster's 37 years old, and it's so funny. The placid exterior, don't be fooled. This guy burns to win more than anybody, and he hates to see what's happened to the franchise. We also should have shown another warning sign was when the Chapman deal got done, and NBC Sports Bay Area had a random reason to bring a camera up to Mayakama and have George Contos interview Buster Posey on the driving range. I'm like, wait, why is Buster doing this interview? And he was like, and he said in that interview, we're the San Francisco Giants. We got to get back to a certain place. It's like, all right, Buster, he ain't messing around. He's not here to blank around. Now, you may be, but he's not. All right, out to the phones. 808-KMBR is the phone number. Let's go Brad in Santa Cruz first up. Brad, good morning. You're on the big hit on a big day in Giants history. What's up, man?
Big day indeed. Hello, boys. I'm super excited for this, first off. Second off, a question is, who does he actually have on his cabinet? I'm thinking George Contos would be wonderful, but I want the Professor Javi Lopez on his team. We all love that guy. And then my question for you, Murph. Yesterday, you were dropping the bomb when you said the Hawaii trip, and you're like, I don't have the smoking gun. I want to know what your take is after you said that and then found out this news.
Wait, say again. You cut out a little bit. You said something about a smoking gun. Sorry, Brad. Repeat it.
Because yesterday you dropped the Hawaii trip. And now everyone was thinking it was a Farhan.
And you teased the big news, Murph.
On the smoking gun.
And I said we didn't have the smoking gun. Yeah, Brad. First of all, great listenership, by the way, Brad. Shout you out. Now, you're right. We didn't have the smoking gun, but and sorry about the pump fake on Hawaii, although it is good news that we are going back to Hawaii, and maybe, Brad, you'll be a winner. But what I said was we didn't have the one person who said it's a done deal. But what we had was a lot of people whispering in the hallways and to us saying, stay tuned. Keep your phone on. I have no comment. Like we got 2 + 2 + 2 + 2. We just had to finally add it up. So I was not surprised at all, Brad. We just needed to wait for the final call. What I am surprised about, though, Brad, was Buster taking over. I didn't think he would do this. I didn't, but I am highly intrigued. And be honest, I'm excited. I am. So, Brad, thanks for the call, man.
I couldn't be more happy. But I'd love to hear what you guys have to say about who the cabinet is. That's my only question.
Yeah, well, Brad, thanks for the call. So I want to caution against that. You can't just try to recreate the 2010 Giants. You can't just try to recreate the 2012. He needs to find, like, the smartest people, now, you mentioned this guy, Jeff Berry. You have that quote?
So Jeff Berry is the agent of Buster Posey. And I thought it was interesting when Susan Slusser sat down with Michael Lewis, the author of Moneyball, and asked about the overall effect of the Moneyball approach and analytics in baseball, where Michael Lewis himself has said it's made the game boring, it's kind of stale. Well, Jeff Berry came out in that article and maybe gave the quote of the day and talked about teams like the Tampa Bay Rays and the Oakland A's. And he said, if you get a cup of coffee with the Tampa Bay Rays, you're qualified to be a GM somewhere. If you worked for Brian Sabean and the Giants and won 3 World Series in 5 years, you won't even get an interview. And that's the difference in the shift of baseball, where we're seeing scouts being fired across the league because everybody is so obsessed with the numbers that their computers and calculators are spitting out. But if that's coming from the agent of Jeff Berry, I'm guessing that Jeff has had those conversations with Buster Posey, which is why I'm intrigued to see the blend of analytics and old school baseball that Buster Posey is going to implement. Because Buster Posey was on the team in 2021 when they won more games than they won in 2010, 2012, or 2014. But guess what? In those 3 years I just mentioned, they won World Series. In 2021, when they won 107 games, they got bounced out of the first round by the LA Blanking Dodgers. So Buster Posey has that experience from Brian Sabean and Bobby Evans and Bruce Bochy to Gabe Kapler and Farhan Zaidi. So I think he's the perfect guy to get the blend of both, and hopefully that does lead to success in the future.
Yeah, it's a great thoughts there, and I was thinking about yesterday's game, that epic Mets-Braves game, the huge swing. Think about that. Who got the bases loaded double for the Braves? Ozzie Albies, great young player they developed. Who got the big home run for the Mets? Potential MVP Francisco Lindor. I mean, bro, you got to have it ain't the margin guys. It's the big boys in October who need to perform, man. John in San Jose is next up at 8:08 KNBR on the Big Hit. Huge day. We're live at Oracle Park. We're bringing you guys all the vibe, all the energy from this beautiful, gorgeous park this morning, and we'll be with Buster Posey at 10 a.m. John, good morning. How are you, man?
What's up, John?
Hey, good morning, Murph and Marcus. It was 8 days ago that I called this. Kruko was on, and he was. And by the way, I of course kneel to the Church of Krukenkype. Everybody knows that.
Yes,
they're great people. They're amazing. But he was being a Farhan apologist, and he's like, this isn't going to happen. And I'm like, look, guys, go back to the tape. I said it could be Buster Posey. Let's not forget, this guy was robbed. In 2011, when his ankle blew out, he talked about it. He said, I have to get up with the trainers. I have to work hard. He's always had that red A in him. He wants to win. He would have had a 15, 16-year career, in my opinion, if it wasn't so hard for him physically to go through all this. And I'm just not surprised that the guy's a winner. And he wants to bring winning back to the Bay. And back to what you guys just literally said, it was one of my other points, which is cultural fits do matter. Like, we are not spreadsheets. We are human beings. We are flesh. We are blood. We are constantly changing. And you've got to find the person that's going to step up in that moment. I mean, a guy like Bruce Bochy who knows, which string to pluck at the right time. A guy who's going to bring a guy like Duffy back for the last series in Oakland. You need heart and passion, not just someone that, knows all the numbers. So I love this move. I came to just kind of toot my horn a little bit, and I'll take the responses off the air.
Thanks, John. Appreciate it, man. Well, obviously, that's the biggest thing. And I'd recommend everybody go to sfstandard.com, read Tim Kawakami's piece about the cultural fit. And how even when they won 107, there was still people behind the scenes like, there's a lot of roster churn, there's a lot of transactional stuff going on in the margins. Who are we? What's the direction? What's going on? And it was like, people were like, and that Farhan apparently, and Kawakami wrote this, he said he had sort of a low-key disdain for Giants romantic people. Like, and that's like, bro, you're in the wrong spot then. Listen, I mean, you're obviously a smart guy. Yeah. And actually, Kawakami wrote in this article, too. He said, yeah, he's really smart, but people began the scenes, started to wonder, like, is he just trying to prove how smart he is?
Yeah, that shouldn't be the goal when, again, we're talking about constantly trying to win in the margins. But we know with this organization and this fan base, they care about their players. Yeah. They care about the culture of the San Francisco Giants. So it might be a good strategy for a small-town business, a smaller market team, to play the analytics, to get these roster pieces that you can shovel up and down. But here in San Francisco, going back to those World Series titles, you saw people out here with their panda hats on, with their giraffe hats on, banging the drum for guys like Brandon Crawford because they care about the names on the back of their jersey, where Farhan Zaidi cared about the numbers on the back of the baseball cards.
It was obvious that Brandon Crawford was out of gas this year, but he didn't even come back to the Willie Mack Awards ceremony on Friday night.
Yeah.
And the idea of him maybe even signing for a day and retiring as a Giant, that didn't happen because of bad blood with Farhan. So, I mean, I think what happened was Farhan did wind up being 2 Oakland A's. He did. He wound up being 2 Oakland A's. I think Buster Posey's like, bro, we're not the A's.
No.
By the way, does this mean no more white cleats?
I don't know about that. Right. You got to take that up with Logan Webb.
Calls are lined up. We'll keep going, you guys. The second big hit, part 2 on the other side. 808 KNBR is the phone number. It's a huge day in Giants history. We're here for it. Murph and Marcus live at Oracle Park. Buster Posey at 10 a.m. And then he'll join Papa and Lund right after. You'll see it on video on YouTube and Twitch right here at this table. We're in a gorgeous spot, man. We can't wait. Big story on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Hey, Marcus Boucher here this morning to ask you one question live from Oracle Park. Will Buster Posey bring the franchise back to glory? No, that's not the question I'm asking. Have you been searching for the secret to losing weight and getting healthy the natural way with no drugs or injections? The team at Abundant Life Weight Loss has the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat each and every day. Their weight loss program makes it easy to lose weight and get healthy naturally and safely. I've been on this program for over 2 months and I've dropped 24 pounds, and I've done it without counting points or calories, without any prepackaged meals, no surgeries, no drugs, or injections that have serious side effects. So if you want to learn more about the AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com program, check out their website and schedule your free private weight loss consultation by calling 925-594-7110. That's 925-594-7110, or you can visit them online at AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. That's AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Susan Slusser joined Papa and Lund yesterday to react to the big news regarding the Giants parting ways with Farhan Zaidi and hiring Buster Posey as the new president of baseball operations. You can hear the full podcast on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Pagan at third, Scudero at second, Sandoval at first. The pitch. There's a swing. A long, high fly ball deep to left field. And upper deck! Goodbye! A grand slam for Buster Posey. The Giants have scored 6 in the 5th inning in this elimination game.
Yeah, okay. First question for Buster Posey today. Can you get a guy who hits grand slams in Game 5s of playoff games, dude? Yeah, Buster Posey in Cincinnati 12 years ago, his MVP season. That was a heck of a moment. And a moment today, one of the biggest moves really in franchise. Since the Giants moved here in 1958, one of the biggest front office moves, not the biggest front office move for me, is Buster Posey taking over the head of baseball operations. Farhan Zaidi out. This happened less than 24 hours ago. We signed off at 10 a.m. yesterday thinking there was smoke that maybe Farhan was going to get the ziggy, and sure enough, he did. We just didn't expect Buster Posey to take over, and we cannot wait for this press conference at 10 a.m. and can't wait to see what he does this offseason as the Giants try to build from an 80-win team to something north of 90. They're going to watch the Padres in the playoffs. They're going to watch the Mets and the Brewers and, of course, the dreaded Dodgers who've been lapping them for the last, 10, 12 years, something like that. So all that stuff is out there. But we told you guys the big hit is what you guys have to say. And so let's go out to the phones at 808-KMBR. Rob is out in New Jersey. We got Giants fans out in Jersey. Rob, good morning. You're on KMBR. How are you, man?
What's up, Rob?
I'm good. How are you?
What's up, Rob?
Hey, longtime Giant fan. I'm glad they finally operated with some urgency. I mean, you mentioned that the Dodgers have owned the Giants for 10 years now. It's ridiculous going into a season every year, and you know that they're going to finish behind the Dodgers. Hopefully they'll eventually get some stars on the team. They need to draft better, both nationally and internationally. They've done a terrible job with that for years. And, I think with Farhan there, they were trying to outsmart everybody. I think it's about time they try to out-talent everybody.
Rob, I'm with you, man. So you like a bold trade, or free agents? What you think? Juan Soto's in the offing?
No, let's be real. A guy like Soto's not probably going to play in San Francisco because of the weather. The night games are so damn cold. I've been there a million times. It's a great climate for everything except night baseball. They're going to have to any kind of a trade is a possibility, but they got to emphasize scouting, evaluating talent, and drafting it both nationally and internationally. They need to get some stars on the team.
Yeah, Rob, that's why, sorry to interrupt you there, but that's why Buster wanted to lock down Matt Chapman and why he was frustrated that the deal wasn't get done, because he sees Chapman as the kind of guy that you want to go to the park to go see.
Well, he's a piece of the puzzle. I'd like to get it where he's hitting like 6th or 7th in the lineup, and they have, hopefully Ramos will be a 30-home run guy, but they need to improve the middle of the lineup. I grew up during the Mays McCovey days.
Yeah. Rob, I hear you, buddy. We got more calls to get to. Great hearing from you, B. Don't be a stranger. We'll hear from you in the winter. Thanks for the call. Yes.
Yeah, and just piggybacking off of Rob's point, think about the era that Buster Posey came from. Of course, we all mentioned the 3 World Series title, where it was built off a homegrown talent.
But they never had a huge middle of the lineup like he's talking about.
Yeah, besides Buster himself.
Yeah, but he wasn't, what was his biggest home run year? 24?
Yeah, exactly, but also take that into account that the Giants won 3 World Series without the MVP type bat because they did it with pitching and with defense.
Yeah.
And that's where you got to start with your homegrown pieces, which has been my biggest problem with the development of prospects, because it seems like a lot of them have not reached their full potential. We're seeing it now with Elliot Ramos becoming an all-star, but how many years did that take just for him to get the opportunity?
We got to stop right now. We got coffee being delivered right now. This is unbelievable.
Murph's got his coffee.
We need full credit. We need name, rank, serial number, identification. That is incredible. That is so sweet. That is so. You know what? You already seen the effect of the Buster Posey era.
That's it.
Right now, the
Buster Hurd, Murph needed coffee.
I'm thinking if we're doing this broadcast under the Farhan Zaidi era, it's going to be like, you know what? This coffee, we could bring you coffee here, but there's a cheaper coffee 6 blocks away.
And Murph, you know that coffee is for closers, so there's no coffee here with Farhan Zaidi.
Well, what Rob says, too, they're not going. How do you wave a wand and get a middle of the order? I mean, maybe Ramos is one of the guys, but he's right. In an ideal world, Chapman's hitting 6th or 7th.
Yeah, exactly. In an ideal world,
so
maybe Bryce Eldridge develops
and then
into
Farhan will
a
say,
middle. And then
you like Bryce Eldridge? You're welcome.
Yeah, exactly. And then we'll give him credit, just like we're giving credit to Bobby Evans for drafting Elliot Ramos.
Yeah. Okay, dude. Rick and Hayward is next up on KMBR 104.5 and 680. Rick, good morning. You're on the big hit. How are you?
What's up, Rick?
I'm doing fine, guys. How are you guys doing? It sounds like you're really excited, and I'm surprised, Murph, that you passed up the 49er game for 162 with the way we were playing. Anyways, I was the one that called last week. I got to admit, I called last week, and I said give Farhan one more chance. And I don't blame Farhan because I think he came in and he was given a directive to build the farm system and keep the team competitive. And everybody knows that when he came in 19, we didn't have anybody. The only player we developed, the team developed, was Logan Webb the first 2 years. I think the team has been pushing these prospects up way too fast. And that's the problem, Marcus. You're complaining about the fact that Luciano hasn't had the chance. Well, you know, when he's making 3 errors and he's got a 592 OPS, what do you expect him to do? They got to make a move. They got to make moves to try to win now. And I just think it's on the ownership. They were forcing Farhan to try to win with as least money spent, and then they panicked, and then they said, okay, go get some players. But by the way, try like heck to keep the prices down. And that's why it took forever for Farhan to sign a Matt Chapman, to sign a Blake Snell. The real question for Buster, is he going to sign Blake Snell? And if he doesn't, you're going to know real quick that it has to do more with money than it has to do with winning.
And look, I want to circle back. I agree with your take on Buster Posey and Blake Snell, but getting back to the prospects, my biggest problem is the false promises. Telling Marco Luciano you're going to get the shot at shortstop to start the season. Whether or not he's your future shortstop, Marco Luciano and Farhan Zaidi have been working together for 6 years. So it's taken this long to figure out that he's not a big league shortstop. Whether we're talking about a guy like Luis Matos, who was NL Player of the Week and then set down a couple days later. My point is you have to give him the opportunity to sink or to swim at the major league level, so at least you know what you got instead of the constant up and down kind of elevator movement, which in my opinion I feel like stunts the development overall of those prospects.
Well, Marcus, here's my point, though. It's the majors. You have to produce. And after a week, Matos wasn't producing. What are you going to do? Leave him in the lineup, let him get 100 at bats and lose 20 out of 30 games?
Well, I mean, I think sticking with guys like Austin Slater and Nick Ahmed, you ended up losing 20 out of 30 games anyway. So at least figure out what you have in your farm system and move forward would be my point.
I get it.
Yeah.
You know,
Rick, this is good. We have more calls to get to. You're good. Call back in a little bit. We'll see what the moves are. We appreciate the give and take, but we got to get to some more guys, Rick. We do appreciate you calling in, man. Good stuff, good argument, good debate. The Ed in Fairfield is next up at the big hit KMBR, 808 KMBR. Ed, good morning. How are you, man?
Morning, gentlemen. How are you?
Oh, we're at the ballpark. It's gorgeous.
Okay, everybody's talking X's and O's already. What's the deal? Leadership. Who's going to set the management style? Who's going to set the budget style? Who is going to put the team around him, the cabinet, going into the farm system, setting the coaches at that level to develop these kids that you've just been talking about? When they get to the majors, yes, they have to produce, but who's going to spend the time? Free agency. Who's going to have the relationship that player is going to give up money to come play in your town, or are they just going to play for the paycheck? Look at the big numbers, guys. The leadership is what sets the tone. Yes, go ahead.
I'm with you. No, I'm with you, Ed. I like what you're saying, dude. This is as much about culture as anything. Like, if you read, I really thought I thought Kawakami wrote a brilliant column in the SF Standard this morning. He said everything I would have said, which is there's been this sort of weird disconnect between the fan base and Farhan all along. And there's no denying that Farhan will find you a Mike Yastrzemski, he'll find you a Lamont Wade. But this isn't how you build a championship team. It's how you prove that you're smart on the margins, but you can't be smart. Giants fans proved over the last 3 years through calls and texts and emails to KNBR, they don't like the margins. They want something bigger and grander, and Buster understood that. And that's why he's coming in, and that's what you're talking about, Ed, setting the tone from the top of championship culture. And so I'm with you, Ed, 100%. We got to go. We got to break. We do have our Niner Player of the Week comes every Tuesday, and Kevin Givens is cool enough to come on, so we're going to talk to Niner D-tackle Kevin Givens, our only non-Buster Posey segment of the day, and we'll get right back. It's Murph and Marcus live at Oracle Park. We're right by the left field foul pole, y'all. It's a gorgeous morning, and we're 90 minutes away from Buster Posey's opening press conference as the head of baseball operations for the San Francisco Giants. But Niner Talk next on the Sports Leader.
His helmet is off.
Here we go, baby. Niners on three. 1, 2, 3.
And his mic is on.
That's a sackaroonie, baby.
Time for our 49ers Player of the Week with Murph and Marcus.
Sorry I stole your sackaroonie, buddy. But hey, there'll be more.
On KNBR, the sports leader.
Here's Brissett, back foot, gonna go down, gets spun around, and boy, he's tough to bring down. They finally drop him. Niners hit him from all angles there. Bosa was there. I think Kevin Givens got in for a second. A roll out to his right. Givens going to chase him. Now he comes back, ducks under a sack. And they're going to wrap him up and throw him down, and that will be a sack.
What a great play by Kevin Givens.
Brissett going to get hit and sacked. The flag down. He fumbled the ball, and Warner diving on it. Kevin Givens is having a monstrous game here.
Well, it is time for the 49er Player of the Week, but right now we have yet to make the hookup with Kevin Givens, so we will tell you that it is the Murph and Marcus Show live at Oracle Park. We said, hey, man, huge day in Giants franchise history. We got to be here. Shout out to John Joe Curley and Matt Chisholm of the Giants and our engineering department, Josh Shepard and Andrew Stern, who got us set up here in a heartbeat. So we are boots on the ground here at the park. More important, Liz Lowry of the Giants. I'm dying here. Like honest to goodness, like coffee is one of the 5 most important things in my life. And we didn't have it, and she just brought it. Oh, my God. I hope Buster Posey's first move is to promote Liz Lowry. All right, dude?
Liz is here to save the day because my guy Murph was getting desperate over
I want him to grab the mic. He's like, it's great to be here, and I want to announce Liz Lowry as my general manager. You know what I mean? So thank you, Liz. You are a saint, and I'm feeling my takes are going to get much sharper for the last hour and a half. We are waiting on Kevin Givens to call, and he will be sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. But until he does call in, we should probably go back to this Giants conversation because it has been dominating us. It was 24 hours ago that we didn't know Farhan Zaidi would be back. We had a strong indication that he might get the Ziggy, as we would say, the old Dick Vitale line, because we had heard so much in the hallways, in the back alleys, in the back channels, but nobody had the smoking gun. Baggerly didn't have it. Pavlovich didn't have it. Kawakami, Slusser, anybody. They were just like, there's a lot of noise. There's a lot of noise. It's not good. It's not good. I wouldn't be surprised, etc. But nobody had that one saying it's over until right when our show ended at 10 a.m. Susan Slusser sent out the tweet saying, Farhan being replaced, it appears to be imminent, and then Baggerly comes right in the next minute and says Buster Posey is the new head of baseball ops. It all happened around 10:05 a.m. yesterday, and here we are 24 hours later, and we're about to meet Buster Posey as the head of baseball ops. Marcus, in the same spot where he retired from baseball just 3 years ago, which caught us all off guard, and Brad Mangin and I, Brad's here, by the way, we're just so overwhelmed with emotion. We went and did a damn book on the guy. You know what I mean? The book is called 28. And by the way, you can still get it, by the way. Brad's pictures are incredible. You know what's surprising was that Buster agreed to the book because he's so private, right? But we're starting to see the new dimensions of him as he comes out. We found out, yeah, it's cool if you guys do a book on me. We went to his house. We met his black lab. We gave him the book, the whole deal. Then we found out he moved back to the Bay Area, and we're like, oh, wait a minute, there's more to Buster than what's going on here. He wants to be a part of this whole thing. Then we find out that behind the scenes all along he was driving the Matt Chapman deal. And we're like, whoa, wait a minute. And now here he is being announced as the head of baseball operations. What are some of the questions you want to ask him today?
I mean, there's thousands of questions, but real quick, just look at this timeline, Murph. You're talking about us being here at Oracle Park at the end of the season. When we started down in Scottsdale to kick off the season, where we had Farhan Zaidi on to talk a bunch of questions about the future of this organization and the direction of this organization. We should also give a shout out to about a year ago, to this date almost, where Gabe Kapler was fired in this very building and Farhan Zaidi got the contract extension, which led to multiple questions about why he got the contract extension in the first place, which I think led to some questions about whether or not he would be back for the final year of his guaranteed contract or if he would make it to the end of 2026. Turns out he didn't make it to today, where we're sitting right here waiting for Buster Posey to take that podium to answer questions about the future of this franchise.
I guess if we want to go back even further, John Shea was the first guy to have the story that said Farhan's contract is only through 25. And we were like, that's interesting. That makes it easier to part ways with a guy like that. So, wow, it is a huge day. And I'm telling you guys, we've been around a long time. Brad knows it. I know it. We know this franchise stone. This is one of the biggest days in franchise history. And I've had guys come at me, and it's not. It's true. You do not have days where Buster Posey takes over the franchise. This is a big freak. As the great Joe Biden said to Barack, do you guys know his famous line at the when I call him the great Joe Biden? Everybody save your freaking texts.
Yeah, calm down.
I'm just riffing, all right? Just save your freaking texts, all right? It's a riff. But did you know when he signed and I'm not even going to bring it, save your texts on the Affordable Care Act. It's a riff, everybody, all right? Jesus H. But when they got the what they're called Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act, Famously, Biden went up behind him, grabbed his shoulders, and said on the hot mic, "This is a big effing deal." And he said the F word, and it got caught on the hot mic. So it's like so funny. But that's what I feel about this.
Yes.
I need Biden to rub Buster's shoulders and say, "This is a big effing deal," because it is a big blanket deal.
Yeah, absolutely. And think about the opportunity that this is for Buster Posey. And the fact that now Giants fans are watching a guy who was the face of the franchise now come in and run the franchise. And that's why it does feel like it's a big deal. And hell, you're the guy that not only wrote the Buster Posey book, but you're Mr. This Dates in Giants history too.
Well,
so you can put the historical context in there.
I got a 50-year book in the books too, by the way. I did the 07 one.
Exactly. So you know what you're talking about, and you know about Giants culture. You know about Humbaby culture that we talked about with Bob Melvin to start the year, which we did not see. But it feels like that was a different direction that we thought was coming in this year to combat Farhan Zaidi and the analytical crowd. So now I'm interested because Bob Melvin is also going to be at the press conference today with Buster Posey. That means Bob is sticking around, so I'm going to be looking forward to how they melt their minds together.
Let me ask you a question. Were you surprised that because Greg Johnson put Bob Melvin in the press in the press release? He said Buster Posey and Bob Melvin was like, "Oh, he's taking all questions out of this right now." Are you surprised Melvin's back for another year? Let's be honest now. He didn't get it done.
Absolutely.
He won 80. I'm a big supporter of Bob Melvin. I want to do my podcast with him and all that. The Bay Area's trivia podcast. He didn't get it done.
No, absolutely not. And you can make the argument that Bob Melvin had a better roster this year than Gabe Kapler last year, and they had similar results. But I don't even want to go down that road right now. Instead, I want to look at the other smoking gun that we saw just a few weeks ago when Bob Melvin did an interview and talked about the difference in his approach this year with the Giants and how sometimes he did not go with his gut, went with the analytical approach. Talked about a guy like Michael Conforto not getting at bats against lefties because of the lefty-lefty platoon. You can't make it happen. So I do think there's going to be a different approach next year, not only for this entire organization, but for Bob Melvin specifically, and that's why I think he's going to get another chance now with Buster Posey.
I also want to say, some people have said, Buster has no experience, blah, blah, blah. And we're going to find out in an hour 20, by the way. And we are live at the ballpark if you're just tuning in. We're at Oracle Park. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher. We got John Joe Curley and the Sportco. We got Brad Mansion hanging out. We got the whole deal. Liz Lowry bringing coffee. Everything's great. But people are like, oh, there have been cynics saying he's no experience. It's my guess that he's going to be the big picture tone setter, and I'm curious. He's going to hire a GM who's going to do what GMs do, which is run the team. We heard Pistol Pete Patilla and Scotty Harris. We never heard from those guys ever. I'm anticipating that he will have a GM. Now, I could be wrong, but I'm anticipating Buster's not going to be the guy you see every day on the road trips doing all that stuff the way Farhan went. I mean, Farhan was like a GM with the baseball ops title. It'll be interesting to hear the hierarchy and the structure. The whole thing is fascinating, man. It's unbelievably fascinating, and we'll be here at 10 a.m. giving it to you live. So here's the deal. The Niners got a hold of us. Kevin Givens, our player of the week, will join us at 8:45. So that's the deal. So we'll take a quick break right now. All right? So we'll get back, Niner talk, and then back to this huge story. Some people will be trickling in. We'll get some voices, you guys, from the press conference who are here at Oracle Park. But Niners next with Kevin Givens on the Sports Leader. All right, we got a good friend Steve Moskowitz on the line. We're here at the ballpark, but he's on the line still working for you. Trying to hook up people who have problems when you can't pay your taxes, Steve. What should they do?
They should call us. There's so many good solutions. But also we've seen the criminal department get more involved. It is a crime in certain cases not to pay your taxes. We don't even want to go there. We don't want to think about that. We also don't want the IRS wiping out your bank account or going to your customers and saying, don't pay you, pay them, or going to your employer and seizing your paycheck. There's so many good solutions, like just paying a small part and having to forgive the rest, or having the penalties forgiven, or paying in monthly installments that you can afford. We have a free consultation. The only thing you have to do is call us up and say, hey, Steve, get me out of this mess.
Okay, give him a call. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Okay, so we are live at Oracle Park, man. It's a gorgeous day, huge day in Giants franchise history. Buster Posey taking over the team. 49ers fans, we have been telling you guys Kevin Givens will be on as our player of the week. He's just doing his thing, his workout, so we're going to hook up with him in about 3 or 4 minutes, so we'll get ready for that. We're about an hour and 13 away from the Buster Posey press conference, which is a huge deal. And oh, by the way, we're going to be celebrating great people from Georgia today. Buster Posey and Jimmy Carter turning 100 today. How about that? Jimmy freaking Carter's 100. First U.S. president ever to make it to 100.
Wow.
How about that?
That's impressive.
Jimmy Carter.
You going to make it to 100, Murph?
No, bro.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I don't think I want to.
I don't know if I'll make it past 50.
I don't think I want to.
I don't know.
I want to make it through today. I want to make it through Brad. So, one of the greats all time, right? So, Brad and I have done it. We've had them all over the world. Mm-hmm. We did the 2010 book, Worth the Wait. We did the 2012 book, Never Say Die. We did the 2014 book, Championship Blood. And when Buster retired, Brad said to me, now Brad is one of the greatest sports photographers in the nation. He said, we're doing a book on Buster. I said, we are? He goes, yeah, get ready. It's called 28. It's his pictures. We reached out to Buster. Brad's such a pro. He was the first guy in the building today. So we're going to treat him like a caller. Brad from Pleasanton. He's right here.
What's up, Brad?
Morning, dude.
What's up, Marcus? What's up, Murph?
How you doing, buddy?
I'm great. You know, you guys woke me up this morning. I was driving in the dark, half asleep, and when Murph dropped the Brady Bunch reference, I'm like, me and a couple other people, like, going nuts in the car.
Farhan was K.
Totally.
Yeah, he was K. Yeah.
Oh, it's so good. Oh, my God. Terry Reynolds, if she was listening, she would have loved it, too.
Oh, man. What do you think, man? You're as big a Giants historian as anybody, dude.
Keep culture. I mean, this isn't Spec Richardson, you know. I'm old like you, Murph, so I go back to my childhood. You know, you keep talking about gangster, you know, back to that famous golf outing you had when someone made that reference to you back in the spring.
Yeah.
You got to be a gangster. You got to make moves, and it's culture. And the culture here has not been good. The team has not been good. They've been boring as hell. Tickets have been down. Season tickets down to 16,000 when they were at 29. Our guy Russ Stanley needs to sell tickets. It ain't Russ's fault. And we were here this week. I mean, I shot Saturday and Sunday. You were here Sunday. I mean, Sunday was like, you know, a glorified exhibition game. Saturday was a ball game. Great day. 36,000. People losing their minds over an 80 and 82 team. These fans are dying. They're bursting out of their seats for anything, any hope. And something like this, I mean, this is a start. I mean, and Buster, we know. I mean, Buster graduated from Florida State with like a 4.6 GPA, finance major. The guy is smart as anything. So respected in the game. You talked to obviously any of his teammates, as you did, to interview players for the book we did. Mm-hmm. I mean, guys lost their minds. They would drop anything to talk about Buster Posey. Mm-hmm. And his knowledge of the game, the respect he had from the umpires on down to Greg Elliott, the head groundskeeper, who would do special things for Buster in the batter's box, the way he would take care of the dirt for Buster. This is a huge, huge deal because it starts from the top.
Incredible takes.
It starts from the top. And this is what makes it happen.
Yeah. Reset, that's Brad Mangin, one of the great sports photographers in this land, and also a great Giants historian, also a great writer, and he said a lot of good things there, too. One of the things that I want to circle back on is when we did do this book, he's right. So I had to call, we chose certain people to talk to. Bro, Logan Webb was like a little kid talking to me about, and I wish I had the book in front of me to read the Barry Zito passage, what Zito said about him. He said, dude, whatever it is that swag, that currency Buster has, he said he's the Jeff Bezos of swag or whatever, you know? I mean, every single person was in awe.
Oh, definitely. And you know, I talk to Matt Duffy all the time, and you talk to Duff about Buster and about those guys and how they looked up to him and the whole what he was a part of, you know, in the 10, 12, and 14 teams, and with Boch and Brian Sabian, the OG gangster here that helped put it all together.
Let me jump in right there then. So let me just play devil's advocate here. So we're all gushing. Are we trying to... Oh, Given's good to go? Okay, we'll hold that thought, Brad. Thanks for filling the time, though. Good vamping.
Thanks, Brad.
All right, good vamping, buddy. Good vamping. All right, the connection has been made down to Santa Clara, where we will do our 49er Player of the Week right now. It is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. He is number 90, 49ers D-tackle. Kevin Givens, the Penn State Nittany Lion turned San Francisco 49er, had a big game with 2.5 sacks in the 49ers' big win on Sunday at Levi Stadium over the New England Patriots. So, Kevin, welcome to the radio show. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murph and Marcus, we do the morning show on the flagship. How are you this morning, man?
Yeah, what's up, Kevin?
I'm doing good. How are you guys doing? Thank you for having me.
No, we're happy to have you, man. What's a Tuesday morning in Kevin Givens' life looking like? What's on the plan?
After this, just got to go in and get some treatment, work out. That's about it.
Just a simple, just doing what you do to hang in the NFL. Like you've been with the 49ers since 2019. I mean, do you think about that you're one of the longest tenured 49ers out there?
Yeah, I do sometimes. People always remind me about it in the D-line room, joke about it. But yeah, I do.
and Kevin, excuse me, you've been with the team since 2019, which means you've been there since Nick Bosa has been drafted and has joined that defensive line. So I'd love to get your breakdown before we start breaking down your big performances past weekend about the development of a Nick Bosa, not only as a player but also as a leader, because I heard he spoke to you guys on Saturday before this weekend's game.
No, he does every Saturday. It's kind of like his thing. No, it's been nice watching him grow over the years. We've been sitting next to each other in our D-line meet room for the whole time. So I've just been watching him get better as a player and as a leader, vocal leader too. So it's been really nice to see.
So let's talk about Sunday. We'll get into your life story in a second. But Sunday, obviously, Javon Hargrave is out. Jordan Elliott gets hurt during practice. There's some concern about the depth, and you know that your role is going to increase. Tell us about how you got coached up by Chris Kasarik during the week and how you approach Sunday's game, knowing that all of a sudden, yeah, you're always part of the team, but you're going to be a lot bigger part of the team on Sunday against New England.
Yeah, well, Chris always has us very, very well prepared. I'll probably say he's probably the best in the game at doing that. And when I seen Jordan how I went down, I just prepared myself to play more and just to do whatever I can to help the team.
Yeah, and Kevin, you mentioned getting ready to watch film later on today. I'm sure you guys are all looking forward to watching that film after having 6 total sacks and 17 pressures on Sunday. So what do you think the key was to success this past weekend getting to the quarterback?
Really just eliminating their run game. They've been running the ball really good this season, so we want to get that stop and just win our one-on-ones and try to keep Brissett contained. He's been running really good too. We wanted to wrap him up early and just make sure he can break the first tackle so he can extend plays.
You know, they say to us that he's a big, big dude, Jacoby Brissett. Can you tell us what it's like trying to bring him down versus other quarterbacks?
Yeah, it was different. It was kind of like bringing down like a tight end running back position. It was definitely had a strong lower body, taller dude. So it was definitely a challenge to try to bring him down by yourself. But we got it done, so.
Yeah, and then you move on from one matchup against a quarterback like Jacoby Brissett to facing off against Kyler Murray this weekend. We know Kyler is able to utilize his legs and get around in that pocket. So what's the game plan versus him and the difference between a mobile quarterback in the pocket or a guy who can get out and use his legs?
Yeah, we definitely got our work cut out for us this week, trying to keep Kyler contained. We just got to try to just rush smart, stay in our rush lanes, and just try to keep him contained. And first man in, wrap him up. Second guy here, try to tackle him.
It was Eric Armstead who famously said it's like chasing a squirrel. You agree with that?
Yeah, definitely. He's definitely like one of the top 3 scrambling quarterbacks in this league, and he's really, really athletic, and he can move in different directions, cut anyway. So he's definitely going to be a challenge for us to get him stopped this week.
Kevin Givens is our 49er Player of the Week on the UMA guest line. He had 2.5 sacks in the 49ers' big win over the Patriots, getting ready for a big divisional game against the Arizona Cardinals. According to Matt Barrows of The Athletic, you had 35 snaps. That's a season high, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
How was the body Monday morning?
It's not too bad. I feel pretty good, actually. He's better with a win than a loss, so I feel good.
Which actually leads me to another question is how ticked off were you guys after that Rams game? How much did that hang in the locker room all week that you guys had to get that out of your mouth, get that taste out of your mouth?
I think after that loss, everybody had a bad taste in their mouth, and we just took it upon ourselves to, play the way we know we can, and had a good week of practice, and it showed on Sunday.
Yeah, and we saw whether it was guys like yourself or Nick Bosa stepping up or even Fred Warner with the pick 6 in that first half. We talked about the leadership of a Nick Bosa. What kind of leadership does Fred Warner bring to this team?
I think he's the heart and soul. Everybody knows that. He's our defensive captain, our quarterback, so we're always just looking up to him, seeing what he's thinking and all that type of stuff because he's just such a great player in this league and everybody has just so much respect for him. So.
Yeah, incredible. By the way, just speaking of your teammates, I'm looking at the list of snaps. And what can you tell us about Sam Okawanu? Because this kid, 19 snaps, what a story. Born in Liberia in Africa. He said there was a civil war there. He immigrated to America when he was 12. And Bosa talked about him, too. What can you tell us? What's your Sam Okawanu story? And seeing that kid have a little success must have been really gratifying for a veteran like you.
No, I'm just happy. He's undrafted. A smaller, shorter guy just like me. So I'm happy to see him make the team after camp. He had a really good camp. Hair on fire type guy, like missile to the ball. He's really took advantage of his opportunities these first couple games. So I'm really happy for him, and I hope he just keeps going up in the right direction.
You said the key thing, undrafted. Marcus and I talk a lot about all the undrafted players who succeed in the NFL, whether it's your tailback, Jordan Mason, on and on and on. You, Sam Okawanu. We do these interviews year after year, and it's the undrafted guys. Are you hungrier? Do people overlook you guys? They're just scouts don't have good evaluations. What's your take?
This is always just a chip on our shoulders. We always just trying to prove people wrong, and it's trying to prove people wrong and just trying to play long in this league.
Yeah, and whether you go with the undrafted guys or a guy that was literally the last pick of the draft, tell us about your relationship with Brock Purdy and how he is as a leader for this team.
We got a decent relationship. We both drive Cummins, so we like to joke around about that, trucks we got. But no, it was just nice seeing him on practice squad, seeing how good he was doing on there. Everybody on the D-line always talks saying, like, hey, he's a really good quarterback. He's making crazy throws with pressure in his face. So, we always thought it, but then, nobody ever actually knew until he got hurt and got put in that situation, and the rest is history. So,
Kevin, can't let you go without a thought on your college. I know Penn State's a very proud university. We are, as you guys like to say. What's the Nittany Lion legacy for you, man? You stay in touch with the school, and is that always a part of you?
It is. Here and there, I do. It's always hard to get back to a game with both our seasons going on at the same time. But being from Central PA is definitely in my blood. I love going there. I had a great time, and Penn State's a part of me. So I definitely love Penn State. I got Yusor here and Jair, so it's nice having them here.
Oh yeah, we got 3
back at home. Yeah.
Wow. 3 Nittany Lions. So maybe should Levi's do a whiteout for you guys?
Maybe do one at home with the alternates. Sounds good.
You like those? By the way, I was always wondering for college football, Oregon has all that swag, 275 different uniforms. Penn State's like, no, man, we're keeping it as basic as we can. Do you guys take pride in that?
Yeah, we do. It's just history. Nobody wants to change that, so we just want to keep it going. For all the players who played before us, and ain't nothing better than a clean white and blue. So
I've always liked it. Do you like it with the number on the helmet or no number on the helmet?
Probably no number. Keep it clean.
They did the numbers this past week.
Yeah, they had the alternates on last against Illinois. Yeah, I like those too a lot.
Yeah, those were solid, man. I know the pride out there, man. I went to UCLA. We're playing you guys this Saturday. Bro, take it easy on us. You're going to beat us by 50.
We got to make a run this year. I'm thinking this year's our year for sure.
All right, man. It's fun to talk college. I know you guys, knowing that you have 2 in the clubhouse makes it in the locker room makes it even better. So, well, congratulations, Kevin. You're our 49er Player of the Week, and obviously it's onward and upward, arrow up for you. We'll look forward to you Sunday against Kyler. Thanks for hopping on the Murph and Marcus show.
Yeah, thanks, Kevin.
Thank you for having me. Nice meeting you.
There he is, Kevin Givens, the Penn State Nittany Lion, number 90, undrafted, doing his thing. And, of course, the 49er Player of the Week is always brought to you by or sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. Thus ends our only non-Buster Posey segment of the day, man. But we want to thank Kevin for hopping on. He's a quiet dude, doing his thing.
Yeah, we should have asked him who he thinks Buster Posey is going to sign this offseason.
Dude, we are an hour away from the Buster Posey. Curly was just out there. Did you see him? Did you see him out there? By the way, Curly could kind of pass for Buster right now with the jacket.
Curly could pass for like someone in the Giants front office right now. He's looking snazzy this morning.
Do you think he sees today as an opportunity?
Wow, I think he's going to say, hey, you got rid of one nerd who loved data. How about another one? Tony, you got to tag out with that drop. Please tag out with that drop. I'm not taking shots. Just this nerd, John Joe Curly, loves data also.
I got to compliment the beat writers, man. As an old beat writer, I thought Kawakami, he's not a beat writer, he's a columnist, and Andy Baggerly wrote 2 excellent pieces. Baggerly went to the part where talking about who he might surround himself with, which we need to talk about a little bit because again, it's my opinion, and I could be wrong. We'll find out in an hour. Buster's like, no, man, I'm here 24/7, 365. But it's my opinion that he's going to hire a GM who will be more present than Pete Patilla, or as our listener calls him, Pistol Pete, was, and that Scott Harris was. And, oh, by the way, when I talk Scott Harris, put some respect on that name. He's in the playoffs today, bro.
Scott Harris.
I didn't know Tarek Skubal was from Hayward. Did you guys know this?
That guy's an absolute
dude. How did I
dude.
sleep on Tarek Skubal being from Hayward, California? How did I miss that? I slept on that story. That's on me, man.
And shout out to me taking him as my prize pick player of the day during the break earlier today. 4.5 strikeouts against the Houston Astros, not the Houston Texans, for all my sharp listeners.
Do I go there?
Oh.
Do I go there? Because I got to come at you, though.
Hey, come at me,
Are you
bro.
ready?
Hey, come at me, bro.
You ready? It's both a compliment and a knock. Declan Murphy, 16 years old, almost 17. My God, Rory 13 today.
Wow.
He goes, man, Waterboy really whiffed on the Jameer Gibbs prize pick.
Dude, yeah.
He said, but here's the catch. He's listening.
Wow.
That's the catch.
Hey, the kid's listening. Look, you're not going to win every
He said
bet.
20. He knew it. He goes, 22 receiving yards over under. He took the over. It's the under.
Mm-hmm.
I said, hey, at least you're listening.
Yeah, exactly. And it's a good message for the kids that you even lose in gambling. Yeah, Gibbs got into the end zone twice yesterday. They just didn't check the ball off because Jared Goff was too busy going 18 for 18 with a perfect day.
You changing the subject?
No, I'm not changing the subject. Why are you bringing up old stuff? Why are you bringing up old picks?
I told you I was going to take shots at you there, buddy. So.
Well, ask him if he cashed in on Juwan Jennings going over again because I took him last Friday.
Okay, so what did you say today's was?
I got receipts. I took Tarek Skubal, over 4.5 strikeouts.
Okay, you're
Put
on
that
record
in the book.
there?
I'm on record. I'm on record,
Okay.
folks.
I'm embarrassed to say, what high school did this kid go to? I got to figure this out here. Do you know?
And is there any way?
No, he went to high school in Arizona.
Does he have a relationship?
Oh, so
with
that's
Buster
why
Posey?
he didn't go to high school here. What's that, Brad? He what? His childhood split. Yeah. So listen, unless he's a Hayward High farmer, I'm not. So now I'm back in the good side. So anyway,
all right, back to Buster.
Back to Buster and who he might surround himself with. By the way, Buster had a couple. Baggerly had a couple details, scoops that we should get in there. There was one. This is a kind of a background story that to the average fan doesn't mean anything. And by the way, you're listening to KMBR AM and KMBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. That one of the things that caused problems in the front office was in 2022 he allowed the director of pitching, Brian Bannister, to work remotely for the entire season because he didn't want to do the COVID vaccine. Shout out Rob Schneider. And
Nice.
all right,
Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah, you did.
But anyway, this caused a problem apparently with Bannister unable to go out and go to the affiliates. That caused a burden for a lot of people. They're like, "Hey, what are we supposed to do here?" And they said that's like a small example of why Farhan, the right hand wasn't talking to the left hand, or Farhan had almost a air where he was like, I'm just going to do what I do, you deal with it, And again, it's easy to take shots. Anytime somebody gets fired, Jim Tom Sula, Mike Nolan, whoever, anytime somebody gets fired, you take shots at them, right? Well, we're not just taking shots. We're just trying to explain why we got here. And, of course, why we got here is because 3 straight years they didn't make the playoffs.
Yeah.
That's why. But this is an interesting detail about how they thought Farhan behind the scenes sort of operated almost above it all, kind of. Does that make sense? Like he was kind of like, you guys, I'm doing my thing. You guys do, don't worry about me. Again, sort of an extension of being the smartest guy in the room.
Yeah, and I think it circles back to the culture fit between Farhan Zaidi and this organization. Because, Murph, to your point, if they would have rattled off 2 or 3 more postseason appearances after the 2021 season, Farhan Zaidi would still have a job. But you look at some of the strategies that were put in place that year, whether we're talking platoons or bullpen games. We saw once you took Buster Posey off the roster, those strategies were not working. Brandon Crawford obviously was not putting up MVP numbers like he did in 2021. Brandon Bell hit 29 home runs that season. So those were the core players that helped carry that season. And Farhan did a great job in the margins, finding guys like Lamont Wade Jr. and Yaz and Tyro Estrada. Those were nice pieces. But when you're missing the superstars on the roster, you can't build your your entire roster in the margins. Sure. And that's where I felt like the disconnect was there, because a lot of teams were out there looking at a roster that looked like the roster of the Oakland A's.
How are they going to get – how in 1 year can he get a middle of the order? That's the one thing. It's like he can't – I mean, unless he makes one of those big, bold trades.
Unless he decides to come out and retire himself.
Yeah, I don't know. So that's the one thing. It's say, oh, you got to get middle of the order. I don't know, he's got a middle of the order. But who's he going to surround himself with, you know? There were names brought up. Kim Ng has been brought up. Dayton Moore, the former Royals guy, has been brought up. We'll obviously talk to him today, and we'll see what he's going to go on. It's going to be fascinating to see how he builds this thing. It is. But we should go back out to the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, because you guys all have that stuff. The first person's telling me I got it wrong. DeForest Buckner called Kyler Murray a squirrel. All right, buddy. You got it. 4-5. Good job. Here we go.
DeForest Buckner, by the way.
530 says, only football fans would think the last 6 years of Giants baseball was boring. It wasn't boring. Baseball is never boring. Baseball fans love roster churns.
I don't know about that, because I would say a record of 453 and 417 in 6 seasons is pretty mediocre, and that's with having the greatest regular season in franchise history.
Here's more cynical text, 408. Buster won't be the man. He'll just be a man surrounded by baseball people, handcuffed by ownership's tight purse strings. Bro, they were in the luxury tax this year. Listen, 415 sent it to me. He took out the 28 book and took pictures of the Zito thing and says, enlarge and read the experts. This is Corinne. God bless her.
Oh, no way you can read that.
Okay,
that text is way too small.
Yeah, it is. Darn it.
You need some better glasses than that, Murph. Not with your vision.
Come on, Corinne. Where's the other page?
Murph needs a super zoom.
Here it is. Okay, here it is. He says, for him to be able to walk away from the game on his own terms, wait, I got to read some of this stuff. Barry was incredible.
Yeah.
So Barry, this is just Barry talking to me, and I was just transcribing it. I was like, tell me about Barry Zito. Tell me about Buster Posey. So he talked about how when he pitched really well in 2012, he goes, for a night or two, I got to feel what it was like to be on Buster's wavelength. Buster is the cool cucumber. He is the guy in the World Series in the playoffs, and I'm saying, dude, do you know where we're playing right now? We are not in Leesburg. We are not at the local county fair. He had the ability to ground the entire team and to let us enjoy the game and let us not have a tight rear end. The team that loses is the team that suffers from that. He's got the light, man. He's got the light, and it's contagious. Look at his 2021 season after taking the entire 2020 season off. That's just going to work. Punch the time card. Be a superstar. Go home. Take your PTO for a year, whatever. This is incredible. This is Zito. Let me finish these last 3 paragraphs. And for him to be able to walk from the game on his own terms, nobody gets to tell the game that. Greg Maddux walked away from an offer to keep playing. Him and Buster. That's an all kind of different Hall of Fame right there. And here he goes. Dude, that's just him. He gets the ultimate last laugh on everything. But he doesn't care to, which is the part that pisses you off even more, you know? He's the dude that we all hung out with in high school, and he didn't even have to try. He just got every girl. And you're over there, a rat running on a wheel, just trying to freaking get shredded and go out and impress the girls, and nothing. That's Buster, though. He always wins, dude. Whatever that currency is, he's the Bezos of swag.
Wow.
Dude, this is like freaking poetry. That was Barry Zito.
Those are insane quotes.
That's Zito.
But I think it also kind of lifts up the curtain to maybe answer some of the questions from fans saying, why would Buster Posey want this job? Why would he take the risk of maybe tarnishing his legacy? You know why? Because Buster wants to win, and he's not afraid of failure.
There it is. He's not afraid. Mm-hmm. That's the biggest thing right there. All right, hey, the writers are trickling in. Slusser, Shea, etc. Darren Chan is here. DC. Oh, man, DC, you'd be proud of this engineering setup. I think it's pretty solid. I think it's pretty sound here, buddy. He'll be the judge of that. All right, so we're live at Oracle Park, man. It's a huge day in Giants franchise history, and we're here for you because KMBR is the big leagues. On KMBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Andrew Baggerly joined Tobin and Copes yesterday to react to the big news regarding the Giants parting ways with Farhan Zaidi and hiring Buster Posey as the new president of baseball operations. You can hear his take and you can hear the whole podcast on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. All right, everyone. Chill. This is the Cooler. You're not sending me to the Cooler of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
All right, we are live at Oracle Park. We've been here all morning long. We saw the sunrise. It's been gorgeous. Now the luminaries are pouring in. We'll get to Susan Slusser in just a minute, but we do have to do the Cooler of Content as we do every day.
It'd be a lot cooler if you did.
And let's go right to it. It's just Buster. Let's do two. Let's go back to October 2012, young Tony. Matt Latos on the mound. Bases loaded. Game 5, best of 5. NLDS. What you got?
Pagan at third, Scudero at second, Sandoval at first. The pitch. There's a swing. A long, high fly ball deep to left field. And upper deck. Goodbye. A grand slam for Buster Posey. The Giants have scored 6 in the 5th inning in this elimination game.
Man. So if he can just get a guy to do that, he'll be a good head of baseball ops.
Or he can just do it himself, Murph. I mean, maybe he'll be the first ever player/president of baseball operations to step into the box.
That was a hell of a year, man. After his leg had been blown up by Scott Cousins, he came back, won the MVP, and did that. It was insane. I remember when he won the MVP, he was at his mom's school event in Leesburg, Georgia, at like this little school auditorium. He was wearing like a plaid flannel shirt. His mom was doing, I think she works with remedial kids, and he was doing like a speaking engagement with this little classroom, and MLB hooked him up with an earpiece in this Leesburg classroom. It was incredible. So that's number one. Number two, and this will lead us to Susan here, this is September of 2022 when it was announced that he was joining the ownership group, and we were like, oh, are you back to do more?
I think where my value can be is I can be a sounding board to Greg. I can be a sounding board to Larry, to Farhan. I mentioned it in an interview I did earlier. By no means am I trying to take on a role at front office and be in the trenches. It's more, like I mentioned, a sounding board, a thought partner with Greg. As he mentioned, getting to know him pretty well the last couple of years. Excited to work alongside all of the owners and try to put the best product on the field possible.
Well, that was September of 2022. Here we are, October 1, 2024. And Susan Slusser of the Samsco Chronicle on the UMA guest line. Good morning, Susan.
Morning, Susan.
Guys, I'm not even on the guest line. I'm right here.
I know, but I think I have to say that.
Do you have to say that?
Yeah. So,
I'm sitting next to you. Right?
How about what he just said?
Yeah, I'd forgotten he said that.
What do you think?
That was 2 years ago. Things change, right?
That's the famous phrase in sports, right now. They say, like, right now, he's our manager. And so in September of 2022... right now, he didn't want to get into baseball ops.
Yeah. You know what? I don't know if this was necessarily what he was thinking. That's the surprise, right? Is Buster going to want to do a full-time job? I mean, these are intense jobs. This isn't I can mostly hang out with my kids during the day and maybe weigh in on a decision a couple times a week. This is a real, the demands are huge on a top baseball executive. And I think that's the one thing people didn't know. Is he willing to do this? The second he decides he's willing, if I'm the Giants leadership, I'm like, yep, okay, we're going to do this. It's Buster Posey. He's brilliant. His baseball mind is off the charts, and there's nobody more respected. So it's a win-win, and he is a winner. So I don't think that there's the second he thought I could do it, fantastic. But I love your idea. The first signing maybe is a free agent should be Buster Posey.
Yeah, get him back in the box. I think all Giants fans would love to see that, but I think Giants fans are excited to see what he does as the president of baseball operations. Now, Susan, a lot has changed over the last couple of years. What do you think was the biggest change that convinced Buster to take on this role? Was it the lack of success on the field? Was it just being around the front office? Or what, in your opinion, do you think led to the change of heart from Buster Posey?
Knowing Buster, I mean, he likes a challenge. I think that's probably part of it. But also, this team has really been treading water. It took a little bit of a step backward. They've tried everything. They've whiffed on a bunch of free agents, most of whom they probably weren't going to get anyway. But you make a managerial change, you add $300+ million in payroll guaranteed money, and you wind up with a worse record. I think he looks at that and says, hey, this is something I think I could do, something I could help with, more than just behind the scenes and pitching in where I can. it is a huge challenge. But yeah, if somebody loves a challenge, it's Buster Posey.
Well, we'll find out in just about 39 minutes. The press conference will be going on, and Papa and Lund will have him on the show right here from Oracle Park afterwards. You can see it on YouTube and Twitch. Susan, you covered the A's for so long, and you saw how they did their business. And Farhan was there since, 2012, I want to say? Was he there? Or?
Yeah, he was there for 14 years. No, 10 years.
Maybe even
10
earlier
years.
than
yeah,
that.
10 years.
I might have my timing wrong. Maybe he joined the Dodgers in 12. Anyway, the point is that, again, when somebody gets fired or dismissed, there's always, like I said, it's easy to take shots. When the Niners fire a coach, Jim Tomsula was terrible, Mike Nolan was terrible, whatever. So we're going to start I don't want to sit here and just bury Farhan, but my question is did he wind up being too Oakland A's and not enough LA Dodgers? Like was he too... Like he worked the margins too much, and that Buster's here to change that narrative?
Well, there was a lot of margin working, and I'm not sure. I think that frustrates fans. I do think that's the way things go in baseball and most pro sports now. Everybody's kind of looking for that extra little edge and doing the extra little, like, hey, if you can pick up a guy on waivers who might give you a hot streak for a week at the cost of basically nothing, you're going to do that, and I do know that frustrates fans. I think it was more saying things like, we're making this trade so we can get Marco Luciano more at bats, and then not, then Marco Luciano doesn't play. Those decisions are largely being made at the front office level. Bob Melvin, respected manager as he is, and certainly understanding the players and knowing, everything that's going on, still is getting a lot of direction from the front office. I think that's one thing I would like to see change. Let managers, and this is across the board, let managers manage. Like, why are you hiring these guys? They're all extremely knowledgeable and extremely prepared. What are they preparing for if you're telling them what to do? So I would love to see that. I think that was part of it. But I do think that these mixed messages about David Villar is our third baseman, Joey Bart's our catcher, and then these guys don't get Luis Matos, player of the week, and then he disappears. I think that was frustrating for players, fans alike. And then just, the platooning, they'd moved away from that. The openers, they'd moved away from that a little bit. And some frustrations with some of the free agents not panning up at that. Hey, that's every team everywhere.
Bob Melvin is scheduled to speak at the press conference with Buster Posey later on today. What can you tell us about the relationship between Buster Posey and Bob Melvin, and how it might be different moving forward than what he had with Farhan Zaidi?
I'm sure it's good. I don't actually really know any specifics. I mean, certainly Buster's around. Bob's been around all year. They're both former Giants catchers. I mean, you got to think they click on that level. And both know an awful lot about pitching. If you're a free agent pitcher, Blake Snell, this is what kind of scenario. You already know this park is perfect for pitchers. You've got a manager who is a catcher, a top baseball ops guy who is a catcher, and who is going to make sure you are surrounded with all of the best of everything, and also 100% has ownership's ear and is part of ownership. So that even upset. I mean, for me, Snell is the must for them. That's the first thing Buster's got to do. That's immediately on his plate.
But is it, let me ask you, counter that. Like, he tapped out of game 161, and doesn't that speak to that larger complaint about Snell?
No.
As that five and dive guy.
Don't even finish that question, Murph. That's not uncommon for guys to do that. And I mean, other guys were getting blows at the final week and nobody says it. Like, he mentioned it. Like, if he doesn't say something, nobody says
But he also
a word.
He didn't prepare the way. I don't know. I guess what I'm saying is, do you want to put your eggs in that basket?
Yes.
Okay.
100%.
There it
It's
is.
Blake Snell.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
And Susan, I'll ask you this: do you think there's a higher odd or higher chance of Blake Snell re-signing with Farhan now out of the picture and with Buster leading the charge?
I don't know if, I mean, honestly, people have asked, like, was Farhan the reason that top free agents weren't signing here? For having covered baseball for 30 plus years now, it's usually money first, the quality of the team second, can I win there, city third. Your interactions once you sign with an exec are pretty minimal. They're not really going to make or break. Can Buster make a great pitch to a player? Yes, he understands them. He knows the language. He's in many cases he's not too far from retirement. He knows them personally already. That helps. But nobody's going to go like, oh, well, I think that another team's offering more money. I don't like that city, and I think they're going to stink, but I love Buster. That's not going to be the deciding factor.
You're right. We'll let you go. You got to get your good seat. But last one, if a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being max, 1 being minimal, if Farhan losing his job is probably a 1, like we all saw it coming, where was Buster getting the job for him on 1 to 10?
Oh, that's a tough question. I mean, that, like I said, that was really the big question was, would he do it? We all knew he was going to take on some sort of bigger role. The fact he's taken on the official job as president of baseball ops, I would say, yeah, that's a 3. Is it 3? Did you say 1 to 4?
Yeah, no.
What's
10,
your scale?
10.
1 to 10.
It's like a 7 or 8.
Oh yeah, 7 or 8.
Yeah, not a 10 because it was out there.
Well, yeah. I mean, but the question was, does he want to do that workload?
Can you believe it? Buster Posey's back. Go get your front row seat.
I've already got it, Murph.
Susan Slusser.
Gotta go finish a newsletter.
Of the San Francisco Chronicle. Go. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Curls, do you have anybody else lined up here? We got Walters here. You got more voices coming your way. Is her colleague John Shea coming in on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Giants gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Well, no question. I don't think anybody's happy with where we are, right? I mean, the goal for us, we're the San Francisco Giants. Our goal is to win the division each year and be in a position in the playoffs to compete for a world championship. So on that front, nobody's satisfied whatsoever. But there, as you mentioned, locking down Matt Chapman's huge for us. I mean, I was such a big fan of his when I played against him, and then getting to watch him this whole season, even more of a fan. And I just think he's the type of guy you want on the field, because you know that he's going to bust his tail every single day. He's going to do everything he can do to be on the field. Not to mention he's, supremely talented, but a guy that's willing to just post and be out there. I just have so much respect and value for a player like that.
Buster Posey standing on the driving range at Mayakama Golf Course talking to George Contos, which in retrospect we should have seen as another red flag that not red flag, but another indication that he was getting more involved, because it was unusual that he did that interview. He hasn't done much. It was like, wait, why is Buster talking about this? Well, we found out from Andy Baggerly's story in The Athletic that he was the one who took over the steering wheel and said, let's finish this Matt Chapman deal. They said they didn't trust Farhan Zaidi. We came in the next day. I told you guys, I said, guys, is Farhan's goose cooked? By the way, Curly had never heard that phrase. He was tickled for never end. And I said, his goose might be cooked, man. And then we just started to hear more and more. Shea and Slusher wrote a story in the Chronicle, saying, well, maybe Boris said that Farhan had more to do with it, but ownership is taking a hard look at Farhan Zaidi, who's in the hot seat. And man, oh man, it just continued to get more and more. Little things, interesting. Multiple reports, Baggerly and others have said Friday night's Willie Mack ceremony not featuring very many alumni was an indicator that he didn't really have a hold of the franchise or in connection with the alumni. Little things like that. The Brian Bannister story that Baggerly reported. This is what happens now when people get fired. When they eventually chop my head off, they're going to start telling all the bad stories about me. So this is what happens, when you get fired. Like I said, it's the Tom Sula thing. You know what I mean? When he's there, you're like, hey, Tom Sula. Then he's gone. You're like, geez, thank God he's gone.
Yeah, Murph was never a part of KBR culture. There was a disconnect with the Uma guest line and the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. It just wasn't there, Murph. It just wasn't there.
That's what happened.
Murph was a square peg in a round hole.
That's what happens.
But you're right, man.
But to the point, and I think Kawakami nailed it. He said it's a cultural fit. It was maybe we got to go back to 2019 when they hired him. Maybe the decision to hire him, you go back there, that they were hiring a Moneyball guy for a fan base that turns out didn't want Moneyball.
Well, look at the kind of drastic jump they made from going from Brian Zabin and Bobby Evans and Bruce Bochy to Farhan Zaidi and Gabe Kapler. Like, you want to talk about polar opposites. And look, it's an approach that they took because they saw a lot of teams around the league, the Tampa Bay Rays, the Baltimore Orioles, a lot of teams taking this kind of Moneyball approach, resetting their franchise, and building from the farm system. Now, the Giants never went fully in with the rebuild, so Farhan was stuck with the task of rebuilding the farm system, but also competing at the major league level at the same time, which to me led to some issues when you have veteran players blocking some of your prospects so you can't fully develop them. And that goes back to just the overall approach and the strategy to go with someone like Farhan Zaidi versus what you just left with Bruce Bochy, Bobby Evans, and Brian Saban.
I can't believe I'm saying this because it actually comes off as a defense of Farhan. But in a way, has the Giants' inability to ever declare a reset or rebuild prevented him from doing that? Like, Larry Bear has always told us, we're never going to wave the white flag. We always want to tell the fans we're trying to win. And in retrospect, maybe that hamstrings or handcuffs the president of baseball ops, because the Cardinals yesterday just announced they're going to do a reset. They called it. They said we're going to lower payroll and do a reset. It's like, whoa, the Cardinals? But yeah, they said we're going to start getting our young players in. The Giants have never done that. And in a way that you give Farhan and or Bobby Evans. That's why Bobby Evans had to go trade for McCutchen and Longoria, was because the ownership said, never let this thing stop going. Tell them we're trying. And so that's, in a way, that is a small, meager defense of Farhan, that he would be like, bro, I would have played the kids, but they told me to go sign Chapman and Snell and Soler.
Yeah. And so I think that's where the confusing part is as a fan base, when you don't want to go fully into a rebuild. But then you have to have the realistic expectations about whether or not you are a World Series contender. Hell, if you're even a playoff type team, because you're looking at the last 3 seasons, 81 and 81, 79 and 83, and then 80 and 82 this year. Murph, we were talking about at the trade deadline. We weren't saying that this was a playoff team, not after what we saw for the entire first half of the season, and that's why we brought up topics about trading a guy like Blake Snell so that you can rebuild for the next year or two. That's why we talked about trading Jock Peterson at the All-Star trade deadline a year or two ago, trading Wilmer Flores, trading Tyro Estrada, striking when the iron is hot, and now all those guys have now lost value, and they've all left the franchise, and you've done nothing to recoup on top of that, and that's why you're constantly stuck in the middle with a 500 record.
Yeah, if I had to tell you guys my biggest complaint with Farhan, he never did the bold move. That was my biggest thing. Listen, he and I had an off-the-record breakfast, and I told him, I said, I'm old. I got a gray beard. But I said, I'm old enough to remember Al Rosen took over, and the first thing he did was, other than drafting Will Clark, which is a pretty good move, was make the big trade for Kevin Mitchell and Dave Javecki. And he gave up a lot to get it. And then he also made a big trade for Steve Bedrosian in 1989 to lock down. And so it was like, whoa. And then Brian Sabian came along, and the first thing he did was trade Matt Williams, And so I'm not saying like you have to trade somebody. No, you have, because obviously status quo wasn't working, bro. And the definition of insanity, as they say, right? Doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. No, they needed to, and you have to trade something to get something. Did it mean trading a young star pitcher or a young star outfielder? Well, yeah, maybe it did. So, not going and getting a shortstop. They knew that they didn't have a shortstop. They knew that Luciano, I think Farhan would tell you, they knew Luciano wasn't the guy, and he didn't go get Adames or Hassan Kim. So he just didn't have all those trade deadlines you just mentioned. Getting nothing for it, so that to me is the biggest sin.
Yeah, and I know you were looking for the big move, but maybe it's possible that Farhan Zaidi was never that guy. Which brings to the question, was he the right guy for the job in the first place? Because you've pointed it out pretty damn well. He's a great number 2. He's a guy that can win in the margins. He can find you pieces. But to put together a superstar-type roster, a playoff-type roster, he just hasn't proven that yet at the major league level.
Yeah, I've said it for a long time. Like, ever since kind of said it, he's a perfect number 2. And we'll see what happens to him. Who knows where he goes? Maybe he winds up, getting a number 1 job somewhere else. Or I just think, based on what he did in Oakland and based on what he did in L.A., he was successful there as the guy behind the guy. And then he got his chance to be the guy in the spotlight. And other than the 107 in 2021, had 500 seasons, which is kind of remarkable, by the way.
Yeah, which is crazy. But I guess that's the interesting jumping off part, is how much of a blend is Buster Posey going to have between the 107 win season and the 3 World Series titles? Because Buster Posey has had success in multiple systems, whether we're talking Brian Sabian, Bobby Evans, and Bruce Bochy, or winning the most games in franchise history with Gabe Kapler and Farhan Zaidi. Now, I think Buster Posey would tell you, I'll trade those 107 wins for another World Series title because they didn't win that many games in 10, 12, or 14. So I think there's going to be a blend between the two, not just one strict direction that the franchise is going to head in.
Other things that factored into all this, just a small one that just was a bad look. Bruce Bochy winning a World Series. That was a tough deal. If you're Farhan Zaidi, man, that's just, you're like, Broach, what are you doing? How are you going to win a World Series, dude, after I drove you out of town?
Yeah.
Obviously, one thing may not be related to the other, but it was just a bad look for him to have Bochy go win it. Also, let's go back to hiring Gabe Kapler.
Yeah.
He had... When he shoved Bochy out, which you understand, you want your guy. I get it. As bad as it was for Giants fans, let's face it, Bochy, 17, 18, and 19 were not winning seasons, right? So I get it. You got your own guy. But he had his choice of anybody, and he chose Gabe Kapler.
Yep.
Now, I'm not telling you Gabe Kapler's the worst manager in the history of baseball, but he's a 500 guy. And he was run out in Philadelphia, and he wasn't wildly popular by anybody's estimation. And that right there, I remember I had a talk with a higher-up at the Giants. We had a big discussion about it, and he was like, well, we trust him. And he said, the guy you hire has to be that much better than the next guy. And he held up his 2 hands like that, and I was like, you guys think Kapler's that guy? He goes, yeah. And he wasn't that much better than the next guy. So that was his choice. In 2019, he could have hired anybody else, and he hired Gabe Kapler.
And I think that's why a lot of Giants
fans... 2020,
fans,
pardon me.
I think that's why a lot of Giants fans were surprised to see Farhan Zaidi get the 2-year contract extension after Gabe Kapler was fired, because it seems like that was his hand-picked selection. That was the pairing. He moved on from Bruce Bochy to go with Gabe Kapler. But I want to circle back to watching Bruce Bochy win a World Series title with the Texas Rangers, and you look at who's running the ship there. Chris Young, another former player who is now running as the president of baseball operations. So maybe Greg Johnson and the Giants ownership group looked at that as a blueprint, saying, hey, we tried to go in one direction with the analytics and the computers and the stats and all that stuff, and you're seeing Bochy and Chris Young win games with a baseball background, and maybe that's why we're circling back here to Buster Posey.
Man, oh man. Well, we're here at Oracle Park. It is incredible. In like 20 minutes, Buster Posey is going to be introduced as the head of baseball ops. Like, it's just one of the biggest days off field in franchise history. I mean, you just haven't had something like this happen. It's going to be wildly interesting to see what moves he makes. It's going to be wildly interesting to see who he hires, what his day-to-day operations are going to be. Like Susan was saying, this is an intense gig. I mean, this is like, he's got 4 kids. He's got a nice golf gig out in the East Bay. He plays a lot of golf out there. He's part owner. He's in the executive boardroom. He can come sit in those seats in the front row every now and then and do his thing. Now he's the guy. And again, you know, I've sort of resisted going there, but people have been like, well, what happens if it goes bad? What will happen? I'm like, well, you can't really worry about that right now, right? You got to stay right in the moment. But some people are like, can you fire Buster Posey? You know, and I don't know, he fired owner, right? He would just recede into the background and step forward. But really, I'm kind of less concerned about the post-Buster Posey era than I am about what he's going to do right here and right now. We're going to find out in 18 minutes. And by the way, it'll all be carried here on KMBR. And then the man I'm looking at right now in his orange sweater, Greg Papa, will sit here in this seat and have Buster right here. He'll get the G-Pop treatment right here on the YouTube channel and Twitch on the video. So check it out.
Live.
Walter's making sure it's going to happen. Walter didn't wear a sport coat. John Joe Curley did. Discuss.
That's the morning show difference right there.
All right. So we're actually going to do a crosstalk with Greg and John. Look at that. 4 great minds meeting all at once.
Ooh, the meetings of the mind.
That's incredible. So, and then they'll stay here and we'll go out to the press conference. And you got your questions all dialed up?
That's it. Mike Kruko gave us a couple questions. We're good to go.
Okay, man. Well, listen, guys. Hey, Bobby Evans going to join Tolbert and Copes at 4:50 this afternoon. I don't even know if we have a Young Tony today. Do we have a What Did Young Tony? Tone, did you learn something today from all this discussion? Did you?
I don't know. We can figure something out in the break.
Well, we're a little bit ahead. We got 1 minute to go. Was there something? Did we talk about?
No, you know what I want to hear? I want to hear Young Tony's take on Farhan Zaidi exiting the franchise and Buster Posey taking over. Young Tony, 1 minute. Give me your
What
take.
did Young Tony learn today? You're talking about right now or on the other side?
Yeah, either way.
So what did Young Tony learn today? That he can give takes on KMBR?
That's it.
All right. We'll do that on the other side. We'll do that first, and then we'll get into Papa and Lund. That's all coming up. We're live from Oracle Park, and Buster Posey is going to be introduced as the Giants' head of baseball ops in 17 minutes. So, man, oh, man. On KMBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. All right, Bigelow Tea time. Come on, man. Every season is Bigelow Tea season, even press conference season at Oracle Park. That's why Bigelow is the #1 tea in the Bay Area. So one of the first things I do each day is reach for a mug full of English breakfast tea right here at the studio, or when I go back to the studio to get me going, and sip it, and it tastes good. Love all of Bigelow's different flavor options, perfect for those of us who make a living behind a mic, or for you just padding around in your morning to get you going. All day long, too. Keeps us going, keeps you going. Look no further than our cup of Bigelow tea right here in the KMBR studio. So grab a mug full of your favorite Bigelow tea and tea proudly.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
What I wanted was to win. I wanted to win a championship. Now, I can remember running to the mound in 2010, and honestly, the thoughts going through my head were what just happened. I mean, it was an understatement to say a dream come true. Boach getting to win his first. Mike Murphy here in the audience today getting to win his first. So many other people. Again, I just go back to the relationships and the memories that are made along the way. When you go back in your mind and you think about why is that special to you, it's because of the people you got to share it with. If it was people I didn't enjoy being around or didn't have respect for, it wouldn't mean as much to me.
That was Buster Posey at his retirement 3 years ago. A year later, he comes back and says he's joining the ownership group. 2 years later, he gets introduced as head of baseball ops today. It's all so dizzying stuff to talk about. But before we welcome Greg and John in, we do like to learn, what did young Tony learn today? Young Tone, buddy, there's like a million things we could go with, but because Greg and John are ready to rock and Buster Posey's supposed to come on at 10:02 a.m., you learned that you get to riff on air for free. What's the young Tony take on Buster Posey?
Dude, I'm a Buster Posey guy. He was always my favorite player growing up, so I am fired up. I think it's going to be a huge year for the Giants. I mean, I want to say playoffs. I do think they're going to make the playoffs. I do think Buster Posey gets it all right, and I am fired up, boys.
There it is. Just as simple as that. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. I like the optimism.
Yeah, I mean, and young Tony speaks for the fan base. It feels like a lot of people are excited. Now, there are a lot of questions about what's going to happen moving forward. Who's going to be the GM? Who's going to be the right-hand man? I heard Papa and Lund breaking it down yesterday. What is it going to be like for Buster Posey to step into this kind of role, Murph?
Boys, they're here for the rare crosstalk. Johnny Lund to my right, Greg Papa to my left. We're here in the Alaska Airlines club level by the left field foul pole, Greg.
Orange-tober. Happy October.
What's up, boys?
On this, the first day of October, and we'll watch the Padres play a playoff game. Arizona didn't make it yesterday. This franchise doesn't take kindly to this, so we'll obviously... I think while he was a player from the moment he arrived in 2009 and became the Rookie of the Year in 10 and won a World Series, he just was the face of the franchise, kind of the silhouette of Major League Baseball logo, not Killebrew. I think it was Buster. So as a executive, he's never going to misspeak. He's going to be very much like John Lynch, maybe even more guarded. When he was a player, we had him in a member of Fan Fest. He was not the most riveting interview, but you had to listen to him. So from that perspective, it's easy to see him do this job. Going back over time, he was very, very tight with Greg Johnson and Rob Dean, but mainly Greg Johnson when he was a player. And then when he opted out, the pandemic year of 2020, they got tighter. And then when he came back and played in 21 and they had that great year, tighter. And then I think this was put into play when he took on the ownership role, that he would have this role. And people close to him think he's been preparing to do this for a long time. We just didn't think it would be this short of a time. He just retired 3 years ago. He took on an ownership role 2 years ago, and now at age 37, and honestly, he could still play. You don't think he could go out and hit 260 with 18 bombs? Maybe not catch every day, but he could catch every third day for Patrick Bailey, so I nominate him as the first ever player GM.
Bill Russell.
But it will be fascinating to see his philosophy. I know John's talking a lot about signing free agents. The Giants didn't do that when he was here. It was homegrown. They picked guys off the scrap heap, whether it was Pat Burrell or Sorry Doc. They just added players here and there. Obviously, trading for Hunter Pence was significant. I don't know. I mean, we'll see. If you had one player to spend $35 million a year on, would you give it to Blake Snell or would you give it to a middle-of-the-order hitter? If you could get that middle-of-the-order hitter to come here.
Give me a bat.
Soto is the only one out there, really.
Well, you could get two guys that make
Alonso,
17.5 or something. I don't know. So his philosophy on how to build a lineup. He knows pitching, obviously. You want the best pitcher to take the bump every single inning you throw, whether it's a starter, reliever, middle relief, closer. And there's a cost factor involved in that. But building a lineup is different. And his teams, I remember his 10 teams hit 162 home runs. They had a home run every single game when it was all done. They had a powerful group. What was it, his 12 team or the 14 team was dead last in home runs? They didn't play it that way. So there's many ways to win. I think he's going to want fundamentally sound players. Mike Yastrzemski, I think, is more inclined to come back now. I think Farhan appreciated them. But, John, it's just going to be interesting. And I don't think it'll be that dissimilar from listening to Buster be interviewed by us or his locker, his clubhouse locker, or when he retired, or he's just measured. He's not going to come in here full of bombast. But the main questions will be, and I know you'll be in the front row, Murph, why now? Why at age 37 when your kids are still young? I mean, do you want to work 37 hours a day? I thought maybe he'd do this when he was 47, not 37.
Yeah, fascinating, Johnny.
Well, we're sitting here at this park. I think the number one thing he needs to do is play to this park. And then if I was given the $30 million, I don't care if Blake Snell missed a Saturday start. I want Blake Snell back because he and Ray and Webb, that's how they won games before. Now, they need to get some hitters in this ballpark, but they don't have to be guys that are knocking it over the wall. They need to be guys who are athletic and get on base, and they need to bring the stolen base back and just play smart baseball, which they didn't. They didn't play situational baseball. They need to do those kind of things. But the number one thing is, and the number one thing that Farhan was not, and he's a closer. He got the Chapman deal done reportedly. He is going to walk into places that Farhan couldn't dream of and have the respect of people that will listen, whether they be agents or players or whatever the case may be. And the other thing that he has done and made clear since he's been back in this town is the Giants are not subservient to the Dodgers. He's not trying. The Dodgers already have this division. How are we going to get that wild card? He's looking up at you said this earlier. He's looking up at the Diamondbacks and the Padres. That's unacceptable. We're the San Francisco Giants, who now have the largest single market team in baseball. New York's got 2, Chicago's got 2, LA's got 2. It's the 4th largest media market in the country, and the A's are gone. Start acting like it, man.
Yeah.
The money's going to be coming, the corporate sponsorships, Buster Posey. You think he's not going to help in the business community to sell all these different things that people are feeling and fans are feeling? Corporate is feeling that too, and they got to take advantage of it, sign the guys, start being the San Francisco Giants, not the Oakland A's.
So are you Juan Soto? Is he back in play?
Look, I don't think they're going to
I said 30, 35. He's going to cost you 50.
Yeah.
I mean, would Buster Posey go out and buy Juan Soto? That's some of the questions. If he's available and he wants to come here,
he'll stay.
Yes, then you just skimp in other areas. But I don't. Who knows what he'll do? I mean, he's not a Yankee the way Aaron Judge was.
But at least you get in the room and you have respect.
Yeah, and even with John's point, it's like the Giants are going to be the only team in Northern California once the A's eventually get to Las Vegas. That's a lot of money, and that's a big, big market. And we've seen over the last couple of years, especially in the Farhan Zaidi era, fans have been turned off by this product. So the Giants are looking for a way to get fans back in the ballpark, and Buster Posey solves those problems.
Yeah, they'll win the press conference. And the bottom line is that nobody wants to hear this right now because it's a joyous day, but he's never done this before. So if his name's not Buster Posey, we're all going, what in the hell are you doing? But it's
Buster only got hired as the president of baseball.
Right. So look, I hope he does well, but it's not a guarantee. Guys, we've seen this before. Yeah. You guys have talked about it all morning too. Chris Mullen was a great Warrior, wasn't a great GM.
Oh man, we go on and on and on. The list is, so obviously the holy grail is Jerry West, right?
Right.
You become Jerry
Ozzie
West.
Newsome, Danny Ainge, John Lynch. There have been a lot of good ones.
Larry Bird, pretty good.
Not bad.
He was okay.
Not a great coach, probably better GM.
Yeah, I mean, Larry didn't want to work as hard. Magic did it for a while. I mean, obviously Jerry West is the yardstick, and then Ozzie Newsome. And if John wins the Super Bowl, Danny Ainge wasn't a Hall of Fame player, but he won NBA championships.
He's still out there grinding right now
with Utah. So, I when you watch Buster play, I always thought manager. But then they make, and I don't know how much money. Buster didn't make enormous money like the guys make, but he made good money.
Yeah.
He signed the richest deal in the history of the franchise, even more. I know, but it's not like you just buy a team by, Derek Jeter, But anyway, I thought he'd be a manager if he ever wanted to do that. This job is just different. I mean, it's a corporate job. It's but he's got a great relationship with the owner. That's one thing we'll see today. This all happened because of the relationship between Greg Johnson and Buster Posey, and Greg getting to know him and feel him and believe in him.
Do you guys think? I mean, would the hire he makes as GM? First of all, is it Pete Patilla? Does he stay? If it's not, does the person he hired become the everyday person out front more than Scott Harris and Pete Patilla were?
Not as far as the media, but working the phones and talking to people, it's an equal job. There's so much to do.
Patilla and Harris were just invisible. I don't know how much stuff they did behind the scenes, although look at Scotty Harris now in Detroit, right? He's in October. He's playing today, right? But I just wonder if he'll hire more of an out front.
He certainly will hire somebody.
Yeah. But who's more out front, maybe?
I think he will be. He's the face of the franchise. That person's not.
Do you think he'll come do those Friday dugout sessions?
Well, maybe,
the start of a homestand
but they're not going to be doing the Murph and Marcus show in the morning. It's going to be Buster.
Okay,
he'll be the face. That's why. It's part of why you want him. He's Buster Posey.
I know, but I wondered if he would just kind of be more macro and at that. You think he'd be?
No, that's the problem. Frankly, Farhan had. The thing is, I don't know if Farhan was an A or a Dodger. He just wasn't a Giant. He just wasn't. The fans just never. They tolerated the 107 wins. I'm like, are you kidding me? It's the best baseball I've ever seen. They just tolerated them. And then, remember the one year, was it the pandemic year or maybe the year after? He didn't show up at FanFest.
Right.
And it was a bad off season.
Yeah.
I'm like, you cannot duck FanFest. I know what you're doing, and the DR is important right now, wherever you are, but you got to talk to your fans. I don't think he didn't have the charisma for the job and the PR and the marketing and the sense of, glad handing. Every time I interviewed him, he was in his house. Yeah. Like, did you go to the ball? I don't want to bash on Farhan because I do like him, and I think he's built a lot of good things, and he will get hired immediately. But I think part of this job is they want Buster to be the face of the franchise, maybe even more than Bob Melvin.
Kawakami wrote a great column in the SF Standard. He nailed it, and it was about culture, and it was about the A's, it was about the Dodgers, and it was about, was he ever truly a Giant? And that even when they were winning 107, there were people behind the scenes saying, well, he's doing this or that's different. It was always the smartest guy in the room. It was a lot of just disconnect there culturally, and it's, that's Giants fans. It even said that it was a really interesting sentence. Kawakami said he had a muted disdain for the romance of Giants fans, like rolling his eyes, like, oh, they just want Bumgarner or whatever, just saying. Whereas he's like, it's about analytics, it's about margins, it's about transactions, and the Giants are about Mays, McCovey, Will Clark, Buster Posey, and that he kind of rolled his eyes a little bit at that, which is a wrong fit.
Yeah, but I also think that's why the Giants are looking now to Buster Posey to be that bridge back to the fan base, and hopefully he's the bridge back to the postseason.
Yeah, by the way, so it's 10:01, just to get you guys caught up. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Greg Papa, John Lund, all four of us here waiting for any minute now the Buster Posey press conference to begin. We're waiting with Darren Chan. DC's on the scene. If DC's on the scene, we're in good hands. They say it might happen any minute now. It is 10:02.
Yeah, I think I just saw Buster walk over to the podium.
Did you? How's he looking?
I got good eyes, Murph.
Wow, look at that. You got the view.
Yeah, I got the view. Yeah, Walter, get the hell out of my way.
We got to run over there. Why don't we hand it over then to Papa in London? We'll run over and ask our hard questions. So
what are you going to ask, Murph? You got one question from Mike Kruko. What's the question?
The Kruko question was, what will you take from your championship culture to bring to this team? Or is that a bygone era?
All right, my question you should ask for me.
Yes, give it to me.
You there? I think Buster's going now.
Go. Okay.
All right, let's do it.
All right. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to today's press conference as we introduce Buster Posey as the Giants' new president of baseball operations. On the dais is Giants chairman Greg Johnson, Giants president of baseball operations Buster Posey, and Giants manager Bob Melvin. We'll have some opening remarks from Greg and Buster, and then we'll get into questions. Greg?
Thanks, Matt. Well, welcome, everybody. It certainly is a momentous day for the Giants organization. And firstly, I'd like to thank all of the Giants fans for their tremendous support in what has been somewhat of an up and down and disappointing season. Secondly, I'd like to thank Farhan Zaidi for his 6-year tenure as president of baseball operations. I've certainly enjoyed working with Farhan, have nothing but respect for him, and wish him well in the future. I also want to thank Kristen Posey for agreeing to this. because that may be one of the biggest sacrifices with 4 young ones at home. We certainly appreciate that. I mean, we all know Buster as the player, you know, all of the tremendous memories that we had with him, and him leading us to 3 World Series, the Hall of Fame MVP career. But those aren't the reasons that we're here today. I think for me and for the board, you know, what we have observed with Buster and in working with him over the last 3 years is that competitive fire he has to win. It didn't end when he took his jersey off. It's as strong today as ever. You know, I've grown to respect all of his skills and how he deals with people, his intellect, how he listens. It's a we mentality, and I think just really all of the skills you need in being a leader. Also, the pride he takes in the Giants organization and the responsibility that it comes with representing the Giants organization. So I think we believe there's no better person to lead the baseball side and set the right tone at the top for the Giants organization. But I think the most important is just his desire to build the kind of team that lives up to the expectations of our fans. So without further ado, I am thrilled and proud and privileged to turn it over to our new president of baseball operations, Buster Posey.
All right. Thanks, Greg. Appreciate the kind words. You know, I'm just excited. I'm excited to have an opportunity to be in this role. I'm excited to be a part of a team again. San Francisco Giants organization is all I've ever known. You know, and I think over the years as a player and the role I was in the last few years, I gained a pretty good sense of what it means to fans to have great players and have great teams. I think back on some of my earliest memories walking into a spring training clubhouse and walking in and seeing Willie Mays sitting at a table with Willie McCovey and Gaylord Perry, Juan Marichal, Joe Amalfitano. You know, the next week it's Will Clark, Jeff Kent, Barry Bonds. And I always appreciated, and I don't think I'd appreciated it as much when I was a younger player, but as time went on, I appreciated just what that meant, not only to the community, but to us as players, and that there's a standard and expectation for being a San Francisco Giant. And it's a privilege to try to go out there on the field and hold ourselves accountable to that standard. You know, those guys that I mentioned, you know, you can go more towards my era with Kane and Lincecum and Bumgarner and Crawford and Belt, and you could go on and on. And in my time, what I came to realize is, yeah, sure, all of those guys were great players. They were part of great teams. But what those guys ultimately meant to the San Francisco Giants fan base and the community was memories. And all of us that are lucky enough to get to be involved in baseball in whatever capacity, I think, understand that not only is it the greatest game in the world, but we're in the memory-making business. It's ultimately entertainment. It's an opportunity for grandparents and parents to share memories with friends. It's an opportunity for strangers sitting out in the bleachers to share a great memory that happens at the ballpark and that can be talked about from that time on for the rest of their life potentially. So, you know, with all of that in mind, I just can't say again how humbled I am to be in this role and again be a part of a team that's hopefully looking forward to making, you know, more great memories for this fan base and community.
With that, we can open it up to questions. Just a reminder, if you have a question, to please raise your hand and we will get you a microphone. Start here with Susan.
Hi, Buster. Congratulations. Thanks. What was the process like for you? This was something you wanted to take on. Could you go through that?
Well, as Greg alluded to, it was convincing my wife, number one. You know what? I mean, I I'm so passionate about baseball. I know I finished a few years ago, but just the opportunity, again, like I mentioned, to be a part of a team. I think the chance to be in a position to hopefully elevate people that are all a part of this, elevate staff, elevate players, and to again, we're in a memory making business, and sure winning's great, and ultimately that's our goal, is to be a playoff team every year and compete for a championship. But I think just the overall big picture of being a part of something that's bigger than yourself was really appealing.
Let's go to the left, Janie.
Hi, Buster. Good morning. What sort of did you gain over the last couple of years doing this, doing some of this behind the scenes in terms of the business side and maybe trial and error and what worked and what didn't, and maybe a couple examples that you'll take into this position now that you're doing it every single day?
Well, I think, first and foremost, I have a lot to learn. Just being a day and a half into this, I've already had some conversations and plan to have a lot more conversations. And one thing I'm very confident about, and because I've known these people for a long time now, is there's a tremendous amount of great people in place that are on the same page and wanting to work to get this team where we all know it should be. I think it's what I'm excited about are the relationships. It is about having a common vision and working towards a goal, and having a standard of what the expectation is to be a San Francisco Giant.
Susan?
Buster, what do you think the rest of your front office might look like? Are you planning on any changes there?
Yeah, we're going to hire a GM. That's going to be one of the first tasks right out the gate. Pete's been made aware that he'll be moving off the GM role, and we'll kind of work through what some other responsibilities might look like for him.
You obviously don't have a lot of experience in this kind of role. What's your response to people that discuss that, your relative lack of experience, and what that might mean for who you're looking for a GM?
Yeah, it's fair. Everybody's entitled to their opinion, and again, I do think a strength of mine is that I'll be all ears and listening and taking in information from people that have been doing this for a long time, and I do think it's important that we bring in a guy or girl that's been well versed in all aspects of front office.
And I would add that we have a very deep and experienced front office with people like Jeremy Shelley that could take on the job. So I think there is a nice compliment.
Yeah.
Let's go to the right, Mark.
Hey, Buster. When did you know that a more day-to-day operations type of role might be in your future? Does it go back to when you moved your family here, or has this been more of a recent development?
It's been more recent. The move back honestly had nothing to do with what my future might look like with the Giants, which I think for us makes it all the more special, because it truly was a move back because we enjoy this area and we enjoy the friends that we've made in this area. And I think just over the last few weeks, months, we've been kind of talking through some different scenarios, and it's where we landed.
Let's go to the back left, Tim.
Buster, just give us a sense what your general philosophy is going to be. Are you going to use analytics in a significant way? Are you going to, you have an analytics staff? Is that something you want to push forward? And what just generally are you going to look for out of your club?
Most definitely going to use analytics. I think that the analytics are here, and they're here to stay, and it would be a mistake to say that you're not going to use that information. As far as general philosophy, I think it's, as many of you know me, a lot of my basic principles are pretty simple. I want us to be known as a team that's the ultimate prepared team, one that's fundamentals are held at a really high standard. And ultimately, this is all about the players. It's all about putting great players on the field. And I think our job as a front office, with Bob here as a coaching and the coaching staff, is to be able to identify those players and then get the most out of them.
Let's go to Andy.
For Greg, if this was an arrangement that you were looking for, with Buster having quite a bit of influence, he could have had that influence in maybe more of a less out in front capacity and hire another president that would report to him. Why was it important to have him sort of out front on this?
I think it was, there's a lot of different scenarios you could come up with, but I think Buster is just somebody that asked for the ball here and wanted the accountability of not trying to kind of work with other people, and that's really what a leader does. And I think at the end of the day, we talked a lot about complementing his skill set with hires and building around him to build for success. And I think he was very, agreeable to doing that. So, it started kind of early discussions, and then I think we both got comfortable with the idea of bringing in an experienced GM to work and take some of the load off. But really, it was really Buster's desire to be accountable 100% for baseball, and I think that spoke a lot to me that he desired that.
Let's go to the front right, Ann.
Hey, Buster. How did you convince Kristen? But I have a follow-up, too.
You know what? I think Kristen, I've been so just blessed to have such a supportive wife. Believe it or not, it's been 15 years. Yes, we got married young. I think she could just tell how excited I was about this opportunity, and that in our relationship, it goes both ways. If there's something that she's excited and passionate about, I want to support her in that as well.
Do you feel the brand has been tarnished in recent years? And besides winning a championship, how do you reinvigorate the brand, the sense of who the Giants are?
I wouldn't say the brand's been tarnished. I mean, again, I think that's a lot of discussion we're going to be having over the next weeks and months is about our identity, and again, I want to be clear, like, our identity really boils down to the players on the field and the way that they play and the type of players they are and how they handle themselves, not only on the field but in the community. So I think that's going to be a big part of discussion, is like what really is important to us as an organization, and what are we going to hang our hat on at the end of the day.
Let's go to the front right, Sam.
Busters, this is for you and for Bob as well. What do you imagine the vision for what Giants baseball will look like with you kind of running the show here? Like on a day-to-day, on the field, what is your vision for what Giants baseball will look like going forward?
I mean, again, it really, hopefully what it's going to be is we all love, I know Bob loves good, crisp, clean baseball, and guys that are going to be always prepared. I think what I can draw on from a player is knowing that if I went into a game and I know I had prepared to the best of my ability, no matter the outcome or result of that game, I could be satisfied with that. And that's, for me, I'm hopeful that our guys are going to get there, and that's going to be something that is really important to them as well.
And for me, just probably a little bit more well-rounded team to where we can win, in different ways. And if we're not swinging the bats well, we play good defense, we pitch, we execute, we manufacture at times. So I think we just need to focus on all the different areas to make our team better and to be able to win games in different ways.
And Bob, what excites you the most about being able to work with Buster?
Well, I mean, it's Buster Posey, it's the Giants. That's a big deal. So, like Greg said, when, somebody like Buster asks for the ball, you give it to him. And he's meant so much to this community, to this baseball team, to the organization, the city, all the above. So that's what I'm excited about, is being able to work with a guy that's had that type of success here in this organization.
I can say I'm really excited to work with Bob as well. You know, getting to, as a player, see him in the opposing dugout. If I ever made eye contact with Bob when I was playing, I never felt like he liked me, and I think he might
I
have.
admittedly didn't. and I never made eye contact with him either because he was always making my life really difficult.
So I'm happy we're going to get to share some more endearing glances, I guess.
Let's go to the left, Janie.
Hi, Greg. When it comes to spending money, I mean, he's also in your ownership group still, correct? So does that streamline anything when it comes to free agency or acquiring someone and just, you know, the spending and how it gets done and knowing that you have a close communication?
Yeah, I mean, I think it certainly helps. And, you know, one of the questions was, well should you have him continue on the board in that role? And we think absolutely. And like Larry, who runs the business side, has been a board member for a long time. It just helps the overall communication. If there's anything, you know, if you like any board, if you have a conflict and you want to talk about somebody's contract or something, you step out of the meeting. It's very easy. But, you know, having him there does help. But the communication on things like that are going to be more day-to-day anyway as they come up rather than, you know, having a board meeting or things. So.
Let's go to the back, Alex.
Hi, Greg, this is for you. Last year you answered a question about the luxury tax, but in the time since the A's have left the Bay Area, the Giants are now the only team in this massive market. Do you expect the franchise to be a perennial luxury tax paying team going forward or near that?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the same answer we had last year, that we're opportunistic, we're strategic, we don't set a number every year. We look at what we need to do, and we will, like we did last year, where you had a couple of good players available at the end, you went over the luxury tax. So I think it's just, we will do it if we have to, and we will spend what we need to put a winning team on the field.
Let's go to the back, John.
Yeah, first, congrats, Buster.
Thanks, John.
A year ago at this same stage, when Bob was introduced, Farhan said that Bob had a 3-year contract, and as we found out, it was actually a 2-year guarantee. Just wondering about if there will be better transparency, and do you have terms, Buster, or as an owner, are you just in it for as long as you want to do it? Are there years involved?
Yeah, I mean,
and as well, will Bob have any kind of extension, or will he go into next year as a lame duck?
Yeah, one, I'm not sure transparency is required for discussing contracts anyway, because I think they get in the way of running a team during the year, and a lot of questions that come up that are very disruptive. So, you know, Buster does have a 3-year deal with no contingencies or anything. But my view is, I've had this debate and discussion, is whether any contracts with, whether it's your manager or head of baseball, should be public, because I think it doesn't serve the team very well to raise questions during the year. So that's something that we would consider. But, you know, as far as the transparency goes, I think we were as transparent as we needed to be on that.
And Bob's contract situation will there be an extension, or will he go in next season as?
That's for Buster.
Well, that's who I'm asking.
You know, look, again, this is day 2 for me. I've said how much I admire and respect Bob, and one thing I'm going to try to do as this continues to progress is, you know, you guys have known me in the clubhouse, the cliche of going day to day. It's going to apply to this as well. And again, I'm excited about working with Bob. There's not many managers, active managers, that have the track record that he does. And from my experience talking to numerous players while I was playing and then post-playing, to a man, everybody loves playing for Bob Melvin.
And just one more. Farhan, earlier this month, let go of 4 scouts. And will you bring those back? And you mentioned that analytics are here to stay, but what will the balance be, if at all? Because, you know, last year, this past year, and throughout Farhan's time, it was mostly new school, not much old school. And do you want a better balance? And what about
What about those scouts?
Yeah, again, I mean, for me, it's understanding where people are, what people are doing. I will say, from a scouting perspective, I value scouts very much so. You know, I look to Brian Sabian and his scouting background, and as much as anything, whomever is working in the Giants organization as a scout, if you're a scout, if you're a trainer or a strength coach in rookie ball, my goal is for those people to be empowered and understand what they're doing on the ground is extremely significant for what we're trying to accomplish here at the big league level. So can I give you an exact answer right now? I can't.
Let's go to the back left, Brian.
Hey guys, all three. Congratulations, Buster, and we'll look forward to talking to you. This morning on KMBR, we had sound from September 2022 when you were joining the ownership, and you said, "I'm not here to get involved in the front office day to day." And here we are. So something changed. So what changed? What did you see that you didn't like that made you ask for the ball?
Well, again, I think it goes back to my opening statements that I've seen what great players and what great teams can mean to this community. And so to have an opportunity to be a part of a team that supports the ultimate team that's out there on the field was just really appealing. I don't think there's much more fulfilling much more fulfilling than being able to be a part of something that's bigger than yourself. And again, you know, Greg mentioned Jeremy Shelley, who's been here for 30 years. There's just so many great people that I've gotten to know over the years that are still part of this organization that I'm just thrilled to be working with.
Let's go to the left, Maria.
Hi, Buster. Congratulations. Just what were your takeaways from the 2024 season, and what do you feel like the club's biggest needs will be heading into next year?
Well, I mean, it was, you know, it felt like one of those years where it was just hard to get a lot of momentum. You know, I think Bob would probably be able to speak on that better, but just from what I saw, seemed like one of those years where if the pitching was going, the offense wasn't, or vice versa. Look, you know, I hate to be, probably want more specifics, but ultimately, as a group, our goal is to put the most talented baseball players on the field, whatever position that is, you know. So that's what we're going to be looking for going into the season is, you know, who do we have in the system? Who do we have currently on the major league roster that we see as players that are going to mesh together to get us back on track?
Let's go to Marty.
Buster, congratulations. How do you assess this team that you have now, and how much work do you have ahead right now as you look at it? Because you've been here to watch the last couple of seasons.
Yeah, I think, Marty, similar to the way I just answered it is ultimately we just have to play better baseball. You know, we've got to pitch better. We've got to do the little things better. We've got to the margins are just so small between winning and losing when you're talking about the best players in the world competing on a nightly or daily basis. So I think that's going to be a big focus is just for us as a group to understand that all these little decisions or actions that take place over the course of the year can have a big impact on the end result.
Let's go to Andy.
Buster, sort of dovetailing off that, I mean, you're taking over from Farhan, who was very good at working the margins and very active. How do you just imagine the mechanics of your day-to-day will go? Are you going to be on the phone with Bob after a Wednesday night finding out what lefty you can get to Houston the next day? Or, you know, how much do you plan to delegate and how much do you plan to really just have your fingers in this day-to-day?
Yeah, Bags, I mean, I think that remains to be seen. Again, I mentioned empowering. We're gonna bring in a GM, and I think once that comes in, some of the delegation will take shape a little bit more. I want to be as useful as I can to be with all the people that I'm working with, but also having in mind and understanding that it's somewhat of a delicate balancing act to where I don't want to be the type of leader that is constantly feeling like I'm looking over somebody's shoulder as well. So I think a lot of that is going to be handled over these next weeks, month, as we start to have more conversations and get synced up more.
Okay, we'll take three more. To the left, Alex.
Hey, Buster, you played for two very different kinds of coaching staffs. How do you envision your coaching staff, and also will there be any changes from this previous group?
Yeah, I think we're very happy. I know Bob's happy with his staff, and as far as changes goes, I think we have to look and see where people are at personally, and where some contracts are. But I know, speaking with Bob, he's very happy with the big league staff. Obviously, you've got guys on that staff with a great track record that I think that players can identify with really well. And there's a nice mix of some younger people in there as well. Sorry, what was the last part of your question?
How do you envision your ideal staff, I guess, compared to, you had Bochy's staff and then you played under Gabe? How would you like to see that?
Again, I mean, it's all about, it's the players first. And I think that's what I learned about Boch over the years is I always felt like Boch was pretty easy on us as players. But what I learned as time went along, he beat up on his coaches pretty good. And I think, again, from my experience with Boch and Sabes and talking with Bob, is the understanding that ultimately your job is a supporting role, right? Our job in the front office is a supporting role. Our job, their job as a coaching staff is a supporting role. So, I mentioned a balancing act and a fine line to bags on another question, but I think one of the challenges is going to be, with all the information we have now, is going to each player, and a lot of this does fall on the coach, is how much information can you give that player before it's too much, before it's diminished returns, and understanding that this guy's not exactly like the guy sitting right next to him in the locker. I think that's in today's game, that's a big part of preparing for the game, whereas early on in my career, that really wasn't a big part of the game. So we want guys ultimately to, when I say guys, the guys on the field that are out there every single night and day, to be accountable for their own careers. And I do think we live in our this day and age in our baseball world where there is so much information that it's easy sometimes to shift blame for one reason or another. And ultimately, I do hope to have a group of guys that no matter what, they can be accountable for their own selves and careers on the field.
Susan?
Buster, obviously a big part of this job is dealing with free agents, and I know you can't talk about potential free agents until the season's over and that period begins, but you guys have a pretty prominent free agent of your own. What are your thoughts on Blake Snell and potentially bringing him back? When might you start talks?
I mean, Blake's one of the premier starting pitchers in the big leagues, has been for a while, and the run he went on the last 12 or 14 starts, I think I saw a quote from Bob. It was really like nothing you'd ever seen. So he's obviously somebody that's going to be a priority for us to take a hard look at and make a decision as a group.
Last one to Justice.
Hey, Buster, as far as looking for a GM, what are some of the ideal traits that you look for? And given that free agency is roughly a month away, what's your ideal timetable as far as hiring a GM?
Yeah, to answer the back end of that first, I mean, I think it's right away. I think we get going on this right away and get some potential candidates in and get interviews going. As far as qualities, I mean, I want a leader. I want a servant leader. I want somebody that, again, is going to empower the people that are working with them and for them. Ideally somebody that does have somewhat of a scouting background, I think will be important for me as well. And again, having in mind that today's game is so much about meshing what your eyes see and your instincts are with what the data is telling you.
Okay, that will conclude today's press conference. Thank you.
All right, there you go. There is Buster Posey. Got about a half hour. Pop in London. We are live from Oracle Park. We just saw Buster. We expect to get Buster in about a half hour. There's a ton of VIPs out there as well, so we'll get a bunch of people on to talk about Buster. But I think exactly what you thought you would get in a press conference, you got out of Buster Posey. Smooth as ever. He had Greg Johnson up there answering some questions, Bob Melvin as well. We'll give you our reaction to it and what you heard. Give us your thoughts. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text and call-in line is one and the same. What is your initial impression of Buster Posey's first press conference? 415-808-KMBR, 415-808-5627. We'll open it up next, and then we expect to get Buster around 11 o'clock. Don't move. It's Pop and Lund live from Oracle Park in the Buster Posey press conference, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Crew, Mike Krukow joined Murph and Marcus this morning from Oracle Park, gave his thoughts on the Buster Posey move to President of Baseball Operations. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Greg Papa and John Lund are back. Find us on Insta at KNBR on Instagram. This is KNBR 104.5 at 680, the sports leader.
From Oracle Park, you just heard the press conference with Buster Posey, and guess what, Pop?
I got one more question, John.
We have
Greg
Buster
Pop at
Posey.
KNBR Radio, flagship of the Giants.
No
He
more
got Buster right here.
He is the president of baseball ops. He looks good.
You look skinny.
He looks really good.
Yeah. So I told you guys, I got so many kids that I don't have time to feed myself, so I'm low on the totem pole.
So 3 years ago, you stepped away from the game as a player. How many LBSs have you lost since
Probably
then?
20 to 25 pounds lighter. I mean, look, when I played, I had to work hard to keep the weight on. So now I don't have to, force myself to eat and try to keep the joints feeling as good as possible.
So you're going to have to gain 25 pounds to be the first ever player GM?
Oh, gosh.
Is that what it's going to be?
No. I think
Come on, you could still hit 260
You look like
and
a
bang
center
out
fielder
18,
now.
couldn't you?
My stomach just turned a little bit thinking about that.
So just, I know you answered a lot of these questions, but just take us back to the start. You moved here. I know Murph asked you. You said right away that wasn't why you were here to do this, but all of a sudden it flipped. So at one point, did you think to yourself, this might be something I want to do?
I mean, I think long term, I felt like it was something that I would want to do eventually, and I don't think you ever know when these opportunities are going to come up. And unfortunately, I mean, I would have loved for the team to be getting ready to play in a playoff game right now, and unfortunately, we're not there. And I'm excited to be a part of the team that supports the team to get back where all of us Giants fans want them to be.
When we watched you play, when you first came up in 09 and 10 and all the successes you had, we knew you were just different mentally. Physically, obviously, but the way you would set up late and watch the hitter's feet and then move late, you just had a mind for the game. We knew you'd go into something, owning, which you're involved in still. Did you ever think about being a manager over being a general manager, Buster?
Well, I'll say different. My wife does think I'm different mentally as well.
Yeah, she does.
She'll be the first to tell you that. Not always in a positive way. But you know what? I didn't really, for whatever reason, the on-field managerial role hasn't really been on my radar. And I think if I had to guess, I would say it's probably just because it is so closely tied to being a player and the commitment to being on the field, and the work that goes in. And look, I understand, like, this is a big role and there's a lot of time and commitment, but I think it's going to be spread out in different ways than it would be in a coaching or managerial role.
Buster Posey is joining us from Oracle Park. He's just been introduced as the president of baseball operations. It's Pop and Lund here on the Sports Leader. Was it kind of a mutual thing, or did you approach them and say, look, I want to get involved in this and do X, Y, Z, or did Greg Johnson in the group say to you, hey, what would you consider this? How did that work?
I think it was kind of when we felt like that, or listening to Greg and the board, that felt like it might be time for a change. It was something that we just kind of mutually discussed together. There'd been some, I guess, somewhat flippant comments, from time to time, and once I started wrapping my head around it, I became more and more excited about it each day. And again, I want to say that the hope for me was that the team's getting ready to have the first pitch here in the playoffs. But as I started thinking about, and I addressed some of it in the press conference, just what baseball means to so many people, especially in the Bay Area. I think what's unique about our fans in the Bay Area, and not every fan base in baseball has this, is we have generational fans. So you think about the impact that great players and great teams can make on not only the people that are in the ballpark or watching on TV, but the impact that then they have, maybe it's 20, 30, 40 years down the line. People are always going to be talking about Willie Mays, and that's exciting. It's exciting to think about having that type of impact on people.
Yeah, they're always going to be talking about Buster Posey and Bruce Bochy and Brian Sabian and Madison Bumgarner and Tim Lincecum and Matt Cain. It goes on and on. For the last several months, when you were mulling, is this the right time to do this? Who did you seek advice from? Did you reach out to Brian Sabian, John Barr, Bruce Bochy, some of your teammates?
No, I mean, I kept it really in-house. I just think out of respect for Farhan, we didn't know which way things were going to go, and did not want anything out there that was going to be a distraction or potentially disrespectful for him. So some of those people that you've mentioned, I've since yesterday have reached out via text and plan on having conversations with John and with Sabes.
About coming back to the organization. John's already here.
I think it's
Sabes,
right. I think it's a conversation first to just say how much I admired the way they went about their work and what can you teach me? What are some lessons that you learned over all your years of doing it? I think that's the first conversation.
Talking to Buster Posey, can you clarify just your involvement in the Matt Chapman situation? There's kind of some maybe things that aren't clear there. And did that kind of boil your blood a little bit? Did that get you going, or were you already kind of, to that point, already kind of involved like that?
I think mentally I was already kind of preparing myself about it being a possibility at that time. But, I think if you want to know about the Matt Chapman deal, you can just read all of Boris's quotes. He'll tell you exactly the way that it went.
Really?
But we
might have been some sarcasm.
By the way,
there.
Scott's on line one.
Might have been some sarcasm there.
He represents one of your pitchers, so be careful.
It's from our vantage point, there was negotiation that was taking place and it had stalled, and so. Knowing Matt, haven't been a big fan of Matt, playing against him and then watching him, I felt like it's not going to hurt anything for me to reach out, just kind of share with him what I know and believe about the Giants organization, share with him how appreciative I am about the way he plays the game. And it was apparent that he wanted to be here, and that he wanted to get a deal done. And the basics of it were done. There was some stuff that needed to be shifted around a little bit, but ultimately, look, we're just so excited that that guy, you can plug that guy in the lineup at third base, and there's so much value in that to me. And not only him personally doing that, but now each guy that comes into the system is going to look to Matt as a leader and say, this guy's posting every single day. It's important for him to be ready to play. I need to have my tail ready to be out there on the field as well.
Man, a Gold Glove winner, Platinum Glove winner maybe this year, 27 bombs. Your first World Series team in 2010, you guys had 162 home runs. You had won a game. You had it late in the year, and Pat the Bat was here in the back of the room, and Cody Ross. You also won a World Series when you guys were dead last in the league in home runs. And then in 2020, when you came back and you guys won 107 games, you set a franchise record for home runs. You hit more pinch hit home runs than anybody in the history of baseball. So my question is just offense lineup construction. What's the best way to score runs in baseball today?
I think you've got to be able to score runs in so many different ways. As you just mentioned, some years it's going to be the homer. Some years we're going to have to manufacture in different ways. And so I think you're going to have to assess what type of players you have each year. And then, hitting's so funny. It can be so contagious for the better or worse, as you guys know, watching baseball your whole life. So a lot of it I do think is okay, do we have a team that can hit the long ball or not? And for me personally, philosophically, I just am such a believer in pitching and defense. Ultimately, I think if you pitch and you catch the ball, you're going to be in a lot of games. So, you look back at the run that we had, and ultimately we were led by a strong starting staff and a dynamite bullpen.
That's why, as we look out at this ballpark, do you think that you need to tailor your team right now more to this ballpark?
I don't know if you have to specifically. I think pitching and defense is tailored to this ballpark, and as I mentioned, that's going to be an emphasis for us is understanding that. And it was, I just think back to when Kane and Lincecum and Bum, those guys were taking the mound, Vogelsong. There was such an edge that you had when that you've got a guy. I'd put Logan Webb in this category now as well. That guy's going to pretty darn near every time go give you 6 or 7 innings and keep you in the game. Takes pressure off your offense as well. So I think that great pitching, great defense tends to take pressure off the offense, and then they can go out and play a little bit more loose.
And a great catcher. You're underestimating yourself there. You got a pretty good one now in Patrick Bailey. Let's talk about some of the guys on your current club with Patrick. And he reminds so much of you, the way he sets up behind the plate, the soft hands, the quick release, and the footwork. He has had a problem in his first 2 major leagues years. This was his first full in the last year, just wearing down late in the year. He may be like you, where it's hard to keep weight on during the year. What do you see from Patrick Bailey, Buster, and do you think it's a lot to catch the way you guys do and switch hit? Would you like him to maybe just hit from one side down the road? What do you see from Patrick Bailey?
Well, I mean, his value behind the plate, we can measure that now, and we see how valuable he is as far as pitch framing and throwing the ball down the second. And I think in the first 2 years he's done a great job. I know, knowing him a little bit, he's most certainly disappointed that he's kind of faltered a little bit offensively the second half of the year. And sometimes it takes a while. It takes a while to understand, what do I need to do from a physical standpoint as far as, in the weight room, or, how many calories I need to be consuming. So it takes some time to figure all that out. But, I think you don't have to look any further than the pitching staff. And when guys enjoy throwing to a catcher, that's, from a catcher's perspective, is an ultimate compliment.
Buster Posey is the new president of baseball operations for the Giants. We're live at Oracle Park. It's Pop and Lund here on the Sports Leader. Just going back to like a Chapman, and we were kind of joking about Scott Boras, but these are guys, you're still a really young guy. You're going to be thinking about players, potentially adding players that maybe you even played with. Do you think that's going to be one of your strengths as a closer? Like you helped close the Chapman deal, and I look at you and I think to myself, having Buster Posey talk to me or talk to an agent or something like that kind of a thing, because nobody knows San Francisco, nobody knows this team, what you want to accomplish more than you. So I can't imagine someone pitching the San Francisco Giants to have more credibility than you.
Well, I hope so. I mean, it remains to be seen, right? I do know that I feel like I'll do a good job at selling just how special a place this is. Haven't been a part of teams that get to come in front of, as we're looking out of the stadium right now, a packed stadium, and this time of the year, the electricity, and just a fan base that's so excited to wrap their arms around the next great player and great teams. And also, what to me makes this organization so special, and again, only place I've ever been, but do have somewhat of a, can get a look at other places as well, is from top to bottom, from ownership to front office to coaches to all the way down to, the trainers and the rookie league. It's just a group of people that really loves the game of baseball. They're passionate and understanding what this game means to this city. And who doesn't want to be a part of that?
And you're at the very top, like you were as a player, but now you're at the tippy top. You're the president of the baseball ops. So when you leave here, you're going to go watch baseball today. You got 4 wild card games to watch. We'll watch all day. It's a daunting job. President of the baseball operations, Buster. It's not just the 26-man roster, the 40-man roster. How many players you have under contract for the Giants? Hundreds and hundreds. What's the first thing you do when you get out of here, take the coat and tie off, roll up your sleeves? What are some of the first things you want to get done?
Well, I think, I mentioned in the press conference we're going to hire a GM, so I think that's the first thing, is just starting to brainstorm a list of potential candidates and get some interviews set up. I think that's first on the list, and getting myself integrated within the systems and understanding what's worked well, understanding what hasn't worked well, and you mentioned it's a daunting job. It is, but at the same time, there's so many great people that are a part of this that I'm not gonna go into this assuming or acting like I know all the answers. And it's gonna be a big part of this is just going to be listening and learning, and then hopefully being able to add some value with some insight.
You talked about this at the press conference, too. When people ask about analytics, everybody does analytics. You have to. You absolutely have to. But your balance from like a gut feel, and I think that's why Bob was brought on, too, was your experience, your gut feel. You talked about in the press conference how you value scouting maybe more than some people. So what is that balance? Everybody asks about that.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I think scouting is extremely hard, and it makes it even harder when you're talking about scouting, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21-year-old kids to be able to project what they are. But I think what, knowing John Barr a long time, too, I can remember John having conversations with me and my mom probably when I was 15 or 16 and just randomly passing him in the parking lot. and it kind of started there. So, I'm hopeful that we have a group of people that understand this is a hard game. It's a very hard game, and there's a lot more that goes on into being a big leaguer than just what goes on the field. So if you have a group of scouts that have that in mind as well and understand there's so many little pieces that make up who this person is, I think that's gonna help evaluate and hopefully bring in the right group of guys.
Great stuff.
Thank you, bro.
Hey, thanks. By the way, if first reactions are anything, tons of fans love it. I mean, yesterday when this was announced,
when you walk the streets of San Francisco, are you just a Pied Piper here? They just all over you, or you can you slide in, you slide out.
Pretty normal.
Come on, you're Buster Posey. Bring out the rings, bro.
Thanks, Buster.
Good luck. Best wishes. Whatever it is, like you're getting married. Which is it? Good luck. Best wishes.
Looks good.
Break
man.
both legs.
Yeah.
Good to see you.
Congrats, man.
Congrats.
Appreciate
Good
it.
luck
Really
to you.
do. That is Buster Posey. He is the president of baseball operations. We're live at Oracle Park. We got a bunch of VIPs that we're going to be adding to it as well. Thanks to the Giants for allowing us to have Buster on. Thank you, man. And we'll talk about it. And we want to get your thoughts as well. You just heard the Buster press conference. You just heard Buster with us. 415-808-5627. 415-808-KNBR. The Golden State Lumber and Build Materials text line and call-in line is wide open. What is your initial impression of Buster Posey? We'll get into it next, only here on The Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. For 25 years, the Laser Eye Center, Silicon Valley, has been the Bay Area's leader for modern vision correction, whether it's LASIK, SMILE, EVO, ICL, or the amazing procedure, John Lunhand, an iHead CLR custom lens replacement, the permanent solution to glasses, contacts, and readers. I can read this copy, and I don't need glasses on at all, or bifocals, and will never develop cataracts. With tens of thousands of procedures, you can trust Dr. Craig Mindy and his team to tell you which procedure is best for you. So I suggest you go in and get the best eye exam of your life. Laser Eye Center's advanced vision analysis gives their doctors over 1 million data points to determine if you need LASIK, SMILE, or EVO ICL. Laser Eye Center's 25 years and tens of thousands of vision correction procedures has helped hundreds of NFL players, pilots, surgeons, tech execs, and weekend warriors, and maybe some sports radio talk show hosts be at the top of their game or kind of close to the top of the game. So stop hassling with those glasses, contacts, bifocals, and book your free consultation today. Start enjoying perfect vision now. LaserEyecLR.com. That's LaserEyecLR.com, or call 877-GET-2020.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
We're good? What's happening? Thanks for joining us. We're at Oracle Park. This was a nice office this morning, by the way. I went and sat in the stands and just wrote up the show.
Sun is
pretty
out.
nice. Oh,
What's the temperature today?
Yeah, and then they flashed it up on the big board, Buster Posey, and it is a sunny, beautiful day.
Orange-tober.
Yeah, it is. I wish there was some ball. There was some ball around Major League Baseball, but just not
right
here.
now.
But
Derek Skubel's getting ready to pitch for
he
the
is.
Tigers, and Scott Harris.
All right, so give us your thoughts. 415-808-KNBR. If you stayed with us with the entire hour, which you should have, awesome. 10 to 10:30, Buster Posey at a press conference. 10:30, a little after 10:30 to just about now. We just talked to Buster Posey. If you heard it, we'd love to hear your impressions. If you didn't hear it and you didn't get in yesterday, we had all sorts of calls. 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. That is conveniently enough the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and call-in line. So we heard him in the presser. We heard him with us. What are your first impressions?
Exactly as I thought it would go. That was Buster Posey. Whether he was playing, whether he retired 3 years ago, whether he was doing a Zoom and saying, I'm going to be a part owner of the team, he's not going to do Henny Youngman. He's not going to do, Chris Rock in a stand-up act. It's not Mike McDaniel, Miami Mike, the former Niner run game coordinator, the coach of the Dolphins, that just takes over at these. Buster's Buster. He doesn't have to be. It's the quality of the man, of the presence. Everything was very measured. The way he speaks is measured. Having Greg Johnson there and Bob Melvin. He said what you needed to say. I think, but the bottom line, why is he doing this? He loves the San Francisco Giants. He loves them. He really does. And in an era where it was a different time. Mays was a New York Giant and became a New York Met, and McCovey moved on, and Marichal moved on, and obviously Cepeda moved on, and Bum stayed, but Lincecum moved on. It's just the nature of his era. He loves this franchise. I think he, talking to people close to him, he thinks this franchise, to him, is the New York Yankees. Mm-hmm. They're the Los Angeles Dodgers. It's that important to him, and he wants to help. And I think he always had in his mind, even when he was playing, that he would do this. I mean, you don't know. When he's playing, he's not going to talk about it. And I think, he probably, stepped away from the game too early he's playing his best baseball. He could have played. He could still be playing right now. It's amazing how much weight he's lost. But anyway, it's him. And very measured tones, very thought-out answers, the way he's going to make decisions for this team. So that was quintessential Buster Posey. There was no surprise in the way he handled us. And the one thing, and we'll get Shea on later, John Shea got him to say it's a 3-year contract. It's a different kind of contract because he's still he's still a principal owner of the team. So I know they had to restructure his ownership. I think that stays the same, and then they just pay him additional dollars to be the president of the baseball operations. But he'll do it, and if he likes it, if he's good at it, he'll continue. If not, he'll go into a different role. The thing is, he took it on at this stage of his life. He's all in. His wife gave him the green light to go ahead and do this and be away from his family, and it's a daunting job, just as far as the workload and the hours, and he's going to hire a GM, and I thought it was great. I mentioned John Barr yesterday, one of the first people I thought of. John's the guy that drafted Buster Posey and signed Buster Posey, and John was in the back of the room today beaming. John's still here. Was his message as loud as it was during Brian Sabian and more so Bobby Evans? When you look at the baseball operations, he's listed fourth behind Buster Posey, general manager. Pete Patel is still there, then Dusty, and its senior advisor to the president of the baseball operations is John Barr. And then the senior vice president, assistant GM, Jeremy Shelley's been here forever.
He was mentioned by
what will his role be? So we asked him who are you going to reach out to, and I would not be surprised if Brian Sabian finishes up with the Yankees this year and comes back in one of these roles. Senior advisor to baseball operations, Dusty and Sabes, and maybe some of his players that have already reached out for, Bumgarner and Kane, Ryan Vogelsong. We're going to talk to Javi Lopez later. Does Javi want to do broadcasting? He's going to want to go work in the front office. There'll be a lot of give and take there, but it was classic Buster Posey interaction with the media, just like he was a player, John. And I think the real interesting point, there were a lot of them. I know you keep your notes. The length of the contract is what I wanted to know. And it doesn't really matter because he does own a part of the club. He's in ownership, and he's tight with Greg Johnson and Rob Dean. But I wondered, would it be a 5-year, 4, 5, 6-year commitment, which is more long-term? 3 is let me see if I like this. Let me see if I'm any good at it. And again, he's so tight with the owner. What does it matter? If he doesn't do this job anymore, he just goes and does the ownership thing. Maybe he takes on more of a marketing role, whatever. It could be a number of different things he winds up doing. But I think the one interesting thing was, for whatever it means, is that his commitment to be the president of baseball operations, at least contractually, is 3 years.
Yeah. Again, Buster Posey is the president of baseball operations. We're here at Oracle Park. It's Pop and Lund. You just heard the press conference. And then we just had Buster Posey on. If you missed any of those things, we'll have them shortly if we don't already have them up at knbr.com. The one thing I keep sticking to that I think is great about it is, and he didn't have to say this because he's not going to disparage Farhan or anybody else that was around. Pete Patel is probably not going to be the general manager. He said, we're going to hire a general manager. He kept saying that, so that's going to be the first order of business, it sounds like, is to get somebody, a veteran general manager probably. And like you said, Brian Sabian.
With a scout's eye, too.
Yeah, he talked about that. But I think two things are very apparent, and he doesn't have to say, which is, number one, that the Giants weren't reaching high enough. You pointed it out. He thinks they're the Dodgers or the Yankees, and at some point in this process, not today, not tomorrow, but they are the largest single market in Major League Baseball now that the A's are gone. So you got the Dodgers ahead of them, you got the Yankees ahead of them, and you got the Cubs and the White Sox ahead of them. Those are the only three cities that are larger, and then you got the Giants. So now the Bay Area is a single entity. And somebody did ask Buster and Greg Johnson when they were up on the podium if that means, hey, you're going to start spending or whatever. And Greg Johnson said, look, we'll go into the luxury tax if we have to. He said nothing's changed. And while nothing's changed right now, I expect it actually to change in the coming years when and if they get more revenue. And I don't know what the TV deals are going to look like in a single market like the Giants now are. But eventually that is going to catch up. But I like that Buster is saying, look, man, we're the San Francisco Giants. I won 3 World Series. We're not taking a back seat to anybody, because I just got the impression under Farhan that just kind of being around and hanging around and making the playoffs was good enough. And for Buster, it's not. For Buster, it's what they had, which is, are you going to win 3 in 5 years? Probably not. But, can you be in contention every year? Is it, should you be in the playoffs just about every year? He wants to think like the Dodgers think. 80 and 82 for the Dodgers would be a catastrophe. And I think that's how Buster, in that interview with George Contos we're going to have later on today, that's what he told George. Like, this is completely unacceptable to have us behind not only the Dodgers but the Diamondbacks and the Padres. Totally unacceptable. So first of all, he's changing that perception, or hoping to change that perception. And then when we talked to him about the Matt Chapman thing, that kind of lit his fire, it sounds like. And I think because he's only 37 years old, so a lot of these guys are contemporaries. Hopefully he knows these agents. We kind of made a joke about Scott Boras and all that kind of stuff. But, and he was asked about Blake Snell. He has continually said that he wants pitching and defense. Well, Blake Snell's part of that. So, I get the impression that there's a better chance than there was before. But I also am absolutely convinced that Buster Posey as head of baseball operations means if you don't sign a guy, at least you're getting a seat at the table, and you're going to be taken more seriously, because that was Farhan's biggest weakness, was being a closer. And I think Buster Posey is going to help, just like Bob Melvin helped last offseason to get guys like Matt Chapman and Blake Snell.
And talking people that close to Buster, he did jump in to finish off that Chapman deal. Yeah. It got stalled out. And he even made a joke about Scott Boras. And you've got to be careful there, because he does represent Blake Snell. So today is October 1st. And the baseball playoffs start today.
Yep.
So when you look at just the market size, the Yankees are the number 1 seed in the American League. Cleveland's there, smaller market size. Detroit, Houston's a big market, obviously. Baltimore, Kansas City's a small market. But then more specifically, your competition in the National League, the Mets did sneak in, yesterday. Milwaukee, a small market, they'll play today. Atlanta, good-sized market. Yep. San Diego just pays. It's the only team in town, any sport. Not just baseball. Everybody else is left there. And then the 2 behemoths outside of the Mets are Dodgers and Phillies. Yep. And Phillies are a 1-team market. They're just about right there with us.
Yep.
But I just remember, I think it was 2012, may have been 14, when Buster Posey and the Giants were getting ready for a Orange-tober. And I remember sitting outside of this ballpark at 24 Willie Mays Plaza doing a Giants pregame live before, it may have been a World Series game, certainly a playoff game. And it just came across that the L.A. Dodgers hired Andrew Friedman as their president of the baseball ops. And I went, oh, God. This is the guy. You know, Billy Beane gets a lot of credit, but he started all this in Tampa Bay.
Yep.
And I thought right away he's going to hire Joe Madden as the manager. They never did that, but they got, Joe Torre was there, and they won. And anyway, obviously what they're doing now with Doc. But as I watching the Giants play October baseball, I was thinking, what's up with the Dodgers? I do wonder when the Dodgers, and they're going to play this weekend, not tonight, what they're thinking. That, and since Buster's been an owner, why has Buster moved from being an owner and a member of the advisory board to the president of baseball ops? This baseball team that he loves went 79 and 83 the first year and 80 and 82 the second year. That is unacceptable. Last time he played, they won 107 games. The Dodgers have won 11 of the last 12 National League Wests. The one time they did not win, Buster Posey was on the team. That was a Farhan team. So he embraced a lot of the analytics and the pinch hitting and all that because it won. But I just wonder how this changes. And the Dodgers got good right away. My fear was, what's Andrew Friedman going to do for the LA Dodgers? He brought that principles of Tampa Bay, which is to get bang for the buck, but then spend billions of dollars and hundreds of millions of dollars and sign all these players. I don't know if Buster will do that. I wanted to know about how he feels about scoring runs. I don't know if he's going to be the guy that's going to be there for Juan Soto 5 days after the World Series ends. Is he on the phone with Boras for Juan Soto right away? I don't know if that's Buster's MO. We'll see. That's one of the things. He's not going to tell us. We could ask him cleverly, every different angle. He ain't telling you nothing. And a lot of it is, I don't know if he knows yet because he's still wide, eyes wide open, learning. But it is interesting. I just wonder what the Dodgers think, the Phillies think, the Padres. This gets the attention of the baseball world. The Giants hired Buster Posey? What does that mean?
Yeah, I think it's great. And, I think it's interesting, too, because by hiring the GM, and here's the tip-off, too. Like I said, he doesn't give you anything. But they mentioned Shelley at the podium. They mentioned Bochy at the podium. They mentioned Sabian at the podium. John Barr. He's going to bring back some of those guys because, like you said, he knows them, he respects them, he's going to surround him. But he is going to bring those things. And then when people ask about analytics, man, like he said, they're here to stay. Buster's not kicking them out the window. It's just that one key thing he said on the podium and said to us is he values scouts. John Shea actually asked the question. I think Shea's going to come back in typical Shea fashion. Be more transparent. What about those scouts that got fired? I mean,
Greg Johnson didn't agree with the transparency.
Yeah, Greg Johnson was like giving him the evil eye up there, but it does matter. And I think Buster said, "Look, man, so there is going to be some philosophical change, but nobody throws analytics out the window. I mean,
no. And Ron Wotus was shifting infield. Right. Joe Madden did it first in Tampa Bay. But, Ron, they were doing that with Joe Panic, going back to Buster's teams. It's all, they'll embrace the right. You want all the information, and then you plug it in. By the way, first person Buster, when he got up from our chat, John Shea was right there.
Grabbed him. Can I
talking about in the hallway.
Wanted more from him.
Shea, hey! He'll be on with us. He's digging.
Yeah.
He and Kawakami are digging for scoops. We'll get him on later.
That's what they're doing. Okay, so here's what we got going on as we're live from Oracle Park. Thanks for joining us, Pop and Lund. We just had Buster with the press conference, and Buster sat down with us. So today on the show, Javi Lopez is going to join us in about 30 minutes at 11:50. Former teammate, of course, George Contos, who got that interview on the golf course, which started you thinking about Buster because he didn't hold back at all. He said that this was unacceptable what was going on. So that's going to be at 12:30, and then we'll get JD from Hawaii, the worst assignment ever. JD is covering the Warriors in Hawaii.
Wow.
So he's going to join us at 1:30. In the meantime, there's a bunch of guys out there. I know that Shea's going to join us at some point, give his impressions. John Shea, who's the national writer for the Chronicle, is going to give his thoughts. But we got about 30 open minutes. So you've heard us talk about it. You heard Buster with us. You heard Buster at the press conference. What do you think? As excited as yesterday, he answered the questions. Do you still have questions about Buster Posey? What are they? 415-808-KNBR. Got the text line in front of me. Or if you want to give us a call, we'd love you to do that as well. 415-808-5627. Hit us up. This segment of Pop and Lund, sponsored by our good friends at Redwood Credit Union, offering auto loans with competitive rates and personalized service because your journey matters. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love. Pop and Lund live from Oracle Park on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Our friend Andrew Baggerly from The Athletic, he joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday to discuss why the Giants moved on from Farhan Zaidi and brought in Buster Posey. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us, Bob and Lund. We will have more luminaries and VIPs. We've already had Buster Posey stop by. We had this Buster Posey press conference exclusively right here on the home of the Giants. And we want to get your thoughts. 415-808-KNBR. Pop is jumping up. We got a bunch of people out there, too. So all the VIPs like DeJohn Chase and everybody are going to stop by. And, again, about 25 minutes from right now, we will start the parade of guests with Javi Lopez. Javi Lopez expected to join us around 11:50, get his thoughts on his teammate, Buster Posey, being named the president of baseball operations. I was just talking with the boys. That bar right there, in that corner, was the one that was the fateful game in 21 against the Dodgers. Like they scored the run. Yeah, they scored the run, and I did a couple of tequilas, and then of course the check swing, which we were all in this corner. We weren't very happy.
Wilmer Flores.
Yeah, so then we had.
That was
drown
Buster's
our sorrows.
last game.
Yeah, we had to drown our sorrows right there at that bar. Man,
that was 3 years ago.
Yeah, bad luck.
I did it like 3 weeks ago. I was here doing that. Buster's still here holding court.
I know, that's awesome.
Kawakami's doing a podcast with him. One of his agents from CNA, Mark O'Brien's out there, and Larry Baer's there, and Greg Johnson's there. And they're all still talking and milling because after the press conference is over, they do the individual one-on-one. Yeah, so they're still, and we'll get a few people, but Buster's still here talking to people. The Hall of Fame has announced the 10 finalists for the 2025 Ford C. Frick Award, presented annually for excellence in broadcasting. Among the nominees, Dwayne Kuiper, who was there today, and Mike Krukow. Skip Carey's also on the list, Gary Cohn, Tom Hamilton, my friend from Cleveland, Dave Sims. Didn't John Sterling retire from the Yankee radio booth? I heard him over the weekend come back with Susan. Is he back?
I think he's back. Something happened there. I don't know if it was a health thing or something, but they did bring him back. Dave Sims, by the way, is with the Mariners, but he's being rumored as going to the Yankees potentially. That's
really?
What they were saying. Yeah,
in what
Sims.
role? Oh, the radio booth to take Sterling's job?
Mm-hmm.
With Susan Waldman?
That's what they were talking about. So, some of the key things from Buster Posey, we talked about a lot of different things. One thing right away is, and Buster said this numerous times, both on the podium and with us, that his first order of business is to hire a GM. So that should happen in short order. They have informed Pete We Hardly Knew You Patella that he will not continue in that role. So he comes over from the Astros for a short tenure, and we have not heard much from him, so that will be a different role.
And that'll be a critical hire for Buster. I think the one thing that Buster acknowledged us and everybody, and just talking to him anecdotally after he got done and out there now, he knows what he doesn't know. Mm-hmm. And that's the first thing. You can't come into this job thinking you know everything. He knows a lot about baseball. He knows a lot of things other people don't know from playing it at the level he did mentally and physically. But there's so much. It's a daunting task. And that person is going to be so instrumental in what he does. I mean, how often do you go watch the minor league system? You got to watch the major league games, even going to Sacramento to watch their teams play, and then, going to San Jose. I mean, it's a nonstop endeavor, and you're watching video and trying to get there, here, there, and everywhere and develop players, and it's just a lot, and then internationally and scouting. I mean, it never ends. Baseball's being played at somewhere on the globe. He was checking with us. When's the first playoff game start? He wanted to go watch the Tigers and Astros. He'll watch all four today. So I think that person's going to be obviously important. It may take a while. He may have somebody already in mind. I think the one thing he said is he wants that person to be more of a scout, kind of. I mean, John Barr's already here. I don't know if John will want to work that hard at this stage of his life. I think John would be more of a... And then the other side of it is, who gets ready for the draft? Who do you have do that? They got a lot of good people in-house, in the organization. But just scouting and the amateur draft is such an incredible endeavor later. How many of those people do they keep? And then he did open. I mentioned, did you seek the counsel of people like Brian Sabian, John Barr, Madison Bumgarner, Matt Cain, Brandon Crawford. We mentioned about Ryan Vogelsong, and he said he's if you're playing poker, you're not getting anything out of him. He's known. He's been preparing for this for a while.
You can tell,
but you can't tell anybody because it gets out like that. And I was impressed that this stayed in house. We knew Farhan was flapping at the wind. They kind of put it out there with different stories that were floated that he's not coming back. And you were mentioning Buster, but most people close to him thought, he's never going to do that. So he's been thinking about this and preparing for this mentally for a long time, but he didn't tell anybody. he didn't reach out to any of his ex-teammates or Brian Sabian or Boach. But he said since the announcement yesterday morning, he's had conversations with all of them. We'll talk to Javi Lopez. I wonder how many of his great teammates, not just Sabes and Boach, but actual teammates in the dugout on those teams. I know, Pat Burrell, he mentioned the hitting, and Pat was there beaming. We invited Pat on today, and he goes, today's Buster's Day. I'll come on with you guys next week and break down the young hitters. But it will be fascinating to see who he does hire for the general manager's job. Does it have to be someone? If I had one follow-up question, and he kind of hinted at it when Susan asked it and when we asked it, John, that you would think it'd be someone that has been in this kind of role, maybe not exactly a GM or for a number of years, or at least a scout's eye. It wouldn't be someone that is starting out new in baseball ops like him. I think, if you're a first-time coach in the NBA, you've never coached in any level, the G League, anywhere, you're going to get the most seasoned assistant coach to sit next to you, right? In this situation, you want guys just, how do you waive a guy? What's the procedure? How's it claiming? There's so many things.
He can ask Farhan about that. That's Farhan's specialty.
Maybe he hires Farhan for that.
Hey, how do you wave and bring a you're talking to the right guy.
You mean the Connor Joe? I know how to do that.
Hey, let me tell you to do that.
Maybe he hires Farhan to be the GM. You know what I would say?
No.
Hey, Greg, are we paying this guy next year anyway?
He can be our waiver. Run this to the computer. This is what he said about a GM. He said, quote, I want a servant leader who can empower people, ideally someone with a scouting background who would be important to me as well. Today's game is so much about meshing what your eyes see and instincts with what the data is telling you. So I would expect him, and that's the one thing. Look, this isn't some ego guy like Deion Sanders going up to the podium at Colorado acting like he knows everything. I think he's going to, like you said, hire people that he respects and knows, hire a GM that's got the experience, and I expect Brian Sabian to be back in an overseer role, these kind of things.
Advisor,
Because he kept mentioning that name and all these different names of guys, I think he'll surround him with those kind of guys. Another thing that we haven't talked about, he mentioned numerous times, pitching, defense. On Blake Snell, he said, quote, he's obviously someone who will be a priority for us to take a hard look at, unquote. Look, you don't have to bring back Snell, but the thing I didn't like about what Farhan said is, he's just going to be popular and there's going to be a lot of, hopefully we get a seat at the table. It's like, why wouldn't you? He said time and time again he likes pitching here. Posey just said it's someone that will be a priority for us. That's all Giants fans want to hear. Like you said, he's great at least say the right thing, which is he's a guy who's a priority for us. He's not telling you that they're going to sign him, but he's also not saying, we're just the little Giants. I don't know if we can get that done. It's like, you're the Giants, man. You should get that done.
I think with the Chapman deal, Boris did not want to do the deal. He wanted to take him to free agency, and Matt Chapman wanted to sign. So Buster kind of reading the same quotes we read, why don't we sign this guy? He wants to sign. Scott, you work for the player. So he went around and went directly to Chapman and said, let's get this done. And if we have to give you the no trade. Blake Snell's sending off a different vibe.
Yeah, I would agree.
But Blake Snell wants to go to free agency, and I think where that's there. But there's no question. We kept, with roster construction, when we asked him about that, his answer, there's many ways to score runs in baseball. Some years you hit 162 and hit the most home runs in the history of the Giants and most pinch hit home runs, and sometimes you're dead last and you win the World Series. So, but the common denominator is pitching and defense. So I do wonder, defense, Brandon Crawford role in this organization in some capacity, going around just teaching infield defense or something, and then pitching. And obviously you could go Madison Bumgarner, Matt Cain, you could do that. I say bring the freaky franchise back. How great would that be to have Lincecum?
I know what Tim's role
I
could
want
be.
Lincecum to be the GM. Let Timmy smoke in the GM suite.
I want
Lincecum back.
I want Tim to be the overseer of mental health. Just that
they've already got one of those.
Everyone relax.
I want Timmy here. I want Proposition 19. Let Timmy smoke.
Come into this room right here.
Why
Let's
not?
all relax.
We don't have to worry about his dad. We love his dad. His dad passed away.
Yeah.
We don't have to worry about his dad coming anymore. Chris Lincecum. Let's bring Timmy back, right? And after Buster wins his first game as president of the baseball ops, have Timmy jump in your lap and give him a Buster hug. I want Lincecum back.
All right, we got one more segment before we get Javi Lopez in here. Your initial impressions of Buster as the president of baseball operations. You heard the press conference. You heard him talk with us as we're live from Oracle Park. Papa Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
team hits, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Hey, this is the Freak. I'm not on my desk right now. No. Hey, this is the franchise. Franchise? It's Arian. Hey, this is the Freaky franchise here. Big time Timmy Jim's office here. Only calls me that. Hi. This is Tim Lincecum. If you leave your name, number, and a short message, I'll be sure to
Hey,
get...
big time Timmy Jim, what's up?
If you're unhappy with your greetings.
The new director of relaxation.
Scott Boris here from the Boris Corporation. I got Juan Soto on the line. I'm looking for Lincecum. We want to sign him with you guys. Here's a Danny's big poll. Which one of Buster's former teammates do you want him to hire for a prominent front office role?
Well,
Javi Lopez, who's our next guest
he's gonna
coming
join
up,
us at
right?
11:50.
Hunter Pence, Ryan Vogelsong, or the Freaky franchise, big time Timmy Jim.
I'll tell you, Vogie's been doing a lot of work, and we've had him on numerous times. You want to talk about a guy that was intense on his day that he would pitch? Man, I mean, he was
chicken enchiladas. Didn't he? His wife would make him the plate of chicken enchiladas.
But man, you
They'd
couldn't
go out and
talk
breathe
to him.
fire.
You couldn't approach him. I mean,
Now, Timmy,
yeah,
he could
that was
roll
different.
one up right before he went out here. Timmy,
He didn't care. Yeah, you could walk over to Tim. He didn't care.
Let Timmy smoke.
But man, you get near Vogelsong, he'd give you that.
How about
eye,
Matt
like,
Cain?
Dude,
Cain want to come back?
where does he live? In Georgia or something now? That'd be interesting. We'll ask Avi.
Cain's not in the Bay Area anymore?
I don't think
he's-
so.
I think he's in the Bay Area.
I thought he moved.
Well, Pat Burrell does work for the Giants. He's
Yeah.
one of the hitting coaches.
Yeah.
I wonder about him bringing Donnie Ecker back from Bochy's staff.
Yeah. Yeah.
Those guys, Justin Veely and Donnie Ecker, Buster, talk about the analytics, whatever they did with his swing.
No, he embraced it. Remember him in-
2021, he had a monster
Yeah.
year, and he incorporated a
He
lot
and
of their
Crawford
swing
both
techniques.
were very complimentary towards those
They
guys.
turned their years around.
Yeah. All right. We'll give you more of the things that Buster said. If you missed it, also go to KNBR.com and you can listen to what Buster said both on the podium and with us directly after. And it was great of the Giants. Thank you very much for bringing them over. One quick thing, as you just mentioned too, Kruk and Kipe here today, and they're both on the list as the Frick Award finalist. And so hopefully they can get in there because Bay Area baseball just isn't the same with those guys. And I understand what the award is about, and it's almost like the Pro Football Hall of Fame, like who is the most deserving at that time. But, God, man, it would be certainly nice to get those guys in the hall.
Without a doubt. And I actually showed the text to Larry Bear, and Larry first thing, can they go in together? And no,
Everybody says
they
that,
can't
yeah.
go in together. But the one thing they could do, and our guy Sarge is listening, because Sarge is directly involved with the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, and some of this is self-serving, but the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, for years it was just players, coaches. They didn't take owners.
Right.
And Al was not a fan of the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. They don't take broadcasters into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. Why? Because they're not going to put Dwayne and Mike into Cooperstown together. It's just that they don't do that. They don't have dual Frick winners. It's one or the other. Why don't we, in lieu of that, or when they go in their separate years, have them be the first Bay Area broadcasters to go into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame and do it together.
That's a good
as
idea.
Kruk and Kipe.
They're not. Wait a minute. Broadcasters don't go in there?
We can't
you
go
said?
in, no.
So, like you?
I'm not.
Not
in there,
happening?
No.
I'm not really
I get
up
to
on
MC
the
the event.
Oh, you do? But they won't let you put you
and
in
go
it?
to like 27 lunches to get ready for your 27 seconds of talking. Think I can handle that. In any event,
You?
No. I was like, I'm not doing the lunch anymore, dude.
Exactly. You're
When's
not
the
gonna put
event?
me in?
I'll show up.
Yeesh.
Anyway, Kipe is the one that was there when Buster went in to the Bay Area Sports Hall of
Right.
Fame. He was the one that emceed that. Anyway, is this the year for Dwayne and Mike or John Sterling? Gotta go.
Oh, really? Are they going against
John's
John
going to make
Sterling?
the Hall of Fame, John. Despite your ageism.
Is his reel going to be when he got hit by that ball?
He
Remember that?
did he did the Atlanta Braves games for years before.
Ow!
Hey, you're remembering him as an octogenarian.
Exactly.
He's been doing baseball for longer than sure since he's
Oh, Yankees win. That is
All right. Okay.
Judge Tonian. I mean, geez, that's got to be Hall of Fame worthy. Oh, my God. It's an A-bomb for A-Rod. Oh, that's got to be Hall of Fame
Have you ever heard
worthy.
of the actual broadcast from John Shirley?
He's good, but it's New York. That's all.
Yeah,
It's
no
just
one listens to New York. He'll never get
That's
in.
why he's getting old.
Gary Cohen's on the list, the TV voice of the Mets. Anyway,
like him. I
one
like
of these
Gary
years it'll happen. Good luck to Mike Kruk, Dwayne Kuiper.
We have playoff baseball, which is something that hopefully as we sit and look at this park, maybe 365 days from now, we would like to have playoff baseball as the Astros and Tigers have kicked off
Scott
postseason.
Harris's Tigers.
Yeah. My God, they went on a run at the end of
Were
the
they going to trade Tarek Skubal at one point, and now he's starting game one of a wild card?
That dude is awesome. He won the AL Triple Crown. My God, man, that was absolutely crazy. The other baseball news today that we have not yet discussed: Pete Rose has passed away at the age of 83.
Man.
There might not be sports radio if not for Pete Rose. I think for the first 2 years that I did this for a living, should Pete Rose be in the Hall of Fame? I mean, seriously, we probably worked that in 10 times a year. I mean, just unbelievable. I guess. I mean, it's been 35 years since he was banned. 1989, he was banned for life. Well, he no longer has life. So is he getting in? I mean, what
It's
do they
too
do
late.
now?
He's gone.
Yeah.
And I got the Dodd report in my trunk. I saved that for years. So I don't remember that Pete Rose. I remember Charlie Hustle.
Yep.
And I remember
Big red
4,256 and that base hit off Eric Shaw to pass Ty Cobb and the switch hitter. I remember his hitting streak in the 70s, 78. Gene Garber broke it up. It captivated America. Here's the long way. Joe DiMaggio hit 56 in a row, but the National League record is Charlie Hustle, 44 in a row.
I remember it. Mm-hmm.
What a great hitter. What a great player. You could play him anywhere. Second, third, left, right. Amazing player. My brother was a sportscaster in Philadelphia for years, so when he went there and won the World Series with that
first there,
group,
yeah.
with Mike Schmidt and those guys. The catch he made when Bob Boone against Kansas City in the foul territory, Bob Boone was a perennial Gold Glove catcher. It glanced off his catcher's mitt, and Pete Rose was right there to make the catch, and then he spiked it out. I mean, as a player, it's unreal. It's just blasphemous. When I do go to Cooperstown in central New York near Syracuse in my hometown, it's hard. There's no representation of the all-time hits king there. The only 7-time Cy Young Award winner is not represented there. And the only 7-time MVP, Barry Bonds, is not there. So my first thought is you never put him in. And I understand. He bet on the game. He lied about betting on the game. He bet on the game as the manager of the team. He did it from the clubhouse phone. But that's what gamblers do. They act stupid. And they're going to get caught. And he did it all. So they're a lot of things are in that clubhouse. The rule about gambling is right there front and center. So I understand it. But it's just hard. And now he's dead. And that Hall of Fame meant everything to Pete Rose. And my first thought, honestly, was Barry Lamar Bonds. And is he ever going to get in the Hall of Fame? Would they ever put him in the Hall of Fame after he's dead? I mean, that's for the player. It's for the person to celebrate, not for the family. It'd be great. So, I mean, it's just the finality of it. He's not getting in his lifetimes. And you know about the ego of Pete Rose. Mm-hmm. Nobody knew what a great player Pete Rose more than Peter Edward Rose. Anyway, does Bonds ever get in while he's alive? Do they do something after he's gone posthumously? What does it matter? I mean, it does matter, but it doesn't matter. So
They'll
that
probably
was.
Put him in now, but like you said, it's kind of like
I don't
Snake
think they
and all
do.
these
Is this commissioner had any thought about doing it? He would have done it when he was late in his life.
Well, it's a lifetime ban. His life is over. I mean, isn't the ban over?
Well, I think
It's a
that's just the
lifetime ban.
point. I mean, I didn't look at it that way.
I mean, I think you got to put him in. I think Barry, you got to put him in. I mean, to me, I've always thought this. We've talked about this a million times. What does it mean? Well, it means you can't talk about the game without that guy. You can't not have the all-time hits leader. You can't have the single season and all-time home run leader. You can't talk about the game. It's a museum. It's not about perfection. It's a museum, and there's a lot of bad guys, Ty Cobb, in the Hall of Fame. And you're drawing the line here. You're drawing it at performance-enhancing drugs that a bunch of guys took. You're drawing it at gambling, which, by the way, after it was announced his death on ESPN yesterday, Eduardo Perez was talking, and then it came down. And, of course, his dad was Tony Perez, the Big Red Machine, and he started to cry. The first commercial after they announced Pete Rose was dead was DraftKings, and it was a gambling commercial. It was like, oh, my God. Like, you're embracing it now. You're taking the money.
I know, but
your
they're
stance
not,
needs to change.
The players can't gamble
No, I
on their
agree.
sport. So I understand all of that, but he did break a vow. And, if the A's do wind up in Vegas one day, they're going to be in the gambling capital of our country. But, how many states is gambling legal? I understand all of it. But I didn't look at it that way. The lifetime ban, it's like giving a criminal a lifetime sentence. You're not getting out. We can give you a double life, whatever that means. If you are reincarnated, we're going to throw you in jail again. I don't know. What does it matter now? He was not here to go in the Hall of Fame. He didn't get a chance to give a speech. And I think it would be hypocritical to put him in the Hall of Fame now after he's gone. And what would that tell this generation of players as far as gambling, especially when you're bringing Vegas possibly into it. So it's sad. But he had a sad. Honestly, there was a piece on MLB Network this morning that was so riveting on him. When are they going to make the Pete Rose movie? Just what would it be? Charlie Hustle, Rose. I mean, the life that guy lived. Not just dirt. He played more baseball games than anybody has ever played at the major league level, and more hits than anybody. But you know what? He played harder and got more hits after the game than he got during the game. What would the movie of Pete Rose be like?
Well, it's going to end sad because it's not that I remember him this way. I don't. I remember him because I grew up with the Big Red Machine and all that kind of stuff. But see him at Mandalay Bay, and I know you saw it too. When you took the escalator up
to get his autograph,
and you walked by, and his son Pete Jr. is waving for you to come in because there's no one coming in to talk to Pete Rose. It was maybe the saddest thing I ever saw. I mean,
he had like a crushed red velvet suit on.
And he's sitting at a table by himself and wanting to autograph stuff for you, and his son's motioning for you to come in because there's no one in there for one of the greatest players in the history of the game.
It's like seeing Marlon Brando late in his life on ice skates in The Freshman. I mean, it's just, it did that well, but I don't remember that guy.
Ugh.
I remember the guy rounding second and diving into third with his hair flying everywhere. And when he hit the dirt at third, it was like he was diving into a pool.
Yeah.
It's like, how hard are you going to hit the dirt before you go grab third base? Nobody played harder than that guy.
All right, let's get Javi Lopez's thoughts on it. Obviously, it is a big day here as we're at Oracle Park. We just finished up with the press conference about an hour ago, and we talked to Buster Posey here on KNBR, Papa and I. So if you missed any of those things, go to KNBR.com and then give us your thoughts all day long on our social medias at KNBR. And give us your thoughts on Buster Posey and your initial impressions. But let's ask Javi Lopez. Is he still broadcast, or did Buster already reach out to him to be part of the
Says right here, John, I'm looking at it. President of Baseball Operations, Buster Posey. General Manager, Javier.
Oh, that was quick.
Loogie Lopez.
The lefty.
Loogie, right there.
Let's talk to him. Javi Lopez gives us his impression next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
No, I mean, I kept it really in-house. I just think out of respect for Farhan, we didn't know which way things were going to go and did not want anything out there that was going to be a distraction or potentially disrespectful for him. So some of those people that you've mentioned, I've since yesterday have reached out via text and plan on having conversations with John and with Sabes.
That is Buster Posey when he sat down with us after the press conference at Spop and Lund here on the Sports Leaders. We're live at beautiful Oracle Park. It's a wonderful day in the city. It's supposed to be like 90 degrees today. But let's get into more. Buster Posey, is Javi Lopez the new general manager of the San Francisco Giants is what we want to know.
Wow.
All his buddies reaching out. He's here, Buster just say, and the great Javi Lopez joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's happening? How are you?
Well, gentlemen, I'm about as excited as you guys are, and there has been zero conversation as far as general manager.
No, we're kidding. No, we're kidding. We had Buster on, and we asked him about Sabes, obviously, and John Barr, and a lot of his ex-teammates, and your name came up. But, I mean, when Buster retired, and it's hard to believe, Javi, 3 years ago he retired, and now he's taken on this job that is just, so deep. But he moved back to Georgia, and I know Vogie's there, and you're there, and you guys were tight. Did you know your former teammate would one day aspire to want to be a president of baseball operations of the Giants or any team?
I think we had conversations along those lines while he was still here, out on the golf course. I mean, you got to do something, kill 4 hours. So we were out there having some conversations, and I do think it's something that he was probably thinking about. And I had mentioned this before. I think he maybe had a timeline that was a little bit different than what ends up being, getting into the chair so quickly, like you mentioned. But I do think it's something that he had a passion for. He does love the game. He wants to not only incorporate what he's learned so much on the field and in the locker room and that kind of experience, but be able to find a way to complement that with ownership, and that's why he got into that so quickly. And so hopefully this will be a nice blend of the two, because the president of baseball ops needs to be able to kind of weave that needle, get that thread through the needle there. And I think he's in a big position, but in a position that he's definitely excited to be a part of, and I'm happy to see it.
Javi Lopez joining us. Of course, we're at Oracle Park, where Buster Posey was officially introduced as the president of baseball operations for the Giants. So, and however you see it, how do you think he's going to do, knowing that he has no experience, but you know him about as well as anybody?
That's the ultimate question, isn't it? We have no idea how it's going to be. I think one thing that he definitely has is a passion for the black and orange. I think he's got such a passion for San Francisco, the fan base, the city, the people. And, I mean, that's one big reason he moved back. There's no doubt about it. They had made some friends in his playing days and just felt real comfortable and real at ease. And he needed to be front and center if he was going to really want to be a part of it. He needed to actually get back into the city. So he's able to do that. And, I think one thing I know about Buster is that he doesn't go into anything just willy-nilly. He's gone through a vetting process, not only with himself, but with his close circle, with his family, to make sure that everything's going to be, the way he's thinking it'll roll. And I think he'll surround himself with the proper people, and hopefully that'll be something that he can kind of lean on as he learns somewhat on the fly. It's not unheard of to see a player take over. He's not the first one to do this. He won't be the last. Just maybe his entry point to this position is a little bit quicker than most, in a sense that he didn't serve in a front office or work at a commissioner's office. But as far as being a former player, I think he brings a lot of pieces to the equation that sometimes gets overlooked as far as just the president's side. You've got to think about you're running in a whole organization. He's got he's going to have 200 some guys in his purview now, I think, running an entire organization. That's a big shop. And so I feel like he's going to take his time to his due diligence and get the proper people in charge. And delegate is one thing that I think he's always done extremely well. And and I think he'll be trusting in that regard as well.
In his press conference today, Javi, and his interaction with John and I, we chatted with him for about 20 minutes after. It's just classic Buster, whether he's sitting at in his clubhouse cubicle or retiring or taking on an ownership role or talking about you pitching after an outing. I mean, it's just the same. So take me back, and you were in your 30s now. You were 32 years of age. You had already won a World Series when you walked in that Giant clubhouse, and Buster Posey is there, and he just came up in 09. It was his first full year. They brought him up in May, wound up Rookie of the Year. Benji Molina was still on that team till they traded him, and Buster took over in July and took over. Did you, is a leader, the catching position kind of lends itself to that? Was he a leader right away, and how did you watch him evolve from the injury in 2011 when he got run over at the plate to being an MVP and batting title? Just tell me, go back to the early formative years of Buster Posey that you observed, Javi.
Well, I definitely think that there was a definite progression throughout his career. I think in 2010, it was a perfect locker room for him to be a part of. I think when you come in as a rookie, the way he did, in such a premium position, you always think about your catcher, shortstop, second baseman, center fielders. You got to be strong up the middle. And not only did he do that exceptionally well, he was a good catch and throw guy, good frame guy, was learning to call games, and did a pretty darn good job with the pitching staff that he had. Maybe it made it a little bit easier for him, which I think definitely aids in that regard for him. But I do think that in that clubhouse, he didn't need to be the guy yet, and he could kind of sit back and see what Pat Burrell was like, see what Edgar Renteria was like, and even spending that time with Benji Molina, seeing what he was like, and being able to kind of just feel his way into this locker room. He was an old soul. I've always said that about him. He and I clicked extremely quickly, and even though we have a 10-year age gap, I mean, it's like every time I was talking to him, I felt like I was talking to a guy that's been in the league for at least 5 years at the time. And, I think when he had to hit in the middle of the lineup as a rookie, his eyes didn't get big. He just still tried to trust the process that got him to the big leagues. And I think that's what people gravitate towards is, no matter the game, the situation, up, down, whatever it was, you were still getting the same Buster Posey. He was still very consistent, very classic Buster in the sense like what you were just talking about. You're not going to catch him too high or too low. He's going to try to control the narrative. And as a player, he did that extremely well. And I think in 2012 and the whole run while I was there through 16 with him, I felt like you saw him just get a little bit more comfortable in that position where he's able to, voice his opinions and concerns and frustrations at times with some guys or with the locker room in general. But he really picked his spots. It wasn't anything that he did that was out of the ordinary. He would just kind of pull you aside. It was very, very low key. He mentioned, he keeps his circle tight. It was much like that in the locker room. If it was something that he noticed that was frustrating to him, he would go and try to deal with it in person. And I think that's the biggest issue when you look at a lot of guys when they get into these positions is making it, you got to be accountable. And I think that's what he wants when he looks at the overall Giants landscape from front office down. He wants to set the tone. And the best way to do that is to put people in those positions to succeed, a lot like Bruce Bochy would manage. Put people in those positions, trust that they're going to do those jobs. And if they're not doing those jobs, then you handle that accordingly. But until then, you have to have full trust and faith and honesty to make things work in an organization. And I think that's something that he's going to bring from a locker room aspect into the work aspect. It's his ability to just kind of massage relationships, work through some things, and come up with that common goal and figure it out. And ultimately, everyone produces better when you put them in those positions. And I think that's what you're going to see in these next few weeks as to who he puts in those titles.
Great to be talking with Javi Lopez, of course, former teammate with Buster Posey, and you see him on select Giants games as well, doing a great job with the broadcast team. In regards, this is where I was thinking about Buster because he helps get the Matt Chapman deal done. I just think he's going to be a great closer in that way, and I'm not saying that Farhan wasn't, but it just seems like if Buster Posey if somebody's going to sell the Giants to potential free agents and their agents, who better to do it than Buster Posey?
Yeah, well, I certainly hope so. I think that's definitely one of the passions that he has is try to come in and seal the deal. I know, he's had an opportunity to do it as a player, but now he has a little bit more free reign in a sense. John Lester was one of the early guys, and being a guy that he lives in Georgia now, and Buster with the Georgia roots, that they try to pull him away. Ultimately, he goes to the Cubs, and that is what it is. But he's gone through the process as a player. He never tested the free agent. He's never been courted, and to actually have to be the guy that does. It's almost like you're the guy on the recruiting trip where you're coming in and you're the host guy and you're trying to get your kid to come to Florida State and he's hosting you. He gets to do that on a grander scale. And now he gets to finally just sit back and not worry about having to call balls and strikes and get people out or get big hits. He can just actually sit there and pour into try to close up some of these deals. And it'll be difficult. We've known this as long as the stadium's been Pac Bell and AT&T and all of it. It's a pitcher park. It's not a place where a lot of offensive guys really want to come and make home. And that's going to be the sell that he's going to have to come in. He's going to have to tell them, hey, there's still a lot of hits out there, a lot of hits in this yard, and there's a lot of things that can happen. And we're going to pitch our tails off, and we're going to play tremendous defense. But I think that's what he's trying to do first and foremost is get back to the point where the baseball gets cleaned up and they run the bases extremely well, and they play solid defense. And I think that's what he wants. He wants that culture and identity back that he feels maybe it's just gotten away a little bit in these last few years, and he just wants to kind of tighten that up and sell it from that point. And then you have Bob Melvin, a guy who's managed for an awful long time. He's been very well respected across the league, and he's coached and played in some national championship series and done those things. So it's a guy that's been around, and he understands how hard it can be to play this game. And I think that's all part of the selling process. And I look forward to see who they go after and what it kind of looks like as the offseason progresses.
Yeah, it will be interesting as far as free agents, but also people he surrounds himself to do this job with. And he was chatting with John and I right after he got up from the dais for about 20 minutes, and he mentioned pitching and defense, and then we asked him, what are you going to do first? And he said, I got to go hire a GM. And your quote that you gave Andrew Baggerly in The Athletic this morning, he's going to surround himself with the best people to cover up his blind spots. I love that. Because he may be Buster Posey. He's a baseball savant. Now, this is new. It's a whole new world. So just your thoughts on, we asked him about Brian Sabian. He said he's already reached out to Sabes for advice. And, John Barr, the guy that drafted him and signed him here. And, some of your teammates that won championships in 10, 12, 14, I'm sure he's going to reach out to some of them, and they've already reached out. But just to expand on that comment, he's going to surround himself with the best people to cover up his blind spots.
Well, again, that's my interpretation. I just feel like when I talk to Buster and we sit there and we have candid conversations, if you're going to answer things honestly, which he does, you have to come to that conclusion that, hey, I have a lot of field experience. I have a lot of knowledge of what it looks like in that clubhouse. I have a lot of knowledge of the player personnel. My eyes tell me an awful lot of things. Now, I need to be able to back that up with the numbers, and sometimes that might be a little bit more difficult for a player to see because you trust your eyes so much. But then the numbers will bear out maybe some different fruit. But you sit there and you have to have guys that have been in it, and I think that's what he kind of touched on during the press conference and the interview with you, that there's going to be places. And I think if you're going to be well-rounded in anything you do, not obviously being president of baseball operations is a massive undertaking, but when I talk about blind spots, there's going to be certain things that you just don't quite understand, whether it's tender dates and contract negotiations, what the CBA actually has in it all the way through, top to bottom, A to Z. Like, those things maybe he knows on the periphery, but you can bring in somebody that knows that hand, like the back of their hand. I'm sure Jeremy Shelley will be a great resource for him in a sense that a guy that knows what that looks like and what the front office landscapes will look like. And you bring in people that are going to be good at those jobs. And I think that's the selling point from the beginning for me with Buster. Those are the early sells before you get to free agency, is by the people that you surround yourself with. You'll find out, what kind of guys believe in his vision and who wants to jump into this. I mean, there's all kinds of people that want to be a part of front offices, and I think he's going to take his time to cover up as many of those spots as he can. And I think they'd be foolish not to, because it's a guy that is passionate, and that's anybody that is passionate about their job. That makes you want to just gravitate towards them and help out. And I do think he's going to have quite a few people kind of knocking and making phone calls, texting, and doing all kinds of things, wanting to be a part of the Giants, because this is the Giants, and that's what he wants to bring back. I wouldn't say it's restoring it. I just think it's putting a focus back on the Giants. And like he was saying, you're trying to make memories, and what better way to make a memory than to win and find and build it all together with a great group of people. And I think that's why a lot of people are excited about seeing him in that seat, just to see what he can rally around.
Great stuff. Javi, it's always our pleasure. Thank you so much for the insight. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, guys, I appreciate it. And if you want to throw in a good word for me on GM, let me know, okay?
We're going to do it. We're going to do it. That's
Would you, seriously, because we asked Hunter Pence this yesterday, and he said whatever Buster wants, if he wants to reach out. You're doing a great job as a broadcaster. You're raising a young family. You're coaching a dad and all that. Is that something you would ever seriously consider? The time constraints on that are enormous, as you know.
I know, yeah, exactly. When you get into those chairs, that's a big undertaking, and I think I'm on board. I'm with the same sentiment as Hunter Pence. Whatever he needs, we're here for him. We had such great memories in that uniform. So when you have it and you just come off a reunion this past year, you get excited about what can be and how the city was and how it can be, and if you can help out, you're more than willing to do it, and I think every one of us would do that for him.
Great stuff. Thanks, Javi. We appreciate it, man.
You got it. No more.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you, man. That is Javi Lopez. He is great.
He's on board.
Yeah. Why wouldn't you want to hang with Buster?
Director of Loogie.
Yeah.
Nobody hocked a loogie like the Loogie.
Yeah. We'll have to go through
the thing is,
everything.
with him, now, maybe you wouldn't do the job. Maybe it's if it's to work with people you don't know, and maybe you come here, you got to work a lot of hours. You do it with Buster Posey. Maybe you sign up for people that are kind of on the fence on family and kids, and I'll go do it because it's Buster, because he is family. That'll be an interesting element to this.
No doubt. Give us your thoughts. You've heard Buster, you've heard Javi, you've heard Buster with us, you heard Buster on the podium, and now George Contos at the bottom of there. Heard a great conversation with Buster Posey, actually on the golf course. Great interview that he did, and it basically showed you how Buster felt about the organization and how he wanted to restore it, which is kind of maybe one of the first steps in this whole thing. We'll talk to Georgie at the bottom of the hour at 12:30. It's Bob and Lund. We're live at Oracle Park. Buster Posey press conference day. He is your president of baseball operations, and it's only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Hunter Pence, he joined the show yesterday, the Pop and Lund Show, and said he would help out in any capacity if Buster Posey gave him the call. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials. It is always a good day when you can talk to our good friend, Steve Moskowitz. He has the answers to all your tax issues, even when you can't pay your taxes. What do people do, Steve?
They call us. It's a real common problem. Money is tight. People can't pay their taxes, so they make a mistake. They stick their head in the sand and they just don't know what to do, don't wait until that IRS agent comes knocking on your door. And you don't even want to think about if a criminal agent comes knocking on your door. There's so many good solutions, like just paying part and have the government forgive the rest, or paying in monthly installments that you can afford, not what some IRS agent says you can afford. Or if the problem was caused by your former spouse or former business partner, shifting it off of you onto them where it belongs, or a lot of other solutions. We have a free consultation, and we just want to do everything for you. Just give us a call and say, hey, Steve, what can you do to get us out of this mess?
Real simple. Just call Steve. What can you do to get me out of this mess? If you can't pay your taxes or any other tax-related issues, real simple. Call Steve right now. 888-TAX-DEAL. That's 888-TAX-DEAL or MoskowitzLLP.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. wherever you are. We're streaming 24/7 at knbr.com. This is Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What can I bring for you on this glorious afternoon?
Well, Hector, here's the game plan. You're going to bring us 2 absolute martinis. You know how I like them, straight up. And then precisely 7.5 minutes after that, you're going to bring us 2 more. Then 2 more after that, every 5 minutes until one of us passes the out.
That has been the game plan here. We're not far from a bar here. At the,
you think
club
I didn't
level.
notice that? Now, normally we play that on
Right around the
Thursday,
corner.
but today's a Tuesday. We got 4 baseball games to watch.
I'm
we
enjoying
are
this.
at the
Good day.
Alaska Airlines club level here, and the absolute martinis do sound good. Make them extra dirty.
Yeah, for
and
this show.
3 olives,
Yeah.
blue cheese.
I love blue cheese and olives. Man.
We got a bartender. Hey, Kawakami!
Yeah.
Did you get the
Yell
drink
at him.
order?
That bar, there's a bar right there I can see. It's probably
Buster's
still
like,
stocked.
how long do I have to talk to this guy? Can I leave now?
Guy, I
Did
know.
Farhan talk to him this long?
No, absolutely not.
I'd rather talk to Shay Hay than this guy.
I don't know about that.
They're all gone. They're all gone. Greg Johnson's running away from
Shay.
Hay. It's the way John asked the question. At least like Susan's. Hi, Buster. Congratulations.
Shay's
Yeah, Shay's like, hey, Greg, are you going to be transparent this time or are you going to lie to me?
Because I'm going to find out how long these contracts are. We found out.
When did Shay Hay become like this?
I don't know, but I think
After Willie died, he really turned.
Yeah.
No, he's been like
I
that
think
for
he gets a
couple
kick out of it, though. I do think he gets a kick out of being the a-hole. You know?
Oh, he's just.
Oh, he's fine.
He wasn't like this when he was younger. And now, he looks the most like Ted Koppel of anybody in the Bay Area. His hair.
Nightline.
He looks like Ed Koppel, doesn't he? It's like he's interviewing El Campanis. Sir, I'm going to give you a moment to get out of this because I think you need it.
Best of luck.
He's become Ted Koppel of Bay Area media, isn't he?
Man.
Shay Hay?
A little bit. Like you're just
Greg
waiting.
Johnson. They're on drinking absolute martinis right now.
The contract's 3 years, Shay. Get off my back. That's as transparent as I need to be.
I mean, that's
with
what
you.
I wanted to know. I told Kawakami, ask him about the contract like that. I knew Shay Hay would do it.
He did. Yeah.
That's what I wanted to know. I mean, long term would be 4, 5, 6 years, 10 years, lifetime deal. That 3 years is low, but it's different because
You're talking about Buster's
he
deal,
already
yeah.
owns the team. He's already got a piece of the club.
Yeah, I don't know that.
So I think the structure of the ownership. It's not like he has to divest himself to take on this role. He keeps the ownership group, and then they pay him extra money to be the president of the baseball operations. I wonder how much they're going to pay him. Shay Hay will get to the Ted Koppel Nightline question to find that out.
Just wondering about if there will be better transparency.
No, I hate you. You can tell Greg Johnson was eyeing him the whole time.
What was
like,
Greg's answer?
When's he going to answer?
That'll have to be transparent to
That's what he
you.
basically told him. He says, I don't like having to be transparent. It shouldn't be any of your business, but it is.
That was very interesting. Anyway, he got
and
the
asked
3
him-
years.
And he said, here was the other part, too. He goes, and is Bob Melvin still going to be a lame duck?
He didn't answer that question at all. Bo Mel was like, Shay, ask him about me. Forget about Buster. He's rich. He owns the club. He owns part of the team. Ask him about me.
I'm not sure transparency is required.
Especially to you.
That was the highlight of it, wasn't it?
Yeah, I was like 2 people away, and I hope they weren't catching my laughter because I was just laughing.
I love Shay.
Because he was making the.
Now that Willie's
the
gone,
board
they don't have to be so nice to Shay. They could.
Jeez.
That
was pretty funny, though.
That was funny.
All right, we're going to talk to our good friend George Contos. He was on the golf course a few weeks ago and talked to Buster, and that was the first time that he had verbally illustrated that he was none too happy about the direction of the team, and you kind of started getting the idea that, Jesus, is this guy going to be part of the solution here? So we'll talk to his good friend because obviously they played together. Buster Posey gave him some straight answers, and we'll ask George Contos about it. How does he think Buster Posey, his good friend, is going to do in this position of president of baseball operations? We'll talk to George about it next, and only here on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Lund Show now continues. Download the KNBR app and listen anywhere, anytime. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Yeah, I think we're very happy. I know Bob's happy with his staff. As far as changes goes, I think we have to look and see where people are at personally and where some contracts are. But I know, speaking with Bob, he's very happy with the big league staff. Obviously, you've got guys on that staff with a great track record that I think that players can identify with really well. And there's a nice mix of some younger people in there as well.
That is your new president of baseball operations, Buster Posey. You heard the press conference right here at 10 o'clock. Buster talked to us at about 10:30 as we're live at Oracle Park. And one guy, a friend of ours that we wanted to get his opinion on and did an interview with Buster a few weeks back is George Contos. And you heard Buster was none too happy with the direction the baseball team was going. And sure enough, here he is running operations just a few weeks later. Our good friend George Contos, who you saw before and after lots of Giants games this year and former World Series winner. And Georgie joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. How are you?
I'm doing great, fellas. How about you guys?
Yeah, we're doing great, man. Just give us your thoughts. Was this something that you thought was on the radar to have Buster take on this position?
To be honest, I always have thought that Buster would be somebody very qualified to have a position like this. I just internally, when I was going, through who, if there was a change, who might it be, just with him having his 4 younger children and his time commitment at home, I didn't know that I didn't know if he was really going to be willing to make that time commitment. But obviously, he shocked kind of myself included. There was no inclination that to any of us that are friends with him and have regular communications with him that this might be an opportunity. But I'm thrilled. I think that there's nobody better to be in charge and have the reins of the direction of this organization than a guy like Buster Posey, obviously.
Yeah, and since he's taken on the role, 3 years ago we were here and he retired from the game, after that great year he had in 2021, George. And then 2 years ago via Zoom, he does the press conference about taking on an ownership role. And in the ensuing 2 years, this team went 79 and 83 and 80 and 82. And when he sat down with us, all he wanted to know was what time the baseball wildcard game started. And the Padres will play tonight and the Dodgers over the weekend. So I think the competitiveness came out in him. But the one thing was that interview you did with your former World Series champion teammate on the golf course. He was pretty honest about his dissatisfaction of where the franchise is going. I think it's pretty obvious he's coming back because he loves this team. But we saw the interview on the air, and you guys obviously spent time together. Just your thoughts about what Buster Posey is taking over, his thoughts on the baseball team that he's been involved with as an ownership the last couple of years, George.
Yeah, that interview, I was actually surprised at kind of how candid Buster was when we were chatting. But before the camera turned on, I was like, hey, NBC's letting me come here to grab a few minutes. Thanks, I appreciate it, blah, blah, blah. Let's go have a good time. And then I left that being like, wow, Buster was very insightful, and he was very critical of a few things. And, Buster does things, in my opinion, on purpose. He's not going to ever let, anything close to the vest that he doesn't want out to get out. So the fact that he used a few of the words and said a few of the things that he did, you could definitely tell the frustration that he has. And look, I agree. He's competitive. He takes a lot of pride in being a career San Francisco Giant. He takes a lot of pride in what we've done here over the past, since 2009 or 10, when he really was at the helm as an everyday player, day in and day out. And the fact that the organization has done what it's done over the past 6 seasons. Obviously, you had that 107-win season, which he was a part of, had a great year. The Brandons both had great years. The emergence of Logan Webb and Kevin Gausman pitched well that year. But that was the one year where you're really like, okay, this team looked great. Everything else was, I think, a little bit lackluster. So I think he definitely is very eager to get this ship pointed back in the right direction. And he's going to do it in Buster flair. The things that are important to him are having baseball people around and the culture of this ball club, which is something that, I've been very fortunate to be a part of, 2 of the 3 rings and around those teams. Our culture was second to none. And not that we haven't had good culture in the past 6 years, but I think it has been a little bit different than what the organization is accustomed to having. And that's one of the things that I think he's going to address very quickly in his now tenure as president of baseball operations.
I'm glad that you ended with that, because my impression in your interview, obviously he was upset. And one of the things that certainly he got across to everybody today is that he doesn't believe the Giants should take a backseat to anybody, especially now with the A's out of the market. They're the largest single market in all of baseball now, and I think he feels that they should be competing with the Dodgers, which they're not, and that they should be thought of, with the Yankees and the great teams. And he's talked about the tradition that you know as well as anybody around this team, and I think that that's the type of culture and expectation level that he's trying to get back to.
He absolutely wants to get back at that, and you could tell. And he was very candid, and I asked him how he thought the season went, and he goes, well, no one is happy with it, obviously. And that was kind of a stamp. He was just like, no, we're not happy with the direction of where we're going, because that's not Giants baseball. And the one thing that I know about Buster, having him as a teammate for 6 years and now as a friend, and all the things that go along with our tenure being together for that long, is Buster's a winner. He's never failed, and I don't expect him to fail at this either, because he's a guy that covers all of his bases. He is very thorough. Anything that he can't handle by himself, he's going to absolutely surround himself or get the opinions or advice from people who are good in that area. So I expect him to use all the resources that he can to get this organization back to what he believes it should be, and he holds this organization in the utmost regard. So I think that we're in good hands moving forward, and obviously, in theory, we're going to go in the right direction. You still got to go and perform and do things with whoever ends up on the field on the 26-man roster next year. But I think the organization is in very, very good hands.
Yeah, obviously in this job, president of baseball ops, he's the face of the franchise in so many ways, even more than Bob Melvin or any of the players. It's Buster Posey. But when you walked into that clubhouse in 2012, he was one of the best players in the game. He won the MVP that year. He won a batting championship that year. You guys won a World Series together that year, his second in 3 years. Just tell me about his presence in the clubhouse. We were talking to Javi Lopez about, even though there's a 10-year gap between Javi and Buster, George, he really aligned to Buster because he was an old soul. Just what was he like in the clubhouse? And then let's look ahead to his presence in the clubhouse as a GM or a president of the baseball ops. And you had Brian Sabean. And Sabean would go in that clubhouse every once in a while and just read you guys the riot act. Do you think Buster will go in there? I don't know how much Farhan was in there, but it doesn't matter. But you think he'll drop by the clubhouse to put his arm around a Patrick Bailey or a Logan Webb or a Matt Chapman? Do you think at times he will go Sabes on him and maybe, stir things up a little bit and challenge just his presence in the clubhouse as a player and a champion with you? And how does he translate that now as the president of the baseball ops?
Well, first of all, I'm going to give you just a very quick story about Sabes. This was in maybe 2013 or 2013. We were playing Cincinnati at home, and we had a just abysmal series. I think there was a game where I came in for Timmy in like the third inning. I ended up going like 4 1/3. We lost 11-2. And Sabes came in after that game, and he kicked everybody out of the training room, turned all the lights off in the weight room, kicked everybody out. He's like, "Get out of here! You guys aren't playing good enough to need this treatment or whatever." And that intimidated everybody. And if I were a betting man, I don't remember, but we probably came back and won the next game because everyone was like, "Holy cow!" That being said, Buster's not that kind of individual. He is an old soul. He is going to be as prepared as anybody, like he was as a player. Nobody outworked him. He understood exactly what everybody that came to the ballpark on the pitching staff needed to do that day when they ran into the ball game. He always was watching everything. He would watch videos. So he's going to be as prepared as anybody. And, Buster is a serious guy because he takes pride in what he's doing. He took pride as a player going in and showing up and catching every day. And he never wanted to be embarrassed. He never wanted to go out there and have our butts kicked and, show up the next day like nothing happened, because he would take it personal. And I think that he's going to translate all of that stuff into this new role that he's in. And he's going to 100% try and do everything he can to get everybody on the same page. And whether that is, Do I think he'll be around the clubhouse? Sure. I think he'll walk in and out. I don't think he's going to be a guy that's going to meddle in conversations or a guy that's going to, be around more than he needs to be, but he's definitely going to make his presence known. And, he's a close to the vest guy. He always has been, and that's not going to change. I mean, you could tell just by the tone in the interview today when he was doing his press conference. I thought he answered everything in a very Buster typical fashion. He gave the very, very proper answers, but you could tell there was a seriousness and a steadfastness in everything that he was saying, and I think that that's going to continue. And that type of presence and demeanor resonates with everybody, because now if you're one of the 26 guys in that clubhouse or under the staff, you are playing for a guy who's running the show that has very high expectations, because he did it on the field and he proved it on the field and he was a winner on the field, and he's taking all of those characteristics into a front office and management role, and his standard is going to be very, very high, as it should be for an organization like the San Francisco Giants.
Great insight from George Contos, of course, former teammate and World Series winner with Buster Posey, who today officially was named President of Baseball Operations for the Giants. It's Pop and Lund as we're live from Oracle Park. I keep asking this question to people close to Buster, but the one thing that I think the previous administration lacked was just somebody who was a clear closer in regards to bringing free agents aboard and closing deals. We asked him more about Matt Chapman. He clearly did that. Do you think Buster is going to be a top-notch closer and being able to convince people, especially hitters, to come to a ballpark that's not so hitter-friendly? I just think he's going to be great at it. What do you think?
I think he's going to be great at it, too, for a lot of the characteristics I just mentioned. I mean, the guy was a winner his whole career. He won 3 championships. He was an MVP, multi-time All-Star, Gold Gloves, all of the things that encompass the player that Buster was. But he commands the respect, and obviously he's going to be as good of a advocator or recruiter as he can be. Do I think he would have gotten Aaron Judge if he was at the helm when Judge was a free agent? Probably not, because some guys, have maybe their minds made up, or it would take an extraordinary, showing to veer them. But I think he's going to have a very, very good opportunity to be, as much of a closer as anybody else, because when you come to this organization under Buster Posey now, you are going to have a commitment to winning, and him and the rest of the front office and management will do everything they can to put a winning product on the field and in the clubhouse. So I think he's not going to struggle in any capacity with his ability to convey to free agents what this organization is about.
All right, let's hit some topics, because Buster is close to the vest, so there's no point in asking. They asked him about Blake Snell and Scott Boras, and he danced around it. But you know this team as well as anybody, working the games before and after on TV and watching every single pitch, and you know Buster. Re-signing Blake Snell and paying him the kind of money he's going to demand this offseason on a multi-year deal, is that something you're all in on, George?
That's a good question. Me personally, I liked Blake Snell. I thought that he did a great job in the second half of the season. Am I all in on him coming back? I think that Blake Snell has the opportunity of a lifetime right now to go and secure his family's future for generations. And I think that he's definitely going to test the free agent market. What I do feel confident in saying is that the Giants are not going to maybe go and outbid everybody else for Blake Snell's services. I think he'd be a great guy to have back as a Giant. Look what he did in the second half here. The stuff when he was on and fully healthy was A+, and he has 4 swing and miss pitches. But there are also other options. You got a guy in Corbin Burns who we're going to see here in the postseason with the Baltimore Orioles that's hitting free agency as well. So there will be some options. Blake Snell would be a great guy to have back. I don't know that all the chips are going to be put into Blake Snell and Scott Boras' corner to get a deal done no matter what. It may not be handled, obviously, the same way that Chapman was. But if he did come back, I would say that he'd be a very welcomed re-signing to have him back on the roster.
Good stuff. Georgie, thanks, man. Always good to catch up with you. We appreciate it, and I'm sure we'll talk to you soon.
Thanks a lot, fellas. Appreciate it.
Take care.
Thank you, Georgie.
There is the great George Contos. Good insight.
Interesting name.
See, I hadn't thought of that name. It doesn't have to be Blake Snell for me, but I do think they need one more. Corbin Burns would be nice. I take that. I take Corbin Burns with Webb.
Mark O'Brien, who's one of Buster's agents, along with Jeff Berry at CAA, is here today in the front row. We visited, and he represents Corbin Burns. So, I mean, that's the kind of associations that Buster has, is with the agent community, and not only his representation, and now it's different, obviously, in his role, and players in baseball, he's just well-connected in the game. So we'll get into that conversation. We'll watch Corbin Burns pitch in the postseason for the Baltimore Orioles. I like Blake Snell, and we talked about him not taking the ball in 161. Logan Webb did not take the ball in 162. And he's going to be a dad, and, he got to 200 innings, but he didn't lead the league in innings pitched. He was passed on that. So the modern athlete's just different. I just think Logan Webb loves the Giants.
Right.
Matt Chapman loves the Bay Area now with Bob Melvin here. He loves the Giants. I don't know. Does Blake Snell love the Giants? He loves pitching. He's great at it. He's a little quirky. And the bottom line, and I love the guy. We saw him throw that. The highlight of the season by far was his no-hitter August the 2nd. Not without a doubt in Cincinnati. That was the highlight of the year. And then the start before that, when he punched out 15 Colorado Rockies in 6 innings, that may have been better. And the starts after, the 1-0 game against Chris Sale, how great was he? He pitched as well as anybody we've ever seen pitch for a 7-8 start stretch. But he's going to pitch 180 innings. He's going to make 30 starts in a good year. He's going to go 6 innings a start, and it's 180 innings.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you want to give that kind of money to? In a lot of games, he's going to be as well as he pitches. The 1-0 game they lost. The 15 strikeout game, it was 1-0 when he left, and it was 1-1 after. The games are decided after he's out of the game. Is that the best place to put your allocation of money? And they asked Greg Johnson, I love the question, the Oakland A's gone now, and you're the only team in town. Are you going to increase year to year with, so we'll see. They may not do it immediately. They may not do it ever. Maybe 1 year, 5 year, 10 year, whatever it is. They got a business model. But you're not unlimited in what you spend, and you have to put it somewhere. Corbin Burns is a different dude. He is from here, St. Mary's. Is there a love of the Bay Area we don't know about with him since he pitched in Milwaukee, now Baltimore? I love Blake Snell. But with Blake Snell, is he a difference maker? Is he a guy that's good? I wanted to see him get in the 8th and 9th every game after the no-hitter. He did some, but he's a guy that's going to pitch about 180 innings a year.
Yeah, he's going to nibble, and he's got that great stuff, and you're like, dude, go at guys. No, look, I agree. I'd love to have Blake Snell back, because I think when you get to the playoffs, if you can get to the playoffs, that if those 3 guys, Robbie Ray is now going to be removed from the Tommy John, Logan Webb's Logan Webb, he's going to give you 200, and Blake Snell. You want to face those 3 guys if Robbie Ray is back to his normal self in a short playoff series? I think it would be awesome, but I'm not closed to the fact that, if Corbin Burns wants to come back, it's like any of us. Why do we make the decisions we make where we want to live? Usually there's some kind of connection there. Blake Snell, I think, I don't think Seattle's going to sign him. They don't have major market money, and they need bats if they need anything. And they had the best starting rotation in all of baseball. But it's almost like with Lincecum, you're close enough to Seattle. You're pretty close. His girlfriend's up there, whatever. I don't know what Blake Snell is thinking, but I like the guy. But I like the guy that was dominant. I sure as hell don't like the guy that you'd have to pay $35 million for maybe 6-7 years, whatever it would be, who was crummy at the end of the year. So, yeah, it's a tough decision, because that's a lot of money allocated for the guy who's going to go 5 innings. I don't want that guy either. You need to go 7. You need to be Logan Webb when it comes to that. And remember, he did say that. He's like, I'm going to do more of that. I'm going to, I can hit bats.
He said, Mike, after the no-hitter, the last 3 innings of that no-hitter, 7, 8, 9.
Yeah.
He got through. He went 1, 2, 3 in each inning, and he knew he was up at the pitch limit. He got to, 114 that night. He was economical. He knew, if I'm going to get this no-hitter and throw a complete game for the first time in my life, they got to put it in play. Yeah. And the Reds are going to do me a favor. They're going to swing. I saw that guy. But he's got great stuff. He's going to strike you out because he's so damn nasty. He's got swing and miss stuff.
Remember in that game where he said, I wanted to strike these guys? Like, he could do either.
The 15 strikeout game, he wanted to strike him out to get the record.
He can do that.
He did it back-to-back starts.
Yeah, and he could get soft contact if he
Corbin
wants.
Burns threw 194 and a third this year, 193 and 2/3 the year before, 202 innings the year before that, and he struck out 243 batters. So he led the league in strikeouts that year, and he gave you over 200. He's a horse. He's from here. Now, Mark O'Brien, Mike's going to get mad at me for bringing it up, but he does represent him, and he knows Buster. There is some of that. So we'll see how it all goes here. But I'm in on signing Blake Snell, but I'm not going to give the guy
Right.
$35 million a year for 10 years. I mean, Buster's comment was, I think they know from Boris that he's asking for a big amount, and he should. He won the Cy Young last year, and if he had a half a year Cy Young, he'd win it this year. But what was the comment he made about Boris, Buster? He took a little bit of a shot about Boris, didn't he, when he sat down?
Absolutely.
I was like, I like that. Talk about flippant remarks. What was that?
All right, here's what we're going to do. We're about 10 minutes from the top of the hour. We give you foreplay. If you missed Buster Posey's press conference, we'll give you the 4 best things he said from the press conference. We'll do that at the top of the hour. We're going to go to Hawaii. Aloha, Mr. Hind. John Dickinson is out at covering Warriors training camp.
Boots in the sand.
What the hell, man? We gave him that assignment. Anyway, he's in Hawaii. He's going to join us at 1:30. Buster, the best of Buster at the top of the hour, part of the foreplay as we're live at Oracle, only here on the Sports Leader.
Aloha, John.
Oh, look at that. The saintly one. Aloha, Mr. Ad. That's John Dickinson at 1:30. But what you need to know now is, the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. That's right. Papa and I, he can vouch for it because he's right here. We can both see. I don't need glasses to see the beautiful Oracle Park today. It is glasses free. And for 25 years, the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, do you know that they've been the Bay Area's leader for modern vision correction? So the first question I had to Dr. Bindi, Dr. Ling, was, can I trust you guys? Well, they've been doing it for 25 years. They've been doing thousands of these procedures. And by the way, the procedure that he had and I had, Papa and I, CLR. It's called custom lens replacement. It is a permanent, I tell you, solution to glasses, contacts, readers. You're not going to walk around the house. I can't read my phone. Who just texted me? I can't see. No, that's all. That's in the past. Tens of thousands of procedures, like you said, so you can absolutely 100% trust them, like we did, and it's just awesome. I mean, the bottom line is this: we can see. I can see near. I can see far. I can see small print. It's absolutely great. So stop hassling with those glasses and contacts and bifocals and all that stuff. Start enjoying perfect vision. How do I do it? Glad you asked. LaserEyecLR.com. That's LaserEyecLR.com, or simply call 877-GET-2020.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, your foreplay is going to be all about Buster Posey. We'll get these to you. By the way, at 1:15, we've just been laughing all day. I don't know if other people find it as funny as we do. I think maybe. But John Shea. We've got a whole John Shea at 1:15, and we'll try to catch up with John Shea. But we have a whole John Shea portion at 1:30. We demand transparency. How long is Bob's contract, or is he a lame duck? All those kind of things from John Shea. I demand answers. We'll do that at 1:15. The rest of the cordial media. Hey, Buster. Hey, it's great to have you back.
Well, it's
congratulations on the deal.
I mean, John's been in this market for a long time. I don't know when he turned from John Shea, Mr. Affable. I remember him talking to Sparky Anderson and Tony, and now he's Ted Koppel. And every city has one, like Howard Eskin in Philadelphia. Gabe Kapler, what's this weird lotion you're using to masturbate? Remember that question?
Yeah.
It's like, whoa, where are you going here? And Howard's just, one guy's got to grab the mic. Adelman in Boston, Eddie Adelman. There's always one guy. We don't really have a guy like that.
No.
Most of the questions are, hi, Buster. Susan Slusser from the Chronicle. Congratulations on a great gig you got here. How long have you been thinking about it? And then it's John Shea, Nightline.
Give me transparency.
Greg Johnson, I demand transparency. How long are the length of your contract for the people you just signed today? I don't believe in transparency. Bob Melvin, you have another crappy year like you just had this year, going 80 and 82. You're lame duck. Are you fired? He's like, whoa. What happened to Shea Hay? It was definitely the highlight.
Yeah.
The highlight of the
funny.
entire day was Shea Hay.
All right, so we'll play some of that for you at 1:15. It's Pop and Lund on KBR AM and FM. San
John
Francisco.
just responded to my
The
text.
sports leader.
Hopefully you didn't hear what I just said. He's having laptop issues.
Oh,
he's airing out the tech guys.
What a bummer.
We'll ask for him at 1:15
Okay.
if you want Shea Hay. Let's do 1:15
Sure,
Shea Hay.
we could have a couple of those cuts and then talk to John Shea.
Well, he got to the bottom line. I told everybody. Ask
need
him.
to know.
And,
The 3-year
Kawakami
deal.
asked him about his contract.
Yeah.
Tim didn't ask. Shea Hay got to the bottom of the transparency.
Yeah.
It's a 3-year deal for Buster Posey.
It's a 3-year deal. We don't have to give you transparency. And yes, Bob is a lame duck. Any other questions? That was what was answered there. We know that.
All those scouts you fired, are you going to rehire any of them?
Yes, that too. Hey, Buster, you just said you love scouts. You hiring any of those four that far
One of the
fired?
scouts' names, I have no idea. I just got here.
Exactly. That's what Buster says. He's like, come on, man. Just got here. Give me a break. It's supposed to be a nice day. All right. Let's give you 4 from Buster. First, he's asked about what are his ideal traits for hiring a new GM. He mentioned it numerous times with us and during the press conference that first order of business is a new GM, and here's what he's looking for.
Yeah, to answer the back end of that first, I think it's right away. I think we get going on this right away and get some potential candidates in and get interviews going. As far as qualities, I want a leader. I want a servant leader. I want somebody that, again, is going to empower the people that are working with them and for them. Ideally somebody that does have somewhat of a scouting background, I think will be important for me as well. And again, having in mind that today's game is so much about meshing what your eyes see and your instincts are with what the data is telling you.
All right.
I love that term, servant leader, leadership philosophy in which the goal of the leader is to serve.
You looked that up.
It's kind of like marriage, being a husband.
Oh,
I don't know. I know what servant was. I haven't heard servant
I know what
leadership.
subservient
So
is.
I want leadership from someone that's going to serve me. What he needs is a scout's eye around him and someone to help him. It's kind of like what Javi Lopez said. He's got a lot of blind spots.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't know what's coming up behind him. Can you imagine sitting down and just reading the CBA? You think he ever did that as a player? All the different clauses in there? And I think before they decide free agency, and you got till 5 days after the World Series, John, it's just, what's our budget? Let's get with Jeremy Shelley on some of these rules. How do you do all this? And then he's a video guy. Buster's always been a video guy. And now video at every player you can get, begin to scout and see who you want to go get. But I love that term, a servant leader.
Yeah.
And the GM. That'll be an interesting hire. I would venture to guess he's going to hire someone that has done this before.
Yeah.
And not Farhan Zaidi. I think he would be out there and available and affordable because he's in the lame duck year of his contract too. But no, I'm joking. I mean, Jeremy Shelley could move up. I think John Barr, his reverence for John Barr, the guy that drafted him. But John's an older man now.
Yeah.
I think he's going to have a lot of people around him. Maybe he brings Sabes back. You got Dusty here. I saw Bochy a week ago in Oakland, and I'm going year to year.
Yeah.
I think he's going to come back, and his health's good, his heart's good. He'll probably manage next year, but he may not. If Buster says, "Hey, come back and help me," just have a lot of people around you to be like he was a sounding board before for a couple of years. Have them be sounding boards to him and just get as much. But I think it'll tell you a lot about him based on who he hires as a GM, and does it have to be someone he knows? Think about Buster. You got to build up the trust around him.
Right.
I mean, does it have to be someone he knows directly? Is it someone who knows someone that'll, this guy knows him and I can vouch for him? And he goes out and, we talked to Bob Melvin about hiring Mark Kotze last week.
Right.
He said he had one lunch with him. He hired him that night. He just knew. And sometimes you just click with a guy. It'll be interesting to see what kind of person, the background of the person, if it's someone he knows directly or someone that knows someone that Buster trusts and knows that person directly.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be anybody out of the blue. I think that you're going to see more and more around this organization because he kept talking about the way the Giants do things. There's a lot of organizations that hire, I'm not saying it has to be an ex-Giant or anything like that, but it becomes, kind of about family and that kind of thing. That's what I think Buster's going to try to create is that way that these people who respect and love and there's the expectations that he has, the work ethic that he has, that kind of thing. So, yeah, I'd be surprised if it was just somebody out of nowhere. It's like, you have a relationship with this guy? No. It's either I know him or this guy knows him and, that kind of a thing. I just got to believe that that's something that's going to be. Here's Buster on what his vision is for Giants baseball.
Hopefully what it's going to be is we all love, I know Bob loves good, crisp, clean baseball and guys that are going to be always prepared. I think what I can draw on from a player is knowing that if I went into a game and I know I had prepared to the best of my ability, no matter the outcome or result of that game, I could be satisfied with that. And that's, for me, I'm hopeful that our guys are going to get there, and that's going to be something that is really important to them as well.
I think we can cut to the chase on that. The stuff they saw in the field this year, so many times, the situational hitting and the errors and the base running and just sloppy play, that's not going to be tolerated around here.
Brutal. I mean, as far as the infield defense, you got Matt Williams hitting fungos there, Ryan Christensen. I do think Ron Wotus, who was, on those staffs and certainly instrumental when he was coaching. Well, mainly he was a bench coach but he ran the infield defense. He did everything for Boch. He moved over to third when Flan left. But Ron Wotus is still, again, a special assistant to baseball operations, these vague terms. And Wody wanted to retire, and he stepped away. But I wonder if you want him back in a more of a hands-on role. He's there for home games. He's there for spring training. They got to tighten up. And Matt Williams certainly is part of it, and Ryan Christensen. But, just somebody that Buster knows, he knows Ron Wotus. Mm-hmm. Do you want him back? And they got to clean up the infield defense, cutoff man, the outfield. They're sailing the ball. One Sunday late in the year, they had to have an infield and cutoff drill. It's like, and a lot of these guys just got up here. Is Tyler Fitzgerald a shortstop? What is he? Brett Wisely has some good moments. Guy can swing the bat, but really, where do you play him? We talked about Marco Luciano. There's so many guys. I look at Ramos has improved, but man, you got to hit the cutoff, man. You can't sail the ball. That's something that I think Buster Posey may not go all saves on you and go in and throw people out of the clubhouse and tip the spread. But you play sloppy like that, right. He's going to air you. That's not the way the Giants want to play. And then the hitting and runners and scoring. We asked Bob Melvin about it last week when he was on John on Friday. And it's just he said, it's on me a little bit. It's not a priority. They talk about it all the time.
That's what he
guys
said,
just don't. Guys just don't do it. I don't know, but those are the things. When Buster had the red ass with George Contos on the golf course, that's what he's talking about. This team played sloppily this year.
Yeah, look, they're not the most talented. They weren't the most talented when they won World Series, but they played the game right, and that's the one thing you can say about him is they played the game right, so they maximized their talent, and that's where I think Buster Posey looked at this team, and that's what he, like you said, that's what he was most pissed off about. Is you're looking at this going, my God, it's
We're at
horrible.
Oracle Park today. They got Game 2 of the World Series against the Tigers in 2012. That relayed against Prince Fielder, the way they double cut that and threw it at the plate. The play, obviously, in Kansas City
above us.
to hold
Way
them.
up.
The double play that Panic and Crawford turned. I mean, they may have hit home runs some years and not other years, and had a different second baseman, a different center fielder, a different leadoff hitter, a different closer. One thing those teams did was catch the baseball. There was pitching, it was defense, starting, bullpen. They were locked in. They did not play the way they played this year.
No, absolutely not. It is your foreplay. Pop and Lunders are live from Oracle Park. Buster Posey reliving both the press conference, and he spent some time with us as well earlier on in the 10 o'clock hour. Here's, let's see. Oh, here's his philosophy, analytics versus what he sees on the field.
Most definitely going to use analytics. I mean, I think that the analytics are here and they're here to stay, and it would be a mistake to say that you're not going to use that information. As far as, general philosophy, I think it's, as many of you know me, a lot of my, basic principles are pretty simple. I want us to be known as a team that's, the ultimate prepared team, one that's fundamentals are held at a really high standard. And ultimately, this is all about the players. It's all about putting great players on the field, and I think our job as a front office, with Bob here as a coaching and the coaching staff, is to be able to identify those players and then get the most out of them.
I think it'll be interesting because it had to be a core philosophy of Farhan that he loved shopping at Marshall's. He loved finding Mike Yastrzemski, and he loved rehabbing Kevin Guzman, and he loved all these different things. He loved to churn the bottom of the roster and try to find these guys. It was almost like him and his buddies were like, yeah, look what I found, the kind of a thing. I wonder what Buster's philosophy will be, because I always thought to myself, worry about the steak in the middle of the plate more than you're worrying about these side dishes. So it'll be interesting.
Yeah, Yaz would have fit in well with those Giants teams that Buster played on. And they were teammates in 21. Mike Yastrzemski is a fundamentally sound player in every regard. Defensively, it's amazing because they put him in center at the end of the year. He's just not as good in center. In right, he's terrific. It's unbelievable. You think a lot of guys see it better. I don't know. He's just better in right. Right, he's a gold glove kind of a player. Center field, he's just not as good. But he runs well. He'll bunt situationally. The one thing he does not do is hit the high fastball. And I do wonder about Buster Posey. And there's a picture of Buster over here. We got to take a picture of him. Swinging at a low pitch that's, kind of thigh. Look at the head placement, where he is going down to dig that pitch out. I mean, that's Buster Posey's hitting ability, his hand-eye to cover the entire strike zone. And I do wonder about the way he will have impact as the president of baseball operations on hitting. Everybody now, the guys today don't hit like Buster Posey. Buster Posey had a flat swing through, and he hit line drives, and he went gap to gap, and was the most home runs he ever hit. 24 one year. He was not a big home run hitter. He's a great hitter. And now these guys, and Yastrzemski falls into it a lot, where they're trying to go low to high. And they're buggy whipping, and they're whether it's top spin or more backspin, they're trying to put on the ball, whatever. I do wonder if we'll see a change in the philosophy of the way the Giants hit. Not just runners in scoring position, choke up, spread out, 2 strikes. You can't strike out. Put the ball in play. With Flan, they would yell RTIs to Buster's teams, runs thrown in. They're not going to make a mistake defensively if you don't hit the ball. If you strike out, you're out. The catcher may drop it. You're not getting on. So I just do wonder, because these guys today don't play like Buster Posey. Some of them do. Juan Soto does. That's why he's so great. But most of them are trying to launch, and Yaz is one of those launchers. So I think he'll have an impact more than just about any president of baseball ops as players. When he goes in and talks about how to play the game, because he was such a great player and a fundamental player, I wonder how often he'll do that if we get the whole team together and just talk about philosophies and fundamentals.
I would imagine in spring training he's going to have a speech in front of these guys, and for those who remain. And I don't even think he's going to wait. I think, as he said, he's going to walk in there, and what's emphasized is going to be the thing. And I think one of the first things he's going to say, and this was one of the first things he actually said, I think before he was even asked anything, he used the word fundamentals. He talked about fundamentals of the game, which the Giants were terrible at last year. Finally, let's see, I owe you one more in here. Sorry, I was doing the 115 stuff. Oh, this is when he knew he wanted to do this job. Here's Buster.
It's been more recent. I mean, the move back honestly had nothing to do with what my future might look like with the Giants, which I think for us makes it all the more special because it truly was a move back because we enjoy this area and we enjoy the friends that we've made in this area. And I think just over the last, few weeks, months, we've been kind of talking through some different scenarios, and it's where we landed.
When he first got here, really wasn't in his mind. I mean, we played some stuff yesterday where it was like he wasn't even thinking about something like this. But I think as he watched kind of what we've been talking about, the Giants, I'm not going to say being disrespected, but maybe not living to the expectations of what he expected, the fundamentals, the frustration of not competing, all these kind of things. And I think that he saw that from a front row seat and went, this needs to change, and I'm the guy to do it.
I think he's been disappointed in his baseball team. The team he last played on won 107 games. They lost in a heartbreak fashion in October that year in Game 5. And the next year, they hung around for a while, but it was not a great year. But the last 2 years have been substandard. You go 79 and 83 and fade the way they did. This team faded ever since that Atlanta series in mid-August. They caught fire on that last road trip and played very well. When they went to Baltimore, Kansas City, Arizona, you're like, wow. But it was too little and it was too late. And they went 8, and then ultimately this last weekend against St. Louis, they lost 2 out of 3, and they're a losing team. They're 80 and 82. So back-to-back years, substandard. I think it pissed him off. Honestly, the one thing about Buster, he is a competitor. He's got a little Steph Curry in him where you think Steph's the babyface assassin and he's the golden child, but he doesn't want to lose ever at anything. And I think Buster was, if I'm going to be an owner of this team, we're not playing like this. Is embarrassing. So, but I do think when he came back to join the ownership, he's not going to say it because it disparages, Farhan's last 2 years here. I think they brought him back here to have a bigger role. He just didn't know when. If the Giants won 98 games both years, he'd be in the same role, and Farhan would be going to the playoffs, or maybe they'd be coming here. Didn't turn out that way, so it all got expedited. I just didn't. Did you ever think when he retired 3 years ago at age 34, at age 37? He would come back to run the whole thing, the president of baseball ops? Who would have guessed that?
No chance.
Probably not even him.
No.
I think he thought he would do it at some point because Javi talked about it. I think when he was playing golf in Georgia in that transition year for 1 year, this is something he wanted to do, but I think he wanted to do it later in his life. But you know what? His organization bottomed out the last couple of years. They're looking up at the Dodgers. They're looking up at the Padres. They're looking up at the Diamondbacks, and it irks him. And he wants to be part of the revival, the rebirth of this franchise. So he'll do it as a young man. The question is, when you start young in this endeavor, how long will he do it? How long did Derek Jeter? And he wasn't even, he had people run the front office. He was an owner. Jeter didn't do it very long.
No, I think he's doing it for a different reason. I think that all of the guys that we've talked to that are former teammates, plus himself, said he loves the Giants. He has a passion for the Giants. Jeter ran the Marlins. He didn't have any connection to the Marlins, but it seems like Buster has a connection. And, it was that Contos interview for me that changed it because he was genuinely pissed off that this is not acceptable. This is not. It's like, wow, he sounded more like an owner, but and somebody even more involved, because I think they originally brought him back to oversee, like, hey, can you take a look at this organization and see? And then the closer he got, the more problems he saw. And he said, you know what, I think I can fix this. I think that I'm part of a solution. And that's the greatness, if you didn't hear the press conference or hear him with us, is he doesn't think he knows everything. He's not an egomaniac. He's going to surround himself with people who have similar philosophies and maybe bring back some of the guys like a Sabian or something that he was with as an advisor. But you could just tell it all, like you said, pissed him off. He's very competitive, and he doesn't think the Giants should take a backseat to anybody in baseball.
And we had George Contos himself on at 12:30, and he had no idea what Buster was going to say. They set the interview up, and a lot of times Buster doesn't say anything controversial. That's not him.
That's why it woke me up for sure.
So when he says that he knows that it's going to be on TV, and in this day and age, you say it once, it gets regenerated, and it goes viral, and the whole world sees it. Farhan saw it, Pete Patella saw it. Bob Melvin saw it. They all saw it. So if he's saying that publicly, what do you think he's saying privately when they get together with Greg Johnson and Rob Dean and the other members of the advisory board of the owners? I mean, he probably couched his language a little bit in his words, but when he was talking about the baseball team that he loves and them kicking the ball around and not playing well and missing cutoff men and stolen. How about the stretch? And when we asked him about Patrick Bailey, he had an interesting reaction. He kind of looked, Bailey's had a lot of platitudes. The Giants did not hold runners this year. They got better later. They did not throw out runners. How do you think Buster Posey felt watching
early in the season?
The other
That's
team
horrible.
steal the Giants blind this year? The differential in their stolen bases versus the opponent's stolen bases was embarrassing. How do you think Buster Posey, the catcher of those championship teams, thought about his team's defense defending specifically the stolen base?
And no doubt. We're live at Oracle Park. We had Buster Posey on a little bit earlier, plus the press conference. If you missed it, go to KNBR.com. We got a couple of key John Shea cuts coming up. Is he coming on? Or
he is not.
Cuts? Okay, we'll play
tomorrow we'll get Shea Hay on. He is, right now he is going John Shea on his laptop. So we need all the time, he says, to write all this nonsense.
Yeah, understood.
Shea Hay will come on with us tomorrow.
Okay. All right. Well, we have the best of. We'll have some fun with that. We'll do it next. And then we'll switch gears. JD from Warriors camp. We had to send him to Hawaii. Very difficult assignment. We'll get a scene setter from Hawaii at 1:30.
I already got a picture from JD.
Yeah. I did too.
Look at this one. No, man. Is that work?
Yeah, that's his work. That's
Wow.
unbelievable. I know he's posted that already. He's been
Looks
posted.
so good.
He does look good.
He
Hawaii
does.
works for
So
him.
happy.
All right, that at 1:30. We're live from Oracle Park. Pop and load on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here, and lower mortgage rates are finally here thanks to the Fed and Loan Pronto. Loan Pronto just locked in a homeowner at 4.59% APR, and that's the lowest in 2 years. Whether you got your loan last month or last year, it is time to call Loan Pronto and dump that high rate loan you've got. You can lock in at a lower rate fast with virtually no paperwork and usually no appraisal. There's no limit on how many times you can refi, so get started. You can use this opportunity to get cash out and wipe out your credit cards. You can do a cash out refi and get 50, 75, do I hear 100 grand or more out of your home. You can use that to pay off all your high interest debt and end up with just one low monthly payment. If you act now, you can even skip your next two house payments altogether. Purchase loans are also available as well. So call now, get your rate quote in minutes with no hard credit pull and no upfront fees like those other guys. VA Streamline loans, by the way, are also available with Loan Pronto. So call 415-808-5721 or go to loanpronto.com, 415-808-5721 or loanpronto.com.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Mike Krukow joined Murph and Marcus this morning from Oracle Park, gave his thoughts on the Buster Posey move to President of Baseball Operations. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Wherever you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the Sports Leader.
Hello, friends. Thanks for joining us. It's Pop and Lund on what even is today? Tuesday,
October 1st.
We are here at Oracle Park, and it's been a great day. It was great talking to Buster Posey on the show. Buster Posey had a press conference as well. We've spoken to Javi Lopez and George Contos today, and we spoke to Hunter Pence yesterday. Any of those interviews, any and all at KNBR.com. First day of Major League Baseball playoffs. We were sad that they're not in front of us here at Oracle Park. But
they're right in front of my screen here.
Yeah,
3-0 Tigers.
Astros and Tigers today. So
Scooble is dealing.
And he's good. So we'll continue that conversation. Bottom of the hour, we're going to go out to Hawaii, and that's where John Dickinson, super reporter, he's going to join us.
In the sand.
Yeah.
He's boots in the sand.
Boots in the sand, knocking back a few pina coladas. He's going to join us and give us a little preview of Warriors camp. But, we gave you the foreplay with all Buster Posey exclusive. We did want to give you a couple of more from John Shea. Hey, will join us tomorrow. He broke up the fun party. First of all, here's John Shea on if Bob Melvin will get an extension or if he'll be a lame duck.
In Bob's contract situation, will there be an extension or will he go in next season as?
That's for Buster.
Well, that's who I'm asking.
Look, again, this is day 2 for me. I've said how much I admire and respect Bob, and one thing I'm going to try to do as this continues to progress is, you guys have known me in the clubhouse, the cliche of going day to day. It's going to apply to this as well. And again, I'm excited about working with Bob. There's not many active managers that have the track record that he does, and from my experience talking to numerous players while I was playing and then post-playing, to a man, everybody loves playing for Bob Melvin.
So we know that's I don't know. We'll see.
He wasn't going to answer.
We're not. Well, that his answer was we're not extending him. Yes, John Shea, he will be a lame duck manager next year.
Well, what Buster was saying, and Gene Mauch is the winningest manager, I think, to never win a World Series, but Bob Melvin's right there. Bob did win a World Series when he was with the Arizona Diamondbacks in 2001. He was on that staff as a bench coach for Bob Brentley.
Right.
But he's never won one. And I think now that Dusty Baker's got one, and by the way, Alex Bregman has hit one off the wall, but it's 3-0 Tigers. Houston batting in the bottom of the sixth. When Dusty broke through and won one with the Astros, he was the winningest manager in history never to win one. Bob, maybe, I think he's second all time to Gene Mauch or high on that list. But anyway, the other thing that Farhan said with Tolbert and Copes, because he was in the same situation with his contract length, and there was vesting option numbers in the deal, which would guarantee the 26 part of the contract. For Farhan, he's gone, so he's not going to get that. I do wonder what the vesting numbers are, the option numbers. If Bob wins, I imagine it's a playoff appearance or manager of the year or X amount of wins, 90. There's got to be something in there. But it's kind of the same. If he doesn't hit that mark for the contract to vest to guarantee 26, they may make a change. So it's more than just he's only under contract for this year. The next year's not guaranteed. There may be a buyout number we don't know about. And obviously, John Sheehy did demand transparency, but Greg Johnson's not here to provide Ted Koppel transparency. Sheehy. So that's the other question. So I think it's kind of cloudy on what Bob's actual contract language is, and I don't think the Giants are saying.
I think it's, look, you're here now. Prove to us that we're going to extend you. Because a lot of times, as we all know, that when new management comes in, they want to bring in their own people. Now, look, he respects Bob Melvin. They joked on the stage today about, Bob didn't want to make eye contact with Buster. Buster made eye contact because
when they were playing.
Yeah, when they were playing, because Buster was really good and all this kind of stuff. So they were kind of laughing about it. But like you said, the president of baseball operations is going to look at everything, and probably one of the first things he looks at beyond getting a new GM, which he picks, is what manager he wants. And they have a relationship, but if they're not good this year, then that means Bob Melvin will have not put the team in the playoffs 2 years in a row. And I don't care what kind of relationship you have. If I'm the new president of baseball operations, I'm probably looking for somebody new.
Let's see how it goes and what's the nature of the team. Keep in mind, Bob is here, Bob Melvin, because of his relationship souring with A.J. Preller in San Diego. They had a good relationship the first year when they won and beat the Dodgers, but then the second year when they fell apart, surprisingly, he had a great relationship, Bob Melvin, with Billy Beane all those years. And they, Bob took over for Bob Guerin, who was Billy's guy, best man at his wedding and all that. But he did do well. But isn't it ironic? A year ago, they were introducing Bob Melvin as the new manager of the Giants, and that was the positive vibe. In 1 year's time, in Bob Melvin's world, the guy that, a large degree, he came back to work with again, like he did in Oakland, Farhan Zaidi, is gone. He's no longer here. And Buster Posey is a fellow catcher like Bob Melvin, but how much did he know him? He didn't know him very well. And now that's his new boss. So things have changed dramatically in Bob Melvin's world
no doubt.
In 12 months.
All right. Finally, this is the transparency question because, again, John Shea had found out that the contracts actually ran for Bob Melvin and Farhan Zaidi through 25 with options for 2026. Here is Shea asking about the transparency question.
A year ago at this same stage when Bob was introduced, Farhan said that Bob had a 3-year contract, and as we found out, it was actually a 2-year guarantee. Just wondering about if there will be better transparency, and do you have terms, Buster, or as an owner, are you just in it for as long as you want to do it? Are there years involved?
Yeah,
and as well, will Bob have any kind of extension, or will he go into next year as a lame duck?
Yeah, one, I'm not sure transparency is required for discussing contracts anyway, because I think they get in the way of running a team during the year, and a lot of questions that come up that are very disruptive. So, Buster does have a 3-year deal with no contingencies or anything. But my view is, I've had this debate and discussion, is whether any contracts with, whether it's your manager or head of baseball, should be public, because I think it doesn't serve the team very well to raise questions during the year. So that's something that we would consider. But as far as the transparency goes, I think we were as transparent as we needed to be on that.
There you go. Greg Johnson, nice rebuttal.
That was very nice.
That was your lack of transparency, and as your manager, a lame duck. Love Sheehy. So what Greg Johnson is saying,
didn't you mean to say,
is that
welcome,
the
Buster?
players' contracts have to be filed with the the commissioner's office, and agents are involved, and these become public consumption. The rest of the guys on your staff, you don't have to tell people what the length of the contract is for managers and coaches.
Right.
And, I get even president of the baseball operations. He doesn't have to say that. So he says it's in his best interest not to tell you. But cleverly, Shea got Greg Johnson to say, even though he didn't have to be transparent, he said 3 years for Buster's contract. And no outs either way. It's 3 years, according to him, locked. There's no out for Buster. There's no out for the team. There's no vesting options, none of that. At least that's what he said. So we'll see. But it's different because he's also an owner. So I think the ownership component just stays the same, and then they give him additional dollars to be the president of baseball operations. So he is the Ted Koppel of Bay Area media. His hairdo is very, very similar. Looks like the cover of Mad Magazine. Alfred E. Newman, John Shea. We love Shea.
He's the best.
But he took it. Everybody else is like, Buster, we hope you last a lifetime here. Congratulations to you. Shea's like, are you going to be transparent, lame duck?
Are you going to be transparent, lame duck?
It's classic Shea.
Yeah, we'll talk to Shea tomorrow about it. All right, that is good stuff from Buster. We got you covered on all angles today. Let's go out to Hawaii and talk to our good friend John.
I see him on the stream right now. He looks so peaceful.
He does. He looks nice. He's already got a little tan going.
What time is it there? What time is it?
Like a couple hours short. What is it?
10:30 in the morning?
Yeah, I think it's 3 hours back.
Wow.
So John Dickinson, give us a little scene setter from Warriors training camp. We'll do that next, live from Oracle Park on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Aloha. My name is Mr. Sean Dickinson, Super Reporter.
Oh, man. Oh, you got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me. I'm looking at this background. It looks like a fake background that JD has here. Oh, I've got to go there for Warriors training camp. It's extremely important. I won't like it. And he's going to give us some line about working hard and it's not all play. But if you look at John Dickinson now on YouTube or Twitch,
he deserves it. He works hard.
I just saw him Sunday at the Niners game.
I know we're envious of the shot, but it is 86 degrees today in San Francisco, JD. What is it, 10:36 in the morning there? Is it 86 degrees in Hawaii?
Not
Are we
quite.
even hot? What's the high going to be today in Honolulu?
It is going to dip into the low 80s today, I believe, but we're in the mid to high 70s, I think, right now.
So we're hotter in San Francisco than Hawaii?
Yeah. Oh,
hotter
yeah,
in San Francisco.
Hey, I'm surprised. I'm surprised that you're not showing off the physique, that you're not shirtless. I mean, you're right by the pool. The palm trees are in the background swaying.
Okay, I'm having
what's
lunch.
The deal,
Take
man?
it easy.
You're going.
It's only Tuesday.
Yeah. By Thursday, Friday, we do these. You'll be shirtless. You'll be all oiled up and ready to go. What's happening, man? You're looking good.
Yeah, what's going on, fellas? Good to be with you. And the Warriors not yet on the court over at BYU Hawaii, which is just up the street from where I am.
So no cussing, no drinking.
Laie is where I'm at right now. They're over in Turtle Bay, and then they're going to come over close to here at BYU Hawaii and be on the practice court at about 5 Pacific. So 2 Hawaiian, 5 Pacific.
It's coming up.
Yeah.
We got a few hours to get ready. So we were just having fun with Shea Hay, grilling Greg Johnson and Buster and everybody in his own way. I'm wondering if John Shea was asking the questions to Draymond Green yesterday, the way that Scotty Osler did. What was that Q&A with Draymond when Scott was here today? People are concerned about you, Draymond. He kind of took exception to that, didn't he?
It was vintage Scott Osler, and I thought more than a fair question, and it was vintage Draymond Green, I think, in the answer. And look, that's the one thing, as much as Draymond at times has had to be apologetic for his actions, and it's been a huge point of discussion in the Bay, obviously, over the last few years, and last year especially with the lengthy suspension, and that came the year after the incident with Jordan Poole and numerous other suspensions and the arguing with the officials and all of those things. And his availability is a major storyline for the Warriors this season and every season, because their ability to succeed, I think, is based in part on his ability and Steph Curry's ability, as he did last year, to be on the floor together and to push 70 games potentially on the floor together with a lot of the other pieces that they have around. So Draymond, as much as he's been apologetic to it at times, he is still defiant Draymond when it comes to the, I think, overall impact of the time that he's missed, kind of brushing it aside, like, guys miss time due to injury and nobody plays 82 games and that kind of thing. But I get the sense, in the grand scheme of things, I think Draymond still feels like he's ahead with the 4 titles in the 13 years. And as he said, being there pretty much every night for 13 years.
John Dickinson is joining us from palatial surroundings. It's beautiful. He's out by the pool with the palm trees swaying, but of course he's working hard, and he's covering the Warriors for you. It's Pop and Lund as we're live at Oracle Park. We just got done covering all the Buster Posey press conference stuff, the new president of baseball ops for the Giants. So we're everywhere, and we haven't even talked 49ers this week. But as far as you're concerned, the biggest storyline is obviously this team is aging, and can they keep it together, and can they show some youth? They bring in some new guys. I mean, as kind of you're looking at this whole thing, what kind of things are you looking for out of this camp?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're better on the margins, to be sure. I think the question comes from, are there players that maybe fans have given up on at times, or you wonder if it's coming in terms of the younger players. Can they reach a level? Can Andrew Wiggins get closer back to a level where he was at 2 years ago? I think that's a question, because I think there's a belief that Steph and Draymond are going to be Steph and Draymond for the most part, and I think there's a belief that they're deeper, but it's Wiggins among the veterans, and I think it's Brandon Pajemski and Jonathan Kuminga among the young players. Can those guys be better than just role players, or better than just solid NBA starters? Can there be another jump? And then can the sum of the parts and the depth that they believe that they have, can that outweigh the fact that there still isn't a true number 2 scoring option in the pecking order? And I think a lot of this, and look, people get upset when there's discussion of flexibility and roster flexibility and optionality. I know that you say that word, and anytime Mike Dunleavy Jr. says that word, I think people take a shot, right? Like, oh, optionality, get a second best player. But I think they're trying to thread the needle and have it both ways. I think they feel they can put together a competitive team with the group that they've got, but I think they also believe that they, in doing so, have a deep enough roster to where if there is a player that comes available that can be that number 2, that they can make a move, and that they have enough players that they could package together with future picks to bring that player in. I don't know we need to get into who that player is now, because I don't think they know who that player is now, but I think they believe they're deeper. They have a better blend of young and old. Some of this is stuff we've heard the last couple of years, to be perfectly honest. It's kind of a I'll believe it when I see it type of a thing. But look, I think for October 1st and 3 weeks to go before the season, I think they're believing it, and if they don't believe it, then nobody else is going to believe it, and they don't have a chance. So I'll buy in and give them the benefit of the doubt as camp opens, but it's a lot of the questions we talked about for the last 4, 5, 6 months.
They believe, and they got to make we believe, going back to another era. Obviously, the 4 young guys' internal development is going to be key. And then the older guys being available, obviously, Steph and Draymond. But you mentioned Wiggins. And to me, he's in between. He's 28 years of age. Last year, due to a variety of reasons, he bottomed out. 13 points a game. The field goal percentage was down. We know it all. Seeing him yesterday at the podium, JD, he looked a little more at peace. His body looks good. He looks lean. He looks in shape. But his dad, Mitchell Wiggins, did pass away. And that's hard to lose your dad. I know he's close to him. But he's been grappling with this for the last couple of years. Do you think it's possible he will get closure off the floor this year and return to the Andrew Wiggins we saw dominate 2 years ago when they won the championship or whatever it was, when he shut down Tatum, when he guarded Ja Morant and Luka? Just what are you vibing on from Andrew Wiggins right now, JD?
Yeah, he seems at peace, but he kind of always has a little bit of that vibe, and you kind of wonder, is it at peace, or is it doesn't care? And I think when you don't play well, it gets construed as doesn't care. But no, I think he has an understanding that the last couple of years now, since the title run in 2022, have been disappointing. And last year, even more disappointing than the prior year in 22-23. And so I'm interested to see how much of a concerted effort the Warriors put. And with Terry Stotts coming over basically to help as the offensive coordinator, if you want to use the football vernacular, and Steve Kerr acknowledging they're going to make some tweaks to the way they operate. And Steph Curry yesterday acknowledging that he's very much open to doing things maybe a little bit differently than the way they've done it before. I think that's important for them. And I think Wiggins is a big part of that. Steve Kerr too many times, for my liking, would come out of a game where Andrew Wiggins didn't play well and say, hey, I got to run more stuff for Wiggins early in the game. I got to try to get the ball in his hands. I got to try to keep him engaged. And he's one of those guys where if you get him going, he stays going. And so I think there has to be a concerted effort to do that, get the ball to him in spots on the floor where he can be successful offensively. And then that can in turn translate to having the motor of being able to be a guy who can pick up full court defensively and be in the passing lanes and be the stopper, because as much as we talk about offense, the primary focus of the Warriors team-wide is defense and getting back to being a top 10 elite level defensive team in the NBA. So I think Wiggins is at the forefront of all of it. Can he step in to be the number 2 scorer? Can he step in to be the leader along with Draymond defensively, and in particular the point of attack leader defensively, as he's been when this team has really rolled? So I think Wiggins is probably the number 1 biggest question mark for this team beyond the young and the guys who have been here and won titles.
From Warriors training camp. By the way, this has got to be your new background or whatever. It looks wonderful. It looks incredible.
It's
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to put this up on social media. Look how good he looks.
You look at peace. You should have it, brother. Getting a nice tan. You deserve this. You work your ass off.
Very nice.
I think we need to invite Nelly from Maui to come to Warriors training camp and bring the Nelly Kush. Is what I think this team needs a celebration before the season
relaxation.
starts. Yeah,
that's a good idea.
You got to send Nelly there.
And that would be beautiful. And it's funny, I did, and I'm going to be doing shows here tonight,
nice.
7 to 9, and Friday night, 7 to 9. Sportsphone, Dubs Camp specials. Greg Silver's going to be a part of those, as he is with our regular Dubs coverage during the year with Dubs OT and Just Dubs. And I had an opportunity to sit down with Jerry Stackhouse, and we're going to roll that interview tonight. And it's funny, I was talking to Stack about the years he was being he was a sixth man, right? He was obviously a very good player and scorer, and he mentioned Nelly and how Nelly had convinced him during his time with Dallas.
He played with him, I remember.
Yeah, and to be a sixth man, because I think that's going to be the other part for this team is there's going to be at least one, if not 2 players that probably think they should start that aren't going to start, with Steve Kerr opening up the competition and all of that. And how do you deal with that? And they're younger players, I think, potentially, that may have to deal with that. Could one of them be Kuminga? Is Pajemski somebody that they wants to start, maybe isn't? How do you bridge all of that? But it was funny. Stack brought up Nelly, and I think part of Hawaii and how this came about, and the Clippers needing an opponent. The Clippers are the host team for the game that's going to be in Honolulu on Saturday. But I think this comes at a perfect year for the Warriors to do this. When you mentioned vibe, and Steph and Draymond had said they've always wanted to do one of these for obvious reasons. But I think the Warriors are enjoying being able to get away, practice hard here for this first week, play the game, and also try to bond a little bit. Try to not have it be young versus old. Try to have that blend of offense and defense, and fewer media. I think there's 9 media members that are going to be here. It won't be 30 or 40 like typically are at Chase Center when Steve and players come into that Bill King interview room after practice the first week of training camp. So I think it gives them a nice opportunity to reboot and try and be a better version of the way things have gone these last couple of years.
What's the go-to cocktail in Hawaii? Is it Mai Tai, Pina Colada? You stay with beer? What do you do when you're in Hawaii? What's your libation?
Yeah, I'll go Mai Tai. I will go Mai Tai. I don't overthink it though. Beer. There's so many different beer selections, and by the way, we are in a dry county here, John.
What?
This is.
I would have refused the assignment.
What does that mean? It's illegal to drink there?
Well, you can.
Why the hell did you go to BYU?
That's
hey,
right.
Talk to
BYU campus. Get out of town.
It's close to just where I am now in La Ye.
Yeah,
the La Ye.
Your hotel is in a
area
dry county. Your hotel's in a
it's
dry
in
county?
a dry dry town. But I'm like 3 minutes away. I don't want to
okay.
overstate it, but I'm like
right.
it's not far, and you can go over to Turtle Bay, and there's places to go
nice.
on the other. But Mai Tai beer. I mean, you know me. I'll drink a vodka soda with an umbrella in it too.
I know you. I've
to.
seen you do that. I'd go to the liquor store right now, whatever the closest liquor store, and just smuggle a bar into my room. I mean, you kidding me?
Our guy Austin.
Pineapple juice.
Our guy Austin in digital, Papa.
He's right in front of us.
He said, make sure you have a sex on the beach for me. He loves the sex on the beach. So.
It's got like peach.
That's way too much information, but I'm with you.
That was his.
Alcohol's
the drink,
poison.
okay.
Have Nelly bring the Nelly Kush. That's all
true.
you need. Lay out in the sun and have Nelly take care of you.
There's 2 things about sex on the beach. Number 1, the sand gets
drink.
in your cracks. Second of all, the drink has peach schnapps in it. You want a hangover, man? Pour those down your throat. Just telling you. You sound like an old guy right now.
Yeah, I don't think that's happening.
No,
I don't think
it's
that's
not
happening.
you.
But
Yeah. You look good, man.
Yeah.
We'll catch up with you
Appreciate
throughout
it.
the week. Great work, man. We appreciate
Looking forward to it, and back tonight after practice here on the Sports Leader, and we got the best Dubs coverage in the Bay, and I know you guys are going to be a huge part of that, and it's just thrilled to be on with you, and it should be a fun week.
Have a great time out there, but I know you're going to be working your butt off, so we'll be looking forward to it.
Have fun, brother.
We'll hear tonight.
Appreciate it, guys. Thank
All
you.
right, that is the great John Dickinson. By the way, somebody on the text, or excuse me, somebody on the YouTube feed says a cava. Yeah, my wife's a big fan of cava. A champagne, very nice. Light to no hangover. Just letting you know. All right, that was the great John Dickinson. We will give you a few remnants before we get out of here, and then tomorrow we're back at it. We're live at Levi's Stadium, so we go from Oracle Park and the Buster Posey Fund to tomorrow back at Levi's Stadium as we get you ready for the Cardinals. By the way, we'll tell you who's calling that game. Ooh, it's a big one. It's Pop in London, live from Oracle Park, only here on the Sports Theater.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Bob and Lund live from Oracle Park one last time, sponsored by our good friends at Redwood Credit Union, offering auto loans with competitive rates and personalized service because your journey matters. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love. It isn't our last broadcast ever. We were just saying, like, for today, because Buster was introduced, and we had the press conference for you at 10 o'clock. We had his first interview as president of baseball operations, which I just retweeted. You can see it on our YouTube channel. You can see how Buster looks so nice and svelte and lost those 25 pounds with the interview that we did. So just one last time before we get out of here at the top of the hour, Kerry is in for Tommy today. So Kerry and Copes will react to what they heard today. Oh, Kerry's in for Copes. Okay, sorry. So Kerry and Tolbert today, and those guys will react. But just one last time.
Well, I want to hear what Kerry has to say, because he grew up. He loves the Giants, and then he got a chance to cover the Giants, and he covered those teams so well. So it was classic Buster Posey. I mean, he's in a different role, but to me it's the same guy sitting in his clubhouse cubicle and meeting the media after a game, or when he retired from baseball right around this time 3 years ago or 2 years ago, and that was via Zoom. A little awkward doing it. When he became an owner of the team. Now, when they said the words and Greg Johnson introduced him and he's the president of the baseball operations, you're like, whoa, it really is happening. And most people close to him were surprised that he took it on. He has been working on this for several months, if not longer. He's tight with the owner. They're very close. So we'll see how it all goes. He's got a lot of work to do. This baseball team, they were a losing team this year. They were sloppy. How many significant moves can he make this first offseason? Re-sign a guy, sign a few other people. Hassan Kim now has the shoulder injury. Do you get into the Willie Adames market? That guy had 32 bombs this year, and his defense did slip. But you need home run hitting power to some degree in this ballpark, especially right-handed. So overall, it was a good first day. Now he's got to go out and begin to hire a GM. We'll see what he does there. But it went exactly as I thought. You know, he's not going to do stand-up. He's not going to be Mike McDaniel, the head coach of the Miami Dolphins, formerly the Niners run game coordinator. He's not going to captivate people. He's not telling jokes. He's all substance. And Farhan was serious too, but I think in some respects, John, it's 180 degrees. You know, Farhan didn't grow up around the game. He learned to love the game later when Billy and David Force found him at MIT. But just the name, Buster Posey, just exudes baseball, especially in this marketplace. After Mays, after Barry Bonds, Bobby Bonds, that whole Will Clark had that same. It seems right. The fans love it, I know, but now we got to go and see what he can actually do on the job. But it was a good first day, and thanks to Shea Hay, we found out he's got a 3-year contract. Thank you, John.
No, it was exactly what you would expect, and like you said, there was no question they were going to win the press conference because everyone was. We found it out yesterday. Everyone went crazy over it, and they love it. But my big question is differentiating one of the most beloved Giants of all time, who helped you win 3 World Series, who the last time he played 107 games, to the guy who's going to make all these decisions, and it's going to fall on his shoulders, and he knows it, but he's going to hire the right people, it sounds like, around him. They're going to get a GM in here. He is passionate about the baseball team, and Giants fans love to hear that, but you got to produce. It doesn't matter if you're Buster Posey, Tim Lincecum, hell, anywhere in between, Brian Sabian, Farhan Zaidi. If you don't produce, they'll turn on you. It doesn't matter. So can he get it done? That's the question. He's never done it before. I would bet on him, but you just don't know. And there's already been articles written about, what are they doing? Because if his name's not Buster Posey, you're hiring a guy with no experience, but it's Buster Posey.
And I'll go watch baseball. Padres play tonight against
Tigers
the Braves.
On the verge.
Tigers are up 3-0 with Houston batting in the bottom of the 8th. And then the Mets play the Brewers later. And we got the Padres and Braves just in the National League. We got 4 games today.
Thank you. Great job this morning. John from the morning show. The morning guys were great this morning. We thank the whole digital team from KNBR. Did a tremendous job today, as they always do. Michael and Austin are out here. Walter's been hanging out with us. Really appreciate everybody today. It was a team effort, and hopefully We gave you all the coverage. If you missed anything from the Buster press conference to us talking to Buster right afterwards, Javi Lopez joined us today. George Contos joined us today. And we're going to have more tomorrow as well, even though we're going to be down at Levi's Stadium. But go to KNBR.com and you can listen to all of that. I will see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. back in our usual spot.
Tomorrow's a big day on Ricky Pearsall.
Yeah.
Do they activate the window for him to practice tomorrow? First time they can do it off the non-football injury list. And will Ricky Pearsall practice tomorrow?
All right, we'll get back into all 49ers tomorrow. We haven't even talked about the game on Sunday, and we're going to start looking ahead to the Cardinals. By the way, Tom Brady in town on Sunday to have the call. So there you go. It's our first time to listen to Tom Brady doing a Niners game. So we'll do that tomorrow as we're live at the Oracle Park. Carrie is in for Copes today. Carrie and Tolbert coming up right now on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
The NBA brought him to the Bay. While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Copes is out today. Gary Crowley will be joining me for the next 4 hours. I'm going to get a chance to talk to Larry Bear, Bobby Evans, Ned Coletti. If you detect a thread in the three guests, yes, we'll be talking Giants. Yes, we'll be talking Buster Posey, and of course the bigger news, Gonzaga to the Pac-12. And even bigger news, it's really hot out there, so yes, I went with the hobo AC/DC shirt again, because it speaks cool. Not cool, just keeps me cooler. Why? Because it's not really a shirt, it's just a rag that I put over my torso. What's up, Carrie?
Oh, not a whole lot. I feel a whole lot better, though, knowing that you're wearing the AC/DC shirt. I couldn't get your end of the stream working before this show. I'll figure that out at the break, but I'm in my comfort zone anytime you wear the AC/DC shirt, rag, whatever you want to call it these days. So I'm just glad that could be a part of today's festivities.
Carrie, that is the main thing. I'm here for your comfort. That's what I'm here for. I mean, yes, we'd like to entertain the listeners, and we'd like to put on a good show, and we're going to have some interesting guests, but really, it's about Kerry Crowley's comfort. And if this makes him comfortable, then it's a win for me. Like a minute into the show, I've already won.
Yeah. I've grown to appreciate the finer points of life with Tom Tolbert. So here we are. The AC/DC shirt is on. I'm not sure it ever really comes off these days, and it's time to talk Buster Posey. I'm looking forward to this.
Yeah, no, it should be fun. Buster Posey would never be caught dead in this shirt, ever. I don't even care. If he was the last person on Earth and this was the last shirt on Earth, Buster would go, nah. We'll just go topless on this one. Because the one thing about Buster is he can be funny. Buster's underrated funny. But he's a serious guy, and he's adult. He's an adult. And I think that's more so than anything what stood out to me in the press conference. Yes, he spoke about making memories. We'll get into that. Yes, he spoke about crisper, cleaner baseball, which is interesting because that's what Brian Sabian spoke a lot about when he was running the Giants, just playing crisp, clean baseball. And it's probably more than you think it is. It's more than just about errors. It's about giving up 90 feet, taking 90 feet, the quality of your at-bats, like what you're swinging at and what counts you're swinging at. Are you getting runners over? Are you playing the game, quote-unquote, the right way? A lot of those things, I'm sure, factor in for him. But we're going to have a chance to get into that, Carrie and I and our guests, over the next 4 hours.
Yeah, it should be a lot of fun. And I think that the element of having Buster Posey and the serious competitive nature that he brought, because it wasn't a revelatory press conference. It wasn't like we saw 5 years into the future and we know exactly the moves that Buster Posey is going to plot for this franchise moving forward. But you can tell, and I could tell from my time covering the San Francisco Giants, which started in 2017. I was off the beat after the 107-win season when he retired. His press conference announcing his retirement was really my last day on the Giants beat. So I got the final 5 years of Buster. And anytime he walked into the room, whether the clubhouse had 3 guys in it or it was full at the end of September with a 40-man roster, he commanded everyone's attention. And there was just a different level of attention to detail that was paid when Buster was around. And that's what he did as a player. It's a really rare component that you can bring to the table as a player when you have that kind of respect, where people in the room treat you like a Hall of Famer. And I would imagine that you've seen that with the Warriors when Steph walks into the room. I would imagine that folks, down in Santa Clara are starting to see a little bit of that with Fred Warner when he walks into the room. But man, when Buster Posey walked into the room during those final few years of his tenure in San Francisco, there was a different feeling, a different air around him, and I got that sense restored at today's press conference. And that, I think, has been missing from the Giants organization. Logan Webb's tried to bring it a little bit. Matt Chapman's tried to have some of that, and you saw that throughout his first season in San Francisco. But with Buster, it's immediate, it's different, and now he does it from a position that we've never really seen someone of his stature do it before in Major League Baseball. Derek Jeter ran a franchise, but it wasn't his own franchise that he was running.
Yeah, it's interesting because I was saying yesterday, look, you can't imagine, Tim Lincecum taking on this job. No. I mean, and he was the biggest fan favorite of all. During that era, Lincecum was the biggest fan favorite just because who he was, how he went about his business, the way he carried himself, the hair, everything was just, he was fascinating to watch. But as far as the backbone of that team, the anchor of that team, I don't think anybody ever questioned it was Buster Posey. He was always that guy that held everything together. I guarantee you, if something happened in the clubhouse, people would go to him and ask him about it, and he would have the last word on those type of decisions. I guarantee you, because he's that type of guy. You know he's ready. You know he's prepared. You know he's serious. You know he wants to win. You know he's competitive. All those things. It doesn't make him as much fun as some of the other guys. He's not out there blowing snot rockets and just, being the sheriff of baseball. And he's not out there like Hunter Pence, just crazy giving speeches and doing what he does. Or Pablo. He wasn't the biggest personality on the field. Like I said, I guarantee you, off the field, in the clubhouse, he was different. I sensed some of that when we interviewed him once a week that year, that he had a wry sense of humor, like a dry, wry sense of humor that I'm sure he used in poignant moments. But as far as just getting ready for the game, that was serious business to him. And I'm sure he will go about this job in that way. Okay, this is serious. How do we get this done? And another thing that jumps out to you too, or at least jumped out to me, was how much the Giants mean to him. How much this organization means to him. And you could almost feel it. He didn't say it in words, but it was inferred by the way he spoke that it was killing him watching this team do what they were doing. Killing, he might not ever admit it, but it was killing him looking up at the Padres and the D-backs 2 years in a row. You serious? We're the freaking Giants. We are the Giants. We should be up there with anybody in baseball. This, I guarantee you that was killing him. So that was probably part of the reason he just said, you know what? We got to get this thing going back in the right direction because this is not where we belong. We deserve better. Maybe not deserve is the right word, but we should be better and strive to be better. And I would imagine every ounce of his energy, work energy, He's got the family too, but his work energy is going to go towards getting the Giants back to that team that every single year is competing for a playoff spot. Every single year is going to be, heading toward 90 wins. And then once they get to the playoffs, is going to have a chance to do something.
Yeah. Really looking forward to this show today, breaking down Buster Posey's introductory press conference out at Oracle Park as the president of baseball operations just 3 years after he retired as a member of the San Francisco Giants. He was also joined by Papa and Lund. They had him on their show earlier this morning as well, so we will break down those comments later on this afternoon. Kerry Crowley in for Adam Copeland alongside Tom Tolbert. You're listening to Tolbert and Copes here on KNBR 104.5 680, the Sports Leader. Buster Posey was officially introduced today as the San Francisco Giants president of baseball operations. What'd you make of that press conference at Oracle Park? Call in at 415-808-KNBR.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Follow KNBR on Facebook. Now back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
I'm so passionate about baseball. I know I finished a few years ago, but just the opportunity, again, like I mentioned, to be a part of a team. I think the chance to be in a position to hopefully elevate people that are all a part of this, elevate staff, elevate players. If we're in a memory-making business, and sure, winning's great, and ultimately that's our goal, is to be a playoff team every year and compete for a championship. But I think just the overall big picture of being a part of something that's bigger than yourself was really appealing.
A memory-making business. That seems to be the golden line that Buster Posey tossed out this morning at the press conference at Oracle Park when he was introduced as the Giants' new president of baseball operations. He gets a 3-year deal and a stunning turn to take over the Giants franchise, the Giants front office. Kerry Crowley in for Adam Copeland today alongside Tom Tolbert. And Tom, Posey didn't give a lot of insight into the kind of team he would build, what he would prioritize in free agency or in trades, but he did kind of talk a little bit about the structure of the organization. One thing that struck me was he clearly wants to bring in people with a scouting background and people in the game whose opinions he really respects. I think he wants to build out this front office in a pretty dynamic way.
Yeah, look, it's easy to say what type of team you want, but it's got to intersect with what type of team you have, right? I mean, you can't take a team that is like a power-hitting team that's lacking pitching and say, we want to be a pitching team. You can't take a team that, for instance, let's go the '80s Cardinals and say we want to be a power hitting team. Like that what you have is what you have to deal with. Now, you can accent that and try to draft in that direction, and then start signing players in that direction. But I don't know that necessarily works. I think you just want guys that love baseball. That love baseball and are serious about what they do. Like they're going. That's all. I've always said that because everybody thinks when you sign a contract, you owe a team certain numbers. I go, no, you don't. You owe them being as prepared as you can be mentally and as fit as you can be physically. Like you owe them your best in terms of preparation. And then a lot of times, like I always say, there are other guys that get paid too. So, you got to contend with that. So you can never guarantee. Like I can work on my shot all day long and work on the scouting report and all that and go out there and still not shoot great. Over the long haul, hopefully it'll even itself out. But that's what I owe the organization, like being ready. Whenever they're called, I'm ready to go. And that, I think, is the type of team you want. And now, what does that take on? I don't know. You would think with this ballpark, pitching and defense, which it's going to be interesting what they do with Snell. but that would seem to be the way to go. Try to stockpile your organization with really good defenders, athleticism, some speed, and then pitching. And it's okay to win games 4-2. Because when he said memory-making business, I was like, well, yeah, that's mostly includes winning. When you win, you make memories, right? You don't have to win everything. The Giants didn't win in 2021 when they won 107 games, but that was memory-making. That was fun. That was about the most fun I've ever had watching baseball in August and September. I mean, that was incredible baseball. It really was. A lot of fun. But, the last 3 years, I don't know there's a lot of memories being made the last 3 years. So that's kind of an ambiguous term, but it does start with winning. I mean, you got to win. You're not making memories like, oh, boy, we were exciting, 70 and 92, but it was pretty fun baseball. I think by definition, it's not fun baseball when you're losing franchise. So that's kind of where it starts, how to get this team back on its winning ways.
And I think the foundation of that for Buster, you mentioned this when we opened today's show, is it clearly weighed on him watching the brand of baseball the Giants played over the last 3 seasons, where especially the last 2 years, it was just a ton of fundamental mistakes. It was a ton of mental errors. There were at-bats that felt empty. There were miscues in the field. There were miscommunications in the outfield. You go back to September at Petco Park earlier this season, and Tyler Fitzgerald and Marco Luciano bump into each other on the infield. It's the type of inexcusable play like that you'd maybe be accustomed to seeing in the minor league level or at college and high school. You can't have that happen on the Major League Diamond, and I think that's one of the reasons that Buster took this opportunity and decided to run with it, is because he saw the direction the Giants were headed and have been headed for the last 3 seasons. Kind of an identityless ball club, a team that's searching for something, and a team that really struggled when it came to fundamental baseball. And he felt like they could rebuild some of what they had, some of the, not necessarily like World Series aura around this team, but at least get them back to a respectable level in terms of their on-field play, by pursuing the right players, by pursuing guys who don't make those kind of mistakes, and by really filling out the front office and by filling out the player development system with people who preach that, who preach about the importance of fundamentals and playing the game the right way. And that's not to say that the previous front office didn't, but I think that there was such an approach from Farhan Zaidi and his group that he had to winning in the strike zone, pitchers who threw strikes and batters who didn't swing at balls, that sometimes you would see maybe an attention to detail slip in the field, and maybe the individual gameplay for certain players wasn't as strong as it could have been because they were so focused on tweaks that they were making either at the plate or on the mound. And so I do wonder what kind of ramifications that approach will have as he starts to build out this roster. But the memory-making business starts with winning. You're absolutely right about that. And to win, you have to play decent fundamental baseball.
Yeah, well, I mean, let's start with the obvious. How many times did we sit here, and everybody on the chat and everybody listening, how many times do we all watch Giants games and think, oh, man, they got a runner on third with 1 out. Ain't happening. Mm-hmm. Ain't happening. Like, it's almost like if you're a big enough fan, it was cold sweats time. It's like, just don't get to third. Just stay at second. We'll hope for a base hit. Because ultimately it was pop-up. It was strikeout. It was just, and that's part of fundamental baseball. It's like, hey, you got to figure, you're not batting with a guy on first right now. You're not trying to drive the ball into the gap. You're trying to get the run home is what you're trying to do. That's the goal here, trying to get that run home. And they just could not do it. Couldn't do it for the longest time. And that got to a point where, again, they got a guy in first. Hell, sometimes bases loaded, to nobody out. It's like, hope they get one. Be great if they get one. Forget the crooked number, but that's part of fundamental baseball. So there's a lot of things. I think ultimately, though, all those things are great, and you need those things to win baseball games, no doubt about it. But the talent's got to get better, right? I mean, the talent's got to get. We've talked about this forever. Like, they need a middle of the order. They need at least a reasonable facsimile. Like, they right now, it's like Chapman, I like to start there. To me, he's more of a 5, maybe even 6 guy. But I don't know what Ramos is. He was great in the first half, kind of dipped a little bit, tailed a little bit, but, the first real season he's played at the big league level. So I think we'll know more about him next year. It'll be interesting to see what Lee is next year, leading off. But that's really, like, you look at these playoff teams now. You know, other than the Tigers who I'm watching, I mean, they did it basically with just getting hot and pitching is how they've been able to do it. But, you know, you look at the Astros and the Padres and then the big boys, the Phillies and the Dodgers and the Orioles, the Yankees. I mean, these are like middle of the orders. Like, you got to navigate your way through. It's been a while since the Giants have had a middle of the order that they've had to navigate through. Really, the last one, Kerry, was probably the 0-1 team, and that just kind of came out of nowhere. Like, no one expected Belt and Posey to have the years they did, but they were like formidable guys toward the end of the year in the middle of that. And Crawford was too.
Crawford finished fourth in MVP voting.
Yeah.
I mean, he was electric that season. 20-plus home runs. It was incredible.
It really was. But so, yeah, all the stuff we're talking about I think holds, but the talent does have to. They have to. Maybe Eldridge is that guy. Maybe he's like the middle of the order guy for 12 years in the organization, the way he's flying through. But I forgot who said it, but it's absolutely true. They're prospects until they're not prospects. I mean, that's just right. Because how many prospects have we seen? Like, oh, can't wait to get this guy up. You're like, oh, I was kind of hoping for more. I mean, I know firsthand with Joe Adell with the Angels, like number 2 overall prospect in baseball, not in their organization, in baseball. And, you know, he's okay. He'll probably play in the big leagues for a number of years, but it's like, you're like, oh, might have overrated him just a tad bit. So we'll see. But I think that's where it's going to start with this team is the talent upgraded? Not across the board, because Farhan did a good job with that. But, look, I'm sorry. It's nice to have a deep 26. It's nice to have a deep 40 where you can call guys up and they're good and they can play and all that. That's great. Like everybody would like that, but you better have the beef to go with it. And right now, that's what they've been lacking.
Absolutely. We're going to take a ton of calls today. 415-808-KNBR is the number. I think we got time for one right now before the break. Let's head out to Steve in Danville. Steve in Danville, you're on Sportsphone. Steve, talking Buster Posey. How are you?
Hey, I'm great. Thank you, Tom. You might know me, Steve Hayworth, the auctioneer. Done a lot of work with you guys, Sue Peterson, Sue Burns, raising money for the Giants Community Fund. Absolutely, positively loved Buster's comments today. I've been a long-time car dealer with doing about $500 million a year per rooftop, and it is rare. It is really rare that you find a young man who's come up playing sports who can transition and get a grip on what it takes to run an organization as he transitions into the business world, which is what he's doing. His comments today of, I'm going to bring in a GM, I'm going to give that person, whether it's a man or a woman, the resources they need to do their job, a wide set of parameters within which to work, the autonomy to make decisions, good or bad, and I'm going to stand back from 30,000 feet and be here for whatever input they need from me is incredible in terms of from a leadership position. He is going to do great things in a very short time and rally not only a community of coaches and associates, but also the businesses in our community, whether it's car dealerships or anything else, are going to get behind him and what he's doing. It is, like I say, very rare in a short time that he's grasped the concept of doing this, and he is going to be uber successful. And we're all really looking forward to it.
There you go. Thank you for the call, Steve. Appreciate your thoughts. Good stuff. 415-808-KNBR is the number. We got Ned Coletti coming up at 2:50 today, joining us, talking about Buster Posey, and then we'll get into your calls after that. On the other side, Tom and I will break down the biggest change you want to see Buster Posey make initially in his tenure as the Giants president of baseball operations. Kerry Crowley in for Adam Copeland. You're listening to Tolbert and Copes, KNBR, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly.
I wouldn't say the
1-800-GAMBLER.
brand's been tarnished. I mean, again, I think that's a lot of discussion we're going to be having over the next weeks and months is about our identity, and again, I want to be clear, like our identity really boils down to the players on the field and the way that they play, the type of players they are, and how they handle themselves not only on the field but in the community. So that's going to be a big part of discussion, is like what really is important to us as an organization, and what are we going to hang our hat on at the end of the day.
Buster Posey more inclined to look at the future as he is taking over day 2, as he called it, as president of baseball operations for the San Francisco Giants. Back here on Tolbert and Copes. Kerry Crowley in for Adam Copeland this afternoon. But, Tom, do you get the sense that the Giants brand has been tarnished a little bit over the last, 10 years since they last won a playoff series, 6 years since Farhan Zaidi took over as president of baseball operations? Does it feel like the same Giants franchise that it was back in 2014, or was it inevitable that the Giants would take a step back from the mountaintop that they'd reached 3 times in 5 seasons?
Of course it's not the same, but I wouldn't use the word tarnished either.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't seem tarnished to me at all. I got to say this really quick, too. How cool is it to have day baseball on right now, playoff baseball? I mean, it's the best. I loved it. Got up this morning and said, okay, my day is, Tigers win, Motor City Kitties. I just saw the stat. Teams are 1 in 538 if they trail by 3 or more runs going into the 9th. 1 in 538. They had the Astros had bases loaded, and Hayward just hit a bullet right to the first baseman.
Yeah, you're about 15 seconds ahead of me on the stream, and
my bad.
Hayward.
My bad.
No. I mean, it's better that I know what you're talking about, but man.
That
Hayward
thing was
nearly tied that ball game.
Tied it. I think that was game over.
Yeah.
I think that was down the line, bases clear, and game over. Woo,
my
baby.
Goodness.
God, I love the playoffs. So far, the last 2 days, the game 1 of the Braves-Mets was insane. This was a really good one. We got a tight one in Baltimore. I mean, I love playoff baseball. So it's going to be on all day, every day, throughout the month of October. But I think it's bound to happen when you win 3 in 5 years, right? I mean, that was as good as it gets for the Giants. Like, it can't get any better than that. I was talking yesterday about going out to the patio there and doing shows before the games, and place was just on fire. It's sea of orange, and the whole town. And it just felt like a baseball town, even though the Niners, NFL, the Warriors hadn't quite got rolling yet. But it just felt like, man, the Giants are just taking over. Not just this town, but San Diego, went down to Anaheim. They took over there. I mean, Giants fans were everywhere. And you don't see them quite as much anymore. You don't see them as much at the ballpark anymore. But that's where the winning part comes in. The memory-making part. It's like, well, if you want to get more people in the ballpark to make memories, well, then you got to give them a reason to be there. And you got to win ball games. And if you're going to lose, you can't be boring. And not only have they lost, they've been boring. The double nail in the coffin, so to speak. So, but tarnished, I wouldn't use the word tarnished at all. I would think, like, when I think of a word like tarnished, I think of, if there were some sort of big scandal inside the front office, and the front office was doing something, or, the owner was doing something. That's where I would think scandal, where it's like a systemic problem inside the organization. That would be tarnished. So to me, it's not tarnished. It's just, the luster's off. Just the sheen. I guess the sheen maybe just a little bit, but it wouldn't be that hard to get people back filling that ballpark, and it wouldn't be that hard to get Giant fans going crazy again for the Giants. So that's kind of his task, to get that back. And I don't know if you're ever going to get that back, right? I don't know if he's ever going to win 3 in 5 years. I mean, that was magical. Like, that kind of run just doesn't happen, which would have been trying to explain to Warrior fans forever. Enjoy it. It ain't happening again, okay? I'm sorry. Like, those things are just like once in a lifetime type deals. Like, man, that was awesome. I'm glad I was alive. I'm glad I got to go to the games. I'm glad I was a Giants fan. I'm glad I was there for those. That kind of stuff is awesome. But I think what he wants is them to be able to compete every single year to win a championship.
Yeah.
Like, he wants them to be in the mix every single year to win a championship, which is, exactly, I go back, I'll use the Warrior reference again. Steve Kerr's first press conference with the Warriors said, that's our goal, is to be what San Antonio has been. Give ourselves a chance to win a championship every single year. Put ourselves in a position to win a championship every single year. It's not going to happen. People forget that the Giants weren't favored to win any of those championships. That's why it was so magical. But you want to give yourself a shot. You want to play good enough baseball where you're considered one of the teams. Even if you're not the team, you're one of the teams that's going to have a shot when it comes October. And they haven't really given themselves that shot in the last 3 years. And I think that's what he wants to get him back to, a sustainable product, making the memories, winning some games, and giving yourself a chance to win championships. Because now, with the extra rounds in the playoffs, there's 6 teams now. You get an extra shot to make the playoffs now. So there's no reason the Giants should not be one of the 6 best teams most years in the National League. There just really isn't any reason.
Yeah, absolutely. And I completely agree with you the way that you view this debate over is the Giants brand, are the San Francisco Giants tarnished by their failures over the last decade or so, really over the last 6, 7, 8 seasons dating back to 2017 when they lost 98 games and went on a completely different path than the one that they'd been on. To me, it's the Chicago White Sox are tarnished for what they're doing. The Oakland A's, what John Fisher has done to that franchise, you're stripping the name Oakland moving forward. That's tarnished. What the Giants tried to do was they didn't go with a full-scale rebuild. They tried to win games while also taking a step back and developing, and it just didn't work. It didn't work, and I give them credit for trying something different after the 98 loss season in 2017 and the frustrating 89 loss season in 2018. They recognized that, look, they kind of had to enter the next generation of Major League Baseball and get up to speed in terms of bringing their player development system along, introducing more analytics into their preparation and farm system and the way that they went about Major League Baseball. But it felt like sometimes they went too far. Now Buster Posey, his job is to recalibrate the organization and bring them back to a point where they can win moving forward. They can win using some of these new tools that they have at their disposal. And I think one of the interesting components is Posey was asked today, and we've got this sound for you, about what his philosophy will be when it comes to analytics and blending scouting. And here's what the Giants' new president of baseball operations had to say about that.
Most definitely going to use analytics. I think that analytics are here and they're here to stay, and it would be a mistake to say that you're not going to use that information. As far as, general philosophy, I think it's, as many of you know me, a lot of my, basic principles are pretty simple. I want us to be known as a team that's, the ultimate prepared team, one that's fundamentals are held at a really high standard. And ultimately, this is all about the players. It's all about putting great players on the field. And I think our job as a front office, with Bob here as a coaching and the coaching staff, is to be able to identify those players and then get the most out of them.
The question is, can they find that happy medium under Buster Posey? Maybe they were too reliant on analytics. Maybe in the past, 2017, 2018, they weren't using enough of them. But can they thread that needle and use the tools at their disposal that are now available to win baseball games, Tom?
Yeah. It's interesting because, and people think, like, are you analytics or you not? It's not that simple.
No.
It's how much do you use analytics? Because everybody uses them. If you don't, you're left behind. You're a dinosaur at that point. But I always break it down into 2 camps. Does analytics inform you, or does it lead you?
Mm-hmm.
So if I'm walking down a path, and I have 2 ways to go, I come to the proverbial fork in the road. And one path, the analytics say, take this path, it's going to get you there quicker. And this path says that's going to be a longer route, so go with this path. And then you say, well, yeah, but look, there was like 5 inches of rain yesterday, and look at this path. There's like potholes. There's a big boulder in the middle of it. There's like a God, I don't even know what that is. Like, I don't know if I want to take the chance of going that way. And analytics like, nope, you go that way. You go that way. It's like the 4th and 1. 4th and 1, 31, you go for it. Or do you say, look, I'm going to use my eyes. That tells me that's not the right path. I'm going to go this way. So I think that's where I've always had a problem with analytics, is those people that are led by analytics. Like, what the analytics say, that's what they're going to do. Because it's easily explainable, right? You can explain it to your owner, explain it to the front office, although the front office is probably on board anyway. You can explain it to the fans. Like, well, the chart said this, we did this, blah, 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 blah. It's a lot harder to say, well, look, yeah, I know that's what it said, but this is what I saw during the game. This is what I was watching. And that's what I want. I want someone that has experience enough, that's been around long enough, that understands the game, but also is able to use the information, because that's all analytics are. They're just numbers. They're just information that you have that you can use at your disposal. Doesn't mean you have to use them, but I think so many managers, coaches get caught up in them. They're like, I'll just use them, and I'll just do what I do, and then that's easy. I can easily explain that to ownership, to fans, to media, and all that kind of stuff. So hopefully, I think they're probably going to be that. Because, look, Buster's a player, and I guarantee you Buster wasn't led by analytics, and I guarantee you Buster's smart enough to know he'd be stupid not to use analytics to his benefit. It's just, okay, at what point do I cut it off, and do I say, okay, look, this is what I'm seeing now. This is real time, so I got to have the experience to be able to make an adjustment on the fly. So, again, I don't want the led by analytics. I want the informed by analytics.
Absolutely. And we'll get into this with Ned Colletti on the other side, longtime MLB executive, going to join us here on Tolbert and Copes. Kerry Crowley in for Adam Copeland here on Tuesday afternoon. You're listening. KNBR, the sports leader. The man of the hour, the day, and hell, maybe even the week, Buster Posey joined Papa and Lund live in person to discuss taking over as the man in charge for the Giants in the front office. Listen to that full interview again today at 5:30 right here on KNBR.
This is KNBR, and they are Tolbert and Copes. Listen to us here and follow us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Kerry Crowley, Tom Tolbert with you. It is always a pleasure to talk to the former GM of the Los Angeles Dodgers, assistant GM of the Giants, scout of the Sharks. Man does it all. He's a man of 1,000 talents. Ned Coletti joins us. Ned, what's going on?
What's going on? What's going on in your city's a lot more than what's going on in mine.
What'd you make of the news?
Well, you know what? I think as I watch it, you watch it from a distance. You don't watch it from next door, so to speak. I thought that they needed to do something. And I've seen that franchise for a long time, worked there for a long time, worked there when we struggled, and then worked there when we thrived. And I just saw more struggle than I saw thrive. And it's a great ballpark, great city, great owners. Everything's great about it, except the team I thought lacked a little bit of life and lacked a little bit of talent, especially in this division when you got 3 teams ahead of you that are not going to get any worse anytime soon.
So what is the one thing, and this kind of pertains to Posey, but really any first-time guy who's running an organization like he is, what's the one thing you got to keep in mind? What's the one thing you got to make sure you have a handle on so you can do a good job in kind of overseeing the operation?
Well, the job has got so many different things to it, but something that I could never lose sight of and thought about daily, really, multiple times daily, is that you have to be able to read people and know your people and know other people. You just have to be able to figure out how as many people as can impact what you do, either in your clubhouse, in your front office, wherever, or against, different front office, different players, how they think as best you can. You've got to read people. You've got to understand people. He's a very smart guy. You thought, catchers are brilliant for the most part. And with his resume, you know that there's brilliance there. But he's going to have to understand who everybody is and how they perform. And some people need, a little bit of urging, let's say. Some people are self-motivated. Some people worry all the time. I mean, you've got to scout everybody and know everybody. That's probably the one thing that's universal to it. He's going to have to know in everybody in his front office, everybody in the baseball department, and know them not just to say hello, but know how they think, know how they do what they do, know how they can get better, know what their insecurities are and shore those up, know what their strengths are and continue to use them and build a cohesive team, both in the front office and in the entire organization, and also on the team in the field.
Will he need? Because the one thing, when you went to the Dodgers, you'd been here for a while. You've been in sports a while. You've been here working alongside Brian. So he's taking over the first time he's done anything like this. And I remember it's a different position, Ned, but Steve Kerr told me, he said when he took over for the coach, he goes, I wanted to make sure I got a former head coach on my staff, because there were things I just didn't know, and I needed someone to help me, around that and kind of figure some things out. So I'm wondering, will it be important for him to have someone that's maybe not been in that exact position, but been in either a GM position or a front office position, who can kind of help him anticipate some things that may arise?
Well, I think that even if you've done it before, I think that to have other people who have done it is always of value.
Yeah.
Somebody that you can trust, somebody that has had the experience, who's seen everything. I'll go back to a different situation. Joe Torre was a really good manager for a while. Then he hired Don Zimmer as his bench coach in New York. Zim had managed for a long time, player, all that. And, Joe would tell you that Zim was as responsible for the Yankees' success as anybody, except maybe a few Hall of Fame players, but instrumental in helping Joe through anything that came up, because it will be a daily situation where things come up you haven't seen before, situations come up whenever you've got people involved. And so I think that it's, at least in my opinion, that type of wisdom, that type of experience, I think it's invaluable, no matter if you haven't done the job or if you've done it for 30 years. I think it's greatly valuable in any walk of life to have people who have wisdom, who have walked the walk. Even if you've seen something 1,000 times, the next day might be a different variation of something. How do we do it best?
Got it.
Ned, how do you guard against? You mentioned how smart Buster is, how cerebral he was, and catchers are like that. But his heart is also very invested in the San Francisco Giants. So how do you guard against overreactions? Giants lose 7 of 8 early in the season. Giants go on a 2-week streak early in Buster's tenure where they're playing terrible fundamental baseball, and you want to make big picture changes. How do you guard against overreactions in that type of a role?
Well, as we say, it's not a baseball week or a baseball month, it's a baseball season. Mm-hmm. And I think if you are good with the process, and I think it's a leader's responsibility to adjust the process if it's not what they want or not what they think can be successful. If you're good with the process and you're just going through a tough time, you just got to be encouraging, and you got to make sure that everything has been covered, that every small detail, and there really are no small details, everything's got value to it, that you've got it where you want it. If you don't really think the process is what it needs to be, whatever the topic is, you've got to adjust it, and you've got to find people who will adjust it. And that goes back to one of my earlier points there. Knowing who does and who doesn't, who can and who can't, who will and who won't. That's a key to any managerial position in any business. So there's I think, and I don't know him well enough to say it exactly, but I think most people that take on a job of this magnitude for the very first time, when they get a year into it, they will look back and be amazed at what they learned. It'll be a whole nother degree of intellect, wisdom, knowledge, crisis management. Sabes and I used to say every day has got a form of crisis management to it. Not life and death crisis management to it, but team management to it. And, that was part of it. People say, so what do you guys do? And Sabes would go, we do crisis management, So, by the time a year goes by, Buster will have seen far more than he probably ever thought was out there. But we all feel that way. It's just the makings of the job. You're never done with it.
How tough was it for you going from the assistant GM to now you're running the show in Los Angeles, and not just running the show, but you're the one that has to tell people this is the vision, and if you don't like the vision, then take a hike, or I'm going to have to let you go, or telling people hard truths that maybe aren't comfortable conversations to have. But I mean, nobody loves having those conversations, but they're conversations obviously that leaders need to have. How tough was that for you to say these are things I just got to get as comfortable as I can doing?
Well, I went at it with, that's a great question. I went at it with compassion. But as I told some people, I've known you a long time from the outside looking in. Much respect for you. I've met your family. I hope everything goes great. And I hope you're here for a long time. But as much as I wish all that for you and will do everything I can, I don't wish it enough to have you mess up the Dodgers. So if you don't straighten out A, B, and C, the next time we meet, HR will be in here with us. And that'll be it. Employees, I told that to a long time. I mean, they're still there. So I think those conversations are vital. I think it's a leader's responsibility to have them. Mm-hmm. And again, to know your people. How are they going to take that type of conversation? Have they heard it before and nobody's ever really acted on it? Or is it going to be a shock to them? Anybody that I ended up having to let go, they were not surprised when it happened, because they had expectation laid out to them. There was no gray area on definition of terms or what my expectation was. And I would listen to them and their ideas and bought into a lot of them. And some of them I thought, that's the same way you've done it forever. And that's why we're in the mess we're in. You know, so, but I think those conversations are vital to success. I think people are owed those conversations. And then once you've explained it all, and there's no gray area on definition of terms or what you're really trying to get established, they can't do it, then, hey, you're free to go someplace else. But you got to have them. You can't, with players, with front office, with your scouts, with your player development people, you've got to have them. Otherwise, people don't know. Yeah. And I think even if they don't like what they hear, at least they know.
Ned, you talk about crisis management. You just talked about having to let people go and the tough parts of the job. What's the best part of the job? Like, what's the incentive to do this if you're Buster, whose legacy is extremely secure in San Francisco? He's beloved in the Bay Area for all he did on the field. What is the deal to get in and have some skin in the game right now for him?
I think that people like Buster Posey, the spirit and the DNA to compete will never go away. And I think when you're a major league catcher, Hall of Fame caliber, championship teams, all that, and then you have a chance to positively affect a franchise that you love, that's the one franchise you've been with, that you're a face of that franchise, not for a decade or whatever, but for the history of that franchise, a great franchise. And I think the spirit to compete and to try and help people get better, help people who have the same passion you do, have them enjoy coming out to watch the team, having your players enjoy winning and competing and going through adversity together and all that stuff, and to be able to sit at the top of it and to see it all unfold. I think it's easy to understand why he would want to do this, because of how he competes. And that's the thing that's why I got back into hockey. Mm-hmm. Because the idea that, and obviously we've been in a rebuild, so it hasn't been like, I joined a Stanley Cup challenger. Yeah. But the idea to compete on a daily basis and to help people get better, to help your players see things maybe a little bit different way, or your manager or your coaching staff and your employees, to have them realize the fulfillment of the utmost of what their dreams and aspirations are. And who knows, they may end up with bigger dreams and bigger aspirations because they start to feel confident that they can do more than they even thought they could do. All that stuff, I think, fuels people that are built like that. It fuels me. And I think it's a key component to running a successful organization. I'm not surprised at all that he wanted to do this. And I met him at Mike Murphy's Wall of Fame induction, and we spent a couple minutes talking then. All I know besides that is that, the greatest compliment I can give him is that I hated when the Dodgers played the Giants and he was in the game or at the plate. And I told Chase Utley the same thing. I couldn't stand watching you play. And he gives me a look like, well, wow, what do you mean by that? I says, because you were so good at what you did, and, and that's it. But, to do what he did and to compete how he competed, and that's you see. You can see that from the stands. You can see that from the other dugout. You can see it from the other front office. I'm not surprised at the energy and the passion that he has to right the ship, so to say. It's vibrant for him.
Talking to Ned Colletti, the former Giant GM assistant, or former assistant Giant GM and the former GM of the Dodgers. Are you still scouting for the Sharks?
Still scouting for the Sharks. Just got out of training camp a few days ago, working with our coaching staffs a little bit as we continually take strides to get better. We're going to be a better team this year. We've got some great young players. But yeah, to answer the question,
awesome.
Yes,
well, before we end, I'm going to definitely want to ask you about some of the young talent they have on the team. But let me ask you this the Giant question. So this is kind of my analogy, Ned, over the last couple years with the Giants. I like sprinkles sometimes on the ice cream. I don't want a bowl of sprinkles. And the Giants have been like a bowl of sprinkles, right? They have a bunch of good players and a bunch of useful players, like a player like major league quality players. They just don't have any ice cream. They don't have any to them. And I'm wondering if you'd agree with that. And if so, how do you go about going over to the dispenser and getting some more ice cream?
Well, I think that's a phenomenal analogy, and I feel the same, by the way. As you look at it, and you look at the successful Giant teams, any Hall of Fame players, any elite players, anybody that just you put everything down if you were watching on television to watch the at bat or to watch the inning of pitching? The answer is many, correct?
Yep.
How many today? Now, you don't just win with Hall of Famers. That's not the point.
Yeah.
But to your point about the ice cream and the sprinkles combination, you've got to have some players that are elite at what they do. Not only have passion for it, and I don't doubt the Giant players have passion, and I don't doubt that they do everything they can do to win games most of the time. But do they have elite talent? Do they have the best? And you look at LA. I mean, they got at least 3, maybe 4 Hall of Famers. We drafted and developed probably 3 or 4 Hall of Famers, including one that's still there in Clayton. And the Giants did the same thing. The new president of baseball operations. Tough to find a better example.
Yeah.
Look at what Madison did, what Tim did, on and on. And and before that, Barry and Jeff. And you've got to have those types of players, but you need the supporting cast. You do need the sprinkles. There's no doubt. But and that's really what makes the Hall of Famers successful too. But you've got to have a combination of it, and you've got to be able to recruit that if you can't develop it. Developing players takes a while. You've got to have the patience to do it. That's probably another thing that I would say, that besides knowing your people and understanding how everybody thinks and how they can get better at what they do and realize their career goals and aspirations, is you need patience. This is a sport like no other sport. You don't play this once a week. You don't play it 2 or 3 times a week. You're playing a sport every day for the most part. You're around each other for about 225 straight days, with a little bit of a day here or a day there. So having patience, because you're going to evaluate it pitch to pitch, inning to inning, game to game, to have patience through it and not overreact to one of your earlier points is a key to it. You've got to be patient with it. It's tough to do. It's the toughest trait to have, because you're going to get evaluated every day by the public and the outside. But you can't let that bother you. You got to be patient with what you do, and you got to give people a chance to be as successful as they can be. And if they can't make what you're trying to do, you got to send them on their way.
Yeah. All right, before I let you go, we'll have to hit you up on occasion, talk a little Sharks, but I want to talk about 2 guys. Of course, Celebrini, the number 1 overall pick, and just his makeup and what you think he's going to add to the team this year. And then I really wanted to ask you about Askarov, because they've really been struggling for a goalie for quite some time now. Maybe since the last time they got to the Stanley Cup playoffs. The goaltending has just been, let's be kind and say, not great. But I know the Preds liked him. They wanted to keep him, but they just signed their guy to like a 8-year contract. So he was available, and they ended up getting him. And I'm just curious about those 2 players, because if those 2 guys alone, in hockey you need more than 2, obviously, but those 2 are as advertised, then I think the Sharks are on the right track.
Yes, I would agree, not only with the assessment, but that they are both very, very good players at what they do. Goaltending can take a little while longer to reach the pinnacle of how good they're going to be. He's a tremendous talent. He's also needs a little bit more time, a little bit more work, in my opinion, and he'll get that. But I think his upside is huge, and that's what you're banking on. His passion to play, his character, all those things are pointing in the right direction. So you take the skill set and the passion and the work ethic, and you say, you know what, this is going to be special. He's going to be a special one. And Macklin, I've seen him at a rookie tournament a couple of weeks ago, and I saw him in a few exhibition games and a lot of practices. And people always say this in sports, so I'm gonna try to stay away from the greatest ever type of thing. I will say that his quickness is something that I've seen rarely in the sport. How his mind works, and how he's able to, his feet and his hands and his execution and his mind work at a different speed. They just work at a different speed than almost anybody else I've seen. And I think that's great. And his compete is off the chart. Obviously, his family is athletic and into athletics. And so there's that part of the DNA, which I also find to be a very positive thing, because he understands more than any other 18-year-old kid out there, right? Because of where he's been brought up, and, in dinner conversations. But he's going to be a very good player. He's going to be a star player. He's going to be somebody that will have a tremendous career, and he's starting off living with Joe Thornton. So there's no telling that the effect that Jumbo's going to have on him too. Jumbo, one of the all-time great players and great people and great leaders.
Don't mess with Jumbo's beard products. Don't mess with those. Get yourself in trouble.
Well, I got to tell you one thing about Jumbo. I got 30 seconds?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I'll be quick. So he gets traded to the Sharks. I know Doug Wilson for a long, long time. I see the Sharks play once a year. I get introduced to Jumbo. Every year I see Jumbo after that. A year could go by. He'd look at me and he'd go, Ned, how the Giants doing? Or Ned, how the Dodgers doing? What about this? What about that? I don't know very many athletes that would have that type of memory, seeing somebody once a year and jump right back into a conversation. Thanks for having me on. All the best, guys.
Thanks, Ned. Appreciate it, man.
Thank you, Ned.
Joe Thornton's the best. We should try to get him on too. I know he's back in the area, and it's always fun talking to Joe Thornton, get his take on Macklin Celebrini and the Sharks once the season gets rolling. But Ned, the one thing I love about Ned, and he's a phenomenal guest, he may be the best storyteller we have on here.
Mm-hmm.
He's just an incredible storyteller. I love Ned's stories, and the fact that he was a GM for the Dodgers and a scout for the Sharks. I mean, go ahead and match that one.
Yeah.
I don't think many people can.
Exactly.
Go Sharks.
And he's brutally honest, which I love. I
Yes,
love
he
an
is.
executive who is willing to be candid, willing to
Yep.
share their actual thoughts with you. And I do wonder if Buster Posey will start to become more candid during his tenure as president of baseball operations. Always one of the most guarded players when he
Yeah.
was in the Giants clubhouse. Always did what was best for the franchise, said what was best for the team. As the president of baseball operations, honesty is pretty important. So we'll see if he evolves in the way that he communicates. But 415-808-KNBR is the number. When we come back, we are taking your calls discussing Buster Posey's press conference. Tom and I are going to break down what we heard this morning. We'll play some sound as well. You're listening to Tolbert and Copes. Kerry Crowley in for Adam Copeland here on Tuesday afternoon. KNBR, the sports leader.
Go Sharks.
Giants broadcaster Mike Krukow joined Murph and Marcus this morning to share his thoughts on Buster Posey taking over as the Giants president of baseball operations. Listen to that interview on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Tolbert and Copes. Tolbert and Copes. Now continue. Follow us on Twitter at KNBR. This is KNBR 1045 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, we're back here on Tolbert and Copes. Kerry Crowley in for Adam Copeland here on Tuesday afternoon, taking your calls on the Giants' decision to hire Buster Posey as president of baseball operations. Posey introduced this morning at 24 Willie Mays Plaza. And Tom, before we go out to the phone lines, have had a number of great texts today on the Golden State Lumber Building Materials text line. One texter, for those of you who can't see on our live stream right now, who aren't watching on YouTube, Tom brought out his favorite AC/DC shirt. Someone asked, Tom, did you fall down the stairs a few times? Someone asked if you got in a fight on the way to today's show. And then we just had someone else just straight up ask, what in the world is Tom wearing? So this clearly dominating the attention of our listeners on a day that belonged to Buster Posey.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry, Buster. No, I did not get in a fight on the way in, because that would have been somebody hiding in my house fighting me. No, I didn't fall down the stairs today. I'm sure I have at some point. And the other one, no. Look, it's a shirt that's old. I've gone over this. Everybody knows it. People that frequent the chat, they understand that I love this shirt. It's probably 10 years old. It's not an original 82, although I was at this concert. But I just not ready to give up on it. Not ready to give up on it. And it might, you know what? This shirt's going to give up on me before I give up on it. It has no neck.
I think it gave up on you years ago.
No, it's still hanging in there for me. It's providing valuable air to all my my upper body. Like, I can't just sit here and do the show with no shirt on. That's not gonna cut it. So I like the ventilation that this shirt provides. So yeah, and it doesn't go outside though.
Yeah,
it doesn't go outside. I feel like if the sun hits it, then it will be gone.
It would disintegrate.
It would just be like a vampire. Poof.
It would be like the Giants' playoff hopes in July this year. They were completely gone.
I mean, one of these times I'm going to wash it, and it's going to go Copperfield on me in the washing machine. I'm going to open it up, and it's going to be gone. just gone. Just see ya. Poof. See ya. So I'm expecting that at some point, but for the time being, I'm sorry. I know it's ridiculous, but I'm not willing to give up on it.
Yeah, more takes on Tom's shirt on the text line on the YouTube chat, which I don't have pulled up right now because I got the phone lines open, and we're going to head out to Daniel in Central Valley. Daniel in the Central Valley, you are on with Tolbert and Copes. What's going on, Daniel?
Hey, I really appreciate you guys taking my call. So this whole Posey hiring thing, I see what the Guardians did with Steven Vogt. He's also a Central Valley guy. I kind of wonder if he'd do better in a more coaching role, but that's still to be unforeseen. But I think something he said today was that first on the agenda is to hire a GM. Mm-hmm. I think he has the right people around him. He has the right connections to propel him into a good career. And then also I feel like he's going to do something to make sure the fans feel cared about. Because as a season ticket holder last few years, I know a lot of others just haven't really felt cared about.
Yeah. In what way?
I mean, the whole Zaidi regime, like, I grew up through the dynasty, going through all those teams, and just going to the ballpark these last few years hasn't felt the same whatsoever. And we even gave up our tickets. We've had those tickets since the ballpark opened.
Wow. Was it the experience, or was it the team that was on the field?
It was a little bit of the experience and the team on the field. I mean, Zaidi, yeah, he had his 107-win year, but what else does he really have to show for it? But then as well as the season ticket appreciation, just everything that they handled at the ballpark, it didn't have that same feeling. And the attendance will tell you they haven't, so that sellout streak just know what it was.
Interesting. Yeah. Well, thank you for the phone call. We appreciate it.
Appreciate the phone call.
I can't imagine any way he wants to get into coaching. I mean, coaching is such a grind. I mean, it is such a grind. Look, he's going to have his hands full doing what he's doing, being the president of baseball ops, but coaching, I mean, that is like every day you're at it, and it's stressful, and it consumes you. It's Like most guys that are in his position that have made the money that he's made in baseball don't go into coaching. And Stephen Vogt wasn't going to have an opportunity to be the president of baseball ops or the GM or something like that. Maybe GM, but I mean, obviously Stephen Vogt has a passion for coaching. Like, you got to have that passion too. You got to really live baseball, want to be around it. And there's some sacrifices to be made by the families too, because really, baseball, you're gone every day, all day. Every day, all day. I mean, other sports, it's bad, but baseball's rough because you're gone 8-9 hours a day. Then you're on road trips, and you're probably thinking about the ball club. So I can't imagine, even when when the kids grow up, he's going to want to do something like that.
Yeah, and I thought it was very illuminating this morning. I think it was Andrew Baggerly who asked Buster, what kind of in-depth decisions will he be making? Is he going to be the type of president of baseball operations who's sitting there on a Wednesday night worried about what left-hander they get to Houston because they're short a pitcher? And of course, that's going to be on his mind, but is he going to be the one making the phone calls? And Buster said, one of the first things I want to do is hire a general manager. And one of the best things that I can do is delegate. And it's very clear to me that Buster wants to set the direction for the organization. But when it comes to the mechanics of this job, when it comes to elevating players from AAA, when someone goes on the injured list, when it comes to signing minor league free agents who ultimately play a role for you over the course of the season, that is likely going to be the responsibility of the general manager and other people in this front office. So I think he discussed bringing in someone with scouting experience. Alex Pavlich wrote about this. The best possible candidate in my eyes is Billy Owens, who spent years as the assistant GM for Billy Beane over with the Oakland Athletics. Billy Owens, Bay Area grown, born and raised, has done such a great job with their player acquisition process. And to me, he would be a great addition to the Giants front office. And he's someone who you can rely on to get that second lefty to Houston on a Wednesday afternoon.
Yeah, that Kerry, I wouldn't have any idea I just wouldn't. I wouldn't know. All I would know is maybe talk to people what their philosophies are and being a GM, but I don't know. So hopefully, I mean, look, that's why you hire someone to make those decisions, and you hope they have good judgment. And the one thing I said yesterday about Buster, and I'll reiterate, is he is a serious baseball guy, and Buster's going to put in the work, and Buster's been around the game. He knows these people. I'm sure he talks to people. So you have to feel good about the people you're putting in place to hire other people, assuming they're going to hire the right people. So we will see. I mean, you never know until you see it, but I know Buster is going to put in the work, and you could and it's. When I say that, I don't mean it to sound like Farhan didn't, because I think Farhan put in the work, and I think Farhan's really smart. It just didn't work. There were some things that didn't work, and I don't know that somebody made this point today about the memories being at the ballpark, and they said, I'm not sure Farhan would have made that same quote, and I'm sure he probably wouldn't have. He probably wouldn't have. I don't think he thinks that way, and he didn't grow up in this organization basically like Buster did. So I think it's personal for him. Yeah. It's personal.
Absolutely. His heart is very much involved in this, and it's going to be his head and his brain that are making these decisions that shape the future of the Giants organization. But he has a lot more at stake than anyone they could have hired from the outside here. So when we come back, we'll take more phone calls. 415-808-KMBR is the number. Paulie, I see you on the line. We've got a few others dialing in right now. We will get to you on the other side here. You're listening to Tolbert and Copes. Kerry Crowley in for Adam Copeland. You're on KMBR, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
We are back here on Tuesday afternoon. Kerry Crowley in for Adam Copeland, as Tim so kindly reminded everyone here, filling in with our friend Tom Tolbert. Giants hold the press conference today to introduce Buster Posey as the president of baseball operations. Greg Johnson, the Giants chairman, reveals during the press conference it's a 3-year deal for Buster as he enters this job. But, Tom, it's kind of an interesting situation because Buster isn't exactly the type of person that you would fire from this role. You would probably figure if he doesn't succeed, he'd step away. That's the last thing on Giants fans' minds at the moment, though, on a day like today.
Yeah. I mean, we can already think toward that. Like, yeah. When do you think? When do you think he'll be? How much time do you give him? I don't know, but look, he'll get a little more of a honeymoon period than most.
Yes.
But I brought up the Jordan comparison yesterday. Like, I'm sure Hornet fans were pumped when Jordan was the owner, and it's like, yeah, I don't really care if you're the greatest player of all time. Your tenure sucks. This team's horrible. It's like, I mean, you start getting disgruntled because just because one person's great at one thing doesn't mean they're going to be great at another thing. Mm-hmm. And I think we've seen that play out. Magic Johnson, great player, not a great coach. You can go on and on down the list of great players that weren't great coaches. So we'll just wait and see how it turns out. Like, again, all you can ask for, I said it earlier, all you can ask for from a player is be as prepared as you can be mentally and physically. That's it.
Yeah.
And then let the rest take care of itself. All you can ask for from a GM, president of baseball ops, is you've done your due diligence, so you know how smart they are, and you know what they're capable of, and I'm sure they've laid everything out for you, so you're comfortable with that. Now what do you owe them? Going into work every day and trying to think about how to get the team better and doing everything that requires, which is a lot, right? It's probably a lot. It's communication within the organization. It's communication outside the organization. It's taking care of little fires, as Ned said, and if things aren't going right, make sure you get to them before they get too far down the line. Like, there's a lot of stuff here that he's going to have to deal with, and then how to handle that. I think he made it perfectly clear he doesn't want to be a micromanager. He wants to hire people and let them do their thing. But he's going to have to be the one that steps in if things aren't going how he visioned. Because I think ultimately when it comes down to it is with Buster being the president of baseball operations, Royals win, Royals win, Royals win. How about that? Both underdogs in the American League, the little guys getting it done. Make no mistake about it, this is going to be Buster's vision of how the Giants should operate, how they should play, how they should be managed, what type of talent they should get, how the farm system should work, what type of players they should draft. That doesn't mean you're going to be taking care of you can't. There's not enough hours in the day, and he wouldn't want to do that anyway. But you want to hire people that kind of share your vision. I mean, they don't have to completely share your vision, because then why would you hire somebody who's completely on board with you? You want someone that can challenge you and someone that can bring up different ideas that maybe you've thought of. And I think that's where the best organizations really work, is when you have the collaboration. I think the Warriors are a perfect example of that, where there can be some tension there and there can be some collaboration, and then ultimately you just figure out, okay, what do we think's best for the team, and move on. It's not always easy to do, but I think that's the best working environment. I think I kind of got from Buster that's the way he would kind of like it. A collaborative effort within the organization, kind of a shared vision, but not everybody going in lockstep with one another. But it will be his vision on how things are run. I don't think there's any doubt. At least that's the sense I got listening to him. Like, this is going to be his vision of how the Giants should be run and what it's going to take to get them back to where he thinks they should be.
Absolutely. About 15 minutes from now, we will ask Giants CEO Larry Baer about that vision, what he thinks of Buster Posey stepping into this role. Right now, we're headed out to the phone lines to hear from you on Buster Posey's vision for the San Francisco Giants. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Let's head out to Paulie in San Francisco. Paulie in San Francisco, you're on KNBR. Paulie, how's it going?
Hi, and thanks for taking my call. I've been listening for hours. I just wanted to say a couple quick things. First of all, to me, Buster, from his name on down, he symbolizes everything that's right about how to play the game, how to approach the game. That's the upside. And the way, I hope that, I think he's going to create a standard where people have to, aspire to be like him. The other side of it is, he's from Georgia, and I hate the Braves, but I admire them as an organization. I hope he goes outside of the Giants' inner circle and get somebody who runs the organization like the Braves run, like get good talent, sign them before they hit their walk year, just all the stuff that they do. I'm hoping that, he gets somebody like really special in as a GM.
Yeah, well said. Appreciate the phone call, Paulie. Good stuff. And I do think, look, you look at the model organizations around Major League Baseball right now, what Alex Anthopoulos has done in getting all those extensions done in Atlanta with players well before they hit free agency. Look, they just picked apart the Oakland A's. They got Matt Olson. They got Sean Murphy. They got extensions done with them. They signed Acuna long-term, Albies long-term. And not every season's going to be perfect. Not every season's going to be 95, 100 wins. But the Braves were ravaged by injuries this year, and they're still playing today, Tuesday, October 1st. And the Giants haven't played in October for 3 seasons now. Let's head out to Brad in Santa Cruz. Brad in Santa Cruz, you're on KNBR. Brad, how's it going this afternoon?
Oh, it's going wonderful. I mean, I love where Buster Posey's head's out. I like how he's not. I should say I like how he is kind of saying that he's going to hire a GM and probably another couple people to be part of his roundtable. Excited about that.
Yeah.
My question to you guys is, let's narrow it down to playoff teams only. From what you know of Buster Posey now, who do you guys think he might be looking at as pending free agents that are on playoff teams? Like, outside of Juan Soto, who we've all talked about, do you guys have any ideas who you might be looking at during these playoff runs to be like, pending guy who I might want to sign?
Tom, anyone come to mind?
Not really. I mean, the big guys. We all know Soto. I think Burns is another guy that I think a lot of people are going to be in on him. That one would actually make sense to me. I think he's from California, and if you're going to double down on pitching, he's about as good as it gets in the free agent market. I mean, Snell might be better than Burns, like top end, like at their best, but I think I would probably feel more comfortable if I was going to sign a pitcher to a long-term deal with Burns over Snell. But I'll be honest with you, I don't really have a list in front of me like who all the free agents are going to be that are on playoff teams, and I don't know. I think he's just going to look for players, like make the team better. How do we make the team better, and what do we have? Like, I don't know how you feel about it, Carrie. When I look at the team right now, and I'm thinking, okay, who stays? Position players only. Like, okay, who's going to stay? Who do I want on this team for sure next year? I would say Lee, Ramos, Chapman. After that, I mean, kind of Bailey, but man, Bailey's taken a dive the last couple of years. Yeah, I mean, he's so good defensively, and he's been good offensively early. And then, my goodness, he had one of the worst months, like, not in the history of the Giants, in the history of the game. So OPS was, like, in the hundreds, if. It was awful. So, I don't know, is there anybody else, or would you even take those three? I mean, I could. Look, depending on what I'm getting back, really, it's kind of, I was going to say Chapman, and I'm open for business, whatever you want to do, because they are good players. I mean, I think they do have useful players, but you need some more meat, and I don't know. But those three kind of jump out to me as guys that I think I would like to have on this team moving forward. Like, almost for sure. Chapman for sure. Yeah. And then the other two kind of close to that, and then the rest is like, hey, Some we like, some okay with, but we're not sitting here going, God, we got to have this guy with us next year.
Yeah, exactly. I think one guy that they will keep just because of his utility ability is Tyler Fitzgerald. He showed enough this year, not as a shortstop. I think that you can't probably go into next season with Tyler Fitzgerald as your 150-game shortstop, but I think that you keep him on the roster. You can play some second base for you. You can play some center field. And really one of the toughest decisions I think Buster Posey's going to have is on his former teammate, Mike Yastrzemski, because Yastrzemski's owed $10, $11 million, and he kind of plays the game the way that Buster likes. He plays really hard. He plays great defense. He's incredibly intense. He's a leader in the clubhouse. You just wonder, is the swing and miss too much for the future version of the San Francisco Giants? So I think that is really going to be a telling decision about how Buster kind of operates in San Francisco, because to me, those two got along so well when they were with each other.
No, I totally agree. Like, I look at Yaz and I'm like, I want that guy on my team. Like, he's just the type of ball player I look at, the way he plays the game, the way he carries himself, the way he works. Like, you want that guy on your team. But, and that's what the Giants have, like some players where you're like, but, like Wade. I would love Wade on my team. I love Lamont Wade on my team. Do I want to be in the starting first baseman against right-handed pitchers? I don't know. I don't know. The OPS looks good, and he's a good player, no doubt about it. But those are the type of players I'm talking about where you're like, would you like to have those on your 20? Keep saying 20. I think it's 26 man nowadays. It's still 25. But would you like those guys on your? Yeah, I want them on the team. Absolutely, I want them on the team. Do I want them getting 400 or 500 at bats? Not really. I'd rather not. So that's where kind of I'm at with the Giants. And again, I don't know what Buster's looking at, but I would like to get some more guys that are just kind of like, kind of impact players that are like legit dudes. Like Chapman's a dude. He may not be a middle of the order guy, but defensively, like I said yesterday, Kerry, you look at his WAR. He's like top 10 in WAR because of his defense. Like, I think Ohtani was like 9.9. He was like 7.2. Like, he's one of the top guys in WAR this year. So, like, when you factor everything in, like, that's the type of player you want on your team. I don't know how many more they're going to get like that, but again, I guess what I'm trying to say is everything's kind of on the table this offseason moving forward. Like, how do we make ourselves better? Because I think they almost got caught in that the last few years. Like, hey, we got a lot of good players, bring them back, and you run it back, and you're not good. You're just kind of like, they kind of are what they are, right? 500 team, kind of right around 500, just hanging around, and let's go in. Maybe these guys get a little bit better next year, and we bring this guy up, and he's a little bit better, and he bolsters us, and that's a little... And then you're right around 500 again. You do it again. So, I don't know. If they come back with this roster next year, that will be a disappointment. That would be a disappointment. They're like, let's bring Lee. Lee got hurt. We'll bring him back, and we'll just run it back with these guys. That is not going to be super exciting to me.
That would be a bigger shock to me if they ran it back than if Buster accepted the job as president of baseball operations, which did shock me. So I'll tell you right now, that one surprised me. Giants got it done. I don't anticipate that they will come back with the same roster. I do envision that he stepped into this role to make some big picture changes, to do some different things, to go find some more everyday players and ditch some of the platoons, some of the bullpenning that the Giants have done that you didn't see during their most successful era, because that's the type and the style of baseball that Buster Posey was most comfortable with. So on the other side, Giants CEO Larry Baer going to join us, break down Buster Posey's tenure as an owner and how he initially got this conversation started about becoming the Giants president of baseball operations. We'll talk to Larry Baer on the other side. Tolbert and Copes, Kerry Crowley in for Adam Copeland here on KBR 104.5 680, the sports leader. John Dickinson, super reporter, is boots on the ground in Hawaii. How do you get that gig? Covering Warriors training camp. Listen to him tonight from 7 to 9 for a special edition of Sportsphone KNBR. All right, we've got our good friend Steve Moskowitz on the line. Steve, what do you do when you can't pay your taxes?
You call us, and we talk to the government for you. There's so many good solutions. But whatever you do not want to ever see a criminal agent knocking on your door. And you also don't want to see a civil agent knocking on your door either. Don't stick your head in the sand. Don't wait for one of these newly hired IRS agents to show up at your door. Instead, call us. We have a free consultation. We're going to explain all of your options, advantages, disadvantages. Want to tell you all the solutions, and you might be surprised. I know you feel frustrated and hopeless and over your head and there's no way you can pay these taxes. That's okay. We want to go ahead and represent you, cut you a good deal. The only thing you have to do is call for your free consultation and say, hey, Steve, get me out of this mess.
Deal, that's 188-TAXDEAL, or find him at MoskowitzLLP.com.
From the diamond to the boardroom, Tolbert and Copes get down to business with Giant CEO Larry Baer. Larry Baer on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, welcome back to Tolbert and Copes Tuesday afternoon. Kerry Crowley in for Adam Copeland. A reminder, the Giants Executive Show is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union auto loans with affordable rates and personal service. And by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned and authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. The Executive Show rolls on. Our guest this afternoon, Giants CEO Larry Baer. Larry, welcome aboard, and what a day for the San Francisco Giants.
Hi, Kerry. Hi, Tom. Yeah, it's interesting. I was thinking about this. So I guess, our last show usually is the first week of October if we're not in the playoffs, and then maybe later if we are. And I can't remember having a last show the first week of October with so much going on, in the early part of October when we're not playing baseball. So it was quite a day.
Okay, since I missed you last time, were you dodging us because this was in the works?
I've learned dodgeball. Who was the star of dodgeball?
Vince Vaughn?
Is that Will Ferrell? No.
Vince
Who
Vaughn.
played
Well,
dodgeball? Vince Vaughn.
Vince Vaughn was the star.
Okay. You want to call me Vince Vaughn?
I don't know. Do I need to? Should I call you Vince Vaughn? Would it be appropriate?
We rearranged the schedule. I'll leave it at that. Okay.
Okay. I can read between the lines as well as anybody. How did this come about? Like how quickly? Buster said it was relatively recently. It wasn't something he'd been thinking about for quite some time. I'm just curious about kind of the time frame and how long this has been kind of thrown about.
There was as the season evolved, we got into the last weeks, couple months, weeks. You do your evaluation, right? Evaluation of every part of the organization, and we weren't where we wanted to be. And so, Greg obviously is chairman of the board, is the final decision maker. There's a board, I'm on it, and the board has discussions and talk about direction and talk about what you might want to do to make changes. And that discussion evolved. So there's sort of two pieces to it. One is, making the change itself, and the other is, I think what you're probably referencing is Buster's interest.
Yeah.
And, and that was something that it came together, if it wasn't for Buster's interest, I'm not sure where we would be, but, Buster had an interest, really recent origin, kind of evolved over time. Once he got back settled here, we'd have board meetings, we'd have meetings with the group, and Buster's, had ideas, and so as the discussion went, it was, it kind of became, is this something you literally want to do day to day?
Mm-hmm.
And there was, there was an excitement and energy and interest that kind of reminded us of all of us who were, I think everybody on the board was with Buster when he played throughout his tenure as a player. And we saw that, that energy, that excitement, and also that humility, right? So clearly he knows what he doesn't know. He knows there's much he doesn't know about this job, but what he does know and the way he carries himself and his, frankly, leadership abilities is something that's, in my book, it'd be pretty much incomparable. I mean, and that will go a long way. And as was said today, there'll be other people hired, and there are some excellent people at the Giants right now. I think Greg and Buster talked about Jeremy Shelley and others who've been there a long time, who are going to allow Buster to hit the ground running.
Was there anything other than the record? And look, the record's always the biggest thing. Was there anything other than the record that didn't meet expectations during Farhan's tenure, and that became the reason that you decided to move on and go in a different direction?
Well, I mean, I think it would be unfair to say that if the record was good, was an excellent record for Pitt, that we would have made a change. I think that there's other pieces to it. I know that Buster wants to focus on that we just haven't been able to get done, in the sense of really popular players that fans can fall in love with, players that can be leaders. Now I think we took a big step with Matt Chapman. Obviously we have Logan Webb, and to Farhan and the group's credit, bringing people like Ramos and Fitzgerald through. Some pitchers, Birdsong, but that one of the pieces that was tough was probably the notion that we didn't have the that kind of the sticky player that has been able to emerge to become a homegrown team leader, and Chappie is doing it as a signing, which is fine.
Got it.
Larry, what's something that, obviously you've been around Buster since he was drafted back in 2008 and have seen him as a player guide the clubhouse through difficult times and through great times as well. What's something that you learned about Buster through sitting on the board with him that you didn't know about him before?
He's just super competitive and super
Well, you knew that.
Focused. Well, yeah. Something we didn't know before. Yeah. I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Kerry, I'll tell you the one thing, and this popped out to me, and I think to Greg and to others immediately, and it was evidenced by some of the things he said today at the press conference. He is he is very intellectually curious, and that I didn't think he was or wasn't, but I knew him more as a player and all that previously. But over these 2-3 years of being on the board, asking lots of questions about lots of parts of the business, right? Not just the between the lines questions, but a lot of other questions. And so when you heard him say, and I thought this got tweeted out a fair bit, hey, we're in the memory making business. Well, what does that mean? I mean, what that means is something I think we all feel, and for an ex-player to really understand it, is that we're in. To be truly successful, we need to do a lot of things here. We need to win games. We need to create a great experience for our fans, and we need to create players that are and experiences that are going to make memories for folks. And so Buster, I guess the way to say it, Kerry, is he sees the big picture.
Yeah.
In ways that I guess were somewhat amazing for someone who hasn't, I've been doing front office jobs for a while, as have others, and he gets it. I mean, because that's, the folks in the Giants organization are focused on those sorts of issues of, really making the players fan friendly, doing the community work, all of that. And Buster's right there with that. And the fact he gets it that way, I think makes him a great leader. Will make him a great leader.
Mm-hmm.
Will he still be a member of the board?
Yes, he will.
Is that normal?
Well, there's, I don't know what's normal.
Neither, I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know. I have no idea if it's normal or not.
If you take sort of just an outside company, you would have on the board. You would normally have independent directors. You would have some folks that you could have a chairman executive chairman who may be involved in the business, and the CEOs on the board. So with the two of us, you have two people that are, literally working day to day for the club. And then we have others on the board that are outside investors. I don't think it's happened that much, Tom, because in baseball or in sports, because this is a fairly rare example. There are a few other examples, but a fairly rare example of an investor in the team, stepping over and running the baseball operations. I think that part is probably not normal, but hey, we're in San Francisco. Let's be innovative and let's break stride and do something a little different.
Okay, got it. Talking to Larry Bear, CEO of the Giants, talking about Buster Posey's hiring today as the president of baseball operations. And were you guys surprised at all when he came to you and said this is something that he would be interested in, or if you asked him and he said yes? Because it seemed from the outside, and the last time we had heard from him on something like this, he didn't want to get involved in the day-to-day because the family and the young kids and all that kind of stuff. But I guess competition and being a part of a team is a stronger pull than maybe we had thought.
Yeah, I think a couple of years ago when he moved back, what was it? Let's see, after 22, so really 2 years ago when he moved back, would have been very surprised to see he'd be interested in this. But, things evolve, right? So the evolution of the last couple of years, the board meetings, the discussions, hearing from him, seeing his level of engagement, not because he was thinking about this job, but just because he cared so much, was great. So I'd say, if you go back a few weeks, months, whatever, when this topic arose, I think it wasn't a surprise at that point. But if you told me when Kristen and Buster and the family moved back to the Bay Area, I would have been surprised that this would be a role he'd hunger for. Yeah. And he's just it's just a lot of it evolved.
Yeah.
Larry, what did you make of the way that Buster went about his retirement and then post-playing days where he moves to Georgia with his family and then he starts to get back into things? He expresses an interest in ownership and seeing his competitive nature evolve in that regard, because I think the retirement back in 2021 took a lot of people by surprise, and yet, a year later, he's back in the Bay Area with his family and trying to be involved in a more day-to-day role, a hands-on basis as an owner. Just take us through that period for a little bit and what you saw from him as he reached back out to the Giants to make this happen.
Sure. Well, I think there were really two parts to it. I remember getting the call. I was on the East Coast at a parents' weekend with our daughter, and got the call Buster Posey, and this is pretty soon after the season. And I thought he was going to talk about he had such a great year in 2021. I thought he was going to talk maybe some extension beyond. We had an option year in 2022, and maybe go beyond picking up the option, or run some ideas along those lines by me. And we've always had good open conversations, etc. And and with Jeff Berry, his agent as well. And so what happened was he called to say, "I'm hanging it up." And I'm excited about a new life with the family, and it's been a great run, and I left everything in 21. So that was a shock, I have to say. Shock to not just the fans and everybody in the Giants community, but a shock to the front office. So there was that piece. So then fast forward, we said, well, stay in touch, and everybody needs to digest this, etc. Have the press conference. Then you go, I don't know, it was maybe a month or so later, I said I'd be in touch. And if you're Buster Posey, it's like, what are you interested in doing? With the Giants? You have to stay associated with the Giants, we feel. And we didn't know at that point. I think he was talking about going back to Georgia, but he wasn't sure. And so, is it working, as a broadcaster, as a coach, as working his way up to be a manager, doing appearances, doing nothing. But, we really wanted him to be part of the Giants. And he said, let me think about it. And he came back and with Jeff, his representative, and said, I love the Giants. I'm super interested in the business and understanding how the business works. Would it be possible to buy some shares? And again, that was a big surprise. And then we all got together and, of course, made that happen, and and put him on the board, and created incredible value. And again, it goes back to, I think, his intellectual curiosity about the business. Not that he wanted to get into an operating role in the business, but seeing how actually the business worked from upstairs. And it was interesting because at that point, and I guess we're still in this mode. Maybe Derek Jeter's an exception, but there had been no former baseball player that had really gone in to own part of the team or be an owner of the teams that they have played for. I mean, we had, Giannis is a part owner of the Milwaukee Brewers, and we know about Magic and the Dodgers, right? And Patrick Mahomes owns a piece of the Royals. But this was kind of a first as well. Buster, buying into the Giants and being part of the team that he led to championships, and is going to the Hall of Fame as in our uniform.
Did you give him the IPO price? And he has to pay full share.
No IPOs in our
No
world.
IPO.
No IPOs. We gave him the price, the street price, Tom.
There you go. I don't care who you were. Great player. You're still playing. You're paying full freight. That's just the way. That's just the way it's going to be. So what? I mean, look. I think it's a really cool thing. The fans are all fired up about it. Like, how could you not be? I mean, you get one of the faces of the franchise to come back and not only be a part of the team in ownership, but now run the team from a president of player operations standpoint. Like, what are the expectations moving forward? Not just from a on the field product, because I know the expectations of the Giants are to compete for championships, put yourself in a position to make the playoffs. But kind of from Buster's standpoint, like, you guys, like, he's never done it before. Like, this is someone I think is fully capable of doing this, no doubt. But still, there's going to be a learning curve into doing this that he's going to have to kind of acclimate to.
Right. And as such, I think, we're all going to provide him, the resources, first of all, to do the hiring he needs to do. So the one big hire immediately is going to be the general manager. Mm-hmm. And I can't say that's going to be overnight, but, if it's somebody with another club, we'll be asking permission. Maybe it's somebody on the outside, maybe it's somebody on the inside. But, to get just, and as I mentioned, Jeremy Shelley, we have a number of people in the organization. It was funny. I was walking out of the press conference, and here, who's one of the people walking with Buster? John Barr. You guys know John Barr?
Wow,
Carrie,
John Barr.
know him.
Man who drafted him.
Yep.
He drafted Buster. So I actually took a picture of the two of them. And I'm going to juxtapose it with draft day, 2008, right? Or the year we drafted him. So he's the guy that drafted the Giants. He still works for the Giants as one of our top scouts. So there's going to be a wealth of information and knowledge, I think, at his disposal. I also think people from his era who played, coached, etc., are all going to be reaching out to him. There's tremendous inbound. So I think he's going to be able, yes, he hasn't done the job before, but he's quick study, and he's going to be able to sit on top of an organization where a lot of the day-to-day, and I mentioned the name Jeremy Shelley a minute ago, a lot of the day-to-day, so if you're talking about, arbitration filings and, declarations of free agents and all that, that's something that, we have a machine here in the next few weeks that'll be able to make recommendations to Buster, and they've made a lot of good recommendations over the years. So but there's just a lot at his disposal. So I don't worry about that. I mean, it's a fair question. Mm-hmm. But and the relationships, obviously, he'll be forming with his peers and with other teams. But I don't really worry about that.
Yeah. Larry, well, thank you so much. We always appreciate the time. Congrats. I mean, this seems like a home run for the team. I know the fans are fired up about it. And like I said, I don't know how Buster's going to do, but I know he's going to put the effort into it. He's really smart. He's really competitive. And he wants this organization to be back where he perceives they should be, which is competing for championships. So it's a good recipe to start off with, and we'll look forward to talking to you either throughout the course of the off season or at some point early next year.
Sounds good, Tom. I really appreciate the year. We've had some great conversations, and I want to do. Greg did this earlier. Want to thank the fans who have been terrific this year. Attendance up and big support, 35,000 basically for the last 3 games, even when we were eliminated. So onward and upward, and look forward to talking in the off season and Scottsdale, Arizona.
Sounds good, Larry. Have a great day.
Thanks, right. Tom. Thanks, Gary.
There you go.
All right, thanks, Larry. Yeah. He's right about thanking the fans because they sat through 3 seasons where the Giants tried to win and they didn't win.
Yes.
Not often you see that. So, the expanded wild card era, Tom, I've said this before, but you got about 6 to 8 teams every year who aren't trying. And you got the A's, the White Sox, the Rockies, a bunch of teams that didn't try. The Giants tried to win the last 3 seasons and didn't. So the fact that they were able to draw at the end of the season speaks a lot to Giants fans and the effort that they put in to going out to the ballpark. So he's right about that. On the other side, we'll take more of your calls. 415-808-KNBR is the number. Reaction to Buster Posey. We'll play some of the sound from his press conference today about working together with Bob Melvin. Can they make this work? Buster, of course, President of Baseball Operations, general managers, they often get to hire their own manager, and Bob Melvin sitting up there at the press conference next to Buster today. There was an interesting discussion sparked by a question from John Shea, so we'll get into that as well. Kerry Crowley in for Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes here on KNBR, the sports leader. Buster Posey was officially introduced today as the San Francisco Giants President of Baseball Operations. What'd you make of that press conference at Oracle Park? Call in at 415-808-KNBR.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. I know everybody has a lot of devices running at their home. Probably more than you think. But if you have Xfinity, that's no big deal. Whether it's 10, 15, 20, 25 devices in your home, you got a house full. And someone's streaming, someone's gaming, someone's downloading, someone's working possibly, maybe even going to school. The point is, with the phones and the computers, laptop and the TVs, there's all kinds of stuff. Even a printer you don't think's on Wi-Fi is on Wi-Fi. There's a lot of things going on. If you have people over, then it doubles. With Xfinity, doesn't matter. They've engineered their gateways to handle hundreds of connected devices. Hundreds. That means everyone's taken care of. Everyone gets the same high-quality Wi-Fi. That's what you want. Now through October 10th, get Xfinity Gig Internet for $20 a month for 2 years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data, and ask how to get an eligible free 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account, taxes, fees, extra. Gig Wi-Fi requires Xfinity Gateway. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Love sports, you love high def, you love blazing fast internet. That's the same for everybody. You will love Xfinity.
Missed an interview or want to hear it again? Catch them all at knbr.com/podcasts. You're tuned in to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
I can say I'm really excited to work with Bob as well. You know, getting to, as a player, see him in the opposing dugout. If I ever made eye contact with Bob when I was playing, I never felt like he liked me. And I think he might
I admittedly didn't. and I never made eye contact with him either because he was always making my life really difficult.
So I'm happy we're going to get to share some more endearing glances, I guess.
Well, I mean, you know, it's Buster Posey. It's the Giants. That's a big deal. So, you know, like Greg said, when, you know, somebody like Buster asks for the ball, you give it to him. And he's meant so much to this community, to this baseball team, the organization, the city, all the above. So that's what I'm excited about, is being able to work with a guy that's had that type of success here in this organization.
Everyone's happy on day one. Everyone always thinks the best is yet to come. Bob Melvin certainly thinks that the Giants are in for better years ahead as he enters year two as manager, and Buster Posey certainly believes that better days are ahead as he becomes the president of baseball operations. Introduced today at 24 Willie Mays Plaza. Kerry Crowley in for Adam Copeland here alongside Tom Tolbert this afternoon. Tom, Bob Melvin and Buster Posey, do you think that this is a pair that will work well together, or is this the type of thing where if things don't go well for Buster in year one, maybe he becomes the scapegoat? I think it's an interesting discussion. And obviously, Buster worked with two different managers during his career. The first was Bruce Bochy, and they took the Giants to heights that this franchise had never before seen in San Francisco and had never been able to envision in San Francisco with the Giants, winning 3 World Series in 5 seasons. Buster had one of the best years of his career in 2021 with Gabe Kapler. It was an organization with Farhan and Gabe that understood Buster's decision to sit out the 2020 season in the best interest of his family. But I think it's interesting. This is really the third manager that Buster will have worked with in his major league career. 2 on the field as a player, and Bob Melvin the first as an executive. And so we just heard audio from Bob and Buster discussing what their working relationship will be like. Tom, any initial questions that you think that Buster and Bob will face together? Anything that you'll be watching closely at the beginning of next season?
No.
It's like asking you a question about the NFL draft.
There we go. No, I don't know. I mean, really, I won't know until I see it and more importantly, hear it. Like, hear the tone and what they're talking about and stuff. But I don't know that there's anything in particular. I don't even know I'd know what to look for.
Yeah.
Like, I think they're both baseball guys. And I think they're both really good baseball guys. So I don't know. Is there something you're looking for? Like, that you're going to keep an eye on throughout the course of the year? I'd be interested to hear it, because I don't know that there's anything in particular that I'll be watching for.
I will be interested to see if there are different ways that Melvin manages his pitching staff next year, if he's longer with the starters, if he really shows a clear preference in the bullpen, and he did so for a lot of this season with Tyler Rogers pitching the 8th inning and then Camilo Doval taking the 9th before they gave that job to Ryan Walker. There were pretty much defined roles in the Giants bullpen. There were certain players who didn't really pitch when the Giants had a lead. Taylor Rogers was one of them. I thought that was interesting. Someone was making $11 million, and the Giants didn't seem to trust him all that much. But I wonder if the Giants do get deeper outings from their starters next year, if that will be a byproduct of something that Buster really values and that Bob really values, and they'll do less bullpenning because of Buster structuring the roster that way and Bob not being necessarily as keen on that as maybe he was forced to be under Billy Beane and Farhan Zaidi during his tenures in Oakland and San Francisco.
Yeah, although I would say, like, he let Webb go as far as he could go.
Oh, always.
Webb, right? He's that guy. And then Snell, he let him go deep into games this year when he was pitching really well and kept his pitch count in check. But that's kind of who Snell is. I mean, Snell probably had more games pitching into the 7th and beyond this year than I've seen him in years, like probably the last 4 years. Like, he was into the 7th a few times. We all know he went a complete game with the no-hitter. He had that. The other two guys, like Harrison, just couldn't keep his pitch count down. And the kind of the same with Birdsong with all the walks. So I'm guessing, I don't know for a fact, but I'm guessing that kind of Bob Melvin's preference is that as long as the starters are pitching well and look good and keep the pitch count down, then they can go. I could be wrong on that, but that's just kind of my feeling on that one. So I think a lot of it's going to be up to Birdsong and Harrison, because you have to think right now 4/5 of the rotation is spoken for unless something happens. It's going to be Birdsong, Harrison, Robbie Ray, and Webb. And then the 5th spot, I guess it would probably always forget about him because he was in the bullpen by the end of the year, but maybe Hicks. I mean, who knows where they go with Hicks next year. They're going to start him. I don't know why you wouldn't start him, because he was so good in the starting role. I don't know how much can he jump innings next year. I mean, can he give you 150 next year? Because he was really good as a starter. And again, I always forget about him because he just out of sight, out of mind, and he really wasn't in the starting rotation the last couple months. So he's a guy, I think. So hell, maybe they have their 5 guys already. Maybe like they have the 5, and about, I'm not really concerned with Webb as far as innings, but maybe Ray coming off the I don't know how severe the injury was at the end of the year, but coming 2 years removed now, I guess it'll be from the Tommy John. And then I guess Hicks, you kind of got to monitor that. Like, I have no idea what the jump could be for him next year. And then Harrison and Birdsong, to me, it's all about can you guys stay in the game? Like, prove to me you can stay in the game. Like, I know you have good stuff, but it doesn't do me any good when you have good stuff and you're 100 pitches through 4 2/3 or 5 innings. I have no choice but to go to the bullpen. But yeah, I don't know how he's going to handle that. Again, I could be wrong, but that's kind of the feeling I get, is that his preference is, hey, keep the pitch count relatively, under control. I'm not talking 91, 92. I mean, he'll let guys go into the, low to mid hundreds as long as you're throwing the ball well and the game's going our way. Then yeah, go ahead and go out there and get him.
I actually think that Jordan Hicks is going to be an interesting test for Buster Posey this offseason because in theory, you pencil him into one of your starting spots, and maybe you get 150 innings out of him this year. Maybe he can pitch into August or even September. But Buster strikes me as the type who would want someone who you can bank on maybe 170, 180 innings from if you're paying him starter money. And Jordan Hicks is on 3 years, $33 million left on this contract. He is the type of pitcher who would be tradable this offseason.
Okay, yeah.
If the Giants wanted to go out and get someone to bring into their lineup, if they wanted to shore up their bullpen, there are a lot of teams that would jump at those innings, that ERA, Jordan Hicks' profile, and what he can do as a pitcher, that maybe he was a Farhan Zaidi type player that he doesn't fit into the Buster Posey future vision of the Giants. So I think someone like Mike Yastrzemski, I feel more confident today that he would come back next season, be tendered a contract, because he does play the game the way that I think Buster really values. And Jordan Hicks, it's not necessarily that he plays the game differently. Buster knows how valuable having a guy who can dial it up to 98 or 100 out of the rotation when he needs to can be, but he just doesn't give you the same innings over 162, and that could be one of the philosophical changes we see out of the Giants early on in his tenure.
Yeah, it's interesting. But yeah, it will be interesting just to see how the team looks, how the team plays, and kind of, are there any things that are tangible that you notice when you're watching Giants baseball next year? Because I did get the feeling, look, we know Farhan was of an analytical bent, but I also think he was more of a baseball type guy than he got credit for.
Absolutely.
I think he was just pegged as an analytics nerd. And I think that's his background, but I think the more we got a chance to talk to him and get a chance to know him, I think he was like, that's not exactly who I am. I mean, it's what I use and how I go about my business, but I think he's more of a guy that is a baseball guy than people, like I said, gave him credit for. So we'll see how it works out. Again, it's all great now. I mean, everything's great when the organization, like the backup quarterback's always the most favorite guy on the team. It's like, I can't wait to see him. And then you see me like, interesting. I guess ask the Dolphins how that's working out for him. But and I don't want to compare Buster to a backup quarterback by any means. But what I'm saying is when someone gets let go, by definition, the team probably wasn't doing well, and you're just happy to see the new guy. Well, this one happens to be Buster Posey, so you're extremely happy to see the new guy. It's like, oh my gosh, not only do we get rid of Farhan, which everyone's happy about, and I don't really agree with that, but it is what it is. You got to win. It's a big boy sport, and if you're not winning, then you know what? Someone else will come in and try their hand at it. But, I think we're all kind of excited to see how this thing is going to work. I don't think there's any doubt about that.
Yeah, absolutely. So one thing that I want to do here is just real quick, Buster and Bob Melvin and Greg Johnson, they all had this interesting back and forth with John Shea at today's press conference. I love the way that John Shea phrases his questions. Great San Francisco Chronicle reporter. I want to play that about how Buster will work with Bob Melvin as the manager and kind of their contract situation. So we'll play this back and forth for you right now.
A year ago at this same stage when Bob was introduced, Farhan said that Bob had a 3-year contract, and as we found out, it was actually a 2-year guarantee. Just wondering about if there will be better transparency, and do you have terms, Buster, or as an owner, are you just in it for as long as you want to do it? Are there years involved?
Yeah,
and as well, will Bob have any kind of extension, or will he go into next year as a lame duck?
Yeah, one, I'm not sure transparency is required for discussing contracts anyway, because I think they get in the way of running a team during the year, and a lot of questions that come up that are very disruptive. So, Buster does have a 3-year deal with no contingencies or anything. But my view is, I've had this debate and discussion, is whether any contracts with, whether it's your manager or head of baseball, should be public, because I think it doesn't serve the team very well to raise questions during the year. So that's something that we would consider. But as far as the transparency goes, I think we were as transparent as we needed to be on that.
And Bob's contract situation with. Will there be an extension, or will he go in next season as?
That's for Buster.
Well, that's who I'm asking.
Look, again, this is day 2 for me. I've said how much I admire and respect Bob, and one thing I'm going to try to do as this continues to progress is, you guys have known me in the clubhouse, the cliche of going day to day. It's going to apply to this as well. And again, I'm excited about working with Bob. There's not many managers, active managers, that have the track record that he does. And from my experience talking to numerous players while I was playing and then post-playing, to a man, everybody loves playing for Bob Melvin.
So there you have it, Tom. It doesn't benefit the Giants for people to know what the contract lengths of the executives and managers are, but Buster has a 3-year deal, and we don't know anything about Bob Melvin's contract.
I mean, I love John. I didn't love
So do I.
I always hate the term lame duck. It just always sounds so bad. It sounds worse than it is. It
really does.
A lame duck. It's like, oh, that. I always wondered this, too. Like, why, as a manager or a GM, probably more manager than GM, but it's like everybody thinks they're entitled to like an extension. And I'm not saying Bob is, but everybody thinks like, oh, you got to give him an extension because he can't coach the last year of his contract. Well, why not?
Yeah,
that's a contract he signed. Why can't he just? Why can't he? And I understand what people would say. Well, you can't manage the team effectively. You can't run the team effectively on the last year of your contract. Well, no one's ever going to get to the last year of your contract, so you get fired before the last year, so you get a free year, or you get an extension before you get to the last year. Like, I would like to see someone to say, and it's happened before, where maybe teams have wanted to sign him, they're like, "No, I'm just going to play this out. I'm going to play it out and go to free agency and see how it works." But like, if I'm a manager or a coach, yeah, you'd like the security. But I think if you have the right players on your team, then that shouldn't matter. I think they're going to go out there and play regardless, and they're going to listen to you regardless if they feel like you're putting them in the best position to succeed. If you have like a bunch of turds on your team and they're going to take advantage of the situation and undermine you at every turn, then, well, yeah, it's going to be a tough situation, but that's going to be a bad team to begin with. Like, so a lot of it is about the players and how they'll react to something like that. But that was pretty fun. That's a pretty funny back and forth.
Buster's here for 3 years. Bob Melvin, is he a lame duck? Who's to say? When we come back,
that's Buster's question.
More on the next era of the San Francisco Giants. Bobby Evans, former general manager, going to join us at 4:50 this afternoon. Kerry Crowley in for Adam Copeland. You're listening to Tolbert and Copester on KBR 104.5 680 The Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Again, I mentioned empowering. We're gonna bring in a GM, and I think once that comes in, some of the delegation will take shape a little bit more. I want to be as useful as I can to be with all the people that I'm working with, but also having in mind and understanding that it's somewhat of a delicate balancing act to where I don't want to be the type of leader that is constantly feeling like I'm looking over somebody's shoulder as well. So I think a lot of that is going to be handled over these next weeks, month, as we start to have more conversations and get synced up more.
Buster Posey at his introductory press conference this morning at Oracle Park discussing what kind of a leader, what kind of president of baseball operations he will be. A reminder that Tolbert & Copes is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union offers auto loans with competitive rates and personalized service because your journey matters. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love. Buster Posey back in a forward-facing role in the Giants organization, and it's the first time since 2021 when he was the starting catcher on a team that won 107 games. Now, Tom, he's got to make all sorts of different decisions. Instead of calling fastball slider, he's got to pick a general manager. He's got to pick the 26-man roster, decide who's on the 40-man roster. This is an entirely different world for him right now, and I think the first few hires that he makes probably go a long way toward defining his tenure with this ball club.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a couple things. One, all these guys will have qualifications, but it's two, what their vision is, and three, what's the compatibility. Because I think you want to have someone, and I said earlier, you don't want to have someone that's in complete lockstep with you. Then why have that person? You want to have someone who has different ideas about the organization and how to run it and how to go about producing wins. But you also want to have somebody, I always thought, if I'm going to do a job like this, I want to have someone around me that I want to go have a beer with. Mm-hmm. I want to have somebody that I can have a relationship with. We can chat, we can talk, how's the family, that kind of stuff, and talk shop, and then talk other things too. Like someone that I could see myself hanging out with. I don't say that it's a necessity, but that's the way I'd like to go about it. I'd like to hire somebody that I could see myself hanging out with. So I don't know if that is a requirement, like for Buster. I don't know. We don't know that. That's one thing we don't know. We don't know what he's going to be looking for in these candidates, because we can assume that all these candidates, whether they're qualified or not, after they vet him, they'll think they're qualified. Nobody hires somebody who's like, oh, this guy sucks, let's hire him. They're going to think he's qualified, or she is qualified, but then you got to get into, okay, how am I going to work with this person? Like, how do I don't know. I don't think that's a qualification for everybody. It'd be a qualification for me. Like, if we can't go hang out and have a beer, what's the use? Like, I don't even want to be around you.
Tom is the general manager of basketball team X, hiring someone he wants to get a beer with. Buster Posey is the president of baseball operations for the San Francisco Giants. What qualities is he looking for in his potential general manager? He spoke about that earlier today at his press conference. Here's what Buster had to say.
Yeah, to answer the back end of that first, I think it's right away. I think we get going on this right away and get some potential candidates in and get interviews going. As far as qualities, I want a leader. I want a servant leader. I want somebody that, again, is going to empower the people that are working with them and for them. Ideally, somebody that does have somewhat of a scouting background, I think, will be important for me as well. Having in mind that today's game is so much about meshing what your eyes see and your instincts are with what the data is telling you.
Someone with a scouting background, I think, That's music to the ears of a lot of Giants fans because they felt like the organization was too reliant on analytics. And you mentioned earlier whether that was true or not. That was the way that fans painted the previous front office, and they didn't do much to shed that. I don't think that they worked overtime to kind of do, public messaging about their reputation. They didn't care that they were painted that way. Buster very clearly on day one coming out and saying a scouting background. I mentioned you earlier in the show. I think that Billy Owens, who's worked in the Oakland A's organization for a long time, he's got a scouting background. He would be a fantastic addition. A name on the text line that popped up a few moments ago was Paul Taboni, who's an assistant general manager for the Boston Red Sox, someone who was heavily involved in building that team into really what is one of the top 2 or 3 farm systems in Major League Baseball right now. Born and raised in San Francisco, played baseball at Cal, so you figure he'd probably want to come home a la Scott Harris the way that he came back to San Francisco before he became the president of baseball operations with the Detroit Tigers. So to me, there's no shortage of people that Buster could hire, Tom. I think it will be interesting, though, if he starts to look at his former teammates, if he looks at folks who had conversation with him in the clubhouse and says, how can we get these people involved in the organization? Because I'm sure there's a lot of people who will be lining up to call Buster and want to get involved, and it's just a matter of finding the right roles for them.
Yeah, somebody on the thread hours ago said Tim Lincecum, Director of Agriculture.
Well done.
That was pretty good. I did enjoy that. I did like the fact that he said because he wants a scout, he wants a scout because he wants to mesh analytics with what your eyes tell you.
Yeah.
Like, that's what I was talking about. Like, there's got to be a blend there. It can't be leave the analytics, kick him to the curb, or be all in on analytics. It's got to be a little bit of this, like everything, right? Everything in life. Not too much. A little bit of this, a little bit of that, some compromise here. That's just the way it goes. And I think that's the way, absolutely, to go about it. So, again, it'll be interesting to hear your take when he hires somebody, because you know a lot of these guys better than I do, and kind of what their background is and what they're known for and all that stuff. So I'm more curious about what their background is than who they are. Because, again, by name, I probably don't know a lot of these people. There's a few out there that you know. But just kind of like, okay, what's their style and what do they rely on? I think that'll be interesting and telling.
Yeah, absolutely. And someone who we can ask all about this, former Giants general manager Bobby Evans. He'll join us in a few minutes here. But before we send things to a commercial break, it's a big day here at KNBR. Next week is a big week. We've got one of the better contests I can ever remember, Tom, and we've given away some good stuff here. Yeah, this is the Hawaii contest. So here's when it'll run: Monday, October 7th to Friday, October 11th, and again Monday, October 14th to Friday, October 18th. Once the contest starts, we will qualify 3 people per day, one person in the 7 to 10 a.m. slot, one person in the 11 to 2 p.m. slot, and then one person in the 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. slot. So right here on Tolbert and Copes between 3 p.m. and 6 p.m. each day, you'll have to listen for the cue to call. But what this contest is, we're giving away 10 grand prize trips. We'll announce it on October 21st. These are trips to the Big Island of Hawaii, including round-trip airfare from Hawaiian Airlines, plus a 5-night stay at the Westin Hapuna Beach Resort, furnished by Hawaiian Airlines and the Westin Hapuna Beach Resort. You must be 21 or older. I will admit, I would probably try to lie about my age if I was younger. Don't do that, though. This is a great contest. Bobby Evans on the way next. You're listening to Tolbert and Copes. Kerry Crowley in for Adam Copeland here on KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
The man of the hour, the day, and hell, maybe even the week, Buster Posey joined Papa and Lund live in person to discuss taking over as the man in charge for the Giants in the front office. Listen to that full interview again today at 5:30 right here on KNBR.
It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
They're Tolbert and Copes, and they're back on The Sports Leader. Find us on Insta at KNBR on Instagram. This is KNBR 104.5 at 680.
Kerry Crowley, Tom Tolbert with you. It is a pleasure to welcome former Giants General Manager Bobby Evans to the show. Bobby, it's been a long time. How you doing?
Very good, Tom. How you guys doing?
Doing well. What'd you think about today? I don't know that I saw this coming, but it wasn't a huge surprise when it happened. What'd you think?
Yeah, it was a great day for Giants fans. I mean, anytime you're taking, the face of the franchise from the past and making him the new face of the front office, I mean, that's pretty special. I don't know when that's ever happened in Giants history. I know we've had some former players in significant roles, but it's a lot like it's like if Larry Bird had become that for the Celtics. I think he ended up going to the Pacers. I mean, Danny Ainge is not the same thing, but I've heard a Wes name with the Lakers a lot today. But for Giants fans, I mean, anything Buster Posey is good news for them, and we know Buster's passionate about the organization and passionate about the fan base, passionate about the city. We know how dedicated he is in his approach to things and how disciplined he was as a player, and got to believe that'll be the same in the front office. So, today's a great day for Giants fans to get a chance to have, really one of their, longtime heroes now, lead the charge.
You look at that team when you were there, and I always thought huge personalities. Lincecum, big personality. Bumgarner, big personality. Hunter Pence, big personality. Pablo, big personality. Brian Wilson, massive personality. But Buster was always the backbone of that team. Like, he was almost like the conscience of that team. When things needed to get serious and things needed to be said or whatever, he was the guy. Would I be correct in assuming that?
Yeah, I think he set the tone. I think he, even as a young player in 2010, he saw what kind of clubhouse we had in 2020 or 2009 when he came up in September. He came up in May of 2010. I think he was already looked at as almost like a veteran player from day one, just because of the way he carried himself, and obviously the significant leadership role he had behind the plate after we traded Molina. So yeah, I think that's very much who Buster was from day one. And I think that, you look at those championship teams, and, as much as, Boach was setting the tone, from the dugout, Buster was setting the tone on the field, and guys followed him. And, he was calm. He believed in what they were doing. He had a plan. He was prepared. Those guys coming, whether, he caught, I think, pretty near every single inning of all three championship postseasons. I don't know if anybody caught any. Maybe there was one game somewhere or one inning somewhere, but for the most part, he caught every one of those innings, I think. And guys trusted him. And when you're on the mound and Buster's calling the game, you pitch with a different kind of confidence. And we saw a lot of great outings by some of our longtime bullpen guys, starters, and Buster was always the guy making the call.
Yeah.
Bob, you said it well. There's such excitement emanating from Giants fans right now about this decision, but you've been in this position before, and you know how difficult it can be to acclimate to this job. It's a very high-profile role. What is the most challenging part of the job that Buster is taking on right now? What's the most difficult part of the learning curve for Buster here?
I think the fact that there's so many different elements to baseball operations. You have your international side, you have your player development side, you have your Giants way approach for things, you have your major league club, you have your medical, you have your conditioning, you have your minor league conditioning, your minor league medical, you have your pro scouting, your amateur scouting, you have your front office staffing, you have your analytics team. You've got just so many different branches of baseball operations that you need to make sure you have key leaders that you can trust, that you can count on, that, as he said, you can empower to do their best work in those areas, and then report up to him and allow him to give the clear direction and clear support and clear guidance day to day to make sure at the end of the day they accomplish their part of their role to make sure the club's successful. And that that's from the minor leagues all the way through the big league club, and there's personnel decisions that are very big part of your off season. And even today, I know the question came about scouts, and with a smaller scouting staff, how will Buster address that, or will he be able to address that this winter? And those are just small pieces of the pie. The big thing that everybody's going to be watching is how's that 25-man roster or 26-man roster going to develop, and what's it going to look like? And those decisions are the on the front burner. And yet you have all these other elements that also have to get attention. And so I think it's just the breadth and depth of everything that will be the challenge from day one. And I think that having been around it, as a player and now around it on the other side as an owner, I think he's got a feel for it. So it's just a matter of figuring out where to take the first bite and the first step, from day one, and just take one step at a time, and things will come together.
By the way, what is the Giants way? And is there an actual book, a manual per se? I believe that was when Bill, Don't Call Me Duke Nukem, was the head there. But what is the Giants way, and is there an actual book?
Yeah, we did put together some material that I think was very helpful, particularly at the minor league level, to make sure that when players are signed, whether they're signed from the international market or the free agent market or just drafted and signed, that they could see a little bit of what we believe, this franchise meant to our fans, a little bit of the history behind the organization. And a lot of times we would present the Giants way through the voices of Orlando Cepeda or Willie Mays or Willie McCovey or Juan Marichal or David Terry or as Buster mentioned today, Joe Malfitano, Jack Hyatt, others. And just to understand the history, I mean, we used to have Gene Kleins, who hit right behind Roberto Clemente as one of our major league hitting coaches, and was also our minor league roving instructor and coordinator of hitting for a while. And these kind of guys in front of the players made an impression, and people learned about what that Dodger rivalry meant, why it was important and why it mattered. And then they also knew that we were trying to develop winning players, and so winning in the minor leagues is just part of development. Your goal is not winning every night. Your goal is developing, but you want to develop winning players. So our strategy in the minor leagues, as the Giants way, was to have a winning player developed in our system. And so, we also want to make sure that players understand what their role is. They understand what their pathway is to accomplishing, the ultimate goal of making the big leagues. And so we want the consistency of what a major league hitting coach is teaching to be the similar approach of what we're doing at the minor league level. We also always emphasize that you don't have one way to hit. Not every hitter is the same. Not every pitcher is the same. I mean, Tidrow was very adamant about, we don't want every pitcher throwing from the same arm angle. We like different approaches. We like different velocity guys. We like the bullpen to have a different look. And so Giants way is a combination of all those things, but it's also valuing. Sabian was always adamant that, this is about the players and not about the numbers, but we have to value the numbers enough so that they educate decisions, but we ultimately let the manager make those decisions. That was part of the Giants way.
Got it.
Bobby, I wanted to ask you about free agent recruitment with Buster Posey, because it was something that you did during your tenure as general manager with the Giants. You guys would go out and try to land these big fish, and you didn't necessarily always land John Lester or bring in a Shohei Ohtani, but Buster was heavily involved in those discussions. What was he like in the meeting room with those free agents, and what skills do you think he brings to the table in the discussions that he'll have this offseason with free agents?
Well, I mean, whenever we met, whether it be John Lester or Zach Greinke or Shohei Ohtani or whoever it was, I mean, Buster being in the room made a difference. And, those guys made note. I mean, they saddled up to pay attention to what Buster had to say. I mean, Bruce Bochy or any of us, obviously all due respect, but Buster drew the most attention. And I think that, I think the end of the day, decisions were made in the case of Lester to go with a familiar general manager in Theo Epstein and Jed Hoyer, and Ohtani wanted to go somewhere to DH. But I think Buster made a great impression, and I think that as now an executive in this role, with his playing background, I mean, there's already a connection just by having been a player, but also by being, the hope to be soon Hall of Fame career that he had. It really makes an impression, I think, when you have those meetings. But when you're in those meetings, a lot of the questions that a players want to know are who's going to hit around them, or what else is going to be in the rotation, what's the outlook for the rest of the off season, what's the expectation of our opening day lineup, and how likely are we to win the division, and what's the investment going to be coming from the owner's side to make sure we're competitive. And those are now questions that Buster will be answering, and I think there'll be a lot of credibility coming from him, being able to know in advance the kind of questions they're going to ask and be prepared to give those answers.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's something I want on my resume. Couldn't keep Ohtani from going to the Angels. That's a rough one. What an organization they are. Oh, brother. I kid because I care.
That old designated hitter got us, not the Angels.
Yeah, I know. Well, of course not the Angels. Why would it be the Angels? Oh, boy. Talking to Bobby Evans, nice enough to join us here. This is kind of, I guess, tangentially a Buster question, how he views pitching and kind of analytics the way baseball views pitching nowadays. Because you look at Kane and Lincecum and Sanchez and Bumgarner, all really good pitchers, and some of them ultra dominant at certain points of their career, all really different. the way they pitched. Baseball nowadays is chasing velocity, and they want guys to throw hard. They don't care how long they throw, just throw it as hard and get maximum spin on the ball. And I asked this because I'm wondering if the way he caught and the pitchers he caught will inform how the pitching through the system kind of goes. And is chasing velocity and spin the way to go? Is baseball developing pitchers the way they used to develop pitchers, or is it just give me spin, give me heat, and if you blow out, we'll get somebody else that can give me spin and give me heat? I'm curious if that'll inform maybe him, Bobby, or the way that minor league goes about developing pitching.
Yeah, I mean, I think Buster's going to be much more about location. I mean, command, control, picking your spots. I mean, as you look at him behind the plate, I mean, the success he had in calling a pitch and getting a guy to locate, were key. And, he had all kinds of spins and all kinds of velocities he was dealing with. I think that the velocity and the spin, for the most part, really is a way to elevate your stuff. I mean, elevate your ability to fool the hitter or put the unexpected pitch in a position for the hitter to fail, if you will. And I think that the location, though, will ultimately, I think, will be more of a driving factor for Buster. But I mean, you can't get away from the spin and away from the velocity today, because it does change ultimately the kind of stuff a guy has on any given night. And if you can affect that by using the tools of technology that are available now, you're crazy not to, because the careers are being extended. Pitchers are closing games now that were washed up 5 years ago. I mean, it's amazing to see the difference that some of these guys have been able to make by just the information that they gather from the technology, and spin and velocity are the key components.
Yeah.
Bobby, one of the other things that Buster's hire as the president of baseball operations got me thinking about was just the other players from 2010, 2012, 2014, that era, who could eventually play a role, whether it be as a coach, whether it be in a front office type of situation. Who are some of the guys who you oversaw during your tenure as assistant general manager and general manager that you think could have a role in the Giants organization in the future that haven't necessarily had that opportunity just yet? And maybe it's because they're not done with their playing days, or maybe it's because they're still very early on post-retirement. But anyone come to mind for you?
Oh, my goodness. I don't know where to begin. I mean, there's so many guys. I mean, and I feel bad for Buster, because there's really so many great options. It's really trying to understand, first what the first and foremost needs are, and then really finding the right guy to fit those various needs. But I mean, as I was assistant GM and GM, Brian really wanted to see investment in, JT Snow and Jeff Kent, and Barry was coming around at the time, and a lot for our hitters, and Will Clark, and then we had Rob Nin, and then we also went with Ellis Burks coming back later, Randy Wynn coming back, and Rich Aurelia, and now we've got Travis Ishikawa and Dan Miner in the minor leagues as hitting coaches. Not to mention there's so many other guys. I mean, obviously Rogelsong now. I mean, there's so many options for Buster to look at. Some that are already in the organization, some that have spent time as invites to spring training and have invested in time as scouts and in development and at big league camp. So I think that he's going to have just a smorgasbord of options that I don't even know how he'll begin to weed through it. He's probably going to have to look, he's inheriting a lot of positions already filled. So, there may not be, as many openings today as there might be a year from today, but, he'll at least get an idea of what guys are interested in and make note of those things. And then as openings come about, he'll be able to piece together some opportunities.
What are your thoughts on the roster and watching this club, and if they're lacking anything, but what do they need to get to that, that step that allows them to consistently be a viable playoff contender?
Yeah, I think we want to see, players that are everyday guys that, that he mentioned, even Chapman, how he posts every day and what to expect from him. And I think that as much as you can give a club, an everyday guy at key positions and key parts of the lineup, and then you have maybe you have some platoons or maybe you have obviously other elements of the roster, fine, but you want to have a consistent lineup on any given day that that the managers can write it in and count on it. I mean, it makes the job easier and better for the manager, but it also helps your pitchers know who's going to be behind them on any given day. There's a rhythm to the success of a team with their guys knowing their role. And I think Bochy was very careful any given day when he did have a guy get a day off, but he had a consistent lineup. And I think that finding Chapman's and key players at as many positions as possible, I think having great average everyday major league players is good, but I think we need to be better than that, and we've got to figure out where we can improve that roster. And I don't think it's just one hitter; it's more than that. But there's going to have to be some give and take, because you're not going to get all those guys on a free agent market. You're going to have to be involved in the trade market. You're going to have to also give up something to get something. And we do have guys coming in the system. We've seen a lot of great players come along even this year that have had a lot to offer. The question is, how much can you count on them going into the season? And as much as possible, you'd like for those guys to surprise you. You'd rather not have to count on something that is not yet proven, especially when you're trying to win now.
Bobby, last one from me. I just wonder, you spent so much time in the Giants organization, the front office, and Buster was obviously there for a huge portion of it. Were there ever any times where he would come to you and say, gosh, if he's a free agent this offseason, we ought to go get him, or, we could really use this kind of addition at the trade deadline? I know that's rare for a player, but he's clearly had his eye on a front office role based on what everyone said about him. Do you have any recollection of Buster making a statement or a case for a guy?
Oh, yeah. I mean, every trade deadline, we would talk about different options that we had. I mean, pitching side, hitting side, not just with Buster, but with other guys. And Buster always took a vested interest. I remember specifically him speaking with me after the 2015 season, and actually he was frustrated. He's like, I'm tired of going to spring training as being the underdog. I want to go, for one time, I want to go to spring training as the favorite to win the West. And we tried to answer that bell with Cueto and Samardzija, but the truth is that it's hard to do, especially with the NL West that we have now in San Diego and the Dodgers. Of course, D-backs still very tough. So I know that's his mentality. I mean, he wants to win, and he doesn't want to be the underdog. And I think that was his mentality as a player. I'm sure that's going to be a mentality that he takes into the front office.
Fantastic. Bobby Evans, thank you so much for joining us here. Always appreciate your time, your perspective, and look forward to catching up soon.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Bobby.
All right, good stuff. Bobby Evans joining us, talking about Buster Posey, his time overseeing him as a player, now Buster taking over as the president of baseball operations. How about that, Tom? Giants had won 3 World Series in 5 seasons, and Buster heated that the Giants were never the favorites.
Yeah, by the way, Buster, the underdog role fit you rather well. It's suited the Giants fine, but yeah, I know what he was saying. That's a little nugget.
Yeah.
In that they won 3 and 5, and he wanted to be the favorite. So that kind of gives you an idea of maybe where his mind's at going forward. Not just we're going to make the playoffs and squeeze in, and then I always hated the term. It's a crapshoot. It's a crapshoot. We know this. It's baseball. We know it's a crapshoot in some regards. But you want to be the team to beat. You want to be that team rolling into the playoffs. You want to be the big bad, Yankees of the mid '90s. One of those type teams where it's oh crap, I don't want to play those guys. And if you lose, you lose. But that's the type of team you want. So if that was his mindset as a player, I'm guessing at some point, maybe even now, I don't know if they're going to have, they probably wouldn't be able to get there in the next couple years, but that will be his mindset. You know what? I'm tired of just getting there and let's see what happens. I want to go there and be the favorite and stomp some ass. My term, not his.
My sense is, Jerry DiPoto, the president of baseball operations up in Seattle, when he said we want to win 54% of our games consistently, because that puts you at 87 wins. My sense is Buster's going to shoot for higher than 54% of the Giants games.
That just sounds so mediocre. Like, oh, that's inspiring.
Yeah, exactly. So more coming up next. We'll break down today's wild card action. Tom has been hosting this show, but keep in mind, he's also been watching every game.
Dogs are hungry today, Kerry. Dogs are hungry. My goodness.
So we will get Tom Tolbert's breakdown on the wild card games taking place around Major League Baseball when we come back. You're listening to Tolbert and Copes. Kerry Crowley in for Adam Copeland here on KBR, the sports leader. Giants broadcaster Mike Krukow joined Murph and Marcus this morning to share his thoughts on Buster Posey taking over as the Giants' president of baseball operations. Listen to that interview on KBR.com and the KBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. I know everybody has a lot of devices running at their home. Probably more than you think. But if you have Xfinity, that's no big deal. Whether it's 10, 15, 20, 25 devices in your home, you got a house full. And someone's streaming, someone's gaming, someone's downloading, someone's working possibly, maybe even going to school. The point is, with the phones and the computers, laptop, TVs, there's all kinds of stuff. Even a printer you don't think's on Wi-Fi is on Wi-Fi. There's a lot of things going on. If you have people over, then it doubles. With Xfinity, doesn't matter. They've engineered their gateways to handle hundreds of connected devices. Hundreds. That means everyone's taken care of. Everyone gets the same high-quality Wi-Fi. That's what you want. Now through October 10th, get Xfinity Gig Internet for $20 a month for 2 years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data, and ask how to get an eligible free 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account, taxes, fees, extra. Gig Wi-Fi requires Xfinity Gateway. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary. You love sports, you love high def, you love blazing fast internet. That's the same for everybody. You will love Xfinity.
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Baseball. Crowd on its feet. The 2-2. Swinging a liner. Caught at first by Torkelson. That's the ball game. The Tigers take game one, 3-1. It got dicey down the stretch, but these Tigers, one of the great surprises in baseball just to be here, take a giant step forward in game one.
Another 1-2 pitch. He struck him out. Lucas Erceg the save. And 4 Royals pitchers combined on the first postseason shutout on the road in Kansas City Royals history.
Ashby the kick in the 2-2. And a swing and a bouncer right side. It's a base hit. 1 run is in for New York. Here comes Vientos from second. The throw goes to third. And the Mets have scored 5 runs in the 5th. They now lead the Brewers 8-4. And this entire rally has happened with 2 outs. It started with Francisco Lindor drawing a walk. And since then, 5 straight Mets have come to the plate, advanced the party, and they're not done yet.
A great day to be an underdog in Major League Baseball.
Yep.
The wild card series are underway. Tolbert and Copes is back here. Kerry Crowley in for Adam Copeland. The Detroit Tigers win in Houston. The Baltimore Orioles lose at home to the Kansas City Royals. And the New York Mets, a day after playing a doubleheader in Atlanta, travel to Milwaukee and come away with a win, Tom. Bettors love it.
It's been a fun day. This game was interesting. The Mets Brewers game, the one that just ended, because it was 2-0 Brewers and 3-2 Mets and then 4-3 Brewers. And then all of a sudden you heard the 5-run explosion in the inning that made it 8-4, and that's where it ends, 8-4. The other ones were like kind of taut, tense, low scoring in Baltimore, 1-0. The Orioles offense couldn't get revved up. Reagans did a nice job getting them off, and then three relievers. And then, boy, the Tigers, they'd have lost that. That'd have been all she wrote, because they were up 3-0 going into the 9th. And that was close. That was close. Hayward hit a bullet down the right field line. Torkelson jumped up, caught that thing. I think that was going to be game over. I think it would have cleared the bases. Bases were loaded at the time. But all the dogs hungry today. Dogs barking. Ooh. Mets, Royals with cheese, and the Motor City Kitties. And I'm here for maximum chaos. So we will see what happens. Now I don't even know. I'm honest here. I don't know what the format is. Is it the first 2 at home?
Oh gosh.
And then if they go to the 3rd game, they switch venues?
This tells you how much the Giants have not been relevant the last 3 years, because I don't know. I mean, I was a Major League Baseball beat reporter, and I covered this thing, and I have no clue, Tom. The last time I did this was 2021 when the Dodgers and the Cardinals played in a one-game playoff after the Dodgers won 106 to get to the Giants NLDS. Of course, the Dodgers ended up winning that series in 5 games. Cody Bellinger, who was 0 for the year at Oracle Park, comes through with the game-winning hit. But I think it was 22 when they implemented the fully expanded wild card to where you've got best of 3 in the wild card, but maybe you're home for all 3.
It is. You're right.
Home for all 3.
I just looked. Home for all 3. So that's kind of your penalty for being the lower wild card, which, I'm down with that. But I'd forgotten. I mean, I watched it last year, and I totally forgot what the format was here. I was like, what is the format? I know it's 3 games, but I'm not sure exactly how it's going to play itself out. I didn't ask you this, and we kind of got to it late, but I'm sure I'm not sure the team you'll pick has already played, but who do you like as your World Series champ?
I like the San Diego Padres.
Damn it.
I really
like the same team.
Oh, really? Oh, that's unfortunate. Well, may have to rethink that. The hardest thing for the Padres is the National League is stacked. I think the American League is just a bunch of mediocre teams that beat the Chicago White Sox this season. Yeah. I mean, you look at the Detroit Tigers, you look at the Kansas City Royals. The Tigers have been great the last 2 months, but the reason they got in is because they played the White Sox 13 times. Yeah. You look at the Kansas City Royals, the reason they got it, they were under 500 in games against every other team, but they went something like 12-1 against the Chicago White Sox. So I think you just had a bunch of teams being rewarded for mediocrity. The top seed in the AL was the Yankees. They haven't played good baseball since May. So I'm taking the Padres. And the Phillies are really, I think, going to be their biggest challenge. The Dodgers don't have the starting rotation to get through a full October, I think. For as good as their lineup is, they'll win a number of games this postseason, and they'll make things interesting and entertaining. But I don't think they have the pitching to get through mid-October right now. And I really buy this Padres rotation. Dylan Cease is really good. Their bullpen was lights out. They traded for the Miami reliever Tanner Scott at the deadline. They've done a lot to put that team in position to win.
Yeah, I think they are probably the most complete team. Maybe in the playoffs, they can hit. They can hit for power. They don't strike out. They have a starting rotation. They have a back end of the bullpen, and I think they have the best record in baseball since the All-Star break. So
they should. They were 50-50 at one point.
Yeah, no, they've been
50
absolutely
and
on fire.
Finished the season at 93-69. So 43-19. Yep. I mean, come on.
No, they just didn't lose there for about a month. It's like, are these guys ever going to lose? Arizona was right with them until they started losing a little bit at the end. I would probably put them even with Philly. And the reason I took San Diego, because I'm like, okay, of course, Kerry, from a betting standpoint, I'm like, who do I want? Philly at 4-1 or the Padres at 10-1?
Yeah,
of course, I want the Padres at 10-1. Better odds. You hit it, though. They're going to have to beat the Dodgers, more than likely, Dodgers and the Phillies. And that's where the rub is when you got to go against both those teams. And more than likely the Dodgers won't have to face but one of the Padres and the Phillies. So I like them in the National League, and I'm with you. I like them to win the whole thing. The only problem I have is it's hard for me to imagine the Padres champagne celebration after the World Series. It's the Padres. Padres always screw something
Same old
up,
Dreys.
So, yeah, I just can't. It's hard for me to get there, but I'm going to go with them. And then the American League, I couldn't figure out who I wanted to go with, because I think each team has the flaws, and I'm like, okay.
None of them are good.
No, the Yankees have the best. I mean, the best twosome in the sport, maybe since Kerrigan Ruth. I mean, Soto and Judge, their years are just phenomenal. And then you look at the rest, you're like, I'm not sure. The back end of their bullpen, not great, a little unsettled. So that's the question with them. The Orioles, I think their lineup is good, not great, but good. Burns is good, but that rotation doesn't excite me. Rodriguez being out, they've had some injuries in the rotation, so that doesn't excite me. I don't know that the Guardians hit enough for me, but they do all the little things. I really like their bullpen's nails. You get their bullpen in, they're nails. The don't strike out a ton, if I remember correctly. They steal bases. They're good defensively. Like, they do a lot of the little things you want to like. Like, I kind of wanted to pick them to come out of the American League.
They've got kind of a Giants formula in Cleveland. You just pitch extremely well, and if you're winning in the 6th inning, you're winning that ball game. When the Giants were good, they didn't hit a ton of home runs. I think 2010 they finished with the fewest home runs in Major League Baseball. So it's not unfathomable to think that Cleveland could come out of the AL.
Yeah, and then look, I looked at the Tigers and the Royals were kind of similar in that they both really pitch. Like, the Royals have a really good staff. For those people that weren't paying attention, they have a really good staff, and the Tigers pitch really well too, and they might have the best pitcher in the game. Skubal dominated today when he was in against the Astros. I just don't. The one thing the Royals have that the Tigers don't have is Bobby Witt Jr., who's one of the best players in the game. Perez, who's a proven playoff performer. Like, other than that, both lineups are, kind of lacking when you really look at it. I didn't dig too far into each of their bullpens, but I just couldn't go that far. Like, the Royals intrigued me because of their pitching. I was like, God, they can really pitch. Like, they're really good.
Yeah.
I couldn't get there another year. Maybe I add a couple more offensive players. Then I think it's a possibility. And then, the Astros, I wanted to get there just because they're the Astros, but I can't. I couldn't even think about them because I'm like, I hate the Astros. Get the Astros out of it. I've enough of the Astros. I've had enough of the Astros, except for the Yankees. I'll take anybody over the Yankees. I'm always anti-Yankee. It doesn't matter who it is. I'll take them over the Yankees, but the players aren't quite as good, and Alvarez is dealing with a gimpy knee, and Tucker missed some time this year, and Bregman's not quite the same offensive force that he was. Neither is Altuve. Like, they're still good. You look at the Astros, you're like, yeah, don't underestimate the Astros, and I totally get that. But I just said, no, I'm not going to pick them. So, like, if I had to, I'd probably go Padres-Orioles.
The Orioles have to come back, and they have to come back with Seth Lugo pitching soon.
They do, and Lugo's been their best pitcher all year, like all-star, and he was really good. As I like to say, so Lugo, so go the Royals. That's what I like to say. Anyway.
I've always known you to say that. I've always known you to say that. And by the way, that opening montage we played, Lucas Ursig, who got the save today for Kansas City, San Jose's own Westmont High in Campbell. He got the save for the Kansas City Royals. Yeah. So there's your Bay Area connection. Traded by the A's middle of the season, so was pitching for the Oakland A's.
But I love this time of year. I love it because we're going to do it again tomorrow.
Exactly.
Do it again tomorrow, roll it over, and get 4 more games, and just sit in front of a fan, and 11 o'clock, maybe try to get a walk in early if I can get out there before the heat hits, and then just do what I've been doing all day. I've been in front of the TV for about 7 hours now, I guess, 6-7 hours, just watching playoff baseball. I just love playoff baseball. I have no idea what Tim said. I'm working right now. I'm not paying attention to you.
Coming up with new ways to describe Seth Lugo. On the other side, Buster Posey, the Giants president of baseball operations, joined Papa and Lund live from Oracle Park earlier today, right after his press conference. We're going to play that interview for you. If you missed Buster Posey on KNBR earlier today, we have that for you on the other side. Tolbert and Copes, Kerry Crowley in for Adam Copeland here on KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
wherever you are. We're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com. This is Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
He is the president of baseball ops. He looks good. He looks skinny. He looks really good.
Yeah. So I told you guys, I got so many kids that I don't have time to feed myself. So I'm low on the totem pole.
So 3 years ago, you stepped away from the game as a player. How many LBSs have you lost since
Probably
then?
20 to 25 pounds lighter. I mean, look, when I played, I had to work hard to keep the weight on. So now it's I don't have to, force myself to eat and try to keep the joints feeling as good as possible.
So you're going to have to gain 25 pounds to be the first ever player GM?
Oh, gosh.
Is that what it's going to be?
No. I think
Come on, you could still hit 260
you look like
and
a
bang
center
out
fielder
18,
now.
couldn't you?
My stomach just turned a little bit thinking about that.
So just, I know you answered a lot of these questions, but just take us back to the start. You moved here. I know Murph asked you. You said right away that wasn't why you were here to do this, but all of a sudden it flipped. So at one point, did you think to yourself, this might be something I want to do?
I mean, I think long term, I felt like it was something that I would want to do eventually, and I don't think you ever know when these opportunities are going to come up. And unfortunately, I mean, I would have loved for the team to be getting ready to play in a playoff game right now, and unfortunately, we're not there. And I'm excited to be a part of the team that supports the team to get back where all of us Giants fans want them to be.
When we watched you play, when you first came up in 09 and 10 and all the successes you had, we knew you were just different mentally. Physically, obviously, but the way you would set up late and watch the hitter's feet and then move late, you just had a mind for the game. We knew you'd go into something, owning, which you're involved in still. Did you ever think about being a manager over being a general manager, Buster?
Well, I'll say different. My wife does think I'm different mentally as well.
Yeah, she does.
She'll be the first to tell you that. Not always in a positive way. But you know what? I didn't really, for whatever reason, the on-field managerial role hasn't really been on my radar. And I think if I had to guess, I would say it's probably just because it is so closely tied to being a player and the commitment to being on the field, and the work that goes in. And look, I understand this is a big role and there's a lot of time and commitment, but I think it's going to be spread out in different ways than it would be in a coaching or managerial role.
Buster Posey is joining us from Oracle Park. He's just been introduced as the president of baseball operations. It's Pop and Lund here on the Sports Leader. Was it kind of a mutual thing, or did you approach them and say, look, I want to get involved in this and do X, Y, Z, or did Greg Johnson in the group say to you, hey, what would you consider this? How did that work?
I think it was kind of when we felt like that, or listening to Greg and the board, that felt like it might be time for a change. It was something that we just kind of mutually discussed together. There'd been some, I guess, somewhat flippant comments, from time to time, and once I started wrapping my head around it, I became more and more excited about it each day. And again, I want to say the hope for me was that the team's getting ready to have the first pitch here in the playoffs. But as I started thinking about, and I addressed some of it in the press conference, just what baseball means to so many people, especially in the Bay Area. I think what's unique about our fans in the Bay Area, and not every fan base in baseball has this, is we have generational fans. So you think about the impact that great players and great teams can make on not only the people that are in the ballpark or watching on TV, but the impact that then they have, maybe it's 20, 30, 40 years down the line. People are always going to be talking about Willie Mays, and that's exciting. It's exciting to think about having that type of impact on people.
And they're always going to be talking about Buster Posey and Bruce Bochy and Brian Sabian and Madison Bumgarner and Tim Lincecum and Matt Cain. It goes on and on. For the last several months, when you were mulling, is this the right time to do this? Who did you seek advice from? Did you reach out to Brian Sabian, John Barr, Bruce Bochy, some of your teammates?
No, I mean, I kept it really in-house. I just think out of respect for Farhan, we didn't know which way things were going to go, and did not want anything out there that was going to be a distraction or potentially disrespectful for him. So some of those people that you've mentioned, I've since yesterday have reached out via text and plan on having conversations with John and with Sabes
about coming back to the organization. John's already here.
I think it's
Sabes,
right. I think it's a conversation first to just say how much I admired the way they went about their work and what can you teach me? What are some lessons that you learned over all your years of doing it? I think that's the first conversation.
Talking to Buster Posey, can you clarify just your involvement in the Matt Chapman situation? There's kind of some maybe things that aren't clear there. And did that kind of boil your blood a little bit? Did that get you going, or were you already kind of to that point already kind of involved like that?
I think mentally I was already kind of preparing myself about it being a possibility at that time. But, I think if you want to know about the Matt Chapman deal, you can just read all of Boris's quotes. He'll tell you exactly the way that it went.
Really?
But we
might have been some sarcasm.
By the way,
there.
Scott's on line one.
Might have been some sarcasm there.
He represents one of your pitchers, so be careful.
It's from our vantage point, there was negotiation that was taking place and it had stalled, and so. Knowing Matt, haven't been a big fan of Matt, playing against him and then watching him, I felt like it's not going to hurt anything for me to reach out, just kind of share with him what I know and believe about the Giants organization, share with him how appreciative I am about the way he plays the game. And it was apparent that he wanted to be here and that he wanted to get a deal done. And the basics of it were done. There was some stuff that needed to be shifted around a little bit, but ultimately, look, we're just so excited that that guy, you can plug that guy in the lineup at third base, and there's so much value in that to me. And not only him personally doing that, but now each guy that comes into the system is going to look to Matt as a leader and say, this guy's posting every single day. It's important for him to be ready to play. I need to have my tail ready to be out there on the field as well.
Man, a Gold Glove winner, Platinum Glove winner maybe this year, 27 bombs. Your first World Series team in 2010, you guys had 162 home runs. You had won a game. You had it late in the year, and Pat the Bat was here in the back of the room, and Cody Ross. You also won a World Series when you guys were dead last in the league in home runs. And then in 2020, when you came back and you guys won 107 games, you set a franchise record for home runs. You hit more pinch hit home runs than anybody in the history of baseball. So my question is just offense lineup construction. What's the best way to score runs in baseball today?
I think you've got to be able to score runs in so many different ways. As you just mentioned, some years it's going to be the homer. Some years we're going to have to manufacture in different ways. And so I think you're going to have to assess what type of players you have each year. And then, hitting's so funny. It can be so contagious for the better or worse, as you guys know, watching baseball your whole life. So a lot of it I do think is okay, do we have a team that can hit the long ball or not? And for me personally, philosophically, I just am such a believer in pitching and defense. Ultimately, I think if you pitch and you catch the ball, you're going to be in a lot of games. So, you look back at the run that we had, and ultimately we were led by a strong starting staff and a dynamite bullpen.
That's why, as we look out at this ballpark, do you think that you need to tailor your team right now more to this ballpark?
I don't know if you have to specifically. I think pitching and defense is tailored to this ballpark, and as I mentioned, that's going to be an emphasis for us is understanding that. And it was, I just think back to when Kane and Lincecum and Bum, those guys were taking the mound, Vogelsong. There was such an edge that you had when that you've got a guy. I'd put Logan Webb in this category now as well. That guy's going to pretty darn near every time go give you 6 or 7 innings and keep you in the game. It takes pressure off your offense as well. So I think that great pitching, great defense tends to take pressure off the offense, and then they can go out and play a little bit more loose.
And a great catcher. You're underestimating yourself there. You got a pretty good one now in Patrick Bailey. Let's talk about some of the guys on your current club with Patrick. And he reminds so much of you, the way he sets up behind the plate, the soft hands, the quick release, and the footwork. He has had a problem in his first 2 major leagues years. This was his first full in the last year, just wearing down late in the year. He may be like you, where it's hard to keep weight on during the year. What do you see from Patrick Bailey, Buster, and do you think it's a lot to catch the way you guys do and switch hit? Would you like him to maybe just hit from one side down the road? What do you see from Patrick Bailey?
Well, I mean his value behind the plate, we can measure that now, and we see how valuable he is as far as pitch framing and throwing the ball down the second. And I think in the first 2 years he's done a great job. I know, knowing him a little bit, he's most certainly disappointed that he's kind of faltered a little bit offensively the second half of the year. And sometimes it takes a while. It takes a while to understand, what do I need to do from a physical standpoint as far as, in the weight room, or, how many calories I need to be consuming. So it takes some time to figure all that out. But, I think you don't have to look any further than the pitching staff. And when guys enjoy throwing to a catcher, that's, from a catcher's perspective, is an ultimate compliment.
Buster Posey is the new president of baseball operations for the Giants. We're live at Oracle Park. It's Pop and Lund here on the Sports Leader. Just going back to like a Chapman, and we were kind of joking about Scott Boras, but these are guys, you're still a really young guy. You're going to be thinking about players, potentially adding players that maybe you even played with. Do you think that's going to be one of your strengths as a closer? Like you helped close the Chapman deal, and I look at you and I think to myself, having Buster Posey talk to me or talk to an agent or something like that kind of a thing, because nobody knows San Francisco, nobody knows this team, what you want to accomplish more than you. So I can't imagine someone pitching the San Francisco Giants to have more credibility than you.
Well, I hope so. I mean, it remains to be seen, right? I do know that I feel like I'll do a good job at selling just how special a place this is. Haven't been a part of teams that get to come in front of, as we're looking out of the stadium right now, a packed stadium, and this time of the year, the electricity, and just a fan base that's so excited to wrap their arms around the next great player and great teams. And also, what to me makes this organization so special, and again, only place I've ever been, but do have somewhat of a, can get a look at other places as well, is from top to bottom, from ownership to front office to coaches to all the way down to, the trainers and the rookie league. It's just a group of people that really loves the game of baseball. They're passionate and understanding what this game means to this city. And, who doesn't want to be a part of that?
And you're at the very top like you were as a player, but now you're at the tippy top. You're the president of the baseball ops. So when you leave here, you're going to go watch baseball today. You got 4 wild card games to watch. We'll watch all day. It's a daunting job. President of the baseball operations, Buster. It's not just the 26-man roster, the 40-man roster. How many players you have under contract for the Giants? Hundreds and hundreds. What's the first thing you do when you get out of here, take the coat and tie off, roll up your sleeves? What are some of the first things you want to get done?
Well, I think, I mentioned in the press conference we're going to hire a GM, so I think that's the first thing, is just starting to brainstorm a list of potential candidates and get some interviews set up. I think that's first on the list, and getting myself integrated within the systems and understanding what's worked well, understanding what hasn't worked well. And you mentioned it's a daunting job. It is, but at the same time, there's so many great people that are a part of this that I'm not gonna go into this assuming or acting like I know all the answers. And it's gonna be a big part of this is just going to be listening and learning, and then hopefully being able to add some value with some insight.
You talked about this at the press conference, too. When people ask about analytics, everybody does analytics. You have to. You absolutely have to. But your balance from like a gut feel, and I think that's why Bob was brought on, too, was your experience, your gut feel. You talked about in the press conference how you value scouting maybe more than some people. So what is that balance? Everybody asks about that.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I think scouting is extremely hard, and it makes it even harder when you're talking about scouting, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21-year-old kids to be able to project what they are. But I think what, knowing John Barr a long time, too, I can remember John having conversations with me and my mom probably when I was 15 or 16 and just randomly passing him in the parking lot. And it kind of started there. So I'm hopeful that we have a group of people that understand this is a hard game. It's a very hard game, and there's a lot more that goes on into being a big leaguer than just what goes on the field. So if you have a group of scouts that have that in mind as well and understand there's so many little pieces that make up who this person is, I think that's gonna help evaluate and hopefully bring in the right group of guys.
Great stuff.
Thank you, bro.
Hey, thanks. By the way, if first reactions are anything, tons of fans love it. I mean, yesterday when this was announced.
When you walk the streets of San Francisco, are you just a Pied Piper here? They just all over you? Or you can you slide in, you slide out,
Pretty normal.
Come on, you're Buster Posey. Bring out the rings, bro.
Thanks, Buster.
Good luck. Best wishes.
Man.
Whatever it is, like you're getting married. Which is it? Good luck, best wishes.
Looks good.
Break
man.
both legs.
Yeah.
Good to see you.
Congrats, man.
Congrats.
Appreciate it.
Good luck
Really
to you.
do.
KNBR, the sports leader.
John Dickinson, super reporter, is boots on the ground in Hawaii. How do you get that gig? Covering Warriors training camp. Listen to him tonight from 7 to 9 for a special edition of Sportsphone KNBR.
All right, it's time to wrap this up and turn you over to Larry Krueger with Niner Nightly. By the way, dog's not as hungry early in San Diego as Fernando Tatis Jr. just hit a towering, and I think that's how you would categorize that home run, a towering home run to left field as the Padres take an early 2-0 lead over the Bravos. If you don't win that one, pack it in. After having to win the second leg of a doubleheader and flying all the way across country and starting the youngest pitcher ever to start a game in a series for the Braves, this is one that if you don't win, good luck, Padres, but off to a good start. What's up, Krug?
What's going on, fellas? Good to see you, Carrie, Tommy. How are you guys doing?
Tremendous.
Well.
You?
Yeah. You know, it's a hot day in the creek. Oh my gosh, this October weather. And I don't mind. I don't mind 100 in July, in August. When it gets to October, it's like, wow, it's close to 100.
Probably
today.
crept over 100 today, didn't it?
It feels really, really warm. Now, I don't have the greatest insulation in my studio, but there you go. I if you see me during the show, say, "Oh, man, he seems to be sweating." And by the way, people always ask me, "Are you in a sauna?" And I'm like, "No, it's wood paneling, but it's not a sauna."
You in a sauna?
Hey, could you pour a little water on that? Thank you,
That'd
you, Bob.
Be awesome if you did the show from a Turkish bathhouse. That'd be so incredible. With a
dropping some lbs while I work.
There you go. Just working, doing it. I didn't ask you yesterday. What are your thoughts, Posey and the press conference and just kind of everything?
Well, I mean, we all love Buster. I think Buster, if he wants it, good for him. I think he's a big part of the credibility that the franchise has, and I think it will help them. I would love to see them go after, retaining Snell and going after a Soto and maybe a Polar Bear. And I think their chances of landing free agents goes up quite a bit with Buster fronting the whole thing. So,
yeah, I think it's interesting. We had Bobby Evans on earlier, Larry, and he told us that 2015, the Giants end the season, and Buster came to him and said, for once, I'd like to go to spring training as the favorite, not the underdog. So this is someone who'd won 3 World Series titles in 5 seasons, and he was heated. He was not happy that the Giants were falling off. So that's, a year after their previous title. Now it's been 10 seasons since they last won a playoff series.
Yeah. I mean, the Giants are a rich franchise, and it costs a lot to go to the game. And there's no reason logically that they should take a backseat to the Dodgers in any way, shape, or form. Dodgers do have more revenue, but the Giants are still a big-time revenue producer, and there's no reason they should be, the Dodgers' little brother.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
and you got to compete in Northern California, right? I mean, you got the Niners, you got the Warriors. I mean, it's. I know there's a lot of people out there that have more disposable income than they know what to do with, but there's a lot that don't either, and they want to decide: do I want to go to a Giants game? Do I want to go to a Niners game? Maybe go to one game, maybe 2. Do I want to go to some Warrior games over there at Chase? So, yeah, and I think more than anything, he just sees the Giants as a team that should be competing for championships. So we will see. Time always tells. It does every single time. What do you got going on tonight, Krug?
We're going to talk Niners and look ahead to Arizona, and a guy named Tyler Drake is going to join us from Arizona Sports, bottom of the hour. And
good guest.
We're going to take some phone calls and talk a lot of Niners. They picked up Jalen Graham. They reacquired him today. A lot of talk about Devontae Adams, where he's headed. So we'll hit all the Niner topics up front and talk a little Cardinals, bottom of the hour with Tyler Drake.
Any thoughts on Devontae Adams and where he might go other than the Jets?
I mean, yeah. I mean, all the Jets has been the talk. I mean, I hope he doesn't go to Kansas City.
No, there's no doubt. Have a good show, Krug.
Exactly. Don't trade with Kansas City, please.
All right, Krug. Have a good show, my friend.
Thanks, Tommy.
All right, you got it, man. Stay tuned. Larry Krueger has you for the next couple hours. Niners Nightly. Carrie, always fun working with you.
Always fun. Thank you, Tom. Thanks for putting up with me, and enjoy Adam tomorrow.
Absolutely, and I'm glad I could. I'm glad I could unveil the The Priest AC/DC shirt, the holiest of holy shirts, right here for you.
When you said I thought you were going to say prehistoric AC/DC.
Well,
AC/DC
that too.
shirt.
That too. I don't think there's any doubt about it. So, let's see if I can remember our guest today. Let's thank Bobby Evans, Ned Coletti, and Larry Bear.
There we go.
I think that's it, right? 3?
That was it. 3 guests, common theme. Kept it
all
easy.
Baseball, yeah, that was pretty easy. Just keep it on a line for me, and I'm good to go. I can do baseball. We're good to go. Thank you very much to Derek. Great job today booking the guests. Thank you, Tim. Great job running the show. As always, it's what we come to expect here from 2 to 6. We know we're getting quality performances from the people behind the scenes. Kerry, thank you so much, and I can't wait to do it again sometime.
Thank you, Tom. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Kerry. Appreciate it. All right, stay tuned. Larry Krueger is going to join you next. Niners Nightly right here on the Sports Leader. Stay cool out there, everybody, and stay hydrated. Take it away, Dirk.
Oh, my God! Oh! Shut it down! Let's go home!
It's time to bring the 49ers to the forefront.
It's go time. This is the best team that they can put on the field this year.
Welcome to Niners Nightly.
You guys are going to hear it. The latest from the locker room, the latest from the podium, the latest scuttle from the players.
On your proud home of 49ers football. Touchdown! KNBR, the sports leader. Your faithful fix with your host, Larry Krueger, begins.
We'll take phone calls. We'll talk Niners for a full hour. Fired up. Really excited.
Now.
Questions persist about Christian McCaffrey. He's dealing with Achilles tendonitis actually in both legs now, Scott. Both legs, not just one. That's been an ongoing, recurring issue. So there remains a major question as to when McCaffrey will be back for the 49ers.
It's very hard for safeties and linebackers to really cover someone out of the backfield truly one-on-one who's that good. And so when they do it, it forces 2 players to guard them. Just how much easier it makes things a game plan. Very similar to when I was with Julio Jones in Atlanta. No matter what, you knew when they were in man coverage, you knew where that middle third safety was cheating because he had to. And whenever he did that, I think back to the 2016